I mean, it's amazing.
It's what I perceive to be the truth.
Do I sound triggered? I just said,
yeah,
well, I'm not. Well, I'm not.
You sounded to me.
Yeah, well, that shows how off you are, how wrong you are about most things.
Okay. It's
So
just sounding calm.
Do you remember me telling you that the other day?
Telling me which?
Like you're here controlling, right? You're always part of the conversation and always giving the opposing view. And I told you
I remember you saying that. You get triggered most of the time we chat in here. You don't ever really let a conversation in here happen without talking about what I'm talking about. Turning it.
All right, play the video I just put in the live stream.
So anyway,
I found a good one, I think. Eggshells, play the video that. Are you playing something else, or is that my?
Oh, PK from Australia.
There you go.
That was awesome.
Why have I heard of PK? Who's PK?
PK from Australia. He is awesome. Damn.
Is playing or there we go. This is a 3-hour video, man. Give me a timestamp.
I think the very beginning looked good. He starts to break it all down. Play it at double speed if you have to. Why does it look like it's still loading on your screen? Does anyone else see the screen? Anyone else seen video?
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
It just keeps giving me the circle. Is anyone else seeing any video? Hey,
yep.
Eggshells.
Yes.
You're not seeing video?
I can.
Or you are?
You can? Okay. Maybe I have to exit and come back in or something.
Holy shit, man. This is...
All right, here we go. Here we go. You got to listen to the accent. He is the best.
What? There was nobody at these two sites.
Are you going to pause it on one little thing he says and try to prove him wrong so you can feel like you're right about the rest of this? Well, continue at least a little further. Don't try to argue every little point. Just watch till he gets into some of the meat of what I was talking about with the fake bloody prosthetics and all that. That's the point we're talking about.
That looks like a lot of people.
There was different places.
It was 2 bombs, right?
You can also, in your free time, if you're interested in maybe researching further to the truth about how they stage these things a lot of the times, for good reasons and for bad reasons, it seems, there's companies out there who will tell you who they hire, how they go through the process of staging these things, why they do, who they work for, what events they staged in the past. They don't make secrets about these things.
Yeah. You can
and
see
they tell you.
I mean, if there was good evidence for it, I'd happily watch it.
How do you think I found it?
There's 3 hours of it right there, and you probably won't take the time to watch the whole thing, of course. There's 3 hours. You'd rather talk to us. You'd rather argue with us about it for 3 hours rather than just go look into it for yourself for even just an hour of this video and find out if it's actually a good case or not.
It looks like a guy with his leg blown off. I'm just still not saying it.
Yeah, so far you're not even taking. You're anxious to call it real, but you're not being speculative.
Man, it's a 3 fucking hour video.
Okay, fine. And if you don't have the time, why would you not be interested in taking the time to watch it if it's interesting?
Because it sounds like bullshit. If I said here's a 3-hour video about how unicorns are real, you're really gonna watch 3 fucking hours?
Now you're just like the people. You
really think that's analogous? We're talking about something that does happen. Multiple people that's done the research, unlike you, are telling you this happens, and we're giving you proof. He's giving you a 3-hour video, which, if it's 3 hours, it must be pretty in-depth, right? And you're saying, I'm not going to look at that.
No, there's no,
Show me in 2 seconds.
That somebody would make a 3-hour video.
We hear what you're saying, dude. We hear you.
Do you? Why do you have to interrupt me to hear what I'm saying? It sounds
Oh,
like
you've interrupted. I even made a comment how you were so anxious to interrupt people earlier. Now you're going to go that route. You are script 101,
it's
brother.
hypocritical of you.
Well, Harry, the difference is
critical of you. You've been interrupting, and now you're complaining. No one else is complaining about you interrupting.
You were. You just did. You said it earlier. Hold on, fucking hell, Rookie.
I was pointing out that you were. You would see. That's how you do it. You want to switch off from you not wanting to do the investigation. It's 3 hours, brother. I wouldn't want to watch a 3-hour video if it proved something to me. Like he said, you would rather sit here and argue about who's interrupting.
Anyway, I think they're showing where the legs fall off. Hey, just play the video. I think this is where, I think he's showing the video where the legs fall off and they put it back on or something.
Were you trying to jump in, Jerry?
Yeah, see?
Well,
see?
I just wanted...
They're fixing it. They're fixing his legs here. This is more important. This is what video we're talking about here.
Okay,
yep.
So that's
go back.
Yeah, Jesus, fuck, man. Settle down. Take a breath. He's saying they've got to stop here to adjust his legs. Is that the only possibility? That's
okay, so go back to where they put him in the wheelchair. Does it make sense where they're wheeling him and all that? Use your common sense.
Yep. Let's use our common sense. I think that's a good idea. Yep. Okay. So is that the only possible or the most?
Continue on. There's more. There's more. No, there's plenty more.
Let's do it.
Yeah, yeah. You just know you're damned now. You see it all getting good. They're getting down. They're getting down to the shit you can't deny. So you have to stop the video and make it all about one little point. It seems like a tactic of yours right now.
To let me ask a question.
I'm not triggered at all. You're just obvious. You're obvious.
Okay, I'll bring the mic down here. Obviously, you're struggling a bit. Is there any other possible reason that somebody could want to stop and adjust things?
You're blowing my
ear. Yeah, there's plenty of other possible reasons, but that's not the worst of the evidence. Continue with the video, please.
I just want to present you one bit of evidence, and it's your own picture. It's your own picture, and this is the bit of evidence. Because I saw this before, and I thought, Jesus fuck, how often do they have to stop and pick up his dangling bits of flesh so they don't get caught and shoot up in the wheel? Do you think it's a possibility they're picking up those strips of flesh?
Not after the preponderance of evidence that I've seen. I wouldn't consider that option any longer. But you're not willing to look at the preponderance. You want to stop at one point. It's more about winning the argument than finding out what actually happened. That's what's annoying about you. You want to win the argument instead of investigate.
Pause. Can you guys let Jerry jump in? Jerry was trying to make a point. Can you let him
well,
sorry.
The thing is that Harry tried to make an analogy like this would be like showing him a video on, unicorns. And if Harry said he believed in unicorns because of this 3-hour video, I would watch. So that's the difference.
Yeah, good point.
Probably the difference though, Jerry, because we've got some rapport, right? Somebody's calling you an idiot and telling you that you've got it wrong.
I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm saying I would only respect your opinion after you're actually investigating instead of stopping it on one thing and then trying to pick apart how it could be something else. It just it seems like you're trying to avoid looking at what might be the case.
Okay. So it's possible they're putting his prostheses back on. Is it also possible they're picking up his dangling shredded flesh?
If they're faking it, hang on. If they're faking it, staging it, and trying to make it look realistic, then of course they would be doing these things. Yes.
Okay. So both possibilities are possibilities.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't they be? No, absolutely.
Okay, so both are possibilities.
And there's probably more. Yeah, there's probably more.
There's tons.
But you sounded like you agreed that looked staged to you. You've already agreed.
No, I'm not. You've misunderstood.
You said earlier. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't look staged?
No, it looks like a bomb went off. I mean, it certainly looks like the end of the marathon was planned to be a thing that happened with fanfare and bunting and shit like that.
Do you think there's people out there that could stage this very thing and fool you and I?
Well, let's go through what would be necessary for that.
It was a simple question.
Well, it's not. So I want to give it the due care it requires. What would it require for that? One is crowd control. The primary one is crowd control. How can I make sure that only the actors and the amputees allowed are coming in, only people I know that I can trust to tell the correct story are coming in, and nobody else gets blown up, or worse, stands right next to this fake bomb and doesn't get blown up, and a guy behind him's like, I lost my legs. And I'm like, my pants are fine. I've got a bit of dust on me. So crowd control would be a big issue. Crowd control creates its own crowd because now you've got security guards who are saying yay and nay to people, which means you've got to give them credentials, right? So do they have lanyards? How do they show their credentials? Is this like a microchip in their skin? Do they scan them? How do they scan them? There seems like there's a lot of work, a lot of coordination for all of these things to go right on this one day. It seems very difficult. Could they do it? Sure, yeah, I think so. But I think a story like that would only stay secret for about 30 minutes to an hour before people are like, I've got a video of them checking people's IDs and not letting them into that special bombing area.
You're too smart for your own good.
And he already lost his legs 6 months back with a frostbite issue from him hiking in the Andes or some shit.
Too good, too smart for your own good if you're really being honest with yourself. That's your excuse? Crowd control? I mean, I know you have more. I know you've already thought about all the excuses, which is good. I like hearing them. But the fact that you're denying that they could pull this off, you're in denial, brother. There's people smarter than you and I. I asked you if it's possible, and you wouldn't answer. You went into excuses of why it's not possible.
If you're going to ask questions and not listen to the answers,
you said it's not an easier. It's not an easy answer. I said it's an easy answer because if you ask me, I'm going to say yes, it's possible. I'm not going to start coming up with excuses why it's not possible.
Poor reasoning skills. This is the discussion we're having.
Are you kidding me? You're going to
some of your reasoning skills are hindered by your inability to listen. I said I gave you all my thoughts, and then I said yes, I think they could fake it, but I don't think they could keep it secret.
How can my reasoning skills be bad if I'm agreeing with you? I too see that crowd control. I'm going to repeat since you cut me off. I too do see a problem with crowd control, right? I see a problem with that whistleblower or blah blah blah. But can they pull it off? Yes. That's my answer. That's not your answer. No, you went into excuses.
Well, then you're not fucking listening, man. I can't help you.
Did you have, okay, let me ask you again.
And you just
ask you again.
Hang on. I don't know how to help you, man.
I'll ask you again because you never said.
Check.
You never said yes. I'll ask you again. I'm just trying to ask him again. Do you think it's possible they can pull this off?
Yes, I think it's absolutely possible they could pull it off. I think they'd get caught very quickly afterwards.
By who?
Same thing I said last time you asked me.
By who?
You never said yes.
I'm sorry, man. If your ears are painted on, I can't help you.
And you still said, even after you said yes, you said, but they would be caught.
Yes.
By who?
I think you could absolutely fake something like this.
Who would catch them? You?
Is that what I said?
I'm asking you.
Listening game, or are you just playing the like?
Who would catch them?
Cool thing I can say next.
2 people have asked you now.
What do you mean, who would catch? Who the fuck do you think I mean? The average public.
I don't know.
The public.
The public.
Who would they go to?
Oh my fucking god, man! Do you have one question or many questions? Do you want to write them down and I'll answer them all in a row?
Well, if this 3-hour video is somebody catching them and he's in the public.
Answer them at the bit where
you said the public. Who would they go to was my next question.
So I have a few answers. Any person who can wander into this area could fuck up the whole thing. Any person who knows any of these crisis actors, girlfriends, people from university, person who buys coffee off them every morning, anybody. Who could they go to is your next question. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Where's this on?
That's all controlled.
153news.net.
That's all controlled.
Go.
There you go. Then they were caught.
You're just reasserting your conclusion that.
But see, the thing is they were caught. People made videos. People exposed it, so they were caught, just like you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the best evidence of them getting caught.
And these crisis actors,
you have to watch the video to actually make a judgment.
Right. The evidence is pretty poor. looks like a bomb going off and people getting hit by a bomb.
Really?
Is there any bombing in the world on a civilian population that you do believe happened that there is footage of that we can compare it to?
What would
I
that
don't usually have footage of that.
Yeah, Yeah, I think you could probably find some in Palestine or somewhere.
And what would that help? Because the crisis actors, the people who are trying to, if it's happening, right? You got to logically think this through. You think they're going to look at those videos to figure out how to fake it the best way?
Sure,
Jesus,
they might.
man.
I mean,
Well, there you go. Then how would you tell the
want to be? One of the first things you want to be calling out for this, which I'm surprised nobody said, is this bomb that goes off is a terrible bomb. That's actually closer to what they look like on film sets. Most movies have bombs that look like that. If you watch actual bombs go off,
right? That's what we're saying. It is a movie bomb. That's the whole point.
Well, not you haven't said that though. I'm saying it. If you
Yes,
watch what an
yes, we
actual bomb
did.
looks like,
There's a whole bunch of it.
What are your ears?
Paper,
Your
they're
ears
like plastic
glued
cups.
on? You didn't hear it?
There's plastic cups on a table
awesome.
right next to where the bomb went off that are
If
still
I could
standing up and
finish,
didn't even get knocked over.
It'd be great. What a normal bomb looks like is smoke and projectiles shooting in different directions. Quite often the smoke gets sort of sucked after them. So you get this like, there is actually a cool clip where these guys made artillery strike in a forest.
You're kidding me, right? Most bombs look like smoke and projectiles shooting off.
No, it's what I'm talking about is those will be too far away. It doesn't look like white smoke. It just looks like, you can probably find anything here. It just goes like, and stuff goes shooting out the sides really quickly. Like that, see? Stuff going out the side really quickly. Not a big white puff of smoke. White puffs of smoke and flame are good for looks, but not really good for shooting projectiles very far, which is why.
So you're saying the bomb looks fake?
Yeah, bomb looks very similar to what they use on film sets.
Okay, so that's an admittance that this does look fake, at least to some degree, already.
It doesn't look fake. It looks like people who don't.
But the bomb looks fake, but it's not a fake bomb. Is that what you're saying?
It looks like an inefficient bomb. Yeah, it looks like a bad bomb.
Okay, it looks like you also said it looks like what they use on movie sets.
Sure,
but now it's an inefficient
don't
bomb.
Use good. It's very simple, man.
It's not simple. You're saying it's a movie set bomb, but it's real.
Are they trying to kill people? Yes or no? On film sets, are they trying to kill people?
You hear what you're saying? You hear yourself. You said it looks like a bomb they would use on a movie set.
Yeah.
And now your question is, on film sets, do they try to kill people? No, obviously not.
Okay, so they don't. So a bomb on a film set that isn't trying to kill people, could it look similar to a bomb that's not very effective at killing people?
Your tactics don't work on me. I'm sorry, bro. So hilarious. You contradict yourself and then try to turn it around and ask me a question about it. So stupid.
Could a bomb that's designed to not kill people look similar to a bomb that's designed to kill people that's not very good?
I'm confused. Well, are you saying
said it looks like a movie set bomb?
No, I'm not saying the bomb's fake.
A movie set bomb is not a fake bomb.
Things that would really aid your critical thinking, Rakia, is actually.
Dude, if I would really enjoy if you quit talking about me.
Really saying.
Can you just stick to the conversation?
Both, Rakia.
Yeah, so
just have no self-awareness, do you?
Guys,
that's projection, dude. This is pure projection. It's weird.
Okay, so no, I don't think it's a fake bomb. You can write that one down, Rakia. I don't.
It's just a movie set bomb.
You said it looks fake. Movie fake. Movie set bomb looks fake.
Yeah, but it's not a fake bomb. So that's really weird, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can repeat it if you want.
Movie
exactly what you said.
Bomb. That looks fake. You said white smoke and
it's inefficient now.
Well-made bomb, yeah. I mean, I bet if you find other IEDs, probably get similar stuff. Like IEDs can be a bit of a mix because they sometimes use just proper actual explosive, but when they make proper when they make their own ones, because these guys cooked it up in a tin, I think was the idea.
Now he's an expert on the subject.
That doesn't look like a bomb. Oh, but I think I've seen this one before, and that hits a fuel truck.
You've done more investigation than you led on to earlier. What, are you just looking it up now, or you know everything about IEDs now and how they just puff out white smoke when they are like not really going to kill a lot of people and go and shoot things off to the side?
See, that's the kind of thing, the explosion I was trying to talk about before. Just watch how it's like you can almost see that there is what do you call it, shrapnel coming out at those points. See how it's like and it's not white is a crucial thing.
You're comparing a car bomb or whatever that bomb is to a backpack bomb. They're two completely different bombs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because those will quite often be using like a grenade or a old Russian warhead or some sort of shell like that. Whereas that's a shit bomb. See how it just goes paf. Whatever the fuck this is.
Well, you got to compare apples with apples if you're going to make comparisons.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could probably find.
Well, he made a good comparison. He compared the bomb with a Hollywood bomb.
Yeah, that didn't look.
That was a fair comparison.
Yeah, and I said beforehand, it's surprising you guys haven't picked up on this bit because it's a.
Oh, like we haven't said all that already. Like we didn't we've already given you all our evidence that we thought about.
Yeah,
like it's all been put out there, and we're not picking up on something now that you are. That's just funny.
This is why every time I'm on here with this guy, I point out how he tries to control the narrative. It is strange.
Yeah, you
dude.
do. You seem to trigger a bit every time that I'm here.
Yeah, and then he always says I'm the one who gets triggered. It's hilarious. I'm laughing.
A little bit cranky.
Dude. Yeah, I have life going on, right? So, but that has nothing to do. I'm laughing. Is that triggered?
You don't sound happy. You don't sound.
Then you don't know me. I think this is hilarious. We're like several men are here pointing out what you're doing and what you've said, and you're denying it. And then you're going, "Oh, well, you didn't hear me. Your ears are glued on. You're triggered. You're this.
Well,
you."
If you've got evidence of me lying, just pull it out of the live stream, and then you can prove to everybody that I'm a liar.
Are you streaming on Twitch right now? By the way,
seriously?
No.
Are you streaming on Twitch, Harry?
No.
Are you trying to gather content for your YouTube channel like you said you were before of people getting triggered? You intentionally trying to trigger people?
I've never said anything like that, Rakia. That's just a stupid lie.
Have you ever
You're a
done
small
that?
man if you make such stupid lies like that.
Have you ever done that?
No, and I've never said that. You silly man. Goodness, you're.
Have you ever made a video?
Silly, triggered little individual.
Yeah, you're talking about me again. I'm talking about your YouTube career. Like, have you ever made a video on your YouTube of triggered people?
Mate, look at my fucking YouTube.
I'm asking you. You're here. I'm going straight to the source. I don't want to go to your YouTube channel.
You don't believe me or listen to me. No,
I'm asking. You haven't answered.
People being triggered because I find people like you who are triggered to just be frustrating and boring.
Okay, good. Are you recording this?
Uninteresting.
Are you recording?
No.
Do you ever record the conversations?
Yes. If I'm in a public room and there's no rule against it, I will tell people I'm recording and record.
Have you ever replayed those on your YouTube?
When I've told people I've recorded, yeah, sure, absolutely. Bandy and I had a nice chat, and we played it live, and I got it on my YouTube.
Sweet.
Is there anything wrong with doing that? Saying you're recording something for YouTube and then putting it on YouTube?
No, you sound triggered, brother. Why you sound so triggered? You don't sound happy. Yeah, you sound confused and
confused.
triggered.
Happy wouldn't be how I'd describe myself. Confused. It just seems like a weird question.
Yeah, I know. You don't sound happy.
Do you sometimes say you're doing things and then do those
you ever
things?
Laugh? You ever laugh?
Boys.
You ever laugh?
Do I ever laugh? No, I've never laughed in my life. I don't know how to actually. If you could show me just instruction manual on how to live a happy life and not be triggered, I would read.
See, these are simple everyday questions, and I'm just judging how you answer. You are a strange dude, bro. Yeah, it is. I can ask people the same question.
You get so bothered by me, Ricky. We used to
Why
have
are you
nice
cutting
chats,
me off?
but now you just cannot.
I've never had a nice chat with you.
Without engaging in this kind of meta discussion. It's so
tiresome. I just want to point out how
debate, but at least we were talking about something
calm down, bro. You sound
or interesting.
Calm down, man.
Cool.
So every time I speak doesn't mean you need to just talk, drown me out, and control the conversation.
Cool. By the way, I'm the kettle. Which one are you?
You're riding on eggshells. You're you, man. You're here all the time doing this very thing.
Can we move past the personal stuff, guys?
Maybe. I don't know. You have to check with Rakia because he'll probably bring it up again next time he gets here.
I'm pointing it
as he brings up me.
I'm pointing it at everyone. I'm just saying we should move on and
do we have a recording?
It's live streamed, mate.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube, Rakia.
Yeah. I figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, that's manky. Oh, God, imagine seeing your bone like that. Knew a guy lost his leg. Some bar brawl broke out down the street and somebody pulled a gun. He was in Thailand on holiday. Somebody pulled a gun and shot, and apparently it bounced off the pavement, and a bit of pavement or a bit of bullet went through his shin bone, and he lost the lower half of his leg.
Off a Ricochet,
crisis actor.
Saw a
What, did he get some kind of infection going?
I think he just said it just shattered the bone. It just smashed into too many pieces or something. But I couldn't quite understand because I was like, surely you just splint that and it'd be fine. But he was in Thailand, right?
True. You do what you can to save life rather than the limb.
Yeah. But yeah, it could have been something like, yeah, there was an infection, or they didn't realize X, and then they let it go too long, and they're like, oh, we've lost blood flow. But no, this looks to me like a bloke with missing legs.
There's like a couple more videos that have got more detail. I'm not gonna sit here and walk you through it. And and you could, there's lots to see. There's so much, dude. You will be overwhelmed if you're really interested. If you're really interested and not just calling it real when it looks really fake. If you are interested,
I'm still going to tell you what I think about it, but I am interested. Is there any of claiming who he is and who the amputee was that sort of is a suggestion?
Yeah, there's all kinds of all of that. There's all of that.
Okay,
so family and friends.
They switched his place with somebody, or
yeah, there's claims of him being two different people, and that he was actually a double amputee from the military. Pictures of him.
Yeah, but like his family and friends, don't you think they would have noticed? Like he had a job, he lives with people, he has friends. Family.
Yeah, and so you're saying those friends and family just go and make a YouTube video and the whole world sees it and it's exposed?
Friends and family would, if the guy was fake, they would out him.
They would tell on him? His friends and family? Why would they tell on him?
If you had a friend who had his legs blown off or was faking this, you wouldn't tell somebody?
I would.
If it was a friend of mine and he's faking something that he's under contract for and would probably be killed if he was to actually, it's like probably it's a bigger government psyop that is like above your head to even deal with, and you're going to out your friend. Are you serious?
Well, most people wouldn't know about this psyop. They don't go tell all the friends and family that, oh yeah.
But there's people exposing.
There's a government plot to kill him.
Yeah, I think
there was tons of people exposing all the details of the hoax. It's not like this hasn't been exposed. It's not like oh, it would have come out. There was it already came out. There's tons and tons of videos.
Okay, this is the bit claiming he's a different guy. I don't think you'd immediately jump to my mate Jeff lied about his injury in the Boston bombing to therefore there is a deep state conspiracy. I mean, sure, you might get there eventually, but I think your first thought is my mate Jeff's lying.
What?
Like Rachel Dolezal.
They reported it on the news. It's not his friend Jeff lying. It's like the way that it was portrayed on the news to everybody that we're talking about.
But they don't know that. All they know is their friend Jeff pretended to lose his legs.
They didn't watch the news themselves.
Right? And they watched their mate Jeff pretend to lose his legs on the news. Are you saying just because you saw something on the news, you wouldn't challenge it?
Nixon.
People challenge it all the time. What are you talking about? I'm challenging it right now to you. What do you mean?
From the White House, from a landline.
Moyock's Jeff's mate, right? And he
There's
goes,
another video you won't watch.
Pretending to. Well, I'm skipping through.
I don't get it. You're struggling for strawman.
Just say it with me, Harry. You're a crisis actor denier. You'll feel better.
I'm happy to admit that. I don't think crisis actors for events like this happen. I think crisis actors are a specific thing used in a specific place that's covered with contracts and
it's all confirmation bias on our part, then, right?
I mean, I gotta say, my friends
either side of us could be mistaken, and so the confirmation bias isn't going to be exclusive to one or the other.
I can only tell you what I would do. And my friend Jeff goes on TV and starts faking this shit, and he's doing legitimately, not as a role, a TV role. I'm going to out his ass because I don't like liars.
Remind me never to be your friend. I'm sorry.
You're a fucking liar. Don't be my friend. I'm not going to be your friend.
It's not what perspective meant, but it did sound that way. It sounded like you're like, well, I'm a liar. I don't want to be friends with you.
Yeah, it did sound like that. I don't even care. But hey, play that last video. I gotta go to bed, but play that last video that I just put in there. It shows it shows the strap, the guy putting the strap on and everything with the slow motion, which is the original point that we were trying to get to.
3 seconds after the blast,
it's not a long video.
Handling his fake into place. Straight edge at the bottom of the fake leg. What's it saying? This is a fake leg. I guess I'm struggling to see what's what.
You can see the strap in this
somebody else's head. Christian reaches behind. Not a pair of sunglasses. He's already wearing some.
See the strap right there in his hand?
Strap system will place at
the bottom. He hands her the strap.
Real stump.
Bro, that Matthew McConaughey look-alike with the bone stick out of his leg, he's not in no fucking pain. Look at that dude's face. You got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, but look at the video we're playing right now. This is literally showing us the leg being strapped on by the guy that's behind the black woman, which is the evidence I was looking for to begin with. Now, what do you say, eggshells? Yeah, I'd really like to hear you excuse this.
I'm not sure what I'm excusing.
This is awesome.
This is. What does this look like to anybody else here? Because this looks to me like
you can't win this one, Harry.
I know it's not possible to win these.
Yeah, you really can't, dude. This really it makes all your excuses for NASA all the weaker. I'll just remind you.
For me. Clarify this for me, though, rather than just getting into that, but we disagree on different topics thing. I don't know how many times to tell you, man.
I'm saying if this is your standard, you can't see that this is obviously a guy strapping it on and helping with it. The whole thing is
that's what I'm trying to ask you.
It's like you're blind, dude.
So this is what I'm trying to ask you about. He reaches over his head or somewhere here, he gets some sort of strap thing. And he's got like, is the suggestion this guy's come here with a pocket full of bloody meat?
No, she's got the legs. It's all an operation, obviously. Like that, she's helping on with the legs. He's behind her and like, handing the strap over. She's looking at him for cues. There's another video where you can see the opposite angle where she's looking up and giving like someone gives her the thumbs up, and it's like all timed and coordinated. And the guy just walked through with a smoke thing that obviously blew smoke and ran out. There's people with bloody hoses sticking out of their backpacks, and you can see all the fake blood. There is like 100 more things I could go through in detail with you, but this is all I had to show you. The strap, it's obvious. Deny this.
It's almost like they practice it, like a staged operation, like crisis actors setting up a step, going through the timing, having a script, and following it on the day that it happens. So if it's recorded or when it's recorded or the angle that they want to record it at, they get the shots that they need. They can edit it out, send it to the news, and fool people like riding on eggshells who will deny that people that have their legs blown off are smiling and laughing and have a strap.
Even as he's watching them strap the
if you've got a video of him smiling and laughing, I'll happily watch that.
You really don't see that they're doing something with the strap on the leg right there? You really don't see that?
It doesn't look anything like that to me.
Oh, yeah. I don't see anything like that.
Usually when people present this stuff, like the guy with the harness on the ISS, I can like get what they're saying. At least this, I'm not even following it. It does look like he reaches for something that looks like sunglasses or a strap or something. But
you sound like a government op. You sound like controlled op.
What am I looking for here, though? Is that his?
Go back and watch the strap on the leg with the whole weirdness again, and we'll everybody be quiet and then just laugh.
Would you take some screenshots and post the screenshots?
Yeah, I've been posting them. That's like it's honestly as good as it gets. Like.
Okay,
these are other ones that you're
drawing.
Getting. Oh, hang on. There we go. That's a strap. It does look like he's straight away.
Why does he have a hoodie on and glasses?
Wow, that's rare. That's so rare.
Is he?
I did hear your response in shock, and I appreciate it. But
is he strapping something on, or is he putting a tourniquet on?
Strapping on the prosthetic leg.
I don't know. 3 seconds is pretty quick to think about a tourniquet.
And the other one's on top of her head, by the
Smart
way.
thinking,
Which
isn't
isn't
it?
strange at all.
Well,
Isn't
I
your
don't know.
femoral artery like a pretty main artery? Like, don't you only have like
If you lose
45
that.
seconds unless it's quickly taken care of?
I'm not sure if he has a femoral artery.
Exactly.
So this guy's claiming the strap's
His leg was
broken.
cut off, right? Like his leg was.
Yeah, I mean this looks very similar to what we see later in the photos, where this is just sheer bone poking out from below a
sheer bone. It's just on her head, and she doesn't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about that thing on the head. I'm going to help you strap on something to your other leg, but don't worry about your bloody leg on my head. That doesn't seem weird at all.
I don't know how I'd be 3 seconds after a bomb just went off, but I don't think the chief of my worries would be a hairdo.
You'll excuse anything, won't you? Oh my
God!
God!
I would excuse a bloody stump on my head.
She's not worried about it. She's just looking forward. There's a bloody stump of a man's leg on my head, but I'm not worried about that at all.
And you'd be worrying about your fucking hair?
What
the fuck? Would you be worrying about your goddamn hair? I mean, come on, man.
Oh yeah, I'm worried about my hair. That's a good excuse. What do you think? She's worried about her hair? She doesn't care.
Well, that's what you're saying. I'm not freaked out by a something on my head. You're dealing with a trauma situation. You're either going to freak out or you're going to get to work.
Oh God, you guys are so funny. I'm loving this. You guys do this.
Is this video claiming the same thing you're saying? Because this video is claiming that, based on the text on the screen anyway,
you sound like the government hired you to come here and defend all the ridiculousness that they're up to. That's what you sound like.
The question is, if you're siding with this video is saying they attempt to strap it on, the strap breaks, and then they take away and they hide the leg, so that there's not a fake stump in the picture you posted.
Let's continue on to the video. Let's watch the whole thing and figure out what they're actually trying to say.
Moyoc. You there, Moyoc?
Yeah.
What's your views on all this sort of stuff?
Well, like I said, I find the claims that somebody was substituted for this man. This guy was always in a wheelchair and was inserted into this person's life, and nobody noticed. Is beyond.
People did notice. There's tons of videos made. What are you talking about?
Go ahead. Show me the one of his high school buddy. Show me the one of his high school buddy and his neighbor and his sister, all saying that no, he was always a triple amputee.
They can create all kinds of reality for you.
Now, also look at the development of the muscle on his thigh. That is not the thigh of a amputee.
This is the shirt.
Okay, so now she's in
spotless white shirt. Looks like it's got a shit ton of blood on it.
Well, yeah, she's got her legs look fine, right? She ends up in People magazine, a double amputee, and they take her away in a stretcher.
She ends up losing her legs, does she?
That's what they told us, but it was an obviously photoshopped picture, and her legs are fine, and she gets put on a stretcher, but he gets wheeled down the street 3 blocks.
Hang on, you also think that woman's real? She hasn't been swapped out for somebody. And she has both of her legs, but she went on People magazine as is that what you're saying? When you say
she's a crisis actor too, obviously.
Right. But are you saying she doesn't lose her legs here, but People magazine does a cover showing?
It doesn't seem like she's about to lose both legs in this video now.
So also nobody in her life says, I know her, I play squash with her, she's got 2 legs.
That's your standard of evidence? People in her life have to come out and out her for it to be real? That's ridiculous.
It's a bit of evidence I would accept. It's better than this, yeah.
What are you talking about better than this? This is the real proof. This is like showing you blatantly exactly what weirdness is going on.
This looks like civilians getting hit with a poorly made bomb.
Oh, you are blind.
Okay, maybe.
Riding, you think a poorly made bomb is going to blow all that meat clean off your leg?
I think a well-made bomb would have killed 20 or like in that density packed area. I think a well-made bomb.
I didn't ask you well-made.
20 people.
Hey,
chop off like
bro.
You'd rather talk than watch the evidence.
Hold up, man. Hold up. I asked him if a poorly made bomb, which is what he said, would do that.
Good point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a poorly made bomb.
A Hollywood-looking bomb
would do more.
Okay.
The Hollywood bombs blow off people's legs now? Is that what you're saying?
to the meat on the bone. You gonna give me a skinny chicken leg and show me a bomb blow all the meat off of it?
Okay,
right?
so here he is attaching his leg. Now he's attaching his own leg, right?
Look at that, as if that's real blood.
Are we watching this like together, or
have you ever been to a slaughterhouse or somewhere where they kill animals? If you hang up, you get a sheep, hang it up by its back legs and slash its throat. That's exactly what you get on the floor.
And now you're saying you have, right? You're
exactly
just the expert on everything. You've done everything so far. You didn't know what crisis actors.
I've helped slaughter sheep. Yeah, coming from a sheep and cattle farm, that's kind of par for the course.
Okay,
that's probably what it is.
I think he doesn't get his check if he agrees with us. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, so now all of these things. I'm not a private person.
Look
now
at
you
that
don't
color
think that
of it.
crisis actors, someone trying to fake this very staged event, if it is staged, could make it look like the real event. Like that's the whole point, right?
It looks foamy.
You're saying it looks so real,
pinky, bright red.
Yeah.
For some reason, like normal blood looks much darker. For some reason, when it comes out in large quantities, my understanding is it's more bubbly with oxygen. It looks almost pinkish.
So by your standard,
you worked in a slaughterhouse
until the government says that they actually did commit 9/11, or that we actually did allow certain things to happen, you're just going to believe their other stories until they tell the truth.
When did I say that? I haven't said anything.
Well,
to
just
the
so you're going to believe the official story.
You even denied the
people
Gulf
from
of
the official
Tonkin.
story come clean.
No, I didn't.
Well, no,
you started making
excuses. That's what you're
excuses.
saying. You're
That was
saying
intense.
until someone from that person's life comes clean and says that they've got their legs or whatever they were talking about.
No, that's Moyoc was more saying something closer to that. That to me would be a good bit of evidence. It would be a kind of evidence I would expect to see. But like even this, if I got a clear image at one point or another where I was like, oh wow, that is definitely a prosthetic with a strap. You know, we all know.
There's been 100 already.
Strap.
There's been 100. Wait, no, now you're gonna go away from the video and show prosthetics and act like an expert on prosthetics and make it. Come on.
Prosthetic with a strap. Something. If I saw something like that in there, then I'd be like, oh, maybe there is a prosthetic in there.
No, you would. You would make excuses just like you've done with everything else.
Wow,
if you showed you crisis actors at the bottom, you would say someone put that at the bottom there. Like that's all you've done.
Crisis actors at the bottom. What do you mean?
Yeah, if I showed you on this video, it said XYZ crisis actor, you know, the company, you would say, oh no, someone you know, that put that on YouTube planted that there.
Have I said that?
Oh, I'm just saying that's what you've done with everything else. Come up with excuses.
Looks like you guys are coming up with
what you would
excuses.
say, do I? I can.
I think it's hilarious. Let him excuse
I'm
it.
not coming up with excuses. It's impossible.
Let's pretend we know what other people think.
I'm
We don't really listen.
I'm the one saying it can happen both ways.
We just tell them what we think they think.
Can you go full screen with this shot here? I think they're showing when they fix his legs and put him in the chair.
I think it could go both ways. It could be very real and it could be very fake. You wouldn't tell. That's the whole point.
I think.
But to say that it couldn't be fake,
it could be fake. I didn't say it couldn't be fake. I've said specifically, write it down. Get a pen out, Rakia.
I wasn't talking to you, asshole. I said I believe that it could be real and fake.
Okay, so they're putting him in a wheelchair. There's actual video. So now they've got him in a wheelchair, right? Putting him in a wheelchair.
Which one is he in this?
Wait, would you think it'd be hard to fake 9/11? Do you think it'd be hard to fake the Gulf of Tonkin?
No.
Yeah. It
is this 9/11 or are we talking about Boston?
Not as hard as really doing it.
Are we talking about Boston or 9/11?
We're talking about the whole implication that it can be fake, Moyoc. Are you smart enough to figure that out?
Well, you're not smart enough to do anything.
I'm very smart enough to figure out that they told
You're just too obnoxious.
Oh, God.
Have a good one.
Come on, guys.
Well, that's
super.
I just don't want to talk to Rakia.
Okay, so here they are. Here they are wheeling him away.
Come on, Maya.
Somehow happen when Rakia gets here.
Yeah, just so happens.
He turns him. He turns the whole conversation into an obnoxious battle.
Oh, that is nasty.
And on and on and on it goes.
Seriously.
Okay, goodbye. Thank you, Rakia.
And they call me triggered. I say a couple words and they get triggered. Y'all can't shut up.
Think that looks fake? Come on.
That looks nasty. I don't know about fake.
Well, you just saw them strap those things onto his legs. You literally saw them use a strap.
Show me where they strap it onto the
legs.
Back
if you have to.
Good... Okay, sure.
Don't go back so far.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, the best things I posted the bits about. So here.
Okay, so this looks totally normal. That head, that leg on her head, and she's not even worried about it.
Just got hit by a bomb. It doesn't look normal at all. I don't know what fucking your weekends are about, mate.
Like if someone's bloody bone sticking out of their leg was on your head, you would be like, get that fucking off of me.
What do you reckon, Mel? What do you reckon, Mel?
I shouldn't laugh, but it's funny. Like,
what do you reckon?
No, I don't think this is real.
And when you go look at the crisis actor videos, guess what they look like? This. It's amazing.
So when
amazing
you say
to me.
Mel, when you say you don't think it's real, do you reckon it's a fake leg as well? Do you reckon this prosthetic stuff backs up?
Yeah. Smoke machine. Bit of sheep's blood.
Well, it's amazing.
Probably won't. Smoke machines usually fill the space pretty slowly.
He's now a smoke machine expert.
Well,
I guess he worked on.
I was an actor.
Yeah, that's
for
what I
5 years.
said.
We've
of course.
They often use smoke on film sets.
Yeah,
so
now you're an expert on it because they can't adjust them at all. They're non-adjustable. They always just fill the room.
Embrace life and
writing.
I am embracing life, brother. I'm exposing people who sound ridiculous, who then project onto me and say, "You sound ridiculous."
Sound like you're tilting at windmills.
Have you ever seen the crisis actor videos? The companies, the several companies that have government contracts that make videos like this for propaganda films. Have you ever watched any of those?
Yes.
Where they simulate bombings just like this, airplane crashes, building fires and bombings, terrorist attacks in bars. Sound familiar? School shootings.
Can we talk about the guy not screaming in pain though? Like I'm just seeing stills. Is this dude not going crazy in the video?
Yeah.
Like,
let's hear Eggshell say he's in shock.
Yeah, I mean, is that a weird suggestion to say somebody might be in shock?
No, it looks perfectly natural.
Show me examples of shock. Do you have any evidence of a person in shock acting like this?
Let's try and find it. Yeah.
Or, you know about the femoral artery, right, in your leg?
Yeah.
You know that it goes down both legs, right?
Yes, it goes through your thigh, right? Inside of your thigh.
And if one or both of those get severed, you got real problems, real fast.
Absolutely.
Don't worry.
What you probably hope is that some chap nearby grabs a tourniquet and
grabs two tourniquets.
Well, or gets one wrapped around two legs.
Look, I'm sorry.
No, you can't.
A bomb is not just melting the flesh off your leg. I'm sorry. It's not It's not pushing through force. It's not pushing the meat off your leg. The fire isn't melting the meat off your leg like that. That is complete bullshit. That is complete bullshit.
I don't know how bombs work.
You don't know. His foot is gone. His foot is off the bone.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know that would be impossible because what's it going to be? I guess it's going to be shrapnel. It's going to do cutting damage, which would go clean through a bone. But then the bit that I would wonder about is the shock wave that I could see doing weird stuff to flesh.
Pushing the meat off.
Yeah, what blows the bone off as well as the flesh?
That's what I'm saying. I think that'd probably take shrapnel. I don't think a pressure wave could snap a bone, but I don't know much about it. You know.
He stepped on a landmine.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. That's probably what I want. What's it called? Funker.
Let's try and find a real explosion blowing a leg off that would look like this. So then we would know that the crisis actor company would know what to make it look like. What proof is that? Of course they're going to make it look like.
I'm with you. Look, I don't think they can even find that though, Rocky. I'm with you. It's not, that's not the best way to go, but I don't even think they can come up with that.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
I'd be screaming a lot. But I don't think that means everybody would have to be. I don't think that. I've seen this one actually. This guy survives fine, but it's incredible. Blows up all around him. But and this guy's, I have seen this before. He sits there thinking he's dead, and then he's, if I remember the after footage, he's like, And I realized I was fine. And then what they'd done is they just buried the IED way too deep. So he's now in like a. Is this the guy?
Times what they really forget about are the small details, like the blood trickling out of everyone's ears that's within a 50-foot radius of a bomb like that because of the percussion.
Is it always from a bomb like that?
Also,
any bomb like that. If you're saying it's going to blow off flesh from the wave and the blast, and it's strong enough to blow your eardrums up if you're that close, yeah, and blood's going to come out of your ears, 100%.
Okay.
And if you're looking at a soldier, though, also they're trained and have been around explosives and gunfire, and they're crawling under, barbed wire while guns are going off over their head. They're used to seeing and hearing things.
Just fire 30-30 without earphones on. Just have someone blast off.
Different.
Sorry.
No, sorry. I was just saying, civilians are going to act different than some military trained person. Or who's been.
Well, I'm sure Eggshells has worked at a gun range and fired many rounds of ammunition, without earplugs in, and knows that his ears wouldn't ring or have blood coming out of them after a while. And that's nowhere near what a bomb.
But I have fired a lot of rounds, sure.
Yeah. So, do you wear ear protection?
Sometimes not.
You don't wear ear protection when you're firing off high caliber rounds? I call bullshit.
I don't really shoot much more than a 2.43.
Yeah, I know you don't. Yeah. Because if you did, you would have to wear ear protection.
It just seemed like
you know how I know?
That.
No, I know
okay,
because I shoot.
I'll just find out from you next time. I need an answer to a question about my life. Check with Rakea.
No. You're missing the whole point. What he's saying is that if something has such a concussive force to rip flesh off a bone and break bone,
you
don't think that's going to hurt your ears also?
I sure think it would hurt your ears. That it would guarantee that everybody's going to have blood coming out of their ears? Well, I don't know about that.
Well, you tell me and show me what kind of concussive force can rip bone off and flesh clean off the bone.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think this is a very good bomb. I strongly suspect he and the people right around him were standing pretty much right next to the explosion.
Except for the fact that ripped this guy's leg off.
Seemed to be able to walk away without much difficulty. Oh shit! What happened to her?
Some people couldn't walk away at all.
That guy must have had his foot propped up on the bag, right?
Propped up on the bag.
But yet his ears are fine.
I don't know that his ears are fine.
Check into it. What about the people around him, like 5 feet? You saying crowd control? Was there that many people around the bomb that they had to control the crowd? Then a lot of people would probably have some problems, right?
How do you reckon they keep all the people quiet, Rakea?
Good question.
Who says they did keep them quiet? They control the media. But when people talk to each other, like families talk and say, "Look, I was there, man. I heard an explosion, right? And I ran over there, and then all this was happening. What's the problem? It looks real to them too." You're talking about if their buddy's leg was blown off? Look at these crisis actors companies and who they hire. They're ex-military. They're sworn to secrecy. It's just like everything else. Y'all are denying that people smarter than us, controlling like these CIA and whoever does these operations, and we all agree that they're happening, right? I mean, if you deny that, then you might as well leave this conversation.
No, I haven't denied anything, Rakea.
No, I'm just saying the people who are denying that, like they ought to just leave because there's no, you're just in denial. They're telling you they run these operations. They tell you why, right? They're training. They want real world response from crowds like this at races, at bar rooms, to see how people react so they can train better, so they can prepare, be prepared for when the actual event happens. But then they use these training events, put them on the news, and then do tests on how the public reacts on that. And then they send people in, I know this for a fact, to control both sides of the argument. Mm-hmm. I have a family member that was engaged to a lady in the Navy that ran this type of operation. They get on the internet, they control the narrative, they control both sides, and they see how people react, and they want to, they're just doing psyops. That's all it is. It's psychological control. They want to know. Yeah, they're developing weapons based on it. Yeah.
I mean, no doubt that they stage emergency situations, because I don't know if you were here, but I've been involved in one of those very things when I was a lot younger with the SES
crisis actor confirmed.
rescue.
Yeah.
So
they'll often hire people from the local area, right, to make it seem more real, because you saw your friend in the video. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's Dave. That's him right there. I see him. I mean, these people aren't stupid.
Andy? If, let's say, if your mate got switched out for somebody else, or you know, let's say we were close friends, and then one day I was like, oh, I lost my legs in an attack on the Lint Cafe in Sydney, and you were like, no, he fucking didn't. I've got proof. And then you tried to go to the media and it wasn't having it. You tried to post on Twitter, it wasn't having it. Would you just sort of go, oh, guess my mate Harry's a big liar, and then what would you do next?
What more could I do?
I don't know. What would you do?
What more could I do? If I called it out, if I called out bullshit, if I went to the media or something like that, if they were to believe me in the first place, and I went to a report, I went to Channel 9 or whatever the case may be, and told my story, and it never got any airtime because they want to control the narrative, what else am I going to do? You know,
most people wouldn't even go to the media.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, if I did, right, it's going to be controlled there. If I ring up a radio station where they've got a delay time, they're going to cut me off and cut that section off. If I go to a newspaper, they ain't going to print it.
So those are some of the things you'd try and do, right?
Anybody who actually has a truth worth telling over the media knows that the media is full of shit and would never air the truth.
And if I was to put it up, say, open up my own YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, or anything like that, and put the truth out there, how far do you think it's going to go? It'll probably get pulled down.
Taking videos down today. Yeah, they take videos down every day about things they don't want to push.
So why is this video up?
Yeah, it has bits and pieces where people can argue about it, where people like you can take one stance and people like the other guy can take the other stance, and it's just an argument.
So it's
Nothing
all
gets done.
except for the stuff that isn't.
It's controlled net, dude. Are you really? I mean, so seriously, you don't know how to
you know what controlled
opposition. This is exactly how they've done it in the past. Exactly. The Bay of Tompkins leaked out certain.
This is the government deliberately
you don't even want to know.
leaking stuff about. No, I was asking.
You don't even want to know. The exact script was followed with all the other false flags in the past that have been proven false flags.
So Fuzzy, when you were saying that, do you mean like this is like controlled opposition, as in like the government's releasing an a Boston bombing hoax thing?
Well, are you aware of the controlled opposition regarding or surrounding 9/11 or JFK?
I think I get roughly the idea about it. It was pretty common right from the get-go, is my understanding, that some parts of the 9/11 conspiracy were controlled by the government to discredit the movement or distract people.
You know, the CIA coined the term conspiracy theorist to throw off people from the JFK investigation.
Right. I'm just trying to ask a specific question about this. Of the videos that are out,
but you're asking, but it's a malformed question, because if you don't see it, you're not going to see it at this. I mean, like, I don't know, if you know what controlled opposition is, and you don't see how this is, or could be, or very likely
just trying to
is
understand
somehow
what your view
controlled
of this is.
opposition.
It's a much smaller, simpler question.
Hey, hold on. You cut Fuzzy off, and I didn't hear the end of it.
But he's going on to a bigger picture. I'm just trying to understand this.
No, because that's the point.
That's his excuse. That's his excuse for cutting him off.
Question. The bigger point is the point, because this is just one of a number of string of other nonsensical controlled oppositions that they do all the time. Almost everything is.
So you're saying that this thing that this guy didn't really lose his legs is nonsensical, and it's actually a government lie, and this is controlled opposition.
To be honest, I actually haven't looked into that situation as much as I have others, because I immediately see it for what it is on the surface. They used that entire situation to lock down with SWAT teams in the streets, martial law all of Boston, and everyone went along with it. Or did that not happen? Or am I making that up?
it certainly seems that they went charging into people's homes under, what did I find, exigent circumstances, which seems like a sort of violation of due process or standard.
They did the same thing in New
I
Orleans.
was still speaking
now
with you, if that's cool with you.
in regards to 9/11 and the Patriot Act, if you can put 2 and 2 together, I'm pretty sure you can put 3 and 3 together.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can see. I think I can probably see it from your angle. I just don't agree with it. But what I was asking about this, because you were saying about the controlled opposition, whether you agree that this video we've been watching saying that the Boston bomber guy that lost his legs was a fraud, if you were saying that specific was controlled op, but it sounds like you're saying no, so that's cool. It's answered my question.
Yeah. Again, like I don't. Like I said, I haven't looked into it as deeply as I have other rabbit holes, but enough to know that. I mean, come on, if you don't see how about this? Can you name for me some sort of amazing, crazy global crisis that the government didn't have a hand in behind closed doors or somehow vastly profit from after the fact by spinning it however they wish?
It'd be kind of difficult, right? Because I think that many events just happen, but I think that anyone that I pointed at, there's a quite high probability you would say, well, the government was behind that. Like Port Arthur massacre is a great one in Australia. There's a lot of, suspicion, not actually that much, but that there is a small group of people who think that that was a controlled op. Seems to me like a simpler solution is a guy with a history of mental problems went nuts.
Right, but that's how they can easily spin it and sell it to everyone, so it's easily digestible. Yeah, oh, crazy person, yeah, sure. And that's how they do it within the CIA. They have admitted cases where it only takes 2 operational, what are they called? Agent provocateur, right? One dressed like a Sunni who goes into a Shiite neighborhood and starts causing a ruckus, and one dressed like a Shiite going into a Sunni, or the opposite, and causing ruckus, right? It takes 2 people and then a media to cover the story however they want. It's
prime example. Las Vegas shooter.
Yeah, it's like that's a good one. I think that Vegas shooter. It's possible that a guy rented a hotel room and shot into a crowd. It takes very few steps, right? You just need a guy to buy a gun and shoot it at people. Whereas
you also need you're going to need some
steps involved in these kind of fakes. Seems to me virtually limitless, like thousands and thousands and thousands of moving parts. Carrying a stump who forgets
it takes 2 people. Like I just said, it takes 2 people.
Not the Boston bombing doesn't. Boston bombing takes thousands.
It takes. Well, it was only the 2 brothers. It was the 2 brothers specifically, right? Then everyone else are the people who believe the situation is real and are acting accordingly. They're not in on it. They believe the lie. There's a difference.
If the Boston bombing's fake, it can't just be those 2 guys in on it, right?
Well, no, of course not. I'm just saying, but my point is that it doesn't take a lot of people like you think. It could just take 2 people to cause a ruckus.
Let's try and figure out how many people it'd take. Like for that kind of a crowd, you've already going to have security there, but some of those security are going to be tasks with. Well, is it? You tell me. Is it going to be only letting crisis actors into the area where the bombs are, or do you risk having a ordinary civilian in that space?
I don't know. I didn't run the op. Okay, but the point is,
we can guess at it, right? I would say like 10 to 15.
I don't want to guess at it because we're getting into the minutia of something that I'm now guessing on. You want to guess on it? I guess Mickey Mouse did it.
It's like.
No, it's not. It's not. You're missing the broader picture. This is where we're in the minutia of it, trying to argue the details of something that we could never actually prove. That's
right. So you're going to say,
you got to see you got to step back. We're in the minutia of it, and you got to step back to see the puzzle piece for what it is and where it fits into the broader puzzle. That's what we're too focused on.
Minutia is hugely important in this case. It's not that minute.
My opinion on what could be is important.
Mine is, yeah, to me.
Well, so okay, yeah, sure. It could. What depends on what the ultimate goal of the operation is. If you want to be able to control the entire area, then you put them full of crisis actors, and then you whisk the real people away quickly from the security officers. Very simple. And then you have control of the scene. And then now you have reporters reporting on something they think is real. You
So
have
the reporters are in
everyone.
on it, security guards are in on it, and then there are
No,
also
no, 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 no.
civilians who are getting rushed away from the location who aren't in on it, but can be like, well, that was weird.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. I said the reporters show up and report on something they believe is real.
Ah, right. I beg your pardon. Okay, so the reporters don't need to be in on it. I beg your pardon. Right.
Exactly. And anyone who shows up afterwards.
Part of the psyop.
The guy with the fake missing legs needs to be in on it, and his family sort of get dragged into it, right? Family and friends.
Well, except for the Building 7 one.
Yeah,
or he's homeless. Or he's a homeless guy.
No.
You know, it would be hard to find a homeless guy in the neighborhood, you know, that has no one.
CIA agents, they're all family.
And this immoral group of super psyop people, why don't they just set off a bomb?
Yes, that's what I said from the beginning. I'm like, at a certain point, it's easy to just blow some motherfuckers' legs off.
Yeah.
These people seem like malevolent people. Just blow off some motherfuckers' legs. It saves you time. You get an actual real victim. You still get to charge into people's houses. You get to do the terrible things you wanted to do. Plus, you get to blow a guy's legs off.
But see, they take joy in throwing it in your face. They're literally throwing it in your face, and you're swallowing the pill, and they're laughing at you.
I don't know about that.
Sure, people are laughing at one another. We're laughing at you. You're laughing at us. Doesn't change the truth of it.
The voting public of the world
or not.
thinks that they know or have a grasp on what's going on. The
Illuminati people could have more fun laughing at you if they blew up a bomb in public. We blew it up.
They do that also. They do that all over the world. They just usually don't do it in America. Or when they do, they make it a lot more public. Like two big buildings.
Think that like a standard similar bombing in like a, Sunni wedding from some Shiite extremist, you wouldn't say the CIA has a hand in that and they're faking it. They've got crisis actors and prosthetic stumps.
No, they easily could have. They could have used one of their operatives, agent provocateurs, in whatever Sunni or Shiite neighborhood they wanted to trump up whatever charge they wanted to justify whatever drone strike they want, so that you will buy their atrocities.
So they do real bombings overseas, but in America they fake the bombings.
Well, yeah, that money's got to go somewhere, and they got to destroy buildings that don't go along with their timeline all over the place. Yeah,
fake the bombings.
Yeah, they destroy things they don't need or doesn't agree with their agenda, and they fake whatever they need to, so that and throw it in people's faces. They can do whatever they want. And it doesn't take that many people. That's the point again. It doesn't take that many people, because most of the people are useful idiots who believe what they're being told. Not every NASA janitor has to be in on it. He just has to clean the floors. She just has to type in the computer that her boss tells her to type in.
But
they don't
if
have
we take
to know
the janitor
anything.
as a good example, because I think it is, if you were running a secret thing, like let's say a drug cartel or something, and you're like, right, this laundromat or whatever front is going to be where we're laundering the money through. Are you not going to still be pretty sketch on who you hire as the janitor, for fear that they press the button and get to the rear stairs and figure out that you're cooking up meth or something?
Yeah. Do you think that the person doing the nails at the actual counter is in on the entire cartel, who knows who the head of the cartel is, that they're doing their stuff out of the basement and back door out of? Through trucks that they have no idea about? So how would they
know the head of the cartel? But do I think that they would get a sense after working there a little
that's the
time
whole
that there's
point.
something dodgy
Right.
going on? That they're like, geez, a lot of people in suits with weird bulges on their hips keep going down those stairs with briefcases.
They would go in the back
how much
door.
profit this organization makes.
Bro, have you ever seen Breaking Bad? Are you kidding me? Do you think the employees of El Pollo Loco have any clue as to what's going on?
Yes, yeah, I think they would work. Like, I don't think they'd be like, he's Gus Fring, he's the biggest meth dealer.
Yeah, no. By the end of the show, when the twins show up for 8 hours, and yes, something is up. But prior to the events of the show, when everything was running smoothly and the drama wasn't happening, do you think that they had any clue? They were just serving chicken.
I think they would. Yeah, I think you would.
Unless there was any drama, the twins showing up. Unless we saw that, it's just working at McDonald's.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you would figure that things are working at McDonald's, but there would be things that would stand out to you, I think. You'd be like, this is my 4th fast food joint I've worked in. Wow, a lot of men in suits turn up here to have weird meetings over chicken burgers.
15-year-olds working at a fast food joint are perceptive enough to understand the inner workings of a drug cartel?
Bang, now you're onto something, right? We're going to specifically hire people. Which is exactly what I was saying, right? You're going to be really careful about who you hire, right? Yeah, you might get particularly young people who are silly, or you might get a bunch of illegals who would be scared to say something, or like you would, exactly the point I'm making, you're going to be really careful about who you hire all the way down to the janitor.
Well, of course.
The chance that you accidentally hire some janitor who got fired from the DEA in disgrace and they, just happen to now be sweeping your floors, you don't want to take that risk.
That's why the term useful idiot is so apt a description.
Right. Wouldn't you be worried that you were also hiring a police undercover snitch?
Are you serious? They have police commissioners in their pockets. What are you talking about?
Right, but the police commissioner won't be. You're not typically. My understanding is only the handler and their superior knows about the operation. They don't tell everybody, "Hey, we're doing an operation on El Pollos Locos." El Pollos Hermanos, or whatever it is.
And in a local story today, an undercover cop was beaten to death for a robbery gone wrong. And next in the weather, followed by sports.
So they always get killed. So you don't have to be worried about accidentally hiring a cop, because you can just murder a police officer, and that's a simpler thing to do. Is that your position?
How easy it is to hide it. You think that murdering people is something that they can not get away with?
It's just getting loopy. It's just simply to be careful about your hiring. Right? Come on, man. Let's try and be simple here. If I'm running an organization, I want to make every part of it as pain-free as possible with the highest reward and the lowest risk. And if I could just go, just hire everybody. What happens if you get a DEA agent? Doesn't matter. We'll go whack them. I'm not going to be in business for very long. The way you become Gus Fring is you're really super careful.
Do you know who Seth Rich is? Do you have any idea of that name? You don't know who Seth Rich is? Well, I don't expect you to understand it then. Then I just don't understand. Then look into who Seth Rich is and then get back to me. Otherwise, you're not going to understand that.
That's a bit of a game.
Well,
come on, Ewok.
Come on.
Make your point. If you've got a point to make, I mean, have you ever heard of John Rivers Key?
I've made my point. You haven't figured it out yet. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Have you heard of John Rivers Key? Until you understand the full story of my granddad, you won't fully understand this, and you're the one who's wrong because you don't know my secret person.
No, it's not a secret. It's public information. He was a politician.
Whistleblower? Wasn't he a whistleblower of some sort, Fuzzy, that got killed?
Is that the one that people
talk about? It was a robbery gone wrong that nothing was taken.
Yeah. I remember it vaguely.
A robbery got wrong, turned into a suicide from 2 shots to the back of his head.
Yeah.
No, that didn't happen, but that's how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, there's a famous photo of him in a t-shirt that has the stars and stripes on it or something, I think.
Yeah, and
that looks
also a known associate of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I remember that now.
So,
yeah, that seemed a bit dodgy, I must say.
Yeah, I'm sure that there is bits of that kind of whacking of important people, but I just also think you'd try and keep it to a minimum.
Well, you try, but like ultimately, it's the silver or lead option. Take the silver, the bribe, or you take the lead. Do the face.
Plomo or plata. That's not what they say. Plomo y plata.
So if you do understand that, how are you confused?
What do you mean? How am I confused? The fact that one person can get murdered.
The world history of how this.
You're just drawing a really long bow. I'm not completely opposed to the idea that if people are inconvenient to people in power, they might get whacked, but that you would have a giant operation that has thousands of moving parts, hundreds of different individuals that you need to all keep silent for fear of, they might go, they might find silver's no longer enough, and now they've got to go the lead option. It just doesn't seem reasonable. Just blow a guy's leg off, for fuck's sake.
Writing on next shows. I don't know if you remember American Gangster, based on a true story.
Yes, that's a great film. I like that.
No, it's actually a true story. It's based on.
Yes. Yeah, he was meant to be like the biggest. He was the biggest drug dealer for a while, wasn't he?
Yep. Importing from where? Using the military?
Thank you so much.
Oh, what was he getting his stuff through Air America? I forget that bit, but yeah, I could easily believe that. I mean,
Air America, that's another one. The CIA, literally, they make comedies. Very, what's the Tom Cruise? What is it?
Oh yeah.
Another one, American Made, right?
Yes.
They literally make comedies out of how corrupt the whole government is with the drug situation. And you're confused?
Like, I once swam a length of a pool. Does that mean I'm therefore going to be an Olympic swimmer? Of course not. So that somebody could one time do a conspiracy, therefore they did this other far bigger, far more difficult conspiracy. No. The fact that rogue bits of the CIA decided to line their own pockets and fill their own budgets with drug smuggling and got caught doesn't imply that this far more complex, totally different operation on civilians did happen. The two aren't related. They're somewhat in the same like area of wing of the library, but they're not even on the same shelf. Isn't it rogue bits of the CIA? I thought it was meant to be rogue bits of the CIA and private pilots or people who'd quit the Air Force.
Oh no, it was like a main person, I guess, wasn't it? Anyways, it's hard to sell like killing civilians, and like I think the mayor might have a problem with it, but I think it's easier to sell like a fake attack.
But just remember, the fake attack still relies on you having to kill people who step out of line.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. All I know is the flags aren't burnt. The flags never melted, and they were only 20 feet away. That's it. It's a fake.
Flags 20 feet away. I mean, we were watching the video before. It doesn't look like anything.
Yeah, you see the flags. That's all I got to say.
I mean, we looked at it a few times. It looked like it was a pretty small blast, and it was.
I just remember that
pathetic.
Yeah, it was a shitty bomb.
Yeah, it was terribly explosive.
Did you guys know that male bees die after mating?
Whoa!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's their life, man. That's their whole life. Honey, nut, Cheerio.
And honeybees die when they sting you.
Did you not? All right. Okay. Male bees die after mating.
It sounded like you said Mel B is why I struggled to get it. I was like, what's
I know, that's what I thought too. I thought they're like Spice Girls.
Honey,
we need to pronounce male. You know Mel B? I was like, oh, did she die? Oh, there you go.
I was thinking Spice Girls straight away. I was thinking Spice Girls.
Yeah, me too.
There's a similar joke.
If you
actually.
want to be
it's totally ruined by the fact that you've just told that punchline, but it's still a pretty good one. But it requires it's a joke for Australians, which is Wombat gets really horny one day and he goes to see a prostitute. And the prostitute's like, oh, I don't normally fuck wombats, but there you go. Okay. So they go to a hotel and they go up to the room and they go at it, you know. And he's like, you know, he's putting a lot of effort in, so he gets a bit hungry, orders some room service. Room service comes up and he's, you know, had his fill. So he finishes off nuts and then is like, gets up and starts putting on his little wombat suit to go out the door. And the prostitute's like, no, you've got to pay me. You've got to pay for the room and the food and you got to pay me. I'm a prostitute. And the wombat's just looking at it, right, because he's a wombat. And the prostitute's like, obviously doesn't understand. So she gets out her phone and Googles the definition of prostitute and shows it to the wombat. And it says like, you know, a person who exchanges sexual acts for money. And the wombat takes the phone off her and uses a little wombat claws to scroll and find the definition of wombat, which says a small marsupial who eats roots and leaves. Nothing. Thought it was quite good.
That's pretty funny.
That's good. That was good. I was trying to get to the button.
That was terrible.
I still like the honey nut Cheerio. I literally thought it was so funny I had to come in here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, whatever you guys are talking about.
That's all right. It was good.
No, the craziest thing about the bees is when they turn the lights off and they all fall.
Yes, I saw that video recently. That was crazy.
Crazy right there.
What's this? You turn the lights off and bees just drop out of the air?
Yeah,
They can't fly. Yeah, they can't fly in the dark.
Stop instantly. Let me find it.
Cool.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I saw a video the other day. It's pretty crazy.
I had a pet bee once. My dad had a bakery, and there'd be a million bees out by the dumpster. One time I caught one, put it in the cooler till it got like a little docile. Then I put a little thread around it and had it like, it was like a little balloon.
You took it for a walk.
Yeah, a little pet bee.
Yeah.
I do that with horseflies.
Is this Animal Day or something? In here we're talking about bees, and in Gem Pandas they're talking about hedgehogs.
What do you?
You want to talk about how that bridge right there is hella long and pretty clearly not curving.
Really? Did you got a picture down by the water surface?
Yeah.
You want to take a picture at the surface of the water.
Well, that's looking straight down the bridge. That's where you're going to get your best view of it. Looking down on it like that, it could be on a ball. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Hey, so is that disappearing right there because it's going into a ball? I don't actually want to debate this. I'm just saying. I just saw these. I thought that was pretty crazy. If you look at how long that is, it's very obvious that's horizontal, bro. Let's be real.
How long is it?
Wait, so you hear that Coriolis thing I've been on about? I don't want to get back to the bridge, but have you heard the Coriolis thing I've been talking about the past few days with the planes?
Jeremy, is it the photon Coriolis?
Kosho did the math for light Coriolis once.
Light Coriolis?
What have you been talking about with the Coriolis effect on airplanes? The stuff we've been discussing with the accelerometer?
About how they should be angled at the city where the city's going to be if they're flying north-south.
I want you to draw it out on a map, and then tell me whether you think it's more efficient. What you're
I didn't want to go over it again. No, I don't want to go. I was just wondering if Witze heard it. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Moyak, our arguments are better than your arguments, okay?
That's cool.
I think they are. I think generally the flat Earth arguments are better. They are because they have to be.
We the best. That's some DJ Khaled shit.
Also, like flat earthers, they get to like kind of come up with their own arguments, and the other side's kind of confined into regurgitation.
Yeah, it's evolution. Yeah. We had the arguing to survive, or else, the other side just throws these little.
I was kind of confined to the truth, that sucks.
So there was a flat earthers, we talk about all kinds of stuff. There's a post where they're talking about our mountains, melted buildings, and there's a bunch of flat earthers like Karen B that's like, this is stupid, stop saying this. And then so everyone's giving their opinions on it, on old buildings and stuff like that, and all these people are disagreeing. And then this Glober jumps in there and is like, look how crazy you flat earthers are. You guys all disagree on this, and you just can't even make up your own mind on reality. You guys are in a cult. I'm like, everyone here has their own opinions and disagree, so we're in a cult.
Yeah, that's some dumb stuff. I do argue against that too. I don't think flat Earth is a cult because of exactly what you say. There's like as many flat Earth models as there are flat Earthers. Whereas for ballers, there's like the correct model, and then there's people who don't get it.
Yeah. Well, even the funny part though is there is room to also differ in opinion on the Glober side. Most people just don't really know that, but there's a lot of things that are just the current theory that have holes in it, and I think that's what's weird is a lot of people, when they argue for the globe, they feel like they have to defend every current claim as if definitive fact, when truth is they could be like, yeah, I guess we don't fully know the magnetic field, maybe this is how it works on a globe, or they could try to figure things out, instead of waiting for 5 years until the story changes and then just acting like they knew that was the fact and blah blah blah.
Well, you say you'd be trying to figure stuff out, but do you actually do that? I mean, do you actually try and find out whether magnetism can simulate gravity? Do you do things like that?
Simulate gravity? Yeah, you can easily do that. You can easily show that magnetism, you can have magnetic levitation.
Right.
You can change acceleration based on magnetism. Yeah.
can you do that without actually being able to measure the magnetism? Like, can I make something magnetically levitate that I can't measure on a magnetometer?
Get too far past it. The globe's clearly more of a cult than the flat Earth.
I mean, it seems like all these things, claims of voltage could cause it, some kind of but all these things are measurable, and I should be able to therefore make paper levitate underneath a magnet. I should be able to
So you're
measure something that changes.
You're making my point. You're making my point, bro.
I am.
Yeah, you're making my point. You don't apply the same scrutiny to your strongly held belief.
The hell
so can you please measure gravity for me, bro? And hey, can you know that's real until you measure gravity? Can you please measure gravity for me?
Yes, I've seen that done, and I will admit I have not built my own Cavendish, but I do not believe that Blue was faking it. So whatever's happening in that video that he posted for days, months, and weeks and months seemed to indicate that there is a force attracting those things.
So did he measure it?
I saw him measure, yes.
He measured gravity.
Didn't you see him do it?
You see the point? You don't apply the same scrutiny to your... So, in fact, there's only one cult involved here. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean I didn't see him measure it? I saw him measure it.
You saw him measure gravity.
I agree with this test setup. It seemed to indicate that there's an attractive force. I'm going to accept that that's gravity. I'm not going to accept it bending space-time, but there is a definite attraction between materials that seems to be related to mass.
Well, it's between those materials. First of all, you don't know if it's all mass. That's a fallacy.
Now, Jeremy, I've seen it between bowling balls. I've seen it between sand and water. I've seen it between lead, steel, and oranges, and turkey. So with all those, yes, we have not tested every material, but a random sampling of materials seem to all have it.
Definitely not gas, though, right?
Really hard to measure gas because gas has no mass to speak of.
Yeah, I'm not really even trying to debate about this. I'm much more interested in the bigger picture here. Do you see how you initially, whenever you brought up the magnetism, you were ready to just railroad me on this specific, scrutinous path of needing to know all the evidence. But whenever you look at your own beliefs, it's oftentimes not the case. All you really have to do to debate Globers now is just say, why don't you apply the same scrutiny to your model? It's never done. It is the cult of belief. I'm just saying, you can accept it, you can deny it, but when they come out in 5 years and they change gravity's entire definition, all the globe earthers will immediately take stride right into that new belief, and that's kind of the problem. I think you should critically assess it all. It's much harder to isolate quote-unquote gravity than magnetism. So objectively, you're not applying the same scrutiny, right? Because you can manipulate and you can physically fill and manipulate magnetism, bro. You can't do that with gravity. So
they're not going to change the downward force, though. That's not something that's not going to happen. Like, the downward force is still going to stay constant. They might find a new reason for gravity or whatever, doesn't matter. Downward force to the center of the earth is still going to be constant.
And its ties to mass will still
so the force isn't constant.
I disagreed. Are you not?
Yeah, let Don go for a second.
Well, Mark, I kind of was maybe feeling what you was going to jump in. You disagree when he said you can measure magnetism easier than gravity.
Oh yeah. Magnetism, we can measure gravity quite handily. It's hard, but you can do it with a couple of masses on a torsion balance. It takes a lot of effort to do it, but we can measure it, and we can change the materials out, and change the masses out and the distances, and we can see that apparent attraction that happens between them. Magnetism, we can do that with magnets a little bit, quite a bit easier. However, when you get beyond the fact that, yes, we observe that masses attract each other, and yes, that magnets attract each other, now when you get down to the why magnets attract each other and the why gravity attracts each other, you get into much more complicated things that are harder to define.
Right. So magnetism might kind of be as unknown still also.
At the exact same level.
Right.
No. That's just patently false and absurd, man.
But I kind of feel what he was saying a little bit. I just wanted to, and he said I disagree, and nobody seemed to want to hear him out. So, all right, thanks.
Well, yeah, but see, like for one, he's just talking about measuring acceleration and actually lateral acceleration in this situation. He's not measuring gravity. Okay, so again, it's like, okay, I could have two magnets. I could measure how fast acceleration was, and I could change the magnetic force, and then I could measure the change in acceleration. And that actually wouldn't be measuring magnetism either, would it?
Exactly.
Because that would just
the same
be
level.
the
They both
effect.
fall apart at your level of scrutiny.
That would just be effect, right? The effect of magnetism, right? That's not magnetism. That's not measuring magnetism. That's measuring the effect.
We don't know how magnets actually pull on each other. Why those forces do
What's
what
that?
they do at a root level.
Yeah, we're just testing the effect of
We do.
magnetism too.
We do know how magnetism works. They don't pull. There's no pulling. There's no such thing as magnetic attraction. The energy field pushes pressure away from the magnet, mediating it. There's an area in between them. There is no the pressure is completely mediated to where there's an inertial area where there's nothing there. So those magnets accelerate to the area because the pressure pushes everything else out of the way. So we do know why that happens. All I'm saying is one side you can physically see, touch, feel. One side is pure pseudoscience.
I can touch mass. I can touch everything. Everything you do with the magnets, I can do with the masses.
Is touching mass touching gravity?
Is touching magnets touching magnetism?
No, but you can feel the magnetic field, dude.
You can?
Yeah, you've never felt the magnetic field?
No.
Okay, well, see, I'm sorry.
I can pass my hand in front of a magnet or in front of a piece of what appears to be metal, and I won't know if it's a magnet or not by passing my hand in front of it.
If you put two strong neodymium boron magnets beside each other and you put your hand in between it, you will feel the force on your hand.
I have never. I have some neodymium magnets. I could not tell them from a chunk of steel. Now I don't have the ones you're describing, so maybe there's a feel something you could feel like your blood starts to pull to the side of your hand. I don't know. But at that
like
level,
when you
then I
put
can
your
say
hand
I
out
can
of a
giant
moving
masses,
vehicle.
I can feel that. I feel
You
gravity.
know how it feels when you put your hand out of a moving vehicle, or if you're on a roller coaster. Yeah, that pressure, that push. You can do the same thing with a magnet. You can feel it.
Are you saying that the pressure of the magnet, you're holding a magnet, you can feel it moving, or are you saying that you feel this pressure on your hand just passing it in front of it?
If you have two magnets, you can feel the pressure being mediated in between them two physically, yes.
Never seen it.
Okay. So you see how incredible. My point is, I don't want to debate, bro. That's not why I came in here. I just want to make my Honey Nut Cheerio joke. All I'm saying, though, if you really think about it, you're not applying the same scrutiny, man. One is physically tangible, manipulated. You can literally touch it and feel it and see it. One, you cannot do any of those things with. And all I'm saying is, you're not applying the same scrutiny to both. And to ever pretend that gravity has more evidence or is more measurable than magnetism is beyond dishonest.
So it has.
I'm close. It's very dishonest.
I think magnetism would probably be easier to measure or discern from other things than gravity.
Gravity is going to be much more difficult, even if it was real. Even if gravity is real. And the problem with gravity is effectively unfalsifiable. Just like the other guy said, well, the downward force would never change. And well, then you conflate the effect again. So, how do you know the downward force is never changing? Are you just looking at objects fall and you're calling that gravity? Because again, that would be the effect even if gravity was real. That's not isolating, touching, measuring, manipulating gravity. That's the effect. So just a reification.
I got a question for you. I have a theory, a new test that I want to see if I can get somebody to do. I'm pretty confident looking at how accelerometers work that I could get myself a MEMS accelerometer, put it on an aircraft, and I could fly that aircraft due north, between two landmarks on the ground, due north, and I could, and maybe over, only a period of maybe a mile or a half a mile, so really, really as due north as you can get, and I suspect that you will see a 2 mile an hour lateral force on that MEMS accelerometer while I'm flying due north and varying direction. Would that be significant to you?
No.
Why not?
What?
Because can you measure the downward force on the Earth?
I'm talking about lateral force.
Okay, is that resultant of a downward force?
It's not a gravity question.
We're talking about the rotation right now, man. Jeremy been on this for 2 days with it.
Oh, you're changing the subject. No, I gotta go. Hey, here's what I gotta go though. But like, here's what I'm trying to say. Right? It's like you can measure downward force on the Earth. It's electric. Okay, so you can measure that. We have a downward electric current that goes to the Earth. Measurable, goes up 100 volts per meter. You can take a little motor, electrostatic motor, run a string up in the air. The higher you run it, the more power you get because it goes up 100 volts per meter. We can measure the downward electric current. Okay, now this is way stronger than gravity would ever claim to be. We can measure it. Can you measure the downward force of gravity? No.
Yes.
You cannot. You cannot.
I think you can.
You cannot. You can look at the effect and assume you cannot. For one, even admitted, like Richard Feynman will tell you, that locally you would never be able to measure it because that electric downward current is there and so much stronger. So again, we do have a downward current on the Earth, and it's electric, and you can measure that. So additional claims require actual evidence. It doesn't exist. So this is why I get frustrated with flat earthers also because they never talk about this. They don't. I get it from all angles, bro. Because flat earthers, they get really triggered when they hear the word downward current or the word bias, and they go crazy. There is an electric bias that's a downward current on the Earth, though. So why does no one talk? That's the trick. No one talks about the actual important things. So that's why you say the word flat Earth, and everyone in the room thinks you're stupid, and everyone just says density, and everyone thinks you're stupid. And it's been guided where the people that really think for themselves and speak the truth, they kind of get it from both sides. I wouldn't call it cult, but it's cultish. It's it's presupposed monolithic thoughts.
Welcome to my world with it.
So
on
anybody
the
else
level, baby. Hey, congrats on your marriage, man.
Thank you, brother.
Any other thoughts on the Coriolis force or the conservation of momentum that one would experience heading due north?
No, I'm not too interested in talking about.
I didn't ask you. I asked anybody else. If you're not interested, that's fine.
I was thinking about something like that actually, Moyak. With I just posted in the chat. I'm thinking when I do my big motorbike trip to London, I was thinking of also getting a what do you call it? Not accelerometer. The other one you were just talking about, gyroscope, and being like, during this day, I rode 300 kilometers north. But according to this, I also tilted over, so to get tilts of the bike turning left and right, but added together, it's like you were tilting too far right.
You might be able to pull something out of like the average data for the whole ride. If I go straight north on a road, it will say that I had this constant pressure, but it's real minor at that point. The MEMS accelerometer at like speeds like you get on a motorcycle would be like 0.0001 G lateral force. On an airplane, you get it all the way up to 0.015, which is very measurable. The accelerometer is 400 times more capable of measuring that than you need.
Can I talk to Moyak about it? Moyak, can it not give you a total from beginning to end?
Yes. Yeah, it would sample like 1,500 times a second, and you could average that all together and see whether you had a force there.
Right.
You can do it over 1 second. You could do it.
Would I be correct in assuming that either way, then, I mean, I guess, except the fact that you're kind of like coming on and off the ground. Okay, but let's say this. Would I be correct in assuming that if you went from New York to Florida, regardless of how fast you went, the total amount of energy is going to be the same?
No, going north, I've been thinking about that also as I've been dabbling with the idea of this. It's only 2 miles an hour, so 2 miles an hour is a fraction of total energy of your flight is going to be minuscule. But I would think that you would have slightly more efficiency heading southbound because heading northbound because you're actually decelerating that 2 miles an hour, and it's going north. You have to accelerate.
Okay. No, you go north, you decelerate, don't you?
Yeah, you decelerate going north and accelerate going south. So you'd spend more energy getting to the equator. But again, compared to all the other forces, I don't know if that would be measurable. But the force that's felt at any given second, you should be able to easily measure this lateral force. Now, I don't know what the explanation would be. I guess it'd be some kind of ether thing, or the MEMS accelerometer was made to say this, but it would be interesting. I think it'd be very telling.
See, I don't know exactly what the instruments do, so it's hard for me. But my intuition is kind of telling me though that where you need to accelerate, like going towards the equator, if you're attached, like the Earth is going to give that to you, and it's going to put some energy in you. And if you're going the other way where you need to decelerate, you're going to have to bleed off energy, putting it back into the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know how your wording of that is kind of unusual, but yeah, I think I agree.
So right, so me not knowing what the instrument does, you know what I'm saying?
Well, all the accelerometer is essentially, whether it does it by capacitance, resistance, or whatever you want to call it, there's a mass inside of your accelerometer. And when it moves off of center because of forces acting on it, like if I turn left, it'll move to the right. If I turn right, it'll move to the left.
Mm-hmm.
And it has very high precision, and it can measure minute forces. So if I was going in a straight line, it should measure as if no deviation is taking place.
Right.
And if it did measure deviation, and at the predicted level, about 2.1 mile per hour per minute, or 0.015 Gs of force, that would be a very telling to me as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. Okay. Interesting. So that's what I'm thinking on the south to north, though, where the Earth has you slow down, that accelerometer going to want to conserve, and it'll feel the energy that way, right?
Yeah, if you were heading south to north, let me think about it for a second.
No,
Okay, south to north. Okay, I'm decelerating. So my plane at any given moment still has the forces on it of its momentum.
Right.
So
it's accelerating laterally.
So it has to decelerate in order to get down to the ground speed.
Leitungsmästä hälytystä.
Okay.
I think Laurie, can you hear us?
Yeah.
I think you're asleep, mate.
But either way, it's going to work in both directions, you think? Either way?
Yeah, and it'll be the opposite.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, dude, I'm telling you, like, what's crazy, Moyak, is every time you try to be like, hey, this should be apparent, the common talking points in the Nathan Oakley realm and realms alike are like, flat earthers are stupid, east to west, you can't spin underneath. And we're like, bro, okay, how about this one? Then the goers be like, you're stupid, you can't fucking measure that. Dude, and I've just been saying for a couple of days, God bless that you talking about this. Like, and then Jeremy still like putting us in a corner on which way we got to talk about it for the past years. I'm like, bro, it don't even matter how we talk about it. I'm like, Moyak is actually standing up like a champion, saying we could, you know what I mean? Like, dude, this stuff right here needs to be done.
Yeah, and I would have to, again, I don't have ready access to an airplane. I don't travel much, so I got to get somebody else to do it. But I would be interested in, like, Wolfie seems to be the kind of guy who will do it. But anybody who's going to be taking a flight could take a piece of equipment like this, for a couple $100.
Yeah, well, that's because I'll have to catch some flights on my trip. I just need to get myself up, but I think I need to learn how to do Arduino or whatever that programming language is.
Yeah, you get yourself a Raspberry Pi, an Arduino, or your laptop, and feed the inputs into that. That'd be a really interesting test. You'd also have to come up with, what the numbers actually mean. Yeah, you can tell there's a force, but actually calibrating unit would be if you have the accurate miles per hour per minute.
Have you spoken to Rich, Moyak?
Rich who?
Rich the Black.
I don't know Rich the Black.
He's in Gems quite often. He's a pilot.
Yeah, I mean, I still got to do a little looking. I did some cursory looking, and I found high precision, which I don't know what that means. High precision MEMS accelerometers. So I don't know how much they are. I know my phone is not capable of it. The accelerometer in there is way underrated for it. But the high precision ones are, like I said, 500 times more capable than necessary. And but I wasn't able to find a price. All of them requested a quote. Yeah, I had to request a quote on all of them. I haven't taken that step because I want to see first off whether flat earthers think that it's a viable test.
Well, I don't know about the sensitivity, but to me, all the scientists agree that energy needs to be, the momentum needs to be, gained or lost or whatever, and that energy should be there. So I'm telling you, this should have been done. I think it'd be awesome.
You could do stuff like this also with the gyroscopes on airplanes. They will tell you the same information. So there is equipment on there, but I think that there's enough question in there in the flat Earth community that they don't trust gyroscopes.
I mean, it's going to be a lot. You're going to have even if you're in a car and the wind pushes you momentarily.
Well, that's the beauty of this test. This one doesn't care about wind as long as you maintain straight. So all I have to do is between 2 points, and it could be 100 yards on the ground. Whenever you determine that plane was heading north for a moment and not turning left, not actually physically proceeding east or west at all, if you can agree that that state happened, and then you saw this 2 miles an hour, I want to know if a flat earther agrees that that's a very telling piece of information regarding Coriolis or conservation momentum or moving Earth.
How can you be certain, Moyoff, that you are going to get absolutely no wind affecting that flight?
Or no bumps and of any kind, basically, is the thing he's saying. He's saying
a sudden lateral wind that I have to correct for, and if it blows me off course, you should see that, but it'll be in the direction that blows you off course. So you should be able to measure your course. Did I maintain? And like I said, over any period of time, you could do this 10 feet from radio tower to radio tower on the ground. Was I going in a straight line?
But it kind of sounds as though you've got to pick the perfect conditions, the perfect time to get this done.
No, just the perfect moment. You could do it, at some point during that flight, that plane was going straight at one point, right?
Well, I suppose it's everyone agreeing that moment was the right moment.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think you're going to be battling shit uphill, to be quite honest with you, to get everyone agreeing that moment was the perfect moment to do it.
Well, anytime the plane gets moved off course, it is a subtle maneuver. It's only 2 miles an hour per minute, which that's less than you accelerate when walking. Quite a bit less. So you're not going to get real obvious optical cues, but I would expect that wind, if I was following a straight course, let's see, if I see a consistent, okay, here you go. If I see a consistent number of this wind generally popping out in the data, are you saying that my plane was being blown off course constantly the whole time? Then I would be not arriving at my destination. So if the numbers would yield truth in the macro sense, like the fact that I crossed a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles and I made it between these two towers, that means that my airplane didn't change that much.
I'm not saying that, Moy. I'm just saying, I'm just thinking of the counter arguments is all.
Right.
To be honest with you, I think if you can get the perfect conditions on a perfect day, all that sort of stuff, possibly there is a lot of merit in what you're proposing. But to getting everyone to agree that these conditions were perfect, they were all right. Did we have air temperature, wind speeds, barometric pressures, have all this sort of stuff calculated for that they're all even consistent for that 1 kilometer journey or however long it had to be to make such readings, getting people to agree on the results of that without having all this data in front of them might be a little bit difficult.
I guess the best way to do it would be like that bridge that Wixit posted. You just fly over the surface of that at 500 miles an hour, That way, if you were looking at the bridge, you'll be able to tell if you're deviating from course at all. So you get a real good optical cue. If I'm 150 feet to the right of the bridge and I moved 150 feet to the left of the bridge, you're going to know that I moved.
Yeah. If you had some sort of visual confirmation of it, it might make it a bit more tangible, perhaps. Yeah. Not trying to poo-poo it too much.
No, I understand. I'm trying to find out what the arguments are against it, so that I can decide whether I want to go the next step and try and get somebody to actually do the labor.
But I think actually just getting a plane to fly over a bridge at whatever particular altitude is going to be pretty hard to get that sort of permission as well.
I don't know. There's kind of a lot of open airspace that you can do things. You know, a road, a bridge. I mean, airplanes fly over roads all the time. How high would it be before it becomes inconclusive optically? I don't know yet. I'd really have to think I'm thinking like a highway out in Nevada, or out in the plains, that goes 50 miles straight. If I constantly show my plane is drifting to the right for 50 miles, then I'm going to be substantial distance away from that highway. So the average of all the numbers will, if I stay anywhere near the road, will show that there was some kind of Coriolis effect or some kind of unseen force.
What's it going to cost you to hire a plane to do that?
The problem is the speed. Like most planes are not, like a Cessna. I could get a Cessna or a Piper Cub or something. I could probably rent that for a couple hundred bucks, or go out with a friend and just fly over a road and do that. But then the force is going to be half or less the force that we were measuring on an aircraft. So we're going to be going down to 0.007. Still within reading capabilities of reading, but it becomes less impressive. And that's 250 mile an hour.
Yeah.
If I go down to 125, then it's going to be 0.003. Now, if I'm right about the accelerometer, that's still well within the range. It'd be convincing to me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Who are you trying to convince is the question.
Well, anybody can always say it's not real. I think the nice thing about this, though, is once you come up with the device, you can hand it to anybody. And device, like I said, I saw accelerometers. When I started pricing, the only ones I could get prices on, were there was between $30 and $700. So I don't know where in that price mark I can get an accurate enough device, sensitive enough device. And they all wanted freaking quotes, when I started getting the higher end devices, where you say, call for a price. It's like, I don't want to call for a price. Just tell me how much you want to charge and tell me it's subject to change.
Put the bloody prices on your website, will you?
I really don't want a quote. I don't want any new mail.
I don't want to be on a mailing list or email list or anything like that.
You could go Mach 77. That would be cool.
Wow.
Then you'd be like stuck to the glass.
Well, you get the what is it the F-35B? It's got 45,000 pounds of thrust, and you can strap a camera to it, fly in a straight line, and then record the rotation of the Earth.
I wonder what this SR-71 Blackbird, what the highest speed it can achieve at sea level is.
Oh. Is that as fast as the F-35B? That Blackbird's just built for high altitude, though, isn't it?
Sorry, I had a conversation going on in my room here.
No, I said that the Blackbirds are just built for high altitude flying, isn't
Right.
it?
I'm sure it's hell of a fast at sea level, but I don't know how fast you can go at sea level. Could it do Mach 2 at sea level? Mach 2.5.
See, we need to get a We need to get a Harrier jet and just hover it above there and film the rotation.
Hovering tells you nothing. It's just so small, man.
Well, hover it for a long time. Boy, hover it for a long time.
Hover it for a long time, the breeze is going to move it. You just can't isolate it, man.
Well, build a wall around it. Do
fly in a giant warehouse.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Fly in a giant warehouse with laminar flow air. Yeah, I think somebody described that yesterday. If you could isolate it, like fly in a vacuum, actually hover in a vacuum and just take off 10 feet, the plane will start to drift behind the Earth, inches per day.
Absolutely.
What about a paper plane? If you threw a paper plane in a vacuum?
I'd like to see anything.
Fall like a rock.
Anything. I'd like to see anything fly in a vacuum. Actually, just anything.
Well, I've seen thrust in a vacuum, so I don't see a reason you couldn't fly in a vacuum.
What do you mean you've seen thrust in a vacuum? You've seen a jet engine firing up.
No,
mass ejection thrust.
Rockets, water propulsion. You can fire a water rocket to fly in a vacuum if you want.
Moyak, speaking of mass ejection, earlier, man, I heard talking about the Cavendish and the variety of material. Did you say gas doesn't have mass?
Yes, I did say that. I said to speak of.
Okay. I wanted to learn something there. I didn't want to argue. I wanted to learn what you meant.
You're a liter of gas, gas at room temp or at atmospheric pressures is going to be tiny. So if I'm going to try and get my liter of gas to track another liter of gas, the bottles are going to have more of an effect than the gas will.
Okay.
Quickly, Don. What happened? What happened at the poker game? You lose it all.
I played pretty.
Did Kosher get his $50 back? That's the question.
Oh yeah, he made money. I played like a beast, pretty much. I played like a beast, man, and I ran into a magical alien.
Okay. Fair enough.
Anybody want to get? No, they already know. You didn't hear this, Bandy? We made a joke. We come in here.
No, I wasn't.
All right, here's the joke. It's true though, but here's the joke. Any conspiracy theorists want to guess what place I came in out of 700?
Oh, you did not. You did not. Seriously? So you were just in the money, huh?
About top 5%, 10% got paid.
Yeah.
I would on the people who think that rockets don't work in a vacuum chamber. If I was another test scenario, if I was to take like a 4-inch pipe, evacuate it with my my shop vacuum pump, and I put a water rocket in there, and I launched it in there, it's going to push water out of the rocket, and it'll reach the top of the chamber before any gas enters that chamber. Would that be telling to you, and would that tell you that a rocket works in the vacuum chamber?
Nope.
Why not?
It's stick to your guns. Fucking oath. That's what it's about. Don't fucking budge if you don't want to.
I want to see a rocket.
Why a water rocket is a rocket. It has the same technology. It's just not burning fuel.
No, it's not. A water rocket is a water rocket. It's not the same.
It's ejecting mass out the back and goes forward propulsion.
Bandy, why are you playing? Why are you playing, Bandy? Come on.
No water rocket. No, we want to see rockets.
Now, you can do the same thing with a rocket, but you're going to say that the gas entering the chamber, so you don't know if it's pushing off its own gas. That's why I was thinking that the water was nice because it's not. There's nothing for it to be pushing off. It only adds a tiny bit to the chamber as far as volume.
Well, there's water. There's water for it to be pushing off.
And what I've always thought was funny about this must push off argument, it's like if you think something must push off, then intuitively you can see that the mass ejection is the central point, and both pieces are going to push off of each other and go. Right. You get what I'm saying? So, like, yeah,
it still works.
How can the water spew out if it's not pushing off? And you know you're going to make the water spew out, so therefore it's got to push off.
Okay, Don, you show me a rocket working in a vacuum and the case is closed.
I'm good with them saying all that. Now, how did you make that vacuum?
Right, that's different. I don't believe in space. See, Bandy, I don't have to believe in outer space, but I still think that the rockets could work out there.
I'm not saying you believe in space or not space. I'm just saying I want to see a rocket working in a vacuum, is all.
Well, there was a picture posted of one. There's also this old codger who does it. He's got a piece of Lexan tube, essentially, and he shows the rocket flying inside of that. That one, he actually uses a physical rocket, and it flies from bottom to top.
Boom. Look at that. WPT. No,
what are you taking the air out of?
That's something that Rakia just said. How do I generate the vacuum? Well, conventional ways. You take a vacuum pump and you go.
What are you sucking the air out of?
The chamber, whatever the chamber is.
Container, right?
The universe. Yeah. The chamber of the universe.
That gone.
Do you think you've gotten a point there? Because I'm not getting it.
I'm guessing his point is there's got to be a container somewhere.
Sure.
Or containment and whatnot.
I mean, I could also see if rockets perform better. Go to the top of Mount Everest and launch a bottle rocket. If it goes up 1,500 feet and at ground level it only goes 700 feet, that would tell me that rockets perform better in lower atmosphere.
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, Bandy, doesn't that make it? And that is true, right, Moya?
Yes.
Right. Isn't that interesting? It's showing you like the thinner the material, the more push you get. Isn't that kind of interesting?
No.
Or less friction.
Come on, though. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Come on. Well,
or the mixture of the gas to make more power at that altitude. What else?
Look, Don, we can see bowling balls and feathers in vacuums. It's not asking too much, really.
Oh, you got to get somebody to go and spend the $35,000 to pump out the vacuum chamber in NASA. But yeah, if you can get who did that test? That British guy. If you can get him to go and set up a rocket in there, yeah, you should be able to fly it in there.
Yeah, they don't do that test because they can do it in a little box, and it's like come on, dude. Like, I don't mean to be on a kindergarten level here or whatever, but dude,
get on the level here. I can see tests of everything, right?
I've seen rocket in the back. I've seen a little box.
I can see tests of everything on a small scale, before they take it up to a big scale.
Okay. Okay.
Right? You can quite easily find anything. These multi-billion-dollar companies, you might not see their latest tests, right? But you can see plenty of footage of their old tests, like say Ferrari, okay, testing their Formula One cars in wind tunnels and things like this. So they're not going to show you their latest aerodynamic scheme, right? But you can see all their tests of their previous stuff. So I'm not asking to see the latest tests, say, of SpaceX or NASA or anything like that. But surely we could see something of a smaller scale that they did way back in the day, just to see if their theory would work.
Well, I think that, like I said, the fact that as they were building rockets, they find the performance improves as it goes up. They don't need to go and do a small scale test to see if the principle of rocketry works. So, and that really falls down to a high school level of demonstrating principles to people. And at high school levels, you're not going to get multi-billion-dollar facilities to fly rockets.
It's called due diligence. That's all.
I
Due
think
diligence is that rockets work.
Yeah, I really think they done it, man. I really don't even think this is.
I never said that rockets don't work. I've never made that claim. Never made that claim.
No, rockets work as described.
Yeah, come on, you guys, or Bandy, come on, give him a little bit. Come on.
We want to equate a water pistol to a rocket. Come on, Don.
A water pistol is another excellent demonstration of Newton's laws of motion. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
I mean, supposedly, I've seen it everywhere. Now, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with the small scale and large scale, Bandy, talking about kind of how like certain things only work in certain scales, supposedly, as understood right now, like quantum, you know.
Don't even get into stuff that we can't even see ever.
I think they're halfway seeing it, man. I think this type of thing is important.
Well, then they've got a long way to go then.
This is really important. The understanding and the conspiracy of what space can be is very important on the scientific realm to make sure that all the scientists aren't too narrow-minded for ideas like that, because if that assumption is lifted of this orbital, mass-to-mass gravity or whatever, like that really might help break through understanding in the quantum field. I think that's why a space cover-up, right, should be talked about for that reason.
Maybe. I've got a force stronger than gravity. I can catch light in my hand, and it never escapes.
Yeah.
Hey.
You're saying I can't catch light?
You'll turn it into heat real quick.
I can catch it. I put my hand in front of a torch, I make it clench my fist, bang, I've caught light. It's in there.
And it gets hot.
Just like a black hole. Never escapes.
Now you get one of the nice 4,000 lumen flashlights, put that in your hand. And
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Mike's funny, man.
my nephew had bought a nice, really high-intensity pen light. It was tiny, like maybe 2 inches long. And he found his pocket was smoking one day. Or actually, frequently it actually happened. He burned up a bunch of pants with it. It would turn on in his pocket, and all of a sudden he'd feel a hot spot. He's giving himself a hot seat. A flashlight, you need a safety on.
Man, oh man. I mean, y'all had it going this morning, man. I saw the text. I thought it was just a side conversation with the little bombing thing, man. I know y'all was in here really doing it up. That's that type of shit, man. They'll let you know, man. They is playing with us.
You reckon it was full stage, do you, Don?
I like riding on eggshells argument though. It's again we're talking about this body of evildoers, ne'er-do-wells.
Ne'er-do-wells.
To go through the effort of having crisis actors and stuff, man, why the hell wouldn't they just go get themselves some C4, toss it in the middle of the street, and blow up a bunch of women, children, and babies? They're
like really blow them up. I feel you. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe
to bring crisis actors in runs the risk that one of them's going to speak.
Oh, well, there's definitely crisis actors out there. Right, doing
yes.
Yeah, then why have crisis actors?
Because you do a demonstration with crisis actors because you don't want to blow people up, and you do a demonstration where you see how your people are going to respond in this situation. You simulate it. You say, okay, this guy should be here. This guy should be here. Here's how you respond to it.
No, more. There's definitely been crisis actors in real life situations faking stuff. 100% that has been.
I've seen no credible evidence of that yet.
Okay, well, that's your.
How many crisis actors companies have you looked into? Watched their videos?
I've seen a couple on the internet. I haven't seen any of them actually, doing like an advertising thing, but I've seen several websites that indicate what their services are.
Well, the dude being in shock, he looks really chill. That leg looks ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what else I could that
I agree, but I have no frame of reference that I can say what every person will do in every situation.
Stick a leg to your head.
We've seen people.
I know people who break their leg and they're really calm about it. My son, when he broke his leg on the go-kart, I went down there and there he was. My eldest son had picked him up already, put him back in the go-kart, and he was sitting in the go-kart. And he was complaining. My youngest son was complaining about how he had a scratch on his arm because that's what he could see. And just looking at that response, he has a broken leg. The bone is clean snapped off, and he's worried about his arm having boo-boo.
Damn.
And it's like, wow, yeah. And I picked up the little shit and made a cast out of my hand and grabbed, the two halves of the bone, so that the leg wouldn't flop around, as I had to walk him up to to my mother's house so I could get it secured better. And he still, the whole time, was complaining about his fucking arm.
I had a mate. We went to Mount Hotham to go skiing / tobogganing 1 year. Anyway, we took the toboggans onto an actual ski run itself, and we were absolutely hooking down the slopes, absolutely hooking, right? And he has launched himself over a mogul and slammed feet first into another mogul in front of him and got himself a compound fracture.
Nice.
His bone has just popped straight out, right? Of his Yeah. But what was really surprising with the whole thing was the lack of blood. There wasn't that much blood at all. It was actually quite surprising. Now, I don't know if it had something to do with the temperature or the way the bone was poking through or whatever, but there really wasn't a great deal of blood at the time. That's surprising. But yeah, no, that was a horrific accident, that one.
Yeah, what one expects from a traumatic injury, I don't know how to calculate that. It's somebody has their leg blown off. Sometimes people in war survive having their leg blown off, even though there's this tremendous source of blood that could drain their bodies dry in 30 seconds. some people survive that. Now, whether it's because the flap of skin is bent over and bends the vein shut, whatever, or if it's the trauma and the shock that makes your heart, start to slow down or whatever. I can't tell you what the cause is. I don't know enough about traumatic injury to say that he should have died or not died.
And another thing too, considering the injury that he did have, he wasn't really laying there screaming in agony. It was more like shock. And I don't know if it was adrenaline or whatever kicked in straight away, but he wasn't really screaming. He bloody well screamed like a bloody cut pig when he actually got to the hospital. He was screaming, you could hear him, but actually on the slope itself, he wasn't really screaming or appeared to be in a great deal of pain, even though it was painful.
You guys are going to mock me for this one. I ran myself over with my own car that I was driving. Now, true story. I gone to my girlfriend's house. I got pissed off at her, and I left in a huff in my 71 Firebird with a 455, I think, in it. And I decided to do neutral drop with it, to do a burnout, just in a huff. Well, as I did that, the drive shaft snapped, and so I hear clunk, 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 clunk. Well, I'm on a good grade here, so I just decided I'm going to coast away in shame. And I started coasting downhill, and then the drive shaft pulled out of the transmission. I was like, oh, okay, got to pick that up. So I pick it up, toss it in my trunk, and I decide, okay, I got to get the car going again. So I put my shoulder into the door pillar, and those big L60 tires grabbed my heel. As I was pushing it and I went to hop in the car, my foot trailed back a little bit behind the door. And all of a sudden my car picked up on my heel, went up in the air, and then the bone shattered. And my foot shot out and the sole of my shoe came out behind the car. Like, okay, well, I guess I'm kind of screwed here. No cell phones these days. So I decided my sister's only about a half a mile away downhill. I can't push the car again. I've only got one leg left. So this might not be the best idea. So I decided, okay, I'm going to hoof it down to her house. So I heel walked and stuff, on the remaining bones in my foot that worked. And I just did my due diligence, and it didn't hurt all that bad. It was, I knew it was fucked up. There's crunching sounds and everything. It was awful. It was horrible. And so I get down, and I got within maybe about 500 yards, maybe 200 to 500 yards of her apartment complex, and then my body said, "You're safe." And then it started letting pain happen. So here I'm walking, and each step I take, the pain level goes up one tick. Yeah. And it's like, oh my God, I'm about to black out as I'm walking to her house. I get to her door, I'm wobbling and just on the edge of blacking out. I knock on her door at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she tells me, she opens up the door. I come in, and she apparently had a fight with her husband, so she was out on the couch, and she told me, go upstairs and get Freddie, and we'll go to the hospital with you. So, like a in shock person, I say, well, that makes sense. I'll walk upstairs. Instead of her getting off her ass and going upstairs. So I took my grease-covered hands that I picked my drive shaft up with, and I put my hand on the wall and braced myself for each step, went up, got my brother. And the funny thing was, the next day she came and just found these grease prints all over her walls. I'm like, yeah, see, you dumbass? You should have gone upstairs now, shouldn't you? But the funny thing about that was, your body dealing with pain, and then the perceived having reached safety was, it just shut off my pain, my mitigating factors. And I'm like, oh God, I'm totally fucked now. I'm not going to make it. So I don't know what people will do in a disaster.
No. Look, unfortunately, all we've got is speculation.
I know a lot of people who, with my broken foot, would have just stayed by the car and curled up in a ball.
Yeah.
So yes, I ran myself over with the car I was driving.
Terrible.
That's almost as funny as water pistols in vacuums. I don't know. They're kind of on par at the moment.
I just can't believe that if I'm in a chair and I throw a rolly chair, and I throw the bowling ball away and I slide in the opposite direction, I can't believe that it's because I pushed off of the air, and that the chamber is pushing me.
You think that you're moving because something is pushing off the air, do you?
No, I can't think that. That's what you're trying to entertain. It seems like.
Yeah, you could take the bowling ball and change that for a something with no mass, like a beach ball that's even bigger than the bowling ball, and as hard as you push it, you won't move backwards.
It's not analogous, I don't think.
So sending a 2,000 pounds per second of fuel out the nozzle on my rocket is not going to make me move?
Of course it's going to make you move. Down here.
No, I'm saying anywhere. Just like the bowling ball, I'm throwing 10 pounds, accelerating 10 pounds to maybe 15 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Or I'm taking 2 tons of fuel and throwing it out the back of my rocket at 5,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And that's not going to propel me forward in the vacuum? I don't see how I would stay still.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't demonstrated. I'd like to see it demonstrated rather than just like a mathematical equation.
Well, any rocket that's over 100,000 feet has a pretty good air conditioner vacuum.
So if we were in the vacuum chamber, the big one where they drop the bowling ball and the feather, with a rolly chair and a bowling ball, you don't think that if you threw that bowling ball, that rolly chair would go?
No, I think we should put like a little rocket in that big vacuum chamber and see if it works.
I thought we gave equation to the chair and the rocket. I thought we agreed on that.
No, we need to put the rocket in that big vacuum chamber. We need to put a little rocket in that big vacuum chamber.
But you're being a character. What do you think your intuition would do if you threw that bowling ball in that chair, in that chamber?
My intuition says they are not analogous. Like there are 2 totally different situations. All right.
Why?
Well, one's a chair and a bowling ball, and one's a rocket for starters.
What's the difference in the
one's a rocket and the other one's a bowling ball and a chair.
Could you be more specific?
How much more specific do I have to be than what it actually is?
What
principle? We're talking about principle here. What's the difference?
Can we turn that around and say, if you're in the vacuum of space in a rocking chair and you throw a bowling ball, you think you're going to move?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I wanted to know. Then rockets in your mind would work.
So
I think they would, yeah. Again, you know what I think about space, though, Ricky. I think it's very loose. I think it's very much a story right now. Very possible.
But we're just talking about how the rockets work.
I mean, Bandy's. That's what I'm saying. Bandy is on. We need the Bandy to be on the Real Deal Physics team.
Well, the Real Deal Physics team would be you get that person that's sitting on a chair, holding a bowling ball, right, floating in the middle of that vacuum, and then throw the bowling ball. If you want to be analogous.
But wouldn't the
if you want to represent the same sort of situation, right? Get that chair floating in the middle, right, and then do it, and then show me if it works.
We'll suspend them on. But the friction on the floor only works in the other direction. I mean, but I'm with you. I would want them to be floating as well, but it would work. We've seen rockets do this in little boxes. In big
Do you think things float in a vacuum?
No.
I could, as far as, you're not going to stick a person in the vacuum to do this because, like a spacesuit that has complexity to it. I think I would just use like a mouse trap and a BB and just have it throw the BB. Yeah. Or whatever the mass is you want to throw. Because that keeps you from having to kill somebody to do the test.
See, that's why I am on the real team, Don. Right, because we have to make things similar.
Right. So you do the BB on a little rolly cart, and we see that it moves in air, and then we take something with less mass and we throw it, and we see it doesn't move. But then we take that same mass, we put it in the vacuum chamber, and we launch it, and we see that we do move.
Do we? Is it floating in the middle of that vacuum?
It's definitely been done.
No, it has not.
I've seen the Pepsi bottle where the can pops and the end of the Pepsi bottle blows out when you put it in the vacuum, and it's on a string. You think the string pushed it?
You see an explosion happening.
Yeah. What's different with that?
Sorry?
What's different about an explosion than a rocket engine?
Well, I'm about to get there. All right. So
okay.
So it's in a really itsy bitsy little vacuum for starters, because I've seen exactly the same video. I think it's dangling on a string or something. I think more one you're talking about, and it seems to be fairly close to the container wall for starters. All right. So how do I know that a little itsy bitsy bit of gas, right, hasn't hit that container wall for starters? Right.
I respect that point about the small container, but we've seen it. I've seen it in many examples. I mean, dude, the bowling ball and the roller chair is really all you really need.
Yeah, when it's floating in the middle of a vacuum. Exactly right. I agree. So let's forget the rocket in a vacuum. Let's get a chair floating in a vacuum, and a person sitting on it with a bowling ball, and then throw it. And let's see what happens. I agree.
Once they create a big vacuum chamber at NASA's center, they can float something in the middle of that and push it in. Throw something off and see if it moves. I don't think they've ever floated anything in the middle of that, though, right? They always have to spin things for some reason.
You physically can't float something in a vacuum chamber because gravity.
Okay, I'm glad we're past that.
But you can loosely suspend it, though. You could loosely suspend it. I mean, what's the difference?
Right, then it pushes off the string. The string pushes it around.
Okay.
If gravity is the force that's pulling things down, why couldn't we, like in a vacuum like that, in between the object and the center of the Earth, create some type of field that would negate gravity? Has that been done?
Do you have a field that can do that?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think that's like the holy grail of locomotion. We'd love to be able to make a negative gravity or anti-gravity device.
I don't think that's defying gravity. I think that's blocking the force of the pull or whatever you want to call it, whatever force it is. Like anti-force, you don't think it has to be available, right? Or it has to be
No, it doesn't have to be available, but it might be. But we haven't found it yet.
I was just thinking the opposite, reaction thing. So if a force is being applied in one way, it seems like something could negate that.
Yeah, we call them rockets.
And dude, there's this new articles about a mirror or anti-universe running backwards in time or whatever. Like, I mean, bro, the stories that they will go to on some of this stuff, man, it's like, okay, there's definitely no way they know exactly what gravity is if they're thinking about alternate universes running backwards in time. Like, that's just loose guess. They are trying to put the gravity into some sort of particle farm, that graviton thing. In which case, that's what I thought of when Rocky was talking about the anti-gravity. There would have to be an opposite particle. There would have to be.
Well, and whenever somebody says there would have to be, I get real sketch on that. It's like they say that like gravity should have the same effect at the micro scale as it does at the macro scale and stuff like that. And I see no reason why there would have to be. It seems like everything else has a pair, but it doesn't mean that there's a condition where you don't have to have a pair of forces.
I gotta agree with you. I shouldn't talk like that. I guess I'm trying to clown, like, it seems like that's all I hear is these have to be's, when it's like, man, there's so many people. The people finding right? They must not be stuck in have to be land, because there's new shit coming out all the time.
Yeah, but they usually find those things because they know the fact that there has to be an equal and opposite. That's how those things are found in the first place, usually from nature, how nature.
Looking for. Hey, man. Well, hopefully the particle accelerators will, change our future generation lives in ways that we couldn't even imagine for the better, man. God bless it.
If we're one discovery away from having anti-gravity, just the one day that somebody stumbles on it, all of a sudden now we'll have anti-gravity cars.
Particles. Oh, you're talking about LIGO there, Dawn.
No, we're talking about LIGO.
More like CERN, like this quantum locking stuff too. I mean, it's that we need to see how gravity's effect on that stuff just trumps, just straight up looks to trump gravity. Like, that's amazing shit.
It's amazing, but it doesn't have anything to do with gravity other than it's opposing it. It has to do with how the forces, the field lines, come out of a magnet and how that material allows the field lines to pass through it in certain locations, and sort of it just gets locked onto the field.
Yeah, but that's more, we can recreate that, and that's more of what we see in nature. Why couldn't that be happening above us with things that are locked in a certain path?
If you figured out how the universe works, any of you, would you tell anybody?
No. I think I am telling people.
Good on you.
Superfluid helium-4 is what we lose the most of here on Earth. It goes up. It creates in a certain pressure and temperature, turns into the superfluid, and then you need what do you call it? Whatever. Anyway, to have quantum lock-in, and we have that with oxygen, which is also up there under certain pressure and temperature. So why couldn't quantum lock-in and a frictionless superfluid be what's happening up there? You hear NASA talking about that more and more, just open superfluids.
Yeah, but fluids usually imply materials that are close together. So, I mean, basically what you're talking about is having going from the near vacuum as we go up, and then suddenly reaching this zone where we have the superfluid, where all the helium has collected and is now molecule touching molecule in this liquid form. I'm not sure that we have any.
It would have different phases. Not to cut you off, but it would just be like what we see right now. It would have different layers. And it would be thin, start getting thicker and more fluid. Less air, less air, less air. As you go up right now, more air is in there, and at a cavitation point, the liquid air that we breathe at about 33 feet starts to cavitate and becomes filled with more air and less fluid. And what's to say as you get to a certain altitude and certain pressure and temperature, that doesn't start to reverse and turn into a superfluid with the helium-4?
Well, I think the first thing that would make me say that is it'd be really a bitch for density and buoyancy to work with liquid helium.
No, but that liquid helium isn't happening at ground level where the density and buoyancy is what you're talking about. It's happening, could be happening. This is me making this up. I mean, do some research, NASA's research.
So you've got millions and trillions of tons of liquid helium hovering above the surface of the Earth. No, they force is strong enough to support billions and billions and trillions of tons of liquid helium. And in an environment where, in a vacuum, it's hard to keep liquid helium a liquid. So you got to have higher air pressure up there to make the helium condense into a liquid. And it just makes no sense.
Yeah, well, don't be that guy, because 10 years ago you would have said quantum locking didn't make any sense, but now we can do it at every university. You can go watch it, where a puck with a certain magnetic field can be locked at a certain temperature.
There's different levels of doesn't make sense, and at this point, like quantum locking, as soon as they showed that to me, it's like, oh, cool. I don't think that the number of things that would have to change for liquid helium to remain liquid in the atmosphere are orders of magnitude more complex and more mind-defying.
How you can't figure it out. What if 50 years from now it moves into a different level where it's quantum orbiting or whatever it may be? It's brand new, right? It's a brand new science.
No, quantum locking, like there's certain properties of it that are very clear, which you need an extremely, extremely strong magnetic field. That makes the field lines we see on Earth a joke. You cannot, if you take a refrigerator magnet and try and do a quantum locking experiment, you're not going to see shit. It'll just drop right down onto the magnet, and it'll look like nothing happened, like you didn't do anything.
You mean like the closer you would get to the sun, the stronger the field would become? Yeah, I agree.
The sun's going to be at least 3,000 miles away from when it's at sunset. So does the atmosphere pour down and rain at night? Yeah, when the sun's far away and the giant windstorms come because the sun's moving through and this liquid layer is falling to the surface of the Earth.
Wow, maybe actually y'all talk about it a little more friendly, because this is kind of interesting. Like maybe that's
I don't know why you're trying to obfuscate away from it and make it a joke. This is happening, right? This is the newer science that even NASA is investigating, because they know they're smart enough to realize they don't have everything figured out yet, and they're still working on it. They're now
Nobody is saying what you're saying, Rikia. I'm trying to put it into terms of your flat Earth, where the sun's only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth, and you've got this massive helium layer, and then this magnetism, when the sun's close, is able to keep this the atmosphere of liquid helium up, and then its sunset comes around, and it stays up because, well, reasons. It defies logic how you could be coming up with this as even a possibility or a plausibility.
It's pretty cool to think about quantum locking different material in space. Isn't hydrogen lighter than helium?
Yes.
Okay.
So we should take all kids' party balloons and make them out of hydrogen. Yeah.
Those with it'd be a real party. So those with an open mind, just go ahead and take a look at it. We have the component that we need, and if the pressure and temperature gets right at whatever altitude it's happening at, then you would have a superfluid above you.
Yes. If you had high pressure and low temperature, you could have liquid helium. But then that helium is going to have weight. Massive amounts of weight. Like it's going to be, I would say, tending towards the ground.
A superfluid defies gravity. It climbs the walls of things. It goes through porous containers. It just leaks through, drips through, and then does some amazing.
It doesn't really defy gravity. It doesn't really defy gravity. It can wick on things. Yeah. But when it drops off of your vessel, it falls towards the ground.
Yeah, you're talking about what it does here on Earth, but they're assuming.
Oh, gravity, yes.
They're researching what. Dude, if you want to overtalk me, go ahead. This is just theory, right? This is just me talking. I'm not trying to argue with you. But if you want to argue against me, I'm fine with that. Just don't do it right in the middle of my sentence.
Right, Moyak, like maybe the superfluid sucked up. There's the magnet sucking up there. We're not coherent to it down here because we're not the cool fluid. So that shit sucked.
Exactly. And it does things that it shouldn't do here on Earth anyway. So what's to say it's not doing different things, out of the Earth realm? But it's definitely, they call it super for a reason. Just research it.
Yeah, so you don't get to insert just about any property that you desire in that super.
Yeah, but I can theory about it. What I've researched and what makes sense to me, I can put that open so maybe other people can add to it or subtract. Right? Isn't that what science is all about?
Definitely. And if the conditions are just right, Moya, you gotta admit that these things are possible if the conditions are just right.
Okay.
He already has admitted under the right temperature and pressure, the conditions, these things would happen. He already has it.
I've admitted that under the right temperature and pressure, you can have a liquid. I've not said that you can have a liquid that suspends itself in free space.
You think you have physical objects free suspended in space? You don't. Now you're saying a liquid couldn't do it. You're double speaking a little bit.
No double speak at all. You might be misunderstanding. There's no double speak.
Are physical objects suspended in space right now?
Are physical optics suspended in space? No, optics aren't suspended in anything.
Objects.
Objects.
Yeah, he knew.
No, I didn't.
Okay, we
But you said optics, and it's believable because you say silly things all the time.
Yeah, physical. Yeah, now he's really working. I got.
Stop it.
Now you're really at work, huh?
So anyway, feel the love.
Does anyone else want to, talk about that? Because he doesn't seem to want to. It's fine.
Well, physical objects don't just stay up in space. You can take a sounding rocket, which is, they do frequently. They send them straight up, and you know what they do when they get to space? They come straight back down. Now, if you put them horizontally and you give them velocity, then they stay up. But you have to be going sideways in order for it to stay up.
Yeah, I'm just saying it becomes the medium, right? It's like
it has nothing to do with the medium.
Yeah, all right, dude. I mean, nice talking to you. Maybe try and sell us rockets in space, not suspending and thrusting and all that again. That was cool.
Why do so many conversations have to be so combative?
I don't know. I don't get it, man. So the rocket that we were talking about earlier, that would be thrusting if the fuel is being, forced out at a high rate. What's that rocket doing if the fuel is not being forced out at a high rate? Isn't it like what they call floating or orbiting or whatever?
Sorry, I wandered off for a minute.
Yeah, I didn't address you at all. Ever.
Okay.
Not sure, Rocky. But anyway, I've got a caller tonight. I've got a big day tomorrow, so have a good one, guys. We'll see you on the flip side.
Peace, bro.
Later.
Later, man. Hey, research superfluid and let's have more in-depth conversation. Everybody learns a little bit about it.
Sure.
You never know. That's what science is all about. The unknown.
Exactly right, man. All right, man.
And to answer his question about why it's got to be so combative, it really doesn't. But you always have someone that wants to just be right about everything. Like, I'm just proposing a theory that I've come up with. Like, it's not backed up by any facts whatsoever other than we have the material and the pressure. So what if, right? The what if is the question. So then we can all put our minds together and try and figure out that what if. That's fine.
So instead of just doing the random speculation what ifs, what about the my scenario where I'd said that you put an accelerometer on a plane that flies north, it will show a lateral force. That's a prediction, and hasn't been verified yet, at least not by me. But what if it does show this lateral force?
Oh, I think I've seen it a lot already.
I've seen all sorts of things, but not proposed quite this way.
It'd be pretty tight. It'd be what I think they've all been waiting for, Moya.
Well, I think that the excuses would just start shooting out like machine gun. That's why I kind of like want to pin them down right now, whether they think that it's a useful test. And a lot of times, the flat Earth community would say that's not a prediction, but it is. It's I don't know the answer. I'm putting forth what it should be based upon based upon physics. And if I'm able to come up with an accurate prediction from that, that sounds like a really, really solid piece of evidence. And it is a prediction.
Yeah, I've always wondered where the helium, gets used up or recycled or whatever. And when I saw this quantum lock-in at my state university, and they were talking about superfluids and how they're made out of helium. It's helium-4, I believe, at a certain temperature and pressure is what it turns into. And now I hear articles from other, MIT and NASA stating that helium-4, just more, right? Helium-4, superfluid. And then you hear these little trickles about how space could be fluid. Before I even got into this subject, when I looked into the sky with my telescope or camera, it looked like I was looking into my swimming pool with the lights shimmering, with some certain other effects, which they call waves or whatever. But it does seem like it's more fluid than our upper atmosphere here on Earth, which gets really thin of liquid. So I don't know. It could be, it could be at the surface, and underneath the surface, a lot of liquid. Then air is combined with it, so it becomes less liquid, and we breathe it, right? And then it becomes less and less liquid, more and more of the air, oxygen, helium as it rises, and then it gets to a certain point where it starts turning back into liquid again. And then at even helium-4 at a certain state will turn back into a solid. And I think they even said it turns into a blue crystal. So
when you say that you see scintillation of the stars and you attribute that to being likened to water, if your water was 3,000 miles away from you, which I think is a conservative number for how high the sky is, 3,000 miles away, a wave. What kind of waves are these? Are these like 3,000 or 300-mile long waves to make it flicker like that? I mean, if it was just like a ripple, I wouldn't expect to see the kind of scintillation we see of that object that's 3,000 miles away. A tiny wave would not make it move at all. So it would have to be giant waves. Yeah, giant, miles and miles and miles long. And moving really fast if it's going to make it If it's really miles away and it's thousands of feet tall, then I would expect it to pass by really quickly. So it's thousands of miles an hour moving waves that are thousands of feet tall, long. It defies logic again. Hell, the energy in that wave would probably make the helium-4 turn back into a gas. Just the energy of having that happen.
Percentage. What's the percentage you think the sky could be some crazy shit, Moya?
Crazy shit. If you want to talk about like the basic, what is space? What is that material made of? I think there's a lot more to be learned about what is in a void. Why does space take up volume? Why does time and space bend? There's a lot of stuff that could be going on there that at the sub-micro level. But I'm so limited in my capabilities of understanding that kind of stuff. It's really beyond me, even if they were to explain something to me about it. Quantum foam and all that shit. I can't even visualize how space has to be infinite, and it also can't be infinite. So I can't rationally think about that kind of stuff because if there was a limit to it, then there has to be something beyond it. Because what's beyond it? How does it just stop? What if I go one more inch? But those problems even happen on flat Earth with heaven and stuff. How big is Earth and space in the heaven model? There's always got to be something beyond the edge of it. I've got to be able to go one more foot.
The conundrum of infinity.
Yeah, and of nothing.
So back to the fluid liquid stuff. I come from the biblical side. I make no bones about it. I don't try and force it on people. But if you want to research that, it's interesting that in the Bible, it's one of the things that doesn't talk about it was created. Like it was all already here, right? Like when the Creator decided to make what I would inside the medium, that medium was this fluid, whatever it may be, or this medium that I think is fluid. There's a bubble inside of it. That bubble, basically, that we're living in on a plane, has waters all the way around it, and the waters above are above that container, which I call the rakia, and the waters below that, where we live, are our seas and oceans. They're bounded by land.
Do you think that there's a boundary layer between the waters above and something else?
Yeah, waters above, waters below. On the second day of creation in the biblical creation story, the whole second day was creating the firmament, which holds back the waters above, which I think is the total medium that was already here, because he never talks about the creation of that of those types of the water.
Right, but I'm talking about the margin on top of the waters above. Is this medium is it all pervasive, infinitely large, sort of, or at least indeterminately large surface of water, or is there a boundary that is on our side and on the far side?
I think it's one of the things that's beyond our reasoning. I think that is what is, right? That is the whole realm, and then we're just one small bubble in that. I mean, we're a huge Earth, right? It's a huge bubble, but it's made of the rakia, which holds back the waters above, and that's what the biblical account says. And when you start, like, I always was biblical, right? I always wasn't. That's what I live by. That's what I live my life by, and I never saw it, right? So I don't expect people who aren't biblical to see it. Even a lot of people that read the Bible every day and study creation don't see it in that way, because they've been trained, if you want to call it program, but they've been taught, in school that it's not that way. So it's all right, but that makes sense to me. And then when I start looking at, well, what are scientists, where does the helium go, right? What creates those layers? Well, something has to be being used up. And if it's being used up, it's creating energy or having to turn into a different state. And if helium-4 can turn into a solid and become that barrier, and it's always replenishing itself, then that's a cycle that makes sense to me.
Helium-4 turning into a barrier. I had no idea whether they've ever tested the tensile strength of helium-4, so I couldn't say whether it's as hard as diamonds, harder than diamonds, but I would think that they have some kind of an idea of how strong it is.
Well, in a lab, maybe, but what I'm saying is up there, there's things that you just don't know. You don't even know the distance to it. So how can you, test it, or the pressure or the temperature? We're being told, but that's always changing. But the unknown is still there, right? And
you say we're being told temperature changes? Like, where are we talking about? Space right now?
Yeah, in the upper layers, wherever this barrier container that we live inside would be, whatever height that is, altitude that is, and whatever temperature and pressure that is, that's why that cycle is happening.
So you're saying that it defies the density and buoyancy argument?
No,
density and buoyancy no longer applies at that point.
No, that doesn't. That happens at lower altitudes, lower levels, closer to the surface, due to different things. Different pressures, different temperatures happen here. That's why we see different cycles at lower level. I'm not sure what's so hard about that. I mean, I don't think anyone can deny that there's cycles. So, it's just another cycle that could be happening.
I wouldn't kill the helium. Helium and hydrogen don't seem to have a cycle. They there may be some atmospheric disturbances that allow helium to reassociate as water, but with the oxygen that's free.
Well,
but
that would be,
as far as I know, most of the oxygen or helium that goes just simply leaves.
No, just they even tell you, from what I've researched, they say a small portion escapes, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So if that's the case, then that helium is being used up to make our atmosphere barrier anyway. So
that's
that
a
would
time function. It's you say that it doesn't escape. Given enough time, it all escapes. But right now we're losing 90 tons a day, which is according to the model.
Okay, well,
is a big whoop-de-doo. That's going to take another billion years before we see a PSI change at the ground level.
Yeah, okay. So if it's being made at ground level, produced, and it's rising up, and not all of it is escaping, then it's either turning into something, a different state, or it's being cycled back down to the earth, right?
What makes you think it's created at ground level? I'm not sure what you mean by created.
Produced, that's where helium comes from, right? Inner Earth.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, that's what I mean then.
It's changed in form from what it was formerly. So it's, I guess, you could call it produced. I don't have a real huge problem with that.
You can call it whatever you want. I just think it's produced at ground level or under the earth, and then it escapes the earth container in different ways, and then it mixes, I think, with other things in our air. We breathe it, but it's going up at a faster rate than other gases, which creates our pressure differences, and then it's combining with other things under different pressure and temperature as it does go up and changing states, just like water does.
See, that's one that I really find really strains my incredulity. It's not, as far as being produced, the way gases expand after their quote unquote production. You would need gases to be produced like on an air hockey table. To be being produced at such a great rate that to have a higher pressure at ground level before it can just like expand out as fast as it can. It expands at somewhere near like the speed of sound. And
right,
so, I mean, you would be expecting everybody to be an air hockey puck on this Earth that you're talking about. It's not, the production does not cause the gradient in any way, shape, or form.
Put a lot of living creatures and a lot of grass and trees that absorb these these things, and then you have this natural cycle and the gradient that you need. Some of it is above that, not.
Production would have to be happening really fast in order to cause an increase in quote unquote pressure.
Yeah. Amazing.
It would have to be being produced at thousands of liters per leaf per second.
Maybe at a rate that's like a human mind can't comprehend. Right? That cycle, that beautiful creation. Maybe humans, maybe something above human thinking created it, and that's what's happening.
No, we're not. The problem is that we're not seeing the thing that you're describing. Essentially, if I took going back to a wonderful vacuum chamber scenario, if I wanted to just take a momentary measurement inside of my container and I let air in suddenly at the base of it, there'll be higher pressure at the bottom and near vacuum at the top. But that's going to equalize, with ballistic speed. The air that I put in the bottom, that pressure is going to equalize, rocket fast. So in order to maintain that pressure difference, I would have to keep on pumping in air at a phenomenal rate in order to keep a high pressure zone at the bottom. It would be like tornadoes and hurricanes and sonic booms everywhere all the time, all day long.
Kind of like what
we have to produce it this fast.
Kind of like what we have, right?
Kind of like nothing like we have.
Happening every day. The release of gases from the earth, like in volcanoes and in earthquakes, and then you have all these trees around us, these great forests and great seas that are letting off certain product and being absorbed by other things and producing other product. It's an amazing cycle. You should research it.
You're really not listening at all, so it's kind of funny.
I hear you. You just think it's not possible, and where have we seen it? You see it every day.
No, your argument is totally the antithesis of what I'm saying. I'm talking about that every leaf would have to be shooting out air at hypersonic speeds, and every piece of concrete and every desert would have to be generating air at this phenomenal rate, at the same rate that you see over the oceans and over the rainforest, in order to have a uniform pressure gradient caused by it. So it would be like you'd be living inside of a nuclear explosion, not that you occasionally see a volcano.
Kind of what's under us, maybe, where it's all being produced, and then it's contained, and it does explode sometimes. But when it's not exploding, it's coming out at the perfect rate. And the reason we have volcanoes and other things like that is because the cycle needs to keep that perfect plus or minus balance. That's what it does. So during a volcano, it releases more CO2 than any cow shit ever has, and that's why climate change is full of shit, because people can't affect the earth like they say it can. One volcano does more than what the whole population does in its lifetime.
No, I give one more attempt at this. You're talking about these rare events that occasionally happen, and you need the event to happen on every square inch of Earth every second. Every second, in order for this to actually meet your requirement of causing pressure gradient.
Why? How do you know that? I didn't give any measurements or put a number to it. You're the one putting numbers to it. That's strange.
Because air expands at a certain rate. If I try and create a higher pressure with, let's say, an air hose, and I just turn on that air hose, it's blowing. Now I put my pressure gauge near that thing. It's going to have a an increase in pressure right around that source of air coming in. Now you want me to have a 14 psi pressure all around the Earth, every inch of sea level, and every inch of low-lying forest. All of those are generating air like it's coming out of my air hose. In order for me to get that little tiny pressure increase, it's just untenable. This scenario that you're describing.
Water seeps out of the ground with water table. Air comes out of the ground, helium. There's different things out in the oceans that release a bunch of air pockets and things like that. I mean, the cycle is beautiful. You shouldn't fight it so much. You should just enjoy it.
So when you go out into the desert and there's no plant matter, and it's going to be generating air at the exact same rate as the rainforest.
No, yeah, air can be seeping through the sand, sure.
And it has to be coming out at ballistic speeds to cause an increase in pressure.
Not really. When you have pressure coming down too, like there's different forces. There's different magnetic forces and things. It's a cycle. It's not just one thing. It's a dynamic system. You're thinking about an air hose with you releasing a valve and air shooting out. No, it's not that. It's a dynamic.
Have you ever seen air seep out, let's say?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm watching it happen right in front of me. And the air, the mixture of that air is more dense at ground level than when I go up in the sky. Yeah, I'm on ground level. I'm on a street right now. There's trees and bushes and ponds and lakes and ditches.
Okay, so where are you visibly? How are you visibly seeing air seeping out?
Because I'm looking at the air.
Yes. So how can you tell that air is seeping out?
So you don't think helium and oxygen and all that? You don't think helium is coming out of the ground?
I was asking you, how are you seeing the air come out?
Well, who says you can see it? I mean, certain. You
okay,
can't,
so you're watching.
Certain things are here, right? But you know they're coming out of the ground.
So you're watching around you, and you're not seeing the air seep out, but still you're when I say that.
Okay, that's just my theory. Yeah, I can't see it. It's clear. It's like I'm looking through the air right now. I know there's air exists. I know helium comes out of the ground and mixes it into the system, right? So do you, right?
Just like plenty
all the
of
other chemicals that come out.
Yeah,
that's gas.
Just like plenty of other things in flat Earth.
Asking you a simple question, you're wanting to argue.
I did ask you a question, and I just find it bullshit. If you don't,
that's fine.
like
I'll find you want to obfuscate away from just my theory. Do you think gases come out of the ground?
Not at the rates that you would need them to.
Okay,
they
so
seep.
Okay, but they do come out of the ground, right?
Some do.
Can you see them?
No.
You can't see some of these gases coming out of the ground, or out of the oceans, or out of the what? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not aware. I'm just sitting here thinking. I don't think I've ever seen the gas that comes out of the ground.
Can you test it?
I guess you could.
Yeah, you think? You think when they drill down and they hit a pocket of whatever, they know the pressure, and then they can release it so they don't explode themselves? You ever thought about that? That's gas.
The volume of gas that would have to be released from the ground in such a way that it would alter the pressure at the surface would be such a volume that you would fucking know it. It just think it's not what's happening.
Out it all being produced in the ground and coming all out at once. It's not. It's contained in a container.
So how does it affect the pressure?
Cycled. Water cycle, gas cycle. It's all a cycle. So what's so hard about that to understand? We know there's
variability in your system, and there's no variability in the system. Not to the level that you would need.
I would agree there's a lot of unknowns, but there are some knowns that y'all are denying. When you drill down, you can hit a pocket of extremely high pressure gas.
Whoopee.
So obviously it's contained, and obviously it's being released at a certain rate where it doesn't explode. And then sometimes it's not released at enough rate so it does explode.
It happens in the oceans. It happens in volcanoes, in crevices, and caves. Huge amounts of gases are released in these explosions. And I mean, why doesn't that make sense that some of it's being released and then cycling back
Well, I
in the
think
water?
first of all, cycling back, like not on any human time scale does any of it cycle back. Like you don't get new methane pockets that are coming out of the atmosphere, except through the process of stuff being organic matter being buried and then reaching higher pressure and slowly over billions of years becoming
maybe billions. Or maybe it's being used up. Maybe it's being used up to do other things, and then it's being produced and forming in those pockets again, just like it was before. Maybe it doesn't take billions of years.
There's no mechanism for it to get back into the ground.
You don't know that.
There's no mechanism.
You have no idea.
There's no mechanism for it to get back into the ground.
Are you
asserting a mechanism?
You don't think water and gases don't cycle back? You don't believe in the gas cycle?
I believe in a water cycle.
What about a gas cycle?
I believe in a gas cycle. Plants take carbon dioxide that's there. They form it into wood. The wood dies. It goes to the gut of a termite, and it goes back into the atmosphere.
Recycled, right?
Tiny glacial rates.
Recycled gases. You're telling me that cow shit can affect the ozone layer, but you don't believe in gas cycles?
But there is no gas cycle that goes back down to the subterranean depths of the oil deposit that's 1,000 feet below the surface.
I never said it did. You're saying something doesn't happen that I never say it did. I say it's being produced on there.
Maybe you didn't flather on so much, you'd actually hear.
I say it's being produced, and then it's being released in different ways at different rates to create the pressure that we have in this container, and it's being cycled in this container by the thermal energy that's created by the sun and moon.
And if it's being cycled, then you're not going to have a pressure change.
Sure you would.
No, because the stuff that's taken out of the air goes into the ground, and the stuff that's in the ground comes out of the ground.
Yeah, and then it goes above the tree.
The pressure is neutral.
No, and then it goes above the trees where it's not being absorbed as much, but a lot of it's been absorbed where it was produced, which is ground level. It gets above that, and then the volume gets bigger because you're going up. So the container is getting bigger, so the pressure decreases. And it's also those gases are being cycled and used up and turned into other things like clouds, the rakia, rain.
I would think in your wonderful world where gases are shooting out of every square inch, because again,
I don't know where you made that up from. I don't know. You're the one who keeps bringing that up.
You've got a uniformity problem.
No, you have a make-believe problem.
You cunt.
You're trying to make something up that looks so ridiculous to make my theory.
Blathering on, you complain about people talking over you, and then you talk over them, you cunt.
Yeah, I stopped talking when I realized.
Talk to yourself.
I stopped talking when I realized you were talking, but you just want to quit then. I don't want to talk to you anyway. Like I said, you're making up a fantasy thing as you interrupt me like every time.
No, I was just going to say Moyoc has railroaded you a little bit, just in a free, moment of you just expressing how you see the world. And I don't think you're talking just from your opinion either. And I'm enjoying listening to it. So Moyoc, just chill too.
Yeah, I don't know why he's so upset or why he's even engaging me. Like, I'm not addressing him. And I've obviously not tried to talk over him. The conversation's been good. I like his input, on some of the things. But like you said, railroading me and saying these ridiculous things that I didn't say to make my argument seem ridiculous proves my point that he's not being honest about things. I mean, this makes sense to me. It doesn't have to make sense to you.
Trying to get you to look at the implications of what you're saying.
And I'm saying, and I told you can't know that.
Like we do know, there's an unquestionable fact that the atmosphere, generally speaking, is uniform. When you go to large and small scale, around the sea level, it's 14.7 psi. Whether you're in a desert, whether you're in over the ocean, whether you're over the rainforest, any place you go, and you're inside of a giant building made of concrete slab where no gases are being formed. Now, in this world where we can see a pressure differential that I can measure from 6 inches off the ground, I can show you that there's a pressure difference inside of a warehouse where there's no gases being produced. And this uniform nature carries out everywhere on Earth. And you're saying that this is coming because of a cycle. It's not because of a cycle, and cycle has very little to do with it because cycles are cyclical.
Yeah, but you said very little to do with it. That's why it's a dynamic system. The cycle is just a part of it.
But I can measure inside of my warehouse with my
Good for you.
barometer. Okay, fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, good for you. That's proof that it's happening.
You didn't need to speak while I was speaking, you twat.
Dude, you just triggered.
That's because you're a rude twat who gets triggered at a moment's notice when somebody talks over you. Yet you are perfectly willing to talk over anybody because your points are so important, and you have to blather out this retarded, bloviating bullshit.
Are you really going here? I mean, really? This is the end, right? This is how you get out of the conversation. Just leave, man. It's okay. You talked over me. I guarantee we can go back. I'll bet you $1,000 you've talked over me more than I've talked over you. You want to bet in the last 10 minutes? You want that bet there, Mr. Smart Guy?
In the last 10 minutes? Most certainly. Because I'm sick of you.
Yeah, okay.
Over me.
Shut the hell up then when you're crying about me talking over you when you just admitted that you've talked over me more. Because
in the last 10 minutes was your requirement. Yes, yeah, right. I agree with that.
Yeah, and you did it because you're sick of what? Sick of me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, go on mute then. Other people have stated they've enjoyed me expressing my opinion, and that's who I want to talk to anyway. Maybe they have something to add instead of just being so negative and so mean-spirited.
Y'all were talking to each other, though. Like,
I know. We had a great conversation going. I don't get it. I mean, in a conversation, people are going to interrupt and interject and all that. He just doesn't seem to want to handle it. But that's okay. I get the way I get the way he's being right now also. Like, of course I do. Human.
All the time.
Yeah. More than most. No problem. Anybody else see what I see? Like, hear what I hear about the way the cycles work and way things are contained underneath us? Gas is trying to go up or contained and then can be slowly released, and sometimes an eruption will happen where that pressure is so great it's got to escape its container, so it comes out in different forms like that. In the oceans, they have these great releases of gases. The underwater oceans, there's gases coming up. You can go dive on them. There's bubbles coming up. That's gas release. Where do you think that gas is going?
I remember I was arguing about the Tunga blast a couple of months ago, how a volcano exploded, lots of gas was released, and we saw it all around the world. A little spike of pressure ran around the world at the speed of sound.
Well, good. You're proving my point, though. When it's released slowly, like underneath the oceans and those caverns that the bubbles are coming out of and seeping through the ground and other places around the earth, then that pressure would be uniform, right?
No, not at all.
You just said it spiked because it was released so suddenly. If it was released just gradually, then it would be a constant pressure. Thanks.
It spiked and then returned to normal. Right next to that volcano, the air that's releases at or vents is something around like supersonic.
Right. And let me guess, after it came out supersonic and spiked, after that supersonic ejection of gases coming out of the ground, then it went back to normal, as you say, right? Because it's being released gradually. Yeah, I agree. That's why you saw the spike. That's how you know you can measure the difference, because you did see an explosion. Of course it would. And it would create a shock wave also, because that air is being pushed away from where the explosion happened. That's what a shock wave is. Frequency. Same thing like LIGO is measuring.
not measuring gravity. It's measuring a shock wave coming from an explosion in outer space. What they say. It's like a bass drum or a bass speaker. Boom, boom, boom. They're measuring that wave.
But how is the cycle? How is it refreshing?
How do cycles refresh? That's the whole what a cycle is. Not
how is it? What is the? It goes. The
What's
gas
the
goes
process?
up, and when does it come back down, and where?
In our sky, in our atmosphere, in water, in the form of ice, in the form of snow, in the form of rain, in the form of when certain chemicals combine and they get heavier and they turn into different, or the change of state. I mean, I don't. This is like something I'm making. The gas and water cycles are and how they actually work are pretty well taught. I mean, I'm not an expert on them, but oh, this is something we shouldn't argue about. It's definitely happening. I'll be back in a little bit, or I got my truck just got here, so I'm going back to work.
Molten cores. The core of the Earth is changing. Get excited.
There's a core?
Probably. There's a lot of us giving food and material to people, to run around and look at it. So God bless that they've, decided it's a new material now, probably, or something. But we're definitely safe. So I'm glad we didn't have those guys building pyramids instead.
What have you guys been chatting about lately? I'll just join, sorry.
Oh, it was gas and the sapphire sky, and also rockets in a vacuum.
Yeah, cool, man. I looked up this word because I was thinking of alcohol, and is there something that looks like the word alcohol, but it's not? And there's this thing called alkanol, ALKONAL, and it's a hydrocarbon. And it's like, of all the words, it was very, yeah. And when you say, oh, is there alcohol in the atmosphere, then you say ethanol and shit like that is present. So, in many ways, we have a flammable material that's present in our upper atmosphere and shit like that. And alcohol seems to, like if it reflects sunlight, it seems to sort of show the colors of the spectrum. Yeah.
Interesting.
I had a barbecue tonight, and there were four rounds of meat, and each round tasted different because there was different heat in the coals or whatever, and like the first two rounds kind of burnt because it was so hot, but the last two were perfect. It was just interesting how it changed the taste of the meat depending on how it was cooked. I've never really, it kind of clicked tonight. But yeah, bit of science, bit of alchemy.
Yes, mate.
I'm gonna, keep my eye on that stuff. There's art, almost art to cooking.
So, what do you think space is made out of? Everything that they tell us, or maybe something?
No. I mean, what's a vacuum? What are the ingredients? You know what I mean?
Money.
So they're not. No friction. No friction in a vacuum. I'm fascinated by all that stuff though, like terminal velocity and free fall and orbit, all that sort of stuff. I've always been into that shit.
If I see another drawing of a satellite in space, like from the perspective of right next to the satellite in space, like looking out, like just show me. Just put the selfie stick on the satellite, bro. Stop drawing it.
Yeah, seriously, man, this is getting like you can't say we're so advanced and we have all these satellites up there. They got to be like, some are geostationary, some are not. Like, you got to be able to take pictures of other things from those stations, right? From those satellites. Like, it is strange, and not having.
It's just too cold in space and too expensive.
No one can hear you scream.
Hyper sleep.
Sorry about that. I got cut off. But yeah, that no camera on the moon is pretty telling to me for some reason.
Bro, if all this shit was real, okay, there would be some rich guy wanting to get unlimited rocket, slingshot him forever around in orbit so that he could live for 1,000 years. Okay,
Coming through.
I'm telling you, and that's all it is. There's some nerd, some fucking rich guy, this fucking dream, and that's all this fucking shit is, bro.
I totally agree with you. I was thinking of the movie Contact only yesterday, and I was thinking of exactly the same thing. There's one person behind all of this, and that's why nobody knows any different. And everyone's... You know what I'm saying? It's like if one person knows the answer, if you tell two people, you're going to have to kill the other person. You know what I'm saying? If you keep it to one person, and one person is doing all of this, yeah, man, that makes perfect sense, man.
What if it's not a person? What if it's a sheep?
It could be a fucking sheep, mate. It's yeah, definitely. It could be fucking anything, man. Yeah, man, a recreation. But then you're part of their world, aren't you? So there is something bigger. But yeah, how would nature do it? How would nature do it? If you drop a potato on the ground and it splits inside, it'll start to create its own ecosystem inside. Leave it for a few months, leave it for a few years. It'll probably still be sealed, and inside there'll be a whole load of shit going on. Maybe put in microgravity and see what it does.
And then some fucker picks up the sheep and picks up the potato and eats it.
Do you think the powers that be would have known what the internet potentially was going to do before they gave it to the public?
Maybe the internet was the freedom of speech. Something that if everybody is going to be reliant on electricity, then you wouldn't need much of technology to wipe the electricity away, all the data, all the value of everything. You imagine life where everyone's standing inside the house and that's all they own. There's no value to the house or something like that. You keep what you've got. You know, there's no record of anything. You start all over again, don't you? And then what will happen is you get the pillagers. The pillagers will come take your house with you because you got nothing to say to your house. And then, yeah, man, fucking back to the caveman stage, isn't it?
it just seems like to me anyway that the powers that be got to a level of power where they're almost unstoppable. And I think because they're kind of like untouchable and unstoppable in a way, that's when they've revealed what's going on really gradually to us. It's like a lot of, I didn't know before the internet, like I had some ideas that Earth was a bit weird, even when I was a little kid, but now it's like, whoa. I think it's, say if there's a serial killer, and that's a weird example. Some of these serial killers like will leave a clue because ultimately they're leaving a trail and they want to be known and kind of found. They don't want it to be anonymous. And I think these powers got to such a height of that they've almost got no other option but to bring us into their game. Like the Hunger Games or fucking Squid Game or any of these things that are a bit too close to reality for, if you know what I mean. Not just a movie.
Like a legacy, like a legend. A legend and a legacy may be one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think in ways this is like I remember years ago that the Sun paper or something in England, they had this treasure hunt thing. And it was like people to follow the clues in the paper. National treasure, that sort of thing there. You put all the clues out there, but there's not that many people that are on the treasure hunt, yeah? And if there's a treasure hunt and there's a pot of gold, you know, the word leprechaun, you know, shit like that. A leprechaun as in a leper, and a corn, a chawn, I don't fucking know, you know what I mean? But all these little stories, there's got to be some truth to it. Like a unicorn is a unique horn. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is all of this? But even our nursery rhymes do help us. They do have, I don't know, maybe that shit is meant to be that it's appropriate, it's relevant to everything, you know? Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, you know? The cow jumps over the moon. Fuck knows, mate. Fuck knows.
Yeah.
But Jeremy was saying about...
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
No, it's like I have these moments of just pure simplicity, I guess, but it really does come down to just putting one foot in front of the other sometimes. Like at this stage, nothing would surprise me, the realm. I think humanity's on the precipice, but I don't necessarily think of anything bad. I just think this is going to be interesting. Let's put it that way.
I think we're in a Groundhog Day situation where each time we got better, but, you know, a day on Earth and our day happened and we fucked it up. But there was some left over to tell the story and to restart that generation again. Something natural happens where everyone's condensed to 10% of the Earth instead of a lot more of the land. Catastrophe or whatever. But Groundhog Day, and I think they're all preparations that we're making are more to protect us so that we have a bit more longevity of the humankind. Otherwise, the humankind will probably be extinct. So, although we are covering shits up, we're probably most doing it for the protection of humanity and the legend, you know?
Humans have got so much potential. There's so many possibilities, really, outside the mainstream framework too. Even if it is just, I don't know, ideas, there are visions of a new world, if you know what I mean. Like the post-war kind of analog to digital. Like even in my lifetime, there's two. That's a pretty big transition, analog to digital.
I mean, if we were one race before, let's say, and we're trying to phase ourselves back into a one race again, we segregated things, the differences between each person, colour and stuff, things start changing. So I think we want to get back to that one race thing so that we're no different from each other, and actually we're indifferent in other ways. Yeah, maybe that's the plan. I don't know. But like I said, Groundhog Day, it's probably like a cycle that happens every such and such, and it just seems to repeat itself the same way, but a little bit better each time.
Do you feel like this is your first time here?
Yeah. If that was an honest answer, I don't have any sort of recollections of anything. Always had a dream that I had some type of surfboard in front of me, like a wakeboard. I could run fast enough. I could actually like hop through the air and ascend, and sort of just. That's the only dream I've ever had. It's like a vivid thought. Yeah, that's the only thing I've ever had. But fuck me, then you know, but like, if it went wrong, then you hit the ground really hard, you know. So you got that freedom that you can do it without. You don't need a backup plan. You don't need a parachute.
No consequences, sort of thing.
Yeah, but
that's what it would be good about a holodeck, like an actual say it was a simulation, right? But you know, potentially you couldn't hurt yourself or die in a simulation, right?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's like, do people really die? You know, it's like, no, that's fucking stupid. No, people do die, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense to you. It's like, oh, you know, did they kill those people? Did this happen? Did that happen? Of course it happened. But imagine if it didn't happen.
But where do they really go? Where do they really go, right? Like you could even die. I'm not trying to make, but you could die in an awful way here on Earth, but potentially just pop into another point of almost like a waiting room, I guess, and you decide where you're going to go next. Who knows?
Maybe all of this is total recall, mate. Maybe none of us actually have a physical thing, and all we're doing is we're just pulses of information, and we you know, all of this could be a dream to all of us, and we're all sharing the same dream, you know.
Yeah.
Even smoking that weed, mate. You know what I'm saying? It was like the dream will sort itself out.
Yeah.
But I keep on talking about this, but the weather in the UK, man, it's our winter is gone. We don't experience winter. We don't experience like less than 0 degrees, you know, and shit like that. And our summers are starting earlier, and it gets to the point that you could experience what someone else experienced a few years ago or decades ago, where you only have 6 months of summer and 6 months of winter. You know what I'm saying? That you're not having winter. You're just having 2 seasons. You know, the hot season and the cold season. We don't really have much of a consistent wet season. You know, it's definitely in the 28 years I've been in the UK, I've watched it go from. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely got warmer, longer. The summer's been longer, and it's very similar. Reminded me of South African weather. You know, nowadays it does remind me of South African weather very much. And South Africa, from the equator, is like 30 degrees south, 33 degrees south, and then you got UK 51 north. But yet we experience similar weather. You know, it's I'm saying this like if we get 185 days of sunshine in the northern hemisphere and 180 in the south, then you know you're gonna have to move your equator just to make that work. You know, I don't know, man. It's almost like our tropical equator is not quite where they say it is, or I don't know, mate. We perceive these things because of the things we see in the sky. But the physical equator of Earth would be something different. It doesn't matter what's going on in the sky. We could be doing all sorts of sort of cycles, processions, and stuff like that. But they give you an equator that's not a physical equator. They gave you an equator based on the things we're seeing this century. You know, time before they had a different rule.
When you're like making your like models and maps and stuff, do you sort of see the Earth like moving in a space? Like, or do you see it more anchored on something? Or
It's fucking hard. The rabbit hole, you know, the rabbit hole is it's a hole in the ground. Like, so that's not moving. But there's so many things. Like I was looking into lunocentric and a concave sort of donut type of thing. And what you'd need is a bit of participation from the ground, the exterior to move. Maybe in some ways we are part of the system that we more or less describe, but it's just the way that they illustrate it to us. The words are correct. The illustrations are. I don't know. It's this whole. It's questions like that. I love the stuff you ask because it's the same sort of stuff I ask. And the hope to say to humanity that there's outer space and there's aliens and there's hope, and we're listening out for frequencies, you know, that are trillions of light years away or whatever like that. It's that hope, isn't it? You've got 8 billion people that have no fucking hope, or they do have hope, you know. So to be contain something that's not moving and you're just in a hole in the ground of something. The moving part, one or two things, isn't it? It's either moving or ain't.
right.
It all depends because as soon as you change the shape and you start going toroid, then it means when the tropics expand, if they were to expand past the limits they say, then what will happen is that it's going to increase rapidly because you haven't got, well, maybe, in the concave idea, it would all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but the things would increase rapidly. If you're inside a sphere, then it's going to gradually get hotter and hotter and hotter towards the poles because the sun's spending longer. But as the tropics expand, do our days get longer? You know, does time change?
You know how I mentioned to you like taking the water out? The reason I'm thinking that because I reckon under the sea there'd be like caverns and canyons, and not just shelf, you know, caves.
Oh, exactly.
You know, land, right?
Undersea vaults. It's proven. There's
Yeah.
undersea rivers. There's undersea vaults of different things that this definitely happens. It's also biblical. You look up the flood story. It talks about the undersea vaults and opening the doors of heavens, which is the rakia, waters above. So you can go down different routes. Even science is telling you there's undersea rivers. So moving water from one place to the other, maybe creating the tides, right?
Right.
If the Earth, let's just say, in an enclosed environment, you know, the easiest thing to describe is a concave sphere, which, you know, I don't get. But if the sun was doing a particular cycle that dried up all the water, where would that water go? It won't go down. It will go to the center, wouldn't it? And then the opposite effect, that when the poles freeze up, it absorbs all the water to the poles, and once again, we have no water on the land. So there's a cycle when we're at 100%, there's a cycle where we're at 0%, and are we going towards the hot or are we going towards the cold? Do you know what I'm saying?
That's why it's a cycle, though, because people say the climate's changing. Well, yeah, of course it's changing, right? It's changing minutely every second, but it's changing on a larger scale, maybe monthly or yearly. or on a 50-year cycle or whatever. But whatever the time period is, of course it's changing. It's impossible for it not to change.
But if this change is actually a 10th or 100th times quicker than you think, because if the shape changed, then it wouldn't just be a nice equal type of thing going around a circle or a few circles. If you change the shape, if you flatten it slightly, then
Well, yeah.
no,
You
no,
can't have. I'm sorry.
No, carry on, man. I'm all good, man. I'm always good.
You can't have this much water moving, this much air moving and turning into different states, this much thermal energy being introduced and taken out on a 24-hour period cycle, right? 24-hour cycle of thermal energy, and not have extreme movements or extreme changes, right? Every so often. It's amazing that people just can't even logically. You don't have to be an expert to figure that type stuff out.
I like that.
If you've seen boiling water, you know that thermal energy, can create certain things.
Yeah,
right.
But interesting that people are talking about this word called shallow earth, where the seas aren't as deep as you think they are. And if they're not as deep as what you think they are, they could easily dehydrate and dry a hell of a lot quicker than you think. You know what I'm saying? So 100 or 200 meters or even 300 meters. Sorry.
It's interesting. Well, it's in because a lot of flat Earth, really, it was about the water. That's what people meant when they said flat. Wasn't the land, right? But if you could take the water out or away, what's the shape of Earth then? Like, it'd be fascinating to know what was actually underneath the water.
You can look at it.
Yeah,
I have programs on my boat that show you the topography of the underwater. It shows you rocks and caverns and cliffs and all that. I mean, Earth is the land only. So when people say flat Earth, I'm like, no way, it's not flat. I mean, at hardly any place on Earth is the Earth flat, but the water when static is the baseline of horizontal. It is flat. Like that is what we measure everything from. The vertical change from water is where we get our elevation.
But to measure Earth properly, without water, you would need to drag some type of measuring tool that can turn, and you pull it along the seabed. Is it possible the measurements that we use today are based on the actual contour of the seabed as well? That length there. If it was some type of concave-ish thing, even if it's 1 centimeter per kilometer, fucking curve up and shit like that. But
you can't measure the land like that. It's changing too rapidly up and down. Yeah, but the water doesn't. That's how you know the land underneath the water is higher and lower. It's based on the top of the water.
Yes, and what you can do is you can get all your measurements, your peaks, your troughs, your lows, your highs, and you can get all those measurements and work out, is it a little bit less than negative or a little bit more, is it a little bit negative or a little bit positive or flat? You know what I'm saying? Because you might get down to like 1 meter difference, you know what I'm saying? And you might be thinking, fucking hell, this 1 meter, but we have to look at our tolerances are like 1 in 1. I've got it down to 1 in 500 error, right? And even at 1 in 1,000 error, you've got all those angles to consider. All these measurements that they can't do better than 1 in 1,000. That means that's what for every kilometer you've got 1 meter variance. That means that you can go 500 mil up, 500. Meters, 500 mil up or 500 mil down, or you could both shake hands and say, do you know what, it's not even worth arguing about. We've got our flat maps and we've got this and we put it all together. Sorry.
Issue with people thinking concave or sphere or flat or whatever, but it all comes down to water. If you have concave Earth, then you have water at a certain distance, whatever that distance is, depending on the size of your concave Earth, would be above your head, and that would be measurable. Same thing with the sphere. You have it below your feet at a certain distance. From any given point, it has to go below your feet, and that would be measurable. The fact that it's not measurable, and it would be easily measured. The fact that it's not, and the fact of reality that everywhere else we know how water works in a cup, in a tub, in a pool, in a pond, in a lake, then well, you can deduce. You don't even have to measure it. You can just logically deduce that it's contained by the shoreline and that it seeks and finds its horizontal.
Yeah, interesting you say shoreline, because like in the Pacific, it has a thing called a girdle or a griddle. It's one of the two. Basically, it's the boundary of the water mass, and the Pacific has one. Do you know what I think it's called? The Pacific Rim. So it seems like
the Pacific Rim.
Yeah, and these waters have rims. So I guess you need to hold the shit in, don't you? The water's flat and you've got a rim, and you can measure. Yeah. It's this contour thing. I reckon the contour is so close that it's almost flat, but we can't work out which direction, if it's going up or down.
Well,
yeah.
If you get on water, any lake, any pond, any ocean, travel in any direction you choose, you will hit land.
Oh yeah, you will, of course. But the general water, the general contour underneath you is telling a different story. The duck on the top and its legs are doing something different underneath.
Yeah, usually it's gradually going up and getting less depth as you approach a continent, right? Depending on the topography of that continent, how sharply or slowly, like in my area, it slopes off gently into the depths, right? But in a mountainous region with cliffs near the ocean, it's going to drop off more sharply, or where the currents are more strongly, like in between Bahamas and Florida, you get these deep drop-offs, these channels that have been cut. And there's just goes from 100 feet to 10,000 feet in a matter of a couple miles.
Yeah, Atlantic has a 10-kilometer wide Atlantic ridge, and it goes on for fucking. I think there's one thing that continues all around the world, and it's about 80,000 kilometers long, and it's just like a channel or a valley. Probably looks a bit like a tennis ball, maybe. I don't think that we just made these balls by chance. We would have used one ball without any deviations on it to play all sports, but it's the deviations on all the balls that we play that actually help with the aerodynamics. All sorts of shit. But I think we designed our balls for a reason, because it was an achievement of a thing where we were stuck in trying to shape our world. But yet every single ball we use, except for a rugby ball, is a sphere. But if north was left and south was right, and we were a rugby ball shape, for example, and we were on the rotisserie, on the spit, the lamb on the spit, we are the lamb, and we're by the fire. We are the hearth by the fire. And that's probably got relevance to this thing, shit. I don't know. We have to prove we're moving. But with the equator area, in that situation, the equator area would be flattened, and then the curvature would just happen and meet at the poles. Just have to describe what. I guess when you get to the poles, you start elevating. So actually, you're not going towards a dead end. You're actually going back on yourself. Well, in ways, you're going back on yourself, but you're not. You're definitely not going towards a dead end. You know what I'm saying? But how does the shit work naturally? What do the skies actually look like from the right perspective? They're elliptical. They're not circular. So we definitely know there's a type of shape there, like a Ford badge type of shape going on. It just, what are the dimensions? What the fuck does it look like? We're getting close, but we're getting fucking 2 steps further away because we're still bitching about the same shit. You know what I'm saying? but we've learned so much. Probably myself, and I'll probably say I'm on a similar journey to Merlin. Just revelation in myself, just kind of seeing life, because most people don't see life like we see life. You spot things more, start to look a bit harder, and when you see something that you don't normally see, you kind of think about it and look into why does this happen. Cool, man. Love talking to you guys. I've got to go, man. Pick up the kids. Love you guys.
Take care, man.
I actually had a wild idea relating to what Realm was saying there. Like, he was talking all sorts of stuff, but one specific comment about shallow Earth. This is a wild idea. There used to be this theory that swallows, like the birds, they hibernate at the bottom of lakes. Now, of course, that's not possible if lakes are not shallow. The mainstream theory right now is that that's not how it happens. Swallows actually migrate. But what if it was true? What if swallows actually did hibernate at the bottom of lakes, and it was just all an elaborate hoax, and we've just been lied to that they actually migrate? That's to hide the fact that the waters are shallow. It was no more no less than Carl von Linné himself who actually was of the opinion that swallows hibernate at the bottom of lakes. Probably the most famous biologist ever.
Why would he think that, though?
Where he was living, I think the lakes froze up right at the same time when swallows disappeared. So he made the connection that, okay, lakes froze, swallows disappeared. They must have went under the ice. That's why I don't see them.
Sort of reminds me of the conundrum of the whole. Have you guys ever heard of like the whole thing where they don't know? Oh, they say like they don't know how freshwater eels reproduce. They know that they do somehow, but like they've never caught it on film, or they've never actually like got it in like when people try to take two domestic eels and like domesticate them and like try to make them breed or whatever, like they won't do it. They've never done it. They've never seen freshwater eels like reproduce. They've never. The only thing they can do is track their migration patterns like throughout the year, and they notice that they basically spawn from a certain like portion or like area of the ocean or whatever. But they've just never seen them reproduce. And like their reproductive organs, they've been dissected hundreds of times. Like it started with like going back to like all the ancient like philosophers and stuff, like Socrates and stuff, like Plato. Like they were all like dissecting eels. They could never find their reproductive organs. So the theory is that the reproductive organs actually manifest at some point, like in the like later stages of the eel's life cycle. But they don't. They still like literally don't know how eels reproduce. Or freshwater eels.
Interesting. I'm not a flat earther, but I definitely am a shallow earther.
it makes sense in a way because this is a bit more in the mix, I guess, in the melting pot. But if space is a distraction, and they know they can't really get that far out there, that of course the mystery is the Earth, but under the water, potentially is where a lot of the mystery is. You know, like yeah, so many people have been distracted away from what's right in front of us.
Well, maybe it has to do with the fact that what's right in front of me is a computer screen, and that's one of the things that they actually use to distract you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm spending basically all my days in front of a computer screen because I'm studying, and basically I do that with a computer.
It's an amazing tool. Like I've made a lot of art with computers, music, videos.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like any tool, it can both be used and abused.
Yeah.
I've actually been trying to cultivate different habits and different lifestyles. Like I've taken on the habit of actually going out and walking again. I actually used to run, and basically I'm kind of training to run, but basically the low heart rate training for me looks like walking right now because I can't run while maintaining that low heart rate. It's been actually quite nice.
Yeah, walking's great. Like just even
Yeah.
like a brisk walk,
Yeah, get some sun and get your shoes wet if the weather is like there's plenty of snow right now and it's melting and there are a lot of puddles to try to navigate through or around.
Yeah, I had in England just before I left there. I was in Brighton, and it snowed, and I had like these Adidas, like black and white kind of Adidas shoes. But yeah, once you stepped in a puddle, that was it. Soaked.
Yep. I remember one time I was walking, just going from place A to place B. I was walking from my place to the university campus. Of course, I had some bloody winter was just coming on at that point, and it had just snowed, and all this snow had turned into like this mush mix between like water and like slush between water and snow.
Yeah.
And I immediately realized that my shoes are completely, because I had like summer shoes or like just your light summer walking shoes on, that I was like, oh yeah, my feet are gonna get so wet, aren't they? Fortunately, I did have a spare change pair of socks in my backpack, so I could just change to dry ones in the university. But yeah, I was basically right away like, there's no bloody point in trying to dodge all this shit. Like, just walk through it. It doesn't matter. Your feet are gonna get so wet anyway, so never mind.
Have you ever been in water like with all of your clothes on?
Oh yeah, sometimes. Normally, like as a kid, we used to do that. Like we would like jump in and swim with all our clothes on. Not as an adult, I don't think.
like you get, like you notice that like they become heavy.
Yep. I remember one funny time. It's quite a long time ago, but I was going rowing with our rowboat and had my jeans on and kicked like I used to go rowing a lot when I was younger, and I like to kick some good speed so I can, you know, the boat kind of slides. Well, I did that, and then I realized, oh bloody hell, the oars are not here; they are not in the boat. And I was already away from the shore, so I had to just, you know, jump in the water and navigate the boat back and basically wet my jeans. Well, I go inside, change into a new pair of jeans. And then I kick some speed and do the bloody same thing again. I forgot to put the oars in the boat, so I had to do the same thing again. And it's the second pair of jeans that I now got wet. then the third time when I went, I bloody well actually remembered that, okay, before you kick the speed, put the oars in the boat so you can bloody row.
What's kicking the speed?
It's just, you know, I was in this habit of pushing like some speed with my feet from the ground, so I kind of push the boat off the ship.
Yeah.
It's a boat. It's not a ship. push the ship off the shore like with my feet to get it like sliding nicely. But the problem is I did that twice without the actual oars being in the boat.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever been down rapids, like in a canoe or something?
No, I haven't. I've been canoeing, but just, you know, on a lake, not in any rapids.
Yeah, they weren't that big, but I had like a Lilo, just like a blow up mattress kind of thing, and going down rapids on that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I would love to do that sometime.
Because the current just takes you, you know?
Yeah, sure. I've done plenty of canoeing, but mostly with these. I'm Pentecostal, and I used to go to children's camps, and we had these canoes that were kind of built so that it's almost impossible to make them fall. Those are actually very, very good for, you know, children's camp purposes, because then, you know, the kids are not falling over all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those were still fun to navigate, and it was fun trying to, you know, learn to be as fast as you can with them. But of course, I'm guessing that because there's always, you know, some kind of compromise. If you like maximize one feature, you're giving up something else. So I'm guessing that those are not the fastest ones that you can have. So most likely the stability that you get in them is at the cost of speed.
What about skiing? You ever skied?
Yeah, sure. Like I live in bloody Finland, mate. Of course.
Yeah. Like downhill?
Yeah, though not as much as like that. That's a typical Finnish pastime. Like people do that a lot, but our parents actually were sort of semi-poor, so we didn't have them. Like they didn't have the money to like send us to do any of that stuff, and then we would have school trips where everyone was kind of assuming that of course everyone's gone already to these places with their parents, so no one was kind of teaching anything. They were just like, oh yeah, here's the place, you can do whatever you want. Well, of course, if I haven't gone to those places with my parents, then I'm not gonna go into the deep slope and just start trying by myself. But I did try that later on.
Why does the Earth look like an egg?
Does it look like an egg?
Yeah, it looks like an egg. The thing is NASA gives us perfect spheres, so there's a problem between your globe and NASA's globe.
If it looks like an egg, what if we stomp on it? Can we like crack the
It'll
shell?
crack, and then the yolk will come out, but then it'll be debunked.
Or maybe if we leave it be, then someday something will hatch out of it.
And it makes me think, real quick, it makes me think like some of these other pictures, like from NASA, about like the moons of Jupiter. If you look at them closely, it's just an egg sprinkled with some shit. Not really a planet. Okay, go.
Could it be a crystal egg?
Yes.
Pretty cool. It's all sparkling when light hits it.
Yeah, sparkly egg. Like the vampires in Twilight get sparkly when the sun hits them.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually thinking, are there creatures that have like more round eggs? Because of course chicken eggs normally aren't that round. Though I did find this one which actually looks quite spherical.
Actually, if you think about it, a chicken egg debunks gravity because it would be a perfect sphere. I mean, all things being equal.
Well, if you think about it, so do trees, because trees would be spherical as well.
Yes, trees actually grow in opposition to gravity, despite gravity. Interesting.
Alfalfa sprouts too.
Grass. I'm gonna put trees down in my books. I'm gonna put trees down in my books as a debunk for gravity. Because if you think about it, if there's gravity, trees would just grow along the side of the ground. It wouldn't go up, right?
How many spherical objects in nature can you think of? Like I
can think of a water drop, but a scientist once told me that a water drop is not because of gravity; it's because of some other sciencey bullshit. I forget what they call it.
Can I ask you guys something? It's. I've actually spoken to you before about this, Laurie, but I don't know if it's a Mandela effect, but when Felix Baumgartner jumps, do you guys remember when that was live? He went into like a tumble, like he was out of control. Does anyone else remember that?
I'm sorry to but just straight down, like he was like his hands out and his feet out, like an H position. I didn't see him tumbling. Did you?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. Like, and like almost he looked like a toothpick in a tornado. Kind of like, it looked like, whoa, is he going to make? And then it all evens out, and his parachute goes out, and then everything's cool. But before that, it's like it wasn't looking good. But when I've seen the footage now too, that bit's cut out, and I can't find it, but I swear in my mind that happened. And so I just thought I'd put it out there. Did anyone else see him get flung like a
JJ is saying in the chat that he did tumble. I don't know, because I didn't actually at the time. I was already lazy, so I didn't.
Well, I don't have a problem with the Mandela, but if you look at the Baumgartner jump, they took several takes and they filmed it in the studio, because you can see that the shuttle itself has changed from one reel to the other. On the left side, there's the numbers on the shuttle, and then there's like a metal crease in the shuttle itself, which binds both armor pads together. And the next take, the numbers have moved upwards and to the right, meaning that they took several takes of that episode and then just played it later like it was live. Anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm not the only one who knows that.
I've got to say, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, look at the side of the capsule. Go to Felix Baumgartner jump. Look at the side of the capsule and notice the numbers will switch from black numbers on the silver shuttle itself. So not the same shuttle. And honestly, I think that this is the kind of thing where, like, you have like whistleblowers, like they're giving us clues that this whole thing is fake, but you have to kind of pay attention. I think they know they did it on purpose. Is what I'm saying. It's not an accident that they got caught lying, because nobody's that stupid. If you don't find it yourself, DM me or something. I'm on my walk right now, but I'll find it for you later if you don't find it. Left side of the shuttle.
Okay.
You know something?
Yeah, like I've found that footage of him just like he's not in control. He's not.
I remember the video where the movie where he was telling about his his like endeavors, and he was worried that he was going to pass out.
Yeah,
because of the sheer G-force. Remember that?
I actually might have seen him tumble, and I if I don't remember wrong, I wasn't surprised because that stuff does happen. I once read
I was worried
about
for
a guy.
him because he was just spinning like constantly, like somersault after somersault. You know what I mean? I was like, he's definitely gonna spew.
Yeah, blacking
Fucking
out.
hell.
You don't want to do that up there.
No.
I once read about a guy who was he was forced to eject. He was a Navy pilot or something like that, and he was forced to eject because of a malfunction in his plane right above a thunderstorm. So he had to kind of free fall through a thunderstorm with hailstones hitting him and lightning going on all around him. And basically, later on, he calculated by the amount that it took for him to fall that he must have kind of been blown upwards by the winds at some point, because it took him too long to just he would have fallen faster through the cloud otherwise. And like he was so much just fighting, like whatever happens, do not bloody well pass out, because that means death. Like it's certain death if you do blackout. But yeah, he survived through the thundercloud, and then he, pulled his parachute.
Wild.
Yeah.
Thank God he didn't black out, because he would be in trouble.
Yeah, the slightest amount of trouble, yeah.
Also, if he threw up in his helmet, that would be a problem too.
I've sometimes been thinking about how crazy it is that we humans do stuff like that. Like, you don't see cats or any other animals like go to the sky and deliberately
going in space.
Yeah.
We do put them in space, like they're called cosmonauts, like chimpanzees and dogs. I think were in space.
Yeah. Dogmonaut. But it's funny, to think about psychology. Like, if dogs could, like, bring themselves to a decision that, okay, I'm going to take a plane, I'm going to fly up to 10,000 meters, and then I'm going to jump. Would a dog do that?
It makes me think, how high is the highest bird can fly?
Well, they put a dog in space too, didn't they, Laurie? Laika or something.
Oh, yeah. At least that's what they tell us.
Yeah, we had an underground sort of movie that was made in Melbourne, and it was called Dogs in Space. So, and the start of the film was about that dog that apparently the Russians sent up there in a capsule. It's an awesome story. Dogs in space. They put monkeys in space. We're mean sometimes, I reckon.
I actually started looking up how high birds can fly, because I like being a studying translator, because you can kind of justify looking up very weird stuff, because sometimes it helps, especially when you're translating, like doing speech translation. It helps to have a vast knowledge base. Like you need to know so much. Like when the person that you're translating brings up some random thing, you need to be able to get exactly what they're talking about. So just a vast knowledge about all sorts of different random subjects is like very helpful. So I kind of give myself permission to look up even weird stuff sometimes. I would actually love to be able to do, for example, conversions from meters to feet in my head. We use meters here in Finland, but like being able to do that, even like some rough estimates in your head would be very useful.
What's your favorite language? Do you have a favorite language?
That's actually a good question. Thank you, Merle. I've bloody loved Mandarin Chinese. I don't know why. It's just it is actually. I didn't used to have a clear preference. Like I've studied German and French and Russian and Swahili and a lot of things. But
Yeah.
for some reason, when I stumbled upon Mandarin Chinese, I was like, "Oh, this is so good."
Right. What's
Maybe
good about it?
maybe it's because it's so different to like I've studied French, German, Russian, like Latin-based Scandinavian languages and stuff like that. But then you go right to the other side of the world. I did study Swahili, which is quite different, but like Mandarin was so different from anything I had studied before.
Right.
But I don't think even that explains, because on the other hand, I'm currently studying Japanese, and I've never actually been so interested in the Japanese language for some reason. Even though I studied right now, I'm not so much interested. So I don't know why. There's just something about Mandarin that I like a lot. A second one that I could mention was I actually studied Old English back in the day from a University of Calgary website. And I absolutely loved that. Like that's what they used to speak in England before like AD 1000. They also call it Anglo-Saxon. And of course, studying a language, dead language or an old language like that, of course, it's not dead, like it just evolved into modern English. But anyway, there's no practical use in it. But, you know, sometimes it's just fun to study something for the sake of studying something. And actually,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd say to me they're more soulful. Like they're closer to the earth somehow.
Chinese.
And well, and the Anglo-Saxons, like
sure.
say Confucius or something. Whenever you see like the dynasties of China, there's like some emperor sort of guy with like a beard and a pipe, you know, and a castle and big temples and yeah, I mean, they just seem so ancient from like they're kind of like from the beginning of time.
Yeah,
like the Buddha, you know.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with that kind of ancient history vibe, because I absolutely love like the history side of China as well, though I know like basically nothing about it.
Yeah.
The same is actually there for Anglo-Saxon. Like I love the period of English history. I've read Beowulf in Finnish, and I've looked at the Old English translation or the old English original text, I mean, as well.
Yeah, a friend of my dad's used to go there and like they'd have fondue, like cheese and stuff, and then do like a slide night, and he'd show slides of ice castles with like lights and ice sculptures, and they're really big into that. And then they put lights in them, and just as a kid, when I'd see that kind of thing, I'd never seen anything like that before, you know. But
yeah,
I wanted to go. Like I like all that stuff too. Like they've got a real mystical side, like dragons and
yeah. Yeah, I would love to study more Mandarin. I'm currently stuck with Japanese because I basically went through the Mandarin courses that I have available where I'm living currently. So I do
a
love
friend of mine had a
I do love the cultural side of Japanese studies. I don't. I'm not sure why I don't like the language so much, but I love the culture still.
Yeah, a friend of mine. He lived in Japan and taught English with his partner, and they were doing that, and then he went to China and was doing Chinese medicine and acupuncture. But he just said he loved it in China, and then when he went to Mongolia and Siberia as well, and yeah, like same sort of thing, like almost like it called him. He does qi gong and things like that. Yeah.
Have you studied any languages, Merle?
Funnily enough, like when I was growing up in primary school, I kind of learned Italian for some reason, but and in high school French. But I found like Italian, I could kind of just pick it up. I haven't spoken Italian for years, but I reckon once you get around it again, I'm around a lot of like people from Pakistan and Afghanistan at the moment.
Yep.
So I'm hearing they'll talk in their natural language, and I have no idea what they're saying, but some of the words are really interesting. So, yeah, I've tried to learn Japanese a few times. I've had Japanese friends too, so but I wouldn't say I'm fluent in it or anything. Just basic vernacular, you know. I could probably get around.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
So you know some languages.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why, but there's something about Iceland for me, and I like the kind of it just sort of feels this places you can go out there almost like, even I'm sure there's tourists. It just seems like you can just get totally back to nature there.
Yep. Interestingly, the language is actually sort of ancient in a way as well. Like languages vary in how much they change. English has changed very much when comparing to the Old English. But Iceland hasn't really changed much, like in the same period of time. And actually, Icelandic and Anglo-Saxon were sort of related languages. So Icelandic, as it is now, resembles almost more Anglo-Saxon than current modern English does. So it's almost an ancient language in the way that it sounds.
Yeah. I first kind of Bjork was from Iceland.
Yep.
And then there was this, I think they're called Sigur Rós or something.
Yeah.
But like the first time I heard that music, I was just like, what is going? It just felt again that ancient thing.
Hey, if you dig all of that stuff, I'm going to link you one video. This is a Norse band that I stumbled upon.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is actually a song that has a very personal connection. This is the song is Helvegen, so that basically means that basically translates to road to hell. But hell in Norwegian, like in Norwegian cosmology, hell is just a place you go when you die. Like there's no punishment. It's not like the Christian hell. So
Right.
there's no negative in it. It's just where people go when they die.
Yeah.
So this kind of deals with what gets left behind when someone dies, like what remains. And actually, the song also quotes a old Norse poem from like 1080 or something like that. So this music has some ancient roots.
Ooh.
I heard this song, like I seriously stumbled upon this song the week my father died. Like it was 3 days before my father died that I found this song. So it obviously has a very close connection to me. Like I connect it to my father and him passing.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very, very like I emotionally connected to the song even before my father died, and then after he died, it almost became traumatic. Like I couldn't listen to this song for like 3 months because it was too painful. But now I can again listen to it and I can even sing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is definitely worth listening.
What up?
What up?
What up?
Up, Chucky.
Hello. What are you doing?
So I just got back from the school run. Now I'm
From
gonna
what?
get from picking the boy up from school.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And now I'm just gonna get stoned.
Yeah, I was just about to go to bed and I thought, oh, I'll just see whatever.
Editing a video. We went flying, and then on the way flying down the tracks, we found a construction site where they're trying to put the road back together where we had a bridge collapse. So I was
Yeah.
flying my drone around the diggers and that, power looping the digger.
Cool. Yeah. Do you reckon are you getting better at it? Like flying it?
Yeah, definitely.
What's the highest you've got it?
I think I've only gone about 1,000 foot. So
Yeah.
up, or maybe 800, maybe just under a kilometer height. But it can go a mile.
Can it? And what it'll just sort of say, do going out of range or something.
Yeah, that my video goggles will start to break up into static when it's too far.
Yeah.
I've got a little number on my screen, like on-screen display, OSD it's called, and it's got a link quality, so it will say there's 3 modes, 1, 2, 3, and then it will say how much power on that mode you've got out of 100.
Yeah.
So if it drops to mode 2 and like drops to 60 power instead of 99, I need to start thinking about turning around.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw someone fly one out, like they were on, I don't know where they were, but I think it was Hawaii or something, and they basically just flew to a nearby island.
Yeah.
But it was pretty far.
Yeah, some of the long range ones, people, instead of flying really fast near things, enjoy, you know, the heartbeat of going far out and then bringing it home.
Yeah.
So some of them do 5 or 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
But obviously over the ocean, there's nothing in the way, so you're going to get a good signal. It's just about how far you can go.
Mm. I don't know why they don't have drones for people.
Yeah, they're starting to make it. There is some personal ones you can buy now.
I'm surprised that hasn't taken off. That'd be a good way to get around, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they're actually making a DCL event. So, you know, imagine Formula One, but with drones in the future. Some sort of sci-fi movie. They're working that out at the minute.
Mm.
There's actually people with big enough balls training to sit in a quadcopter.
Yeah. No, that'd be awesome.
And there's a little like sort of personal Tesla one you can buy. So if you've got a farm or a beach, private beach, or something, you can cruise in a quadcopter and control it with your hand like really smoothly. About 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, it doesn't have to go fast or that high, but you're just cruising.
Like the Jetsons.
Yeah. Because cars are sort of passe now almost.
Obviously it's dangerous as you scale it up. Because there's huge propeller blades that can chop your head off.
And storms.
Yeah, but obviously a helicopter is also dangerous. We use them.
There must be a way to build like like outside the fans, like a grate or something.
Yeah, a cage thing.
Yeah,
that's what they have
or
on
like
this professional one.
Guarded or something.
And there's a version of the drone, a bit like the one I fly, but called a Cine Whoops. It carries a heavy camera, but it's got ducts, they call it, plastic guards around the props. So you can fly around a model, and if you accidentally bang into it, you won't chop her arm or tangle her hair up.
Yeah.
There's just been a
Do you
scandal.
imagine?
Sorry.
I just like imagine if we got a job designing drones.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a lot of nerds that do it.
But big ones for people.
Yeah, if we could
That was
design
our
like
job.
the look of them.
Yeah, like the aesthetics of drones.
Yeah, that'd be great. There's a science fiction spaceflight computer game. It's called Star Citizen, and it's not even finished being made, but people are paying hundreds of thousands of pounds to buy special ships, and there's all like a design aesthetic. So you can pay like 50 grand to buy your ship that's going to then be in the game when it gets released. They have special designers that are designing these space cruise ships in different ways.
See, that's the thing. You wonder some of those computer sort of nerds, right? But they're really good at the 3D animation and modeling and stuff. If they could bring some of that stuff to life out of the computer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would be the next step.
It's all happening, isn't it? We exist on Earth, and we are building crazy technology every day.
Yeah. And it's the human imagination too. Like it's just wild. That's a wild place. I'm getting there. I've got it all next to me. It's in front of me.
Yeah, that's
It's all
great.
ready to go. Yeah. I had a big download too. Old mixtapes and stuff. I kind of want to have because I've got one of those MIDI key, like it's like a keyboard, but it's got pads on it as well, like 16. So I want to kind of have the like sampling. Yeah, it's all about sampling and
Doing
the
it a bit each
the
day.
minimalism of it.
Do a little bit each
Like
day.
like forcing yourself to do more with less somehow.
Yeah, that's definitely good.
Yeah, because I've got such a selection on my hard drive, things I've collected over the past 15 years.
There is an argument for like over intricate, over complex music, but when you simplify it, it's got another certain vibe, hasn't it? Because
Yeah,
you have to find something funky out of something simple.
Mm-hmm. And somehow making it still kind of feel a bit organic rather than just like a digital VST.
Yeah, you just crank distortion onto everything.
Yeah, you know how it can.
Release
It's almost like
swing and using organic samples in the first place. Yeah, that have got crusty bits in them.
And then because you're once you know how to place things in the stereo field, and so everything's sort of got its pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to have its space, either in the frequency, the panning, in the stereo field, or actually in its place in the music.
Yeah. I needed that shove.
What?
I did. It's like you keep putting it off till tomorrow. But
I'll never do that, dude.
Yeah, even just having it all close to me now, I'm like,
Tomorrow never
oof.
comes.
That's right.
When it's tomorrow, it'll be today again. Tomorrow's only the idea of a future today. But when you get there, it's today again.
It's so strange because I love it
I've even
as
got
well.
a tune.
Like,
Have you heard my tune? Tomorrow never comes until it's too late. I played it to you.
yeah.
Each day you've got to do something. If you've set it all up and it's plugged in, the next thing is to turn the door on, load one instrument, fiddle on the keyboard.
Yeah.
Or sample one guitar into a pedal. Load on one drum kit to the pads, bash away. But then record it and leave it on the timeline.
Yeah.
You can reopen it. Do none of that shit where you save the song and then the next day you start a new song, and then the next day you start another new song. And you have 20 documents of nothing then.
I can remember one of the first tracks I ever made was in like a hotel. But just playing it back and knowing that like I'd made it, I was like, this is the best.
How you doing, Brian?
Just chilling today, man. What you up to?
I'm 40 tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
He's made it.
I'm getting there, man. I'm just a little bit behind you, bro.
Yeah. I'm not going to get depressed, but it feels good.
It's a milestone.
It's fucking crazy. You feel at 40?
Yeah. It's like, well, if I don't live till 80, I'm already past halfway, right?
Yeah.
But it's kind of scary, but it is what it is. My mate gave me this new weed. It's called Black Diesel. It's really lovely. It's instead of like 70% indica, 30% sativa, so it just tastes okay and gets you really stoned. This one is 70% sativa, so you actually sort of feel fuzzy and get high, which I haven't had for a while, so it's a lovely change. It smells really strong like gas. I wonder if that's why they call it diesel. Also, that's the other story I've got to tell you. There's been a scandal in the drum and bass scene. So a young black female DJ who no one's ever heard of has tried to cancel another young mixed race DJ that no one's ever heard of because she left her USB stick with her dub plates, her special music, in the decks and at his party. Just so happens that he's stolen the name for his party off an old rave, so he's also getting flamed for that. But then anyway, she left the USB stick there. He took it home, copied all of her private music, her dubs, off the USB onto his own laptop, and then he's been playing them when he wants to ever since. She's called him out and tried to cancel him online. Most people have said, oh my God, what a dirty move, stealing USBs. My devil's advocate response is, don't leave your USB places with random parties, because it's your fault. Of course people are going to nick quirky new tunes if they want a USB. And my other devil's advocate response was, who even are these people? Never heard of either of them. But he was online saying, yes, I copied the dubs onto my laptop, and no, I don't need to play them because I've got my own dubs. And a few other people have said this is a publicity stunt.
It's a good publicity stunt.
Yeah.
Bit of controversy.
You do it wrong, and you get cancelled, and for the next 10 years, people just remember you as that guy. I also hate the ego of someone that thinks they can cancel someone else. That really triggers me.
What if it was like the bangingest of bangingest tunes and someone lifted it off your USB and then dropped it and they got famous or something?
Yeah, I would definitely understand then if someone was playing my dub and they were getting all the love for it and my name didn't come up.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed.
Right.
But it's part of the game and the system. You just go in the comments and say, that's my turn.
I think that happened to Quentin Tarantino or something. Like he was just about to do a movie and someone leaked it and
spoiled the idea.
Did you hear that time when someone tried to do that to Michael Jackson?
No.
Yeah, they tried to say that he stole one of his songs, like Michael Jackson used to steal someone's song, right? I don't know, but it was fucking crazy because he went in front of the judge and just like started making all the tunes of his mouth to show him how he came up with the tune. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I think it was Billie Jean. I don't know. Let me try to find the video of it. It's pretty crazy.
That song's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure if anybody had the chance to steal a Michael Jackson song, you would. The Matrix and the Terminator scripts are stolen off an old black woman.
The what?
The screenplay and not the script, sorry, so not the actual things that people say, but the screenplay and the story of Terminator 1 and 2 and The Matrix, all three. All those Gnostic sci-fi stories, an old black lady with an afro wrote them, and Hollywood stole it off her.
Really?
She's in an interview explaining how she wrote it all.
I want to hear that story.
It's not like she did the whole thing and they took it all. She had the original Gnostic idea written
She
down.
like
She
had
tried
a
to show
vision.
people, and they said, "Oh, this is good," and then copied it.
Mm.
Yeah, that was her vision.
Yeah. Have you heard of Philip K. Dick?
I can't remember who it is.
He wrote Blade Runner, but it was called Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah, isn't that the book?
Yeah, it's the book. But the reason I mention it, like, I don't know that much about this, but kind of like Robert Anton Wilson, he reckons he made contact with someone in the Pleiades, and they beam him ideas. But that Philip K. Dick guy actually reckons too, like, he made contact with some entity, right?
Yeah,
But that's where all those
writers
stories came from. Yeah,
That's where even said this.
Yeah. But what do you reckon about that? Do you reckon they call it a muse or something?
Yeah, I definitely think angels and demons and muses, the universe aliens talk to humans and give them ideas. But I also think humans pretend that it's happening too.
Yeah. I get the vibe with that Philip K. Dick. Look, I'll look into it because it is interesting.
Like Crowley as an example, the Book of the Law, I think that's crazy ideas just from Crowley's mind, but also inspired by Horus and God.
Yeah. It's like it's more than a dream, right? It's more somehow.
Even if you're crazy and you're making stuff up and pretending to talk to angels, something's making you do that, right? You've still been pulled to do it.
Like Geiger, you know Geiger.
Yeah, I love it. I've got a postcard book.
Like where a friend of mine in high school said, he's like, "Where's this coming from?"
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like
same
channeling.
with psychedelics, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone sees this similar shit. Everyone says, "What is this? Where is it?"
Yeah.
So,
It's almost real.
Inspiration
real.
Seems like it doesn't come from you.
Yeah.
You're an antenna for thoughts.
From the big cheese.
Yeah, or from something. Something just outside you. But it's your idea still somehow.
Yeah. That's why it's always been music. Even though I'm lazy. Yeah. But it was the opposite when I was younger. Like all I wanted to do was play music. That was it.
You don't have to be the star like Michael Jackson. Changes perceptions. You can fill in the background of the age. Like some of us are not meant to be the celebrity Illuminati star, are we? We're just meant to help fill in the background of the river or the flow.
Yeah. I mean, imagine like some jazz band in the 30s in New York or something. You know, like
Yeah.
some
They're not
like a
singing or
musician.
shouting as much. Are they?
No,
They're
right.
just
It's
playing
like
along, just jamming.
they're like a musician. You know, but it was like an honest way. It was an honest living too. Like you could be. Imagine if you were in like Duke Ellington's band or something. You know, playing in a big ballroom.
Yeah,
and
that'll be great.
Yeah, like there's music. There's just so many avenues, so many ways you could go with it. So it's good to be back. Flat Earth just had me in some kind of spell, and I felt like I needed to sort it out somehow, like solve it.
I think we make the best videos on music in Flat Earth. Most of it isn't about Flat Earth.
No, I don't. Yeah. It's like anti-cringe.
You have to balance the cringe with something real. I just watched a really weird Facebook story. So you have these shorts, you get them on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, little videos, and people start to do funny things. And when one of them goes viral, they keep doing the same funny thing, the skits kind of thing. So anyway, there's the one called Beery, and it was someone else shared it, so it came up in my Facebook feed. I started watching, and a guy, you don't see his face, you just see his hand, and he's behind the camera, and he's in a supermarket, Walmart. He's talking to like different bums and weird, crazy people. And he's got cans of drink, and one of them is called like Open Sphincter, and it's some weird drink, and there's a picture of a bumhole on the can. One of them is called tuna juice for finches, but humans can drink it too, and it's like red. So he put this red juice on his fingers and went up to the bum and said, "Smell this," and then started just doing a really long skit and said, "Do you want some of this tuna juice?" And then he got out a sphincter can, and there was no punchline to this. It was just him being weird with weird drinks cans with a weird person. And I don't know what it's for, but he got loads of millions of hits for it.
Mm.
I guess my point is I hate these people.
You hate them.
The new fake entertainment.
The new fake.
Sickly. The new fake entertainment that people watch is sickly and horrible.
You could run with that. Fake entertainment.
Yeah, like
we
fake
should.
news. Fake
Yeah,
entertainment.
I'm really in that kind of mood at the moment, like sabotage.
Let's do a show on fake entertainment and we'll show examples of what we think.
Yeah.
I love that noise, what you make. Oh.
Because all the teeth whitening products, like the news anchors in the green room, like getting made up, just making it awkward, like zooming in, covering all their blemishes.
Even crisis acting, if you want to get weird, that could fit in fake entertainment, can't it?
Yep.
Seen the new mosque shooting? Yeah, man, sick. Did you know it's fake? Yeah, sick, isn't it? Share it on
What
BitChute.
happened to that guy? You know, that was the Mighty Boosh, and
I
the
used to
other
love that.
dude. Who is the Was it Nathan Barley or something?
Yeah, that's his other show, I think, where he sort of plays
Yeah,
himself a bit.
that character's awesome.
Yeah,
I like that character.
similar character to the guy in the Mighty Boosh, but
Yeah,
like,
it's
in a
sort of like
different
he's
world.
playing himself, right? Like you say.
Like in the
Yeah,
Mighty
that,
Boosh, where they go to Shaman's Berries instead of Sainsbury's. I
see,
think it's in series 3.
and like he had his brother in it.
Yeah, the
Like,
little
that was his
shaman.
brother. Yeah.
Noel Fielding and his brother.
Yeah. See, there hasn't been anything like new and really good for a while that I'm aware of. I haven't seen anything like, for ages.
No, I haven't. I loved Stranger Things series 1, and then I think it was like stolen and rewritten for kids, and they've now made another 3 series of it that have ruined it. I watched a weird meta thing, Scream the remake. So it's a sequel remake. So I'm watching. Yeah, I'm watching fake celebrity in the film, a fake sort of teenage dude at high school, who I don't care about. I don't know the story of. He's dressed in the white and in the black ghost face killer thing, the white scream mask, stabbing women in the chest over and over again with a big, huge kitchen knife in their own house. And I'm watching it so that it can reference its own franchise inside itself called Stab, the Stab franchise. And it's then referencing the old Scream film, which has had 6 films or something. Ridiculous. So it's this metaverse of people being stabbed inside their own home. It's just really fucked up.
Yeah, the other day you guys and Bansal were talking about horror movies, and I think Branch mentioned Saw. I- it's funny, like I don't know him that well or anything, but when I was in high school, I had a music teacher. He was a student music teacher at the time, but he went on to do this show called Recovery. It was sort of like a music, like a talk show that they'd have bands on and art, and there was a dude on there called Lee, and he'd do movies. But he's the guy who he went on to help develop Saw, and just when you've actually the people were real people, like even like when I saw Kate Blanchett too, like I ran up to her. But just what I'm trying to get at here is that I feel the creativity to me now is the most important thing. I think that's more important than money. I know I need money, but there's been times in my life where I haven't been creative, and if anything, I've been destructive. But to come back to creativity, it's a relief. It's like phew. I don't want to get caught in a dystopian future where it's all bleak and there's nothing to look forward to. So I'm going to do all I can to make better use of my time. I just reckon we're good enough. We're good enough to make our dreams come true. Like if we really focus. I think
it's not like I guess it is a confession, but I think I gave up for a while there and lost hope and thought even if it has all turned out to be lies, right, potentially, that kind of made me feel, well, what's the point? A little bit and a lot. And I think the whole thing for me has been, well, like where to from here? What do you do? Spend the rest of your life debating whether it's a globe or flat, or keep living and move forward? But it's taken me a long time to like truly stand on my own 2 feet with all this, and yeah, I don't. I guess I don't want to be identified as a flat earther, like in any way, shape, or form. And I just want to come back to who I really am. So I think that's the biggest shift. I do kind of feel like I was called to it. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, it's too many coincidences. What if some of I feel uncomfortable saying this. Don't know why, but what if, you know how they say everyone's equal, like we're all human? What if some of us are not better than other people, but special somehow? Like there's just something good about them, and they might not even realize it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what confuses me. Because if every person's special and they live in a special place that's very mysterious. And so why is the world mean? If I get to talk to God, that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's hard enough being human, but can we have a go at making like a kinder world where it's not so about greed and what you can get?
But then wouldn't you just be upset about other shit? Like, you're always going to be upset about something.
No.
I don't know, Mel. I think that, you know, it's like this, right? Rich people, they're still depressed about shit, but it's other shit. You see what I'm saying? It's like everybody just has it within them to suffer, right? They don't, and it's all about different things. But, you know, rich people are just as depressed as poor people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they just worry about different things.
Yeah.
It's almost like God made us want to suffer.
I'm really trying to figure it out at the moment. What the like? I'm really trying to figure it out at the moment. Like, what the fuck is this? Not analyze it like, oh, what does it mean to be a human? It's more, Dawn's just, you know, turns 40 tomorrow. Clock's ticking. Here we are. Do you feel like there's anything to do, or do we just like go with the flow, see what happens?
Just go with the flow, man. I know that.
Yeah.
Like, people in Jem's room, right? They've told you multiple times you wasted your life and shit like that, and I know it gets to you, right? But honestly, it's like I don't think of it that way. I don't think God put us here. If there is a God, that to do shit like make a bunch of money. You know, it's not like that.
Yeah.
But why
It's more
would
about being here, right?
Right, because if you think back at, like, you know, for thousands of years before we were where we're at, you know, there was no big corporation and go get a job and that type of shit. You know what I mean? It was like, just live. Like, look at the tribal people, right? They didn't have no fucking enormous hierarchy and a big old want to, you know, become the chief. It wasn't like that. But we're the same people, right? I don't know, dude. It's like,
No, I appreciate it. I get caught up in it all, and
I don't think you need to, man. I think there's you need to, in life, just do what makes you happy, man. Fuck everyone and fuck everything else.
yeah. It's sort of. I spoke to my mum today, and she's actually doing really well. And if anything, I think she's doing much better than I am, and that was good because it's the perspective now, like, because it's like getting your life back after taking care of your mum. It's like I've wallowed in it a bit, but it's a trip. It's a trip to have my life back. You know, I didn't almost like know what to do with it at first. This freedom, you know.
Did you get your Uber shit sorted out?
Nah, this is the thing. Like, if I had the juice, everything would be sweet. 100%. My life would be it would be no stress. I could work anywhere. But because I haven't, it is stressing me out because it keeps my options limited.
Well, like Kosho, somehow he did a lift and he got a rental car from them and all that stuff. You should talk to Kosho about it.
Yeah.
Because I think somehow he got on some type of plan where they paid for his rental car or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it might be different in Australia. I don't know. Do you guys have Lyft in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do.
I don't know. Talk to Kosho, dude. He went on some plan where like he got a car from them, and I think he's still doing that. I don't know. I mean, is that why there's a problem? Is because your car doesn't meet the standards or something?
No, the car is like, it's not immaculate, but it's fucking. I take care of it, you know. I haven't thrashed it. It's clean.
But they probably got requirements like it has to be this year and above, and
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 years old. Got like 25,000 Ks on it.
So what's the issue then? Why don't they let you sign up?
Well, I think because you're in close proximity with people and the way Melbourne rolls at the moment, you got to have like 3 rounds, and they're going for 4.
God, it says where you're at, which is the problem. Is not your car or anything.
Mm-mm. Like, I don't talk about, but I wasn't expecting this, Maji, at all. Pretty intense. I feel like to come back to England or back where I was, because it's different in Queensland, just a few thousand miles, completely different vibe and atmosphere.
Yeah, I was about to say what JJ said. It's like last time I went back to England, I asked myself, do I want to move back there? You know, I was like, I don't think so, dude.
I don't know. I kind of, I guess it's sort of what you want to do, but England again, like the music element, like it's always got the potential to just for something to kick off there.
JJ recommends Europe.
Mm.
But you got a British passport, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how that shit works.
Do you like where you are?
Yeah, I like it. It's chill. Nobody gives a fuck here. It's like, see, I wouldn't, like, nobody gives a fuck about nobody. You don't even know your neighbors and shit like that. And I honestly like it like that. You know what I mean? I don't like places where everybody gives a fuck about who's driving what and who's wearing what and all that shit. I like it when nobody gives a fuck.
Dallas David called me, and he said Texas will be the last to fall.
I mean, Texas could technically stand up for itself and be its own country, right?
That's what he was saying. He was saying the whole world will fall around and Texas will be standing.
Nah, Texas even put in a thing to say they want to leave the United States. And they could. I mean, technically, it's got the infrastructure to leave the United States. Which would be crazy. I don't know what would happen to my passport status if that happened, but.
Are you like an American citizen?
Yeah, I'm a dual citizen, like you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
About both. Like they tell you to give one up, but nobody ever does, right? What happened to moving north? You were saying you might want to move north.
I'm definitely like there's something. I guess like an adventure.
Why don't you
That's the
Why don't you
real
find out
thing.
where you can Uber and then just move there and start Ubering? Nothing's tying you down. You're not. Did you sign a lease, like a 1-year lease or anything?
No.
Yeah, just find out wherever you can fucking Uber and just go there and start Ubering.
Yeah, I've got I love my car. You're right. I could go anywhere. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
my
not.
stuff. I just need somewhere for my stuff, like a storage unit or something.
Oh, I don't mean leave out your car. I mean, like, find out where they will let you Uber and then just get a cheaper room in someone's house or something and pay for it with your Uber money. And then, once you figure out where you want to live in that area, then get an apartment or some crap.
Australia's like, I don't think you guys realize. It's like totally new. It's gone new world order in my fucking hometown. Can't believe it. And people have like totally changed. There's like a division between us and them. Fucking really happened. So I don't know. Like on every level of like girls, jobs, parties.
See, that's the thing with the whole Texas mentality, right? Where nobody gives a fuck, is that everything is pretty much just back to normal in Texas now. You got some restaurants and shit where they'll they'll ask for an ID, because they're corporate and shit, right? And they'll ask for vaccination cards and shit like that. But like that is honestly now here it's like if you want to wear a mask, you wear a mask. If you don't wear a mask, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody looks at you different if you got one on or don't have one on. Like nobody people just don't give a fuck here.
Do you have gigs? Is there like a techno scene in Texas and rock and roll kind of scene?
Oh, Austin, like where Kosho lives?
Mm.
It's like the music scene's off the chain over there, dude. Like, it's huge. Dallas, not so much.
Is there a lot of work there? Like, is it still bustling?
Yeah, there's lots of work. Like a lot of companies are moving here. The problem is a lot of people in California are coming here now, taking up all the jobs and shit. But there's still lots of jobs.
It's a common saying to say, if you could live anywhere, where in Texas would you move to?
Right. Mass migration.
There's actually a mass migration going on to Florida right now, I heard.
Yeah, there too.
I mean, I would say move to America, but it's hard as fuck to get into America.
I don't know. A lot of Mexicans get in every year.
Well, that's by design. Make it difficult for the kind of people that we do want to immigrate if we allow immigration, but they're flooding us with illegal criminals, and it's by design.
I wonder if now they're gonna do the whole "you got to be vaccinated to immigrate."
Oh, they might do that bullshit to the kind of people we want to immigrate if we have to have people immigrate, but they don't do that to the illegals. Not at all.
I know when I came over, they took a blood test and shit. And I was pretty young, so I didn't even question why. I wonder why they did that.
See if you had disease and whatnot.
I
Who
think they'll
knows?
check
Maybe
if you have
AIDS.
AIDS. Like, what would they have said? You got AIDS, so you can't come to America? Oh, you know what? A lot of people probably come to America just for the medical shit. Like, maybe they will say, no, you can't come because you got AIDS.
Well, in a lot of states here in America, if not most states in America, wasn't all that long ago. They used to do blood tests before you got married. It was for damn good reason, but then they faded that out.
Crazy. All right, I'll be back.
Wonder if we could, like, do you reckon we could talk to, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
I mean, shoot him an email. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get him like maybe get him on like webcam or voice chat or something. That'd be tough.
Yeah, he'd be
what are you gonna say?
That there's an international community online that want to ask you a few questions, about physics and science, and seems pretty legitimate, and you seem like the guy that knows about this kind of stuff, and we haven't got to talk to any of the big bosses about our concerns, and I don't think we've been met fairly or even taken seriously, like on a mainstream scientific level. And
They
I
don't
think
care.
we're starting to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't care.
What if we are the new science?
They don't care.
You've been listening to Chemo?
No.
We're the leaders of the new school, bro.
I mean, Mel, I hate to say it, dude, but that's never gonna happen. It's not science. I come from a completely different perspective on you on this one, right? But I mean, when you say we are the new science, what do you mean?
Well, if the model, if the spherical coordinate system, like, what curve sort of made me, because he basically got to a point with me where he said game over, right? So what I'm getting at here is the spherical coordinate system works, but that doesn't mean that's what the Earth is. So when it comes to science,
you can approach it on that level with some of these big guns. And if they can't even talk about it and discuss flat Earth with some young, we're not trolls. Like some of us are, and we can, but we're more than that. Like our community is really asking. In our own way, we're pushing the boundaries. We go through everything they do, everything they say, everything that gets pushed upon us. Now we question it. We don't just take it on face value like we're being told the truth, right? And I think that's healthy.
When I said they don't care a couple of times, what I mean is literally they don't care. They won't even attempt to have that discussion because they'll just say, look, bros, NASA, rockets, satellites, ISS, we've been to the moon, we've got a rover on Mars, and then proceed to laugh at you. The mainstream narrative does not participate in any kind of interaction with anyone other than talking about the presupposed narrative being an absolute fact. It starts at that.
Yeah.
You want to go backwards. That's laughable to them, you see.
Yeah.
That's like, you dumb caveman. God, we've got satellites, bro. Haven't you seen? And everyone laughs.
Right. That's why, like, when you said Curve said game over, it's a little bit of a weird thing to say because to most people, the game, it never was a game.
Well, they think because something works that's what it is. Just because something works, right? But just because you say something, I could say anything before how a clock rotates and be like, well, it works. The clock works. You know what I mean? You can't just you can't just say, oh, it works, so it's correct. Because we have flat maps of America, and I can navigate with them, and it works every fucking time. Does that mean America's flat? I can describe how a clock moves, giving you leprechauns and unicorns involved in it. Right? The leprechauns push the big hand, the unicorns push the little hand. They're invisible. You can't see it. Like the clock works. It doesn't mean the unicorns are real or America's flat or anything that comes before it works. It's got to be some kind of fallacy that I don't remember or know.
Sometimes when I hear Curve talk about it, like I imagine him there, like in an armchair with like the globe, like holographic sort of projection in his lounge room, and he's kind of like turning it and finding the GP and the reciprocal fucking zenith angle. Like he's something else, that guy.
You know, the thing I want to know, right, is out of these Globers, how many of them actually once thought that flat Earth could actually be a thing? Because, like, I mean, that just means something, you know. Like when I heard about flat Earth, I mean, I've never thought the Earth could be flat, right? I give a fuck about it because it's interesting. It's an interesting topic to talk about. But I wonder, out of all these Globers, how many of them once thought, "Holy shit, maybe it is flat"?
Yeah, man, come on, Branch. Of all the places, M. Scott Veach comes into Gems. Like, to me, that's amazing.
There's not a lot of places, dude, to go just talk about, to just shoot the shit. Like,
yeah, but that was on a different. That was Gem's secret weapon almost. Like he actually had someone who was related to it. And how could you go against? It's like his dad.
Well, last Friday, Kosho and a bunch of other ballers were in here literally morning through the afternoon and into the night, nonstop discussing how and agonizing how they could document and measure Coriolis effect. I'm telling you, I would bounce in and out all day, and that's all they talked about. So in their mind, they're trying to prove to themselves a ball.
I don't know. I think they just do it for fun.
You know what I mean? Well, true, but they don't have it. They don't have what they desire. That's why they're
Yeah.
talking about it. They don't
That's
have
kind
it,
of
so they're
why.
trying to prove
That's
it to
why I was
themselves.
saying. That's why I was saying there's a difference between the ones that are trying to prove it's a ball and the ones that just know it's a globe. You know?
I'd say
The funny
none of us know. None of us know, and each of us are trying to prove one way or another.
Yeah, the funny thing is, a glober would never admit that he thinks there's a chance that the Earth might be flat. Like you'd never hear it. Like, or they even once thought that. Just globers would just they're ashamed to even say that. You know?
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was flat. Like, it would be fun if it was. If it turned out tomorrow, like, some crazy reason that it turned out flat, I would fucking find it super fun. But it's never gonna happen.
Do you reckon Jubei and Powerland were installed, or that just happened organically?
I don't know. I didn't really follow Matt Powell or Giobay well enough to really know what the fuck they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they became flat earthers. I know that Matt Powell said he used to work for NASA or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I don't know them too well.
No. Well, a lot of people say, you know, Sargent too, but those two sort of planted the seed, you know?
For publicity?
Like they saw that comedy routine and it's like
Mark Sargent, I don't think he believes it. Like, he's got this little smirk on his face when people ask him, "Do you really believe this?" You know, he has this little smirk that just looks like, "Yeah, you know it's bullshit, don't you?"
I don't know. I kind of do that when people, like when I get in a conversation like that, and that smirk could mean different things because that's the first thing I do is I'd smirk and I'd be like, "Man, I've never seen the ball. I've never seen it. You know, all I see is it's flat. But then I know, a lot about the arguments on both sides. You know, it's like such a, it's just not so simple. You know, not always. It's not always that simple."
Yeah, I always say that what it all boils down to is whether or not you believe that picture that we've ever taken a picture of the Earth, right? That's what the whole flat Earth thing boils down to. It's more of a belief thing. Do you want to go against mainstream science, or do you believe mainstream science?
Well, here's a good example. Have you guys ever seen the first alleged photos of taken allegedly on Mars? Have you ever seen them?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them, like from the rover.
Or from whatever they were. I just know that they were the first alleged photos taken
Oh,
from Mars.
I'm not sure about the first one.
Now, you know what they had in common?
What?
The sky was blue and the soil was natural color. And everyone was like, "Wait, what? That ain't right. I thought it was red. Everyone's red, red, red." And then ever since then, red filter over everything. Everything's red from now on.
Unless they had a filter on the first one.
It was sky blue. Everything was natural. It was natural.
Because sometimes they use filters to, I don't know. Sometimes they use filters.
Yeah, but there's this little strip that's in the photo where it has like a color shades, like it's like a color scale. And ever since then, they put on the red filter.
Do you have that first pic?
Oh yeah, it's so easy. You just Google
first
photos of Mars, and you just scan till you see blue sky, and that's it.
Yeah, it looks like just a real shit camera. It's not taking the same. Like, I don't know. That doesn't. I'm not getting the same as what you're saying out of it. Like, you've changed it all up.
I'm having a computer issue. I'll look as soon as I could get it fired up.
Hey, Jeremy, you there?
What's up?
Hey, so I made a video on how you can make those computers I was talking about. You want to check it out?
Yeah, send me a DM. I'll get to it later.
Yeah, I'm going to install tomorrow new MacBook Pro.
What do you mean, new MacBook Pro? You gonna
Of
upgrade?
yeah,
I got a Mac once. I hated it.
really?
Yeah.
Mm.
I installed Windows on it. I use Windows more than Mac because you can do a boot, right?
Mm-hmm. I think it's called Parallels or something.
No, as long as you have an Intel-based Mac, you can real do boot, and yeah, you can use Parallels too.
Do you use Windows 7?
I use Linux. I hate Windows now too.
Do Linux, is it all freeware?
Pretty much.
Just came back from Gem server. Fucking 20 liberal nerds trying to normalize being fucking transgender.
Oh God, it's typical.
Weird people, bro. Weird people. And he keeps fucking muting me every time I open my mouth on that server. Fucking weird people, man. Fake. These people are corrupted inside.
Yes, they are.
They don't care about being good. They care about appearing good. And that is sin.
Yep. They think they're virtuous and
Yeah.
being,
Yeah. Fucking fake people, man. I have such a conflict. Like my worldview, everyone is divine. I almost see myself within everyone, but it's just so conflicting, man. When I see this, it's just so weird, dude.
and everyone knows this woke nonsense is less than 10 years old too. I mean, it's like, well, during Obama or the last half of Obama's bullshit. I mean, it's very new. They're acting like this is like the way it's been forever. It's retarded.
Bro, one can't act in contempt against nature and not get punished for it, dude.
What did they say?
I brought up men competing in women's sports. I'm like, where's all the feminists? Do women not deserve to have a fucking level playing field in their sport?
I'm there with you. I'm a feminist. I'll be there with you.
I brought up I I brought up, and I'm like, do you guys not care that the transgenders are committing suicide at a 30 to 40% of their fucking population? These
It's over
people are
45.
fake, dude. They're fake.
It's over 45,
What were
45%.
they? What
Damn.
was they
Liberals are
saying?
evil, bro.
What did they say?
And then they basically turned the argument against me on, oh, you're this and you're that and you don't care about them, and these people, it's just evil, bro. I'm not like mad personally for my own identity's sake. I'm just frustrated of the situation, man.
What did they say?
It is frustrating.
Go in there and talk to them and see. They
I'm
fucking
reading.
As long as you know inside that
yeah.
what you know is what you know, and who cares if everyone is a devil zombie supporting transsexual stuff?
Weird people,
Who cares?
man. They don't
Over there,
think, dude. They're
they'll
just
call you a bigot.
programmed. They
They'll
don't
call you a bigot,
logic.
right?
You just happen to be born into hell, so you just gotta deal with it.
I couldn't give
Man,
two
bro,
fucks if
I
someone's
really
transgender.
truly believe this world for sure is not based or sourced reality. This world's backwards, but down to the circle of life with the animals. What kind of satanic world are we in, man? How does this world, how does a loving creator create this? Or how does evolution bring this about? This is sick and backwards, this world we're living in, where all these animals feel and they feel pain and they have love for their young and so much other things similar to us, but their main form of existence is just be fucking killed and eaten by a predator. And in pain and eaten and alive. Why does it have to be this way?
Stems from godlessness, the presupposed godlessness, and then if that's the case, then everything's subjective. And if everything's subjective, then a man could be a woman could be a man, a child can turn. It's endless, and that's what they're trying to normalize. And this has only started recently.
Yes,
it's in the mainstream, and they're cramming it down people's throats, trying to push it into schools. Now states are creating laws, no woke bullshit.
Yeah.
Trump threw it out of the federal government and said there's no woke bullshit in the Fed. And then Biden put, we're pumping bullshit in the federal, in the federal level.
It, man.
They're just doing it. I mean, no shit that ever since they started pumping and promoting and hyping this bullshit, that statistically there are more children that are persuaded to identify as something that they clearly are not. There's a direct correlation with that.
Because what children love to do most is please their parents. And a kid will not refrain from pretending he's fucking gay to like light up their fucking mentally ill liberals' parents' eyes and it's okay, honey. It's totally normal to feel this way. Let's go get you a sex change and cut off your dick so you can fully live in your. It's sick, man.
What would you do if your kid wanted to be transgender?
I'd say grow up.
Bro, I brought this up. I brought this up in that chat. I was honest. I'm like, man, when I see a transgender in the street, I don't like turn my face and say ew or you're that's a human being, man. I don't have a problem with another man being attracted to a man or another man pretending he's a fucking. You could pretend you're a fucking woman. My problem is when it becomes normalized and the fabric of society gets washed to let this fit in and
It's become
normalize it.
normalized, like in Thailand, it's normalized. And
bullshit, dude.
There's no big it's not like
it used to be normalized. It's part of the mystery tradition to be androgynous. So all they're doing is spreading it around the world as much as they can.
You know what?
I don't give a fuck. Like I see it. I mean, I don't understand why you guys give such a fuck.
Because they're trying to push it on our children. They're trying to teach them, literally, in our school, that it is normal, that it is an alternative, that it is okay, that it is, and if anyone says otherwise, that they're the bigot and they're wrong.
I agree with that. I you know what? I'm of the view that just live and let live.
Yes,
you can live and let live, but you're missing the point. They're indoctrinating, brainwashing children with using our tax dollars. Now, as you said earlier, dude, I forget your name, but you said about the children pleasing their parents. You know what's worse? Children in school just trying to fit in and do it.
Yes.
Goes both ways, especially to go against their parents.
I don't see myself having kids and sending them to the system, to the school, man. A, they're not going to learn anything useful. B, all they're going to do is get negatively influenced by these fucked up kids and their equally fucked up parents. They're going to learn a distorted, perverted view of a false form of authority that doesn't exist in this world. It's just so bad, man.
And you know what we've learned over the last two or more years? Is that school is not essential. Haven't we learned this? It's not essential. You do it from home.
And it's
my kids
especially not essential in the go ahead.
No, my kids now have the best grades they ever had in their entire lives.
At least it's not literal demons, and it's just men pretending to be women and silly people supporting it.
They turn into demons. They have the net effect of what a demon would do. Getting into a classroom, dressing up as a fucking woman, telling lies in their ears of how it's normal, and if you have these feelings, you should pursue it. That's bullshit.
People used to say the same shit about gay people, though.
Good. Yeah, they should stay in the closet. Yes.
Yes, and we should castrate them.
I didn't say that. Because if I don't know they're gay, then I wouldn't want to think that, right? You just keep it to yourself. But no, now they want to dance around the street, whipping out their dick.
In front of kids. Or
in front of children right by their side.
Out their dicks.
Yeah, while dressing their children and other children up as to be little
liberals think it's fucking cute,
trannies.
bro.
Yeah, you
they
realize
think that this is like...
If everyone went gay, that's the end of humanity. Like, how are we gonna, there's gonna be no more kids.
Women would just collect the sperm.
Yep. I think it's
I guess so.
It's actually a good solution because we are already overpopulated. So a few gays here and there, we're just solving the problem.
Why are we overpopulated?
Yeah.
Because.
Oh, well, that sorted it out. Thanks.
Because? Just because?
Just because.
It's weird, all right. So people...
Yeah, but the countries that are most overpopulated are also mostly against this type
What does overpopulated? Why are they overpopulated?
Like India. India's like, I don't really know, but I mean, I think it's still pretty hush-hush there to be gay.
Yeah. China.
Okay, why? What does overpopulated mean? How do you know when it's happened?
It's when your head is up in the other guy's ass because there's too little room.
Well, you realize we can build up nowadays. There's like an infinite. There's basically like an infinite amount of room.
Yeah, but God will then be angry.
We're not going to build the Tower of Babel. We're just going to build a few skyscrapers.
I know we say they're overpopulated, but like, you make a good point, Jeremy. Like, what's the standard? Maybe the other countries are underpopulated.
I mean, the square acreage on my land is way underpopulated. I could put a skyscraper on the land I have and fit. I don't know how many people can you fit in a skyscraper to live? 5,000? 10?
Yeah,
you could make an argument about Finland as well.
Makes me think people are just complaining about their own crowded cities. Well, I don't live there. I have 10 acres, and my family's the only one that lives on it.
I mean, I'm sitting on a nice half an acre out here. I'm from in a pretty populated area, but yeah, I mean, it's not hard to just get out of the city. People leave New York City to come to my area every day. Come get you a slice. I mean, what's there? If you did the math, there's probably enough room for like what, half an acre or an acre? How many millions of acres are there on Earth?
I feel like shit's gonna go down soon. I feel like in 2 days, shit's gonna go down or escalate with Russia. 2 days.
Tomorrow, lots of people are gonna die tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow?
Why?
It's
I feel it. I could feel when shit happens.
Oh.
First day of the season of sacrifice, March 22nd, 322. So for like 2 months they kill people. Usually they do it on that day.
Why?
For Moloch and Baal, it's something to do with the seasons.
Yep, yep. Have you seen the movie
Oh, yeah,
Warcraft?
I think I have.
And
They are
Midsummer.
using they are using the souls as a fuel to open a portal where demons come from.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. They love killing people and sacrificing human life to God, Mal, and especially in this season for some reason. Just tradition for that season. I might have to watch Warcraft now. Is it good?
It's okay. Could
Might,
have been
maybe I'll
better.
watch the trailer.
Should have been better, but it's fine. I was hoping it could be good because there's actually good storylines in the Warcraft universe. And basically, by the time of Warcraft 3, you get some very good shit. But they kind of would have needed to build on that, like if they could have established it as a franchise. But
So this is like a live action mixed with animation.
Yep.
Based in the world of.
Yeah, and the one thing that is very good about it is actually the the orc animations. It's to the point where you care more about the orc characters than the humans. Like they are both convincing enough and deep enough as characters.
I reckon my mate would like this. I can see the big royal council around the table.
Do you ever played Warcraft?
No. I mean, I played Warhammer, which is pretty. I think World of Warcraft's based on Warhammer.
Oh yeah, that's sure.
A little bit. And Lord of the Rings, obviously, they're both based on Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I think the first Warcraft was supposed to be a Warhammer game, but then they couldn't get the license or something.
Yeah, I think I remember something like.
I actually got into WoW. Like I've played Warcraft 2 and 3 and then a bit of 1. I got into WoW with my sisters. Like it used to be. I never got into it because I knew myself that I would get so hooked with it that I never gave myself license to. But then my sister started dating a guy who was a Warcraft or WoW player, and then we kind of all started playing one Christmas, like just did fun stuff together.
If you make a little graph chart, Mal, with all the false flags and killings that you know about, they'll bunch up around that season, the 41 days from March 22nd. It's leading up to May the 1st, so I think it's probably sacrifices for Beltane, like on the way up to the Beltane pagan festival.
The maypole.
Beltane, I guess. Beltane. Yeah.
So they are pagans.
Yeah, or they try and copy the rites.
It must be weird being like like Africa's got its roots, you know, China, everyone's got its roots. But when you have like a one world government, you all sing the same tune.
Yeah. Look at this
It's
chart,
kind of
Mo.
weird, right?
Look at this chart in the chat. Because I know it's just random sacrifices. You could find the same amount and a list of ones that aren't in that season. I think it still points to them killing people in certain seasons. These are all huge, famous ones, all happening in March and April.
That's not a coincidence.
It can't. I don't think it can be. It could be, but I don't think it is.
Nah.
Now you triggered me to, maybe in a positive way. Maybe there's a positive triggering when someone triggers you to do something positive. You triggered me to look up the sacrifice rituals of Norse people. I actually was in a Scandinavian mythology course some time ago, and I remember the lecturer was talking about how they used to. I don't remember the exact. It was something like 11 or something like that was a really important number. So they would like have 11 different species of animals, and one of them would be humans. So you would have humans and dogs and sheep and goats, and they would sacrifice 11 of each and hang them in trees.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, just imagine 11 people and then 11 dogs and 11 sheep and, you know, corpses everywhere.
11,
and they would do
11
that like 11 days. They like 11 of each for 11 days or something crazy like that. It was absolutely bloody.
It just becomes tradition, and then it becomes normal over time.
I've been watching the TV show called Vikings, and it's about Vikings from Norway, referred to as the North people or the Northerners or whatever. And there's a lot of sacrifice, and it's pretty awful. It's terrible.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on. And also here in Scandinavia, at some point, they used to sacrifice people to the like bogs and swamps and stuff like that. So you would have even now you can they find these bog corpses in Sweden and places like that. We don't find those in Finland, but for some reason, like there are some technical reasons why they wouldn't survive here. So we just have no idea whether that was done here or not.
Well, you can't believe everything you see in a TV show because, you know, it's probably a lot of fiction, but they supposedly, these Vikings had no written language. So it was all word of mouth, tradition, you know, talked about.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So they probably take the only thing they have and really amp it up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was thinking about the same thing. Like, I wouldn't necessarily hold Vikings as the best source, but I see that you're also kind of aware of that. But it's also a practice that absolutely bloody happened. Like the lecturer that I was listening to, like she had really great sources, and she was reading from like contemporary sources. Of course, then you have to also take into account, for example, when some bloody Roman dude is writing about the practices of the Norsemen, maybe then there's some reason for him to exaggerate how bloody they were and how horrible they were. So yeah, you have to take all that into account.
I wonder if there's any similarities to the Aztecs. 'Cause they used to sacrifice like motherfuckers, right? I wonder if that shit still goes on in Latin America. You probably don't hear about it, but I bet you they're still sacrificing the crap out of people.
I think nowadays they're more interested in their donkeys, from what I've heard.
Don't tell me you've gone to a donkey show.
No. I watched this crazy documentary where the men down there just kind of have a fetish for their burros.
I want to go check out the Mayan temples Monday though. Look fucking cool as fuck.
When I was a kid, my parents took us to Cancun, and we got out of there and went over. I forget what it was. Tulum, I think it was called, and I think that's where they had those big ruins, giant, almost pyramid-like ruins. Just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I've never gone to real Mexico. Like every time I've gone quite a few times, but every time it's either been a convention or like a stag party or a wedding.
Yeah.
It was always just in that little place, which is like America.
Oh, it would blow your mind if you just get out of there. You got to go way away. And everywhere you look is just a postcard picture. It's just pristine, amazing, gorgeous.
If you know what's fucking great is if you ever drive past it's either 10 or 20 in on El Paso. And then on one side of the freeway, everything's dull as fuck. It's America, right? Everything's gray. And then on the other side, every house is a different color. It's just colorful as fuck. And it's just such a contrast. Just on the freeway,
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that. Not in real life, but I've seen that demonstration photos.
I actually just looked up the sacrifice ritual. It's called the blood. And the figure that I was thinking of, it's not 11, it's 9. But even then, they would kill 9 people or 9 men and 9 goats and 9. Like they would have nine species, and they killed 9 of each.
Does it say why 9? What is 9?
I should remember that. It had some significance, and it was mentioned in the course that I was in, but I forget. I'll try to find if I see something about that.
Like there's some, I think there's something significant with 9 in the Hindu religion too, with the amount of time you reincarnate. I think. I'm not too sure about it.
Yeah, and there's obviously some symbolical, like even Nazis, they don't like the 9. They are always like 9, 9, 9.
9!
There's actually an interesting theory that I read some long time ago, that 9 in most languages and most cultures used to have a numbering system somehow based on 8, and then at some point 9 got introduced, which is why in most languages 9 is close to the word new. And I checked out the languages that I know, and it seems to hold out true for most of the languages that I know, because 9 was the new number.
Base 9. I wonder what that would do to number of months and all that stuff, 12 in base 9 would be well, 11, right? No, 12. 13, I mean. It'd be 13. 1 3 would be the number of months. So we'd have 13 months if it was base 9.
I actually found something about the 9. 9 is the mythical number of the Germanic tribes. Actually, I'll read even from earlier. We don't know what exactly the spiritual or magical significance of the number 9 was. It's clear that this number had such a significance for the pre-Christian Germanic peoples. 9 is the mythical number of the Germanic tribes. Then Odin, when he sacrificed himself, he hung in the tree for 9 nights. And then there are supposedly 9 worlds to Niflhel. There are plenty of stuff. I'd rather put this in the side chat instead of reading it all.
Yeah. It'll be a pretty cool video to do on YouTube to just to do the significance of 9 across religions. I would watch that.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of computer games are delving into that now. I know a guy in New Zealand. He plays a lot of computer games, and they've got games about the 9 worlds and stuff.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, like the whole significance of numbers and stuff in religions and things, it gets taken out of context when people start finding the significance of numbers in a slightly different way. Like sometimes what Pete Shea does with the number stuff. I think that type of thing makes people think that finding significance in numbers is a weird thing to do.
Sure.
But
he takes it too far sometimes, right?
Yeah, and it makes everything look retarded, right? It's kind of like flat Earth too, right? Like some people take flat Earth too far and say retarded shit, and it makes the whole of flat Earth look retarded. I was gonna say even more retarded, but that'd be rude. I don't know why I had to say it. Yeah, but like shit like Australia doesn't exist, right? Say something like that, and now all of flat Earth looks extremely fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, we have the Flat Earth Society to thank for that, right?
Yeah. One of the most silly things that I remember hearing, like for months, was like a few weeks ago, David was saying that birds are not animals and fish are not animals either. Like birds are birds and fish are fish. They are not animals.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell. Where the hell did he get that from?
You gotta love Dallas though. I mean, you get what he's doing, right? But you can't really associate that with flat Earth. That's just very restricted to Gem Panda's room.
Yeah.
I recently heard a guy say that great whites don't exist, neither do toucans, and pandas are suspect. And I'm like, okay. I get being a little skeptical, but Jesus, this guy needs to get out of his house more often.
Yeah, I guess it kind of falls back onto Pete Shea with the dodo theory. So yeah, maybe Pete Shea's the mastermind of all of this stuff.
Well, there's some truth to the whole like meaning and numbers thing. I mean, yeah, you can take it too far for sure, and people do this, but like the whole like gematria, like way, like numerical way of like decoding and assigning numbers to letters and sentences and like things. Like this is all very true. Like the biggest ploy is like to think that like numbers don't mean anything and they're just numbers or like quantitative. Like they've all this other stuff is like deciphered and like meticulously crafted out, like all the headlines of your news articles and like the numbers that they use. Like if you do, like it all sort of does seem like very apophonic and like freak show, like oh, you have like the map in your room and you have like all the lines like strung out to like connecting all the things and and the numbers, but like there are significant numerical connections. It's just difficult because there's so many, like for the gematria and stuff, like you can there's like a billion different ways to decode something. You have like your original 4 ciphers, the English ordinal, reverse ordinal. You have like, there's just, so it seems like, that's how it seems like convincing the number game and stuff. I was like these people, because there's so many ways to like make it sound coherent and plausible that it sort of does. But I don't.
Makes me wonder if these old ways of thinking were before certain medical disorders were discovered or given a name like schizophrenia.
What do you reckon it would be like in a submarine?
That would be interesting.
Cramped, maybe?
Cramped, yeah.
You know what? If there was full-blown
Maybe
nuclear
not.
war, right? Living in a submarine would actually be a pretty good way to just live it out.
I hear they hot rack. It's called hot racking, meaning you get out of bed, someone rolls in the warm bed.
Oh, that'd be disgusting. I need my own bed, dude.
Yeah, it's space.
Okay, guys, we can make a lot of money, all right? We start selling underwater bunkers. People want to put their bunkers on land? That's on them. Joke's on them, all right? They're going to come for the bunkers on land. We're going to put them underwater. Anchor them to the bottom, you're safe, right? Right?
No, what you do is, hold on, I got one even better. You put them under the land, under the water. Boom.
Oh, my goodness. Jeremy, you're getting a raise.
Well, you know what? The
That'll be
water,
the
right?
premium
You can
edition. That's like
everything.
that's
You can
platinum
power the whole
tier,
thing.
Jeremy, okay?
It's the
Nuclear
deluxe,
power, right?
the deluxe model.
Energy will be free.
Because while they're looking for your underwater bunkers, I'm gonna be under the land, under the water.
That's right, exactly.
They'll never even if the one under the water is a decoy bunker for the one that's under the land, under the water.
We won't tell them that. We sell them the underwater bunkers. We keep the underwater, under land bunkers for ourselves.
Yeah, just think we're neighbors.
You're gonna have to make these things free floating, Jeremy. Don't go down to the bottom because when the ice caps melt and stuff, you'll be 300 meters or 300 feet further down. Your little bunker is gonna crush.
Why? We'll build them with sea level rising. We'll build them with that in mind.
Yeah, they'll be buoyant.
The expense is gonna go up some, but you can make it.
You just
Oh yeah,
you just need to measure the
on them
buoyancy
so they
and
know when to
density,
like move up on whatever's anchoring them. It'll slowly move up. There we go.
If you get the buoyancy and density just right, then it would stay at the right level.
Ah, yeah, okay. You can have them fly essentially. But now, when you got this underwater bunker, what do you tell the kids? Go out in the backyard and play?
I like
You'd
that
have
movie.
an artificial sun inside it. Right?
We set up hydroponics all throughout the bunker, and we have an entire section like dedicated to looking like a small field inside the bunker.
How are you getting sunlight down there?
No, China's already working. China's already figured out artificial suns, right? So we just have an artificial sun. We get all the energy it needs from the artificial sun and sunlight.
Light bulbs off of the wave power, tide power, or something.
Okay, so you're just going to wire it down from the surface, essentially, or currents even?
No, you get the currents right underneath. You don't need to go up top.
No, dude, I don't understand why you guys aren't thinking about nuclear power, dude. When you're underwater like that, nuclear power becomes so feasible because all the cooling happens because of the water.
Every 17 years, you got to go through a nuclear power plant replication, or replacement. It's only going to cost you $2, $3, $5, $10 million.
That's chump change.
Listen, we don't have to figure out every problem right now. All right, we start getting the funding. We'll work out the details as we go.
The good thing is you don't have to worry about the mother-in-law visiting.
It's not even an issue because you could just get the current power from from mechanisms underneath the water.
Right, or you use geothermal power.
You have geothermal heating and cooling. Yeah.
Geothermal you can only use in certain places.
That's why you build an underwater bunker.
Everybody goes up and lives near Greenland.
Just got to find a sucker to buy your business model. You don't have to do shit.
But they gotta hand it to Jeremy though. I mean, the best part about this is that the mother-in-law never comes to visit.
Oh, this is Bob Dole's idea. Mine was the underground. I actually made his idea better because now we have the underwater land bunker.
Hey, you know how else you can get the power? Using Jeremy's machine, that infinite power machine that Jeremy created.
Oh, the thing with the V-gate ramps? Yeah. Hell yeah, bro.
I just watched today some videos on what do you call it? The use of atmospheric voltage to do shit, and they showed how you could have a Corona motor and stuff like that running off it, but it doesn't generate all that much power. But you do get to spin a cylinder.
How much? Yeah, but how much fucking wire? When I've seen them power anything significant off of that, it's been like 100-foot chain link fence or something. Or
I
was yours
doubt
going
the chain link
high?
fence because this is height is really where you get the big voltage differences.
Your guys went high, yeah. You can do it right low on the ground. You just need a massive length of metal.
Oh, I haven't seen any of those. Okay, yeah, I can see that because you're going to get more current out of more amps out of a longer fence of some sort.
Did you guys see the guy who uses geothermal heat, like just from like it's like 8 feet underneath the ground to like grow citrus in like a freezing part of the world? He just uses like a little greenhouse, just like some geothermal heat, and he like 8 feet underneath the ground, some tubes, and boom, the guy can grow citrus like in just
Yeah,
freezing climate.
you don't have to go too deep. If you're trying to heat a small area, you don't have to go too deep or make it too like lengthy. But if you're trying to do like a giant area, then you gotta have a lot of pipe in it. But just a little greenhouse, yeah.
Depends on where you are too. You can't really go down in Texas because like the land under your house is always moving because it's clay. That's why you don't have basements here. So that only works in certain places.
And geothermal heating and cooling doesn't work in Texas.
The shit that you make is gonna get fucked because the clay is gonna be shifting all the time.
Well, how many inches a year? I'm sure that's something they could account for.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think it means
it's
not
enough.
to dig a straight down well versus a deep well versus laterally across the, underground within 4 to 8 feet, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all of Texas. At least in Dallas, you don't have basements. Maybe other places are different. Probably other places are different.
And all you got to do is drill a hole all the way down to the till your drill bit melts, and then you got good geothermal heat. 8, 10, 14, 15 miles.
Yeah, it's easy.
How deep, like, can humans go, like, under the water?
We've been to the bottom.
The Marianas Trench seems to be the record right now.
Yeah.
Or do you mean free dive?
In a submarine.
Yeah, Marianas Trench is the record.
Well,
Nobody's
that's as
going
far
any
as they
deeper than
can
that.
go, right? As deep as they can go.
And we could survive at that pressure in
Did
the
we send
submarine.
humans down there, Mayok?
What's that?
Did we send humans down there, or we just sent robots?
Marianas Trench, we've sent people down, and I think like 1959 was the first time.
Oh shit!
Oh, 1959. Oh, this is starting to sound like a lot like another story we know. We sent people to the moon in 19 blah 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 blah.
Yeah, no way we could ever build a tube that could go down to the bottom of the ocean. Just impossible. Can't be done.
Wonder what it feels like. Like that pressure.
Probably nothing. It probably doesn't feel like much of anything. They might, in order to make sure it doesn't crush, they may increase the pressure inside it. Although I've never heard that. But but that's only going to be a one, maybe 1-2 atmospheres you go up inside. That's not going to help you much. But as far as inside, you've got a controlled atmosphere. You're going to hear crinkling and crunching of metal, and stuff
How
like
deep
that.
is the?
So it's probably terrifying.
How deep is the Mariana Trench?
In fact, I think they had to cut one of the dives down there short because like a crack appeared in their little portal. Could you imagine that? If that crack actually goes all the way through and like continues, even if it's like a pinhole, it would be a laser beam cutting out of there. You cut you right in half.
That'd exercise your sphincter muscle real quick.
Yeah, it's like we're going up now, guys. Come on, let's go.
It's
We
almost
can go down
7.
another 10 feet.
It's
Yeah,
almost
speak it up.
7 miles.
Crazy, man. 7 miles.
1 mile deep is 2,500 psi exerted on the pressure on the exterior, and that's just 1 mile.
So they did it in the 60s, like right when they went to the moon. They went up and down at the same time.
So say you dig a mile. Hold on. Say you dig a mile deep, and the pressure comes from the air that's above you, pressing down on you, right? Is that what it's from? Well, that's what the
No.
Gulvers.
Well,
That's
you
what the
mean in
Gulvers
water?
say.
In water?
Oh, I thought you were talking about in just digging a hole. Never mind.
Oh yeah, we were talking about deep in the water.
Now, for those people who believe that there's water surrounding the Earth, or surrounding the dome, that puts the water depth down by Antarctica at something like 3,000 miles. So that would be I think it was 3 million psi.
Yeah, but the dome protects you from the pressure, right?
Well, yeah, but on the outside, like if you were to poke a hole in the dome there, you'd be able to like use that as a cutting high-speed water jet cutter.
Yo, if the gas pressure is because the column of air above you is pressing down.
It's the same thing in the water.
Yeah, I'm saying for the air, just for the air though. If that's the case, like, how come in my house it's still 14.7 or whatever? I have a roof on my house. There's not like a giant column of air stretching all the way to space, pressing down on it.
There is. It's coming in through every orifice on your house.
All right, so if I took some air and just put it in a sealed container, how about that?
Yeah, if you was in
If
a
air
sealed
pressure
container,
changed, then you'd be fucked. If you had the same as inside and outside, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. You're starting with the same pressure then. It's sort of like if you took a balloon and inflated inside of a shop compressor pressures, it would still take just about the same amount to inflate that balloon as far as pressure goes, relative to the surrounding pressure. So if you have 10 bar inside your compressor and it takes one additional bar to inflate your balloon, outside it'll blow up to with 11 bar, and inside the compressor it'll inflate with 1 bar outside and 11 bar inside. I could have said that more confusingly, but I think I've sufficiently said it in as confusing a way as possible.
good job, Mark. Great explaining.
So you're saying I have an open container.
Yeah.
It's 14.7 psi on it.
Uh-huh.
Then I seal the container because that's from all the air from all the way up the atmosphere pressing down on it.
Yeah, you seal it
You
now.
not only you gotta seal it, you gotta make sure the
Now
volume. You gotta. It's not just sealed, right? You gotta. The structure can't change, so it's got to be the
Yeah,
volume has
it's
to
a
stay
hard
constant.
container. It's a
Okay.
hard container. It's not. Then you put a top on it, and it's still 14.7 psi in it, but it's now separated.
Yep. And as long as there's no change in the outside pressure, there'll be no delta generated.
There's not a giant amount of pressure pressing down on it still, though.
What significance do you think that has? I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. It's at a pressure until you have a
Yeah.
delta. There's not going to be any motion of air between locations.
I see what you're saying. All right. All right.
Right, and we see this all the time in those experiments where people take a bag of chips up to the top of a mountain, it inflates. You come down to the bottom, it crushes.
I get like when people come back from England, they bring back chips, right? Because you can't get them here, and when you get them back, they're like completely squished. It's like when you vacuum seal something, all the bags of chips come out like that because of the pressure when it went up. Because they don't pressurize the cabin, right? I mean the place where you put your luggage. So it sucks all the air out of micro holes, and then when it comes back down, air doesn't come back in, and they're like vacuum sealed. It's a weird thing to see.
Really, you can see a difference in that? I wouldn't have thought that like Mylar, they make those chip bags out of like Mylar usually. I wouldn't think they'd have a lot of transfer of air through them, but I guess it's possible if you had a long flight.
Yeah.
What that doesn't make sense though, because if you think about it, the bags blew pressure atmosphere.
Some of them do pop. Some of them pop.
But they shouldn't crush.
They don't crush. They blow up, right? When they go up, they blow up like crazy. And I think what happens is the air escapes from micro holes.
Yes. Oh, and then when they land, they compress.
And when they land, it compresses, and the air doesn't suck back in.
Yeah,
So
not as quickly as it left. Yes, that
Right.
makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, you're going to exasperate that problem with those micro holes the bigger the delta.
Hey, did you hear about the supersonic flights are going to be a thing again, right? Because they got this new shape and shit, which makes it like a micro boom instead of a proper boom. And they're going to go a lot higher. So I wonder, like, before people like commercial space flights become a thing, maybe supersonic flight will become a thing first. And I don't know if you'll be able to see the curvature. I don't know how high they're going to go, but you might be able to.
Look, this already used to be a thing, right? So they discontinued it because it was too loud, right? So they're gonna bring it back with a new design. It's gonna be quieter. It's not gonna do the supersonic boom. Yeah, it'll get high, but it's not gonna get high enough to see the curve of the Earth. Okay, you're not like in space, like flying around on this thing.
Well, some of the hypersonic ones they're talking like Mach 7, Mach 8. Yeah, they're talking like they're really going to be going up to rarefied atmosphere.
Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it. If they are gonna do higher altitude supersonic flights, it'd definitely be really interesting to see. And I would probably buy a ticket just to go on that ride. It'd be a fun
Yeah,
ride.
definitely.
But
weren't the flights like $20,000-$30,000 or something?
Like you just wait a little while, come down. I mean,
No,
how much was
that was
Concorde?
no, the Concorde wasn't that expensive. It was a little bit more expensive, for sure, because it was
It was
so
like
quick.
twice. There's
Oh, really? That's all?
Damn,
It
man,
wasn't
I wish I had gone on the Concorde when it was still around, dude.
I thought it was ridiculously expensive, like $14,000 or something crazy, because only big wigs did it for big deals or something. I don't know.
Well, business class tickets are about $10,000.
Well, it's like whatever happened to the space shuttle program, right? This whole idea, right? I don't know what was the first like space shuttle flight. I think it was like early 80s. I think, and they had designed the whole like narrative behind the space shuttle program was that they were going to the space shuttle was to service the satellites. This is the whole narrative. This is why they built the shuttle, because it was like super cheap and super efficient for them to go up and do the thing and service the satellites in the space shuttle. And lo and behold, they just got rid of it. Like one day they were just like, yeah, we're just going to stop the space shuttle program. So then we were, after the space shuttle program stopped or ceased to like function, like how then what was the next like story then how they were going to fix the satellites, because that's what the original space shuttle was designed. The whole story behind the entire that thing even existing in the first place was that they were using it to fix satellites and stuff. So now that the space shuttle is discontinued, how are they fixing satellites? B, who is doing it, right? How are they doing it?
It's very simple. They don't right now.
Oh, they don't. Okay.
I don't remember the narrative for the space shuttle being a repair. That was one of the narratives. That was like if the real narrative of it was cheap, repeated trips to space with the side benefit of being able to bring a crew up and service service satellites. But I don't think they ever really build it as a service platform as the primary function.
No, that was yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, that was it. The whole thing was to service satellites cheaper, to bring people. It wasn't just to bring people into space. For what? Why? Just to bring people into space? No, it's like there's shit to be done up there. Like we got to fix the satellites, dude, and all the things. So since the thing has stopped, right, from decades ago, who's servicing the satellites?
Nobody does.
Your answer is no one. So the satellites don't need servicing now. They did 30 years ago, but now they're Gucci. We don't need to send astronauts up there to service them. Is this what you?
You don't need to go up and service them. You now just when they fail, you fail them.
Oh, okay, got it. So yeah, we don't service satellites anymore. They just fall, they fail, they're done. We just launch up a new one. Because from what I heard, it was a successful thing. Like that's why it was great. There was never really any problems with the space shuttle. It was efficient. It was good way to get people up there.
It was more expensive than common rocket.
That's right. That's what the story was. Is that it was so expensive, but they designed it to be cheaper in the first place. Because rockets
were turned out that everything that they had on it required more maintenance. You essentially had to rebuild the fucking thing between launches. So you ended up with a complex launch system that also was expensive. I don't know how they ever sold the bill of goods to begin with, saying that it was going to be cheaper. I don't know what mistakes they made in their predictions, but in the end, you are making a prediction when you say that. It's like, well, once we get this working, we're gonna, it's gonna only cost us this much per mission. Well, yeah, but we found this safety concern, so now we have to rebuild the entire whatever section of the craft. And oh yeah, it does take a little bit more fuel to lift up all that shit mass to space. And you just keep on adding on, and then you have a couple disasters in there, and you've got a platform that nobody wants to keep going with.
And throwing
And I don't
privatization.
remember that many services. I only remember like the only service I remember was the Hubble, and then there was like a couple of ones where they returned. I think they returned the satellites to Earth.
Yeah, they serviced the Hubble. That's right. And what happened there? I mean that would have been interesting to see. I would love to see an astronaut with that big, thick, fucking gloved suit on, trying to work on like micro parts in space on a fucking satellite. I would love to see that. I was just
you don't
like,
work on
micro. That would have just been the funniest.
Yeah,
no, these big ass fucking suits and these big ass fucking gloves and this stupid shit and this clunky ass fucking suit going to work on a satellite in space. I just want to see it. Like, great that it happened, and I know that you think that it's like a great thing that happened or whatever. I just want to see it.
Then why don't you have to talk so long to say nothing repeatedly 3 times? Go up and look at the ISS servicing the.
I'm not going. What they did is they replaced anywhere. You fuck. I'm not going fuck all anywhere, dude.
They replaced.
You go up there.
Okay. Have a nice time talking to yourself.
Well, that escalated fast.
Well, he's over talking to me. Why do I want to talk to him? He's not having a conversation.
I mean, if you had to do intricate work on the ISS, you'd have a little robot thing to do it.
Yeah, well, Branch. They, as far as I remember, what they did is they brought up whole packs. So what you have to do is undo the major screws that hold something together. Hopefully, you built it with servicing in mind, so that you can disconnect the connectors. I mean, when I replace radios in a cell site, all I do is I pull the damn thing out. When I push the new one in, it lines up all the connectors and they
Yeah,
connect.
I mean that's right. You design it in a way that it can be serviced. You wouldn't.
Modular.
It would be stupid to design it in a way that you can't fix it.
Yeah, they're not soldering out there. They're not going in and like doing soldering on individual integrated circuits. That'd be
It's
hard to
like,
do on Earth.
yeah, it's like you got to have your audience in mind when you design something, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, or customer in mind. Like I remember there's like back in the days, like computers, for like they were designed in a way that could be upgraded, but you needed a specific skill set to do it. But they still made it easy to upgrade, right? I'm not sure where I was going with this.
They're modular. It's left modular, so you can pull it out, pop it in. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like more recent computers are made in a way that you don't even need a screwdriver to upgrade them because they realize that people they're just not as smart anymore, right? Like I don't know, your audience has changed. Like nowadays, people want to have an upgraded GPU on a laptop. They don't want to, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. Just scratch it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the funny one is when they launched the Hubble, I would think they never really expected to replace the optics package on it. That would be like that's such a base item. It's like replacing the chassis on your frame on your computer frame. It's like you could do it, but you got to take everything off it and put a new chassis in, and then put everything else in again.
Wasn't there that whole thing where there was one
Wait,
dude who...
wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Branch. I'm sorry. This is the funniest thing. Because I didn't know this, dude. Because I like, the whole space shuttle thing. I just have to bring this up one more time. This is the funniest thing to me because many people actually don't know this, right? So when the U.S. discontinued its space shuttle program, it has relied on Russian rockets to travel to the space station ever since. So for the last 10 years, for the last 11 years, they've been relying on Russia solely to just even get to space. So this idea that like NASA is traveling to space with their own rockets is a joke. It's Russia.
That's right. We didn't have a manned space program for a while. Okay, other than through Russia, and now we do. We got Blue
That's
Origin, I think, is
hysterical.
doing it, and SpaceX is doing it. I can't remember who all the players are right now, but we have at least two vendors that are doing it now. And with Russia,
in the nick of time.
hostility, with the recent Russian hostility, we've got a problem with the boost. If Russia doesn't continue to send up their stuff, it's all geared around
But that's just the
boosting.
silliest thing to me. It's just the silliest thing to me, right?
Yes,
Understand,
yeah, no,
like
okay,
the
yeah, we
U.S.,
just
right? The
other
U.S.
people are
Think about
talking.
this. Just
Why
let's
not?
just
I mean,
think
just
about this for a
fucking,
second,
let's
right? The
just keep on
U.S.
thinking about it
had
when
a
we're done.
fully
Is there any other
functioning
person
rocket
talking? I mean, it just
system,
seems like the
a
best time
fully
to talk.
functioning,
When you hear silence, you
cooperating.
don't talk, but when you hear other people talk, you talk.
Yeah, Citizen, I was in the middle of saying something when you interrupted, and it wasn't just one quick thing you interrupted for. You interrupted for a whole conversation. Like, I understand if you had to
Sorry,
get
Branch.
something
I'm sorry
out.
I interrupted you, dude. I'm sorry. I did interrupt
No, I
you.
mean,
No,
I was going. I meant to apologize for that.
because he just does it, no problem.
Yeah, but interrupting someone is fine, right? As long as you was trying to talk about something that occurred in the previous conversation, but you didn't get out in time. Then you're like, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me just say this before the conversation moves on. But you don't.
That's what I said.
It's completely rude. No, your shit was a brand new conversation. You interrupted what I was saying to create a brand new conversation.
No, we were just talking about the space shuttle, bro. That's why I said I prefaced what I said by interrupting you by saying, look, I just wanted to say this one last thing about the last conversation. So I did say that.
Okay.
But anyway, look, I just thought it was funny because many people don't even know that. Like the U.S. basically, the crux of what I was getting at the point of this is the U.S. basically abandoned its own self-sufficient, reliant space program and gave it to the Russians. That's so funny. I didn't even know that. I
You
thought that
didn't
we were
know.
up. No, I did not know that. That's just the silliest thing to me. So now the Russians
Funny. I mean,
control
I
all your
never.
space information. All your space information comes from Russia. It was all passed over to Russia, Russian intelligence. It's all a Russian scheme now. The U.S. handed over its fucking space program to the Russians, and the Russians now own it. They own
How
you
did
and your
you?
space program. That's
How did you not know it when everybody else on Earth did know it? I mean, everybody who has any inkling of interest in space.
Didn't some
oh,
Russian
I
dude?
just was unaware.
Didn't some Russian dude keep a bottle of vodka up there?
I've heard they do.
And it's illegal to have sex on the ISS.
Could Spurs Chemo be a Russian operative?
Tell
Who's
you
that?
right now, you don't know who's who, Merle, because you know the guy Sheeple that used to run the ice wall, I think it was called, and he took over 24/7. That dude's not even fucking Russian or whatever his fucking fake accent was. He's actually got a British accent. That dude's mad shady, bro. After the shit I learned,
No, he does not have a British accent.
no, they seen him in a YouTube video with him and his, or a BitChute or some video with him and his daughter, and they both had British accents.
Because his wife's got a British accent.
And so does he. But he faked a
Huh.
thick fucking Russian accent for years.
Was it Russian? I didn't know what it was. It sounded kind of muddy.
Legend.
Whatever that is, whatever that was.
Cyprus.
Some kind of Eastern
Cyprus.
European.
Yeah, he was supposedly from Cyprus. I like that guy, dude. He fucking made shit funny.
Dude, he's not even who he says he is. He's probably with like some kind of intelligence agency or some shit or something, or he's just playing games, or he's not even real. He's not real.
Just joking around, dude.
He was joking around for years with a fake accent.
Like FPS Russia did.
I don't know, man. He used to be the guy that was in control of voice verifying people in 24/7. Nobody ever hardly got through him.
Dude, he did a good job though, right? Like he got invited to that whole experiment and shit. So for a troll, he did a pretty fucking good job.
I don't think it was just a troll move. I think he was fucking an operative, and he was trying to harm the movement. If you're an operative trying to harm the movement, what do? You get into the spot that's in charge of verifying people so they can go voice chat.
Yeah, but see, I don't believe there's operatives, right? I don't.
Well,
Flat Earth isn't a thing where no one's gonna give enough a fuck about it to have an operative.
and look how many trolls 24/7
fucking
gets.
shit.
And look how many trolls 24/7 gets a day. That's another thing you do if you were trying to harm the movement. You would send trolls to a place and have them ask the same questions real genuine people were asking. Dude, that shit reeks of some kind of intelligence agency or a group fucking with it.
By that
who do you guys
token,
think?
you're one of these operatives because you ask the dumbest questions in the world as well.
That's true.
Sorry,
Maybe
what
this
is
is a double bluff from Jeremy. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was telling Merle, you don't know who's who here. I could be human sheeple right now. You guys would never know.
So, like, out of this little community of Gem Panda's room and this room, right? Who do you think are the operatives?
I don't. It's hard to tell because they do shit that real people. Yo, if you don't want to, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's very hard to tell. There's never a clear line. I have some good guesses.
That's what we want to hear is the guesses.
You want to hear my guesses?
Yes, please.
Human sheeple.
Okay.
I think like maybe Johnny B or Dallas Dave or Pete Shea or something. Definitely Pete Shea. He's at the top of my list.
Really?
Hell yeah, bro.
Oh, come on, man. There's no way that you could think Pete Shea is anything but a nutter.
That's what I mean. The line between a nutcase and a paid show, like you'd never be able to distinct between the two.
I would say, like,
what though, his thinking is strangely linear. Usually, people that are complete nutcases, They don't think linearly, but like,
Scattered.
yeah, they're scattered thinking, and he doesn't. Sometimes he'll stay on point, and you can see the linear thought pattern that he's got.
Well, sometimes, but the other times I think he's scattered. He's scattered in that he jumps all over the place. Whenever you pin him into his pin him down on what he's actually trying to say, then like
There's
he
nothing
just
over here.
drifts off into some kind of numerology or turning an M upside down and then
Hey.
bending your legs down on it to make a
Hey, come on.
pterodactyl.
I used to think that he was a troll, and then I kind of just stopped. But I used to think that everything he was saying was just a troll. But I don't think he's an
I can see
operative.
that.
I don't think he's an operative. Like I said, there are no operatives in Flat Earth.
I don't know. Human sheeple reeked of being an operative.
I don't think that like.
Come
if you
on,
paid
Branch.
me-
Bob Noodle's an operative. Sorry, guys. Jeranism.
No, dude, they're doing it for their own
Sergeant.
specific reasons.
Weiss.
It's not like the government's employed them to do it.
Just calling it how I see it.
And what
So,
are
I
the
mean, you'd never
telltales?
be able to tell who's actually getting paid or doing this as part of their job or something.
I think like I try and like think if I tried to be Pete, if I just went and I started randomly saying stuff, I could randomly say crazy shit. But he comes back to it. You can see how he ties it all back into his delusion. So like his numerology stuff, his word games, word origins, all these things, how he brings them all together, and he does that so seamlessly. I think that he actually believes it. If I just did random shit, I would be
And,
constantly stepping on my story.
Some people, yeah. Go ahead, my bad.
Well, I mean, he's been doing it for a long time. The longer you do it, the better you're going to get at it, right?
Yeah, and that's like Lemon. Lemon. I feel like he's not. I think he's playing the script. And in fact, I've said it since like one of the probably the third or fourth time I met him. It's like, oh my god, this is part of his script. He just keeps expanding his script.
Hey, Mark,
We could say the same thing about you. We could say the same thing about you, Moya. That's the thing. Is like this whole like point the finger. You're a shill. You're a paid operative. We could say this about anyone and everyone at all times, and no one would have any like. You can't like prove this is like the stupidest discussion ever because you sit there and just point the finger and say person X is an operative. It's like
you can never prove who's.
Yeah. Over the years, there's been certain things that have happened though that have muddied the waters. Especially, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Jeranism and Noodle really fucked things for Flat Earth. We got bogged down in gyroscopes
they tried testing
oh my
it.
God.
That's the only thing you could do in Flat Earth is make sure that you never test anything. Because if you test it and put it under scrutiny of other people, you're going to get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, never do it during a television show like Bob Noodle did. Never.
You know what I mean?
And they learned from that, though. They've actually, they take their stuff and they wait 3 years to release it after, building it up. Oh, this is the greatest thing we ever did. This laser test, it was so accurate. Then 3 years later, they release it and they still get screwed in the ass because somebody goes through and looks at the lamppost and says, that lamppost isn't where you said it is.
Well, there was a conference as well, and like this guy Logan Paul turned up, and I think Sergeant got tipped off and knew it was going to go down, and he bailed, and they were all like kind of pissed at him. But there's been quite a few things. That's just 2 examples, but there's definitely been infiltration in Flat Earth, like definitely.
I didn't see Logan Paul and how he acted when he was doing his thing, but from the second I watched his show when his documentary came out or whatever you want to call it, his expose or burn, when it first came out, it was like from the very first seconds I was watching him talk, it's like, oh god, this guy is bullshitting him.
Yeah, that could have been easily predicted. It's just too good to be true. They thought. They went with it.
It's like, well, is it the Nathan and his duck suit with the magnetism and the underground earth ores making a 10 million Tesla magnet with a car
He's
battery.
on the list.
Yeah.
Nathan, I think, is legit. Nathan, I think, is legit.
Really, the duck suit guy. Or okay.
No. The duck suit guy I knew wasn't. I'm saying Nathan I thought was legit. I think he's dumb enough to have fallen for it. He had his second thoughts about it. He's like, if you guys are just fooling with me, but then when he came out with it afterwards and said, "Oh, I just was with these guys and they made this super magnet," and it's like, oh god, you are this dumb.
I've kind of felt bad for him, man. That was pretty fucked up.
It's fucked up, but when you have no self-respect, it really doesn't bother him to be wrong.
To publicly humiliate someone like that, I don't know.
He did it to himself, dude. You
Yeah.
think Nate Thompson didn't know duck suits don't protect against fucking magnet? Like
that's a
he's
point.
trying to fold. He's in the street trying to fold up toilet paper that's blowing all over the place. I mean, come on, dude.
That's true. I mean, how the fuck can you think a duck suit's gonna help?
Well, nylon is well known for its magnetic repulsion properties.
Yeah, first the reason for the duck suits was because they ran out of hazmat suits. A hazmat suit wouldn't help either. Like the whole thing's fucking dumb. Getting this wrong on a thing, like there's so much shit. You're supposed to be the critical thinking, suspicious flat earther that's scrutinizing everything, and you're out there doing dumb shit.
You know what's funny though? There was so many people telling him that it's fucked up, right? And he was still like, nope. Like even before the whole thing was done, because he live streamed in the start of it, right? So many people were telling him that he's getting fucked with.
He actually had his people. He had his people go on. Those guys that he was with go on VC and Gems.
The reality, though, is that to have so little understand, like when they describe the setup and they say we're making the most powerful magnet. Okay, that's cool. But when they show you what they're doing, sticking a wire on the ground with hooked up to their car, it's like, okay, you have to know, Nathan, that there's no way to do this with the car's battery.
There wasn't a magnet, a compass in sight. If somebody's like, "Yo, I got this crazy magnetic thing, biggest magnet," I'm bringing a fucking compass, dude. That's like step one. Bring a compass.
But what I'm suspecting really happened there is he got a free trip to California or wherever the hell it was. He was having fun, having somebody else support him for another week.
Yeah, he did Witsit dirty. You seen what happened when he went on Witsit's road trip with him? He did Witsit dirty. Like he's a fucking
Yeah, that was.
Oh, he returned laptop.
Oh, he returned a laptop. Great.
Actually, that's what he said. I grilled him on that. I said, you don't have a problem with stealing from Witsit? Well, that was my money. I was like, well, with that, I don't know what their finances were. I don't. That's he said, she said. But the laptop, it's like, yeah, well, he let me borrow his laptop, so I took it. It's like, no. Yeah, I'm sure there's an implicit rule when you borrow a laptop that you use it within the constraints that it was loaned to you. You just don't go on vacation with it or whatever.
Yeah, if I imagine I went to your house and I was like, "Oh, hey, can I use your laptop real quick?" And then I just leave with it. Hello.
Right. Well, you said I could use it.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a little bit of snowflake-itis, where he just thinks the world owes him something. So you flying anywhere soon, Jeremy?
Fuck no.
Damn it. Gotta get you on an airplane with my my MEM sensor.
The airplanes would be flying at the cities, dude. Just as a no-brainer. You know how many bullshit I've heard, excuses I've heard as to why they wouldn't? I've never heard so many red herrings in my life in the past 3-4 days.
I'm still at a total loss, and this, can't you like get a map of the United States and pick a flight, and then or even Hawaii? I don't give a shit. Pick a flight and draw on that map the route you think they should take. Then we can talk about it, because I can't really picture what you're saying. I keep on seeing the most correct flight is the direct one with your plane canted a little sideways. Anything else, energy requires more energy.
Yep. On the ground, when they trace the flight paths over the ground, they're straight line.
Yeah, that's the most.
Do you understand?
That's the most efficient.
Okay, that is actually the curve. The fact that it's a straight line on the ground means it has to be a curved line for the airplane, which is the actual path, is what the airplane's doing. Doesn't matter what it says on the ground. That's the non-inertial framework. Do you understand that so far? Because that might be a little complicated.
I think I'm already confused. I'm thinking, like, if I'm flying in a straight line, if I was to drop paint out of that aircraft, it would form a straight line on the ground.
Yeah. Pretend you had a pencil attached to the airplane.
Okay, we're dragging.
Pretend you had a pencil. Pretend you had a pencil attached to the airplane and there's paper underneath. Yeah. Right? And the paper, the Earth's rotating, right? Every time you change your tangential speed, the Earth is rotated a little bit under you. So that line, if attached to the plane, if your plane's going in a straight line, that line can't be straight. They both can't be straight. Do you understand that?
What about chemtrails? Like, when they do those trails?
I'm thinking about what you're saying there. You're saying it wouldn't be straight. Well, it's in a moving mass, the air, so it's going to be subject to whatever, like winds and stuff. But yeah, you're right. It's not. Let me get my globe out and bring out my dental floss again, since you won't do it.
No, listen. It has to do with the inertial and non-inertial reference frames. You can't go straight across the surface from the non-inertial reference frame and be actually going straight. Like, you realize the plane, what the plane does in the inertial reference frame is the actual path. Like when you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, that's the inertial frame of reference. The ball actually goes straight. It just appears to turn because you're turning underneath it. So say you had a pencil attached to the ball. As you threw it and it draws a line across the merry-go-round, that line would be a curved path. If it's a straight path on the merry-go-round, it means the ball wasn't going in a straight path. It was going in a curved line. It would have to be. You can't have straight lines in both the plane or the object and on the spinning surface.
Hold on, I'm getting my dental floss.
If you do have straight lines in both of them, there's no reference frames. There's no inertial and non-inertial reference frame. It's all happening together. That means no Coriolis. They're both straight lines.
Right. No,
I say it's easy.
I say there is, but you just turn your plane 1, 2, 3 degrees off course and fly straight. Your nose will be pointing off like it was a wind blowing on you. It's just as another force like wind.
I know, but that means that you're actually flying in a curved line in the air.
When you say you're flying in a curved line in the air is a moving mass. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you if you were able to mark out the molecules that you hit in the air, and you could put a permanent line struck in the air, yeah, it probably would look like it bows out.
Yeah, it'd be a curved line. It would have to be.
But as far as the ground, that's what I'm going to try and keep my line over. I'm going to, if I could draw a line on the surface of the earth, I'm going to try and keep that right along the path that I'm covering.
I know, but you wouldn't be. What I'm saying is, you wouldn't be doing it. Anyways, let's switch. We've been on this for the past 4 days. Let's
Oh, what's up, y'all?
Okay, Jeremy, I'm posting a picture, and I want you to tell me what you want. My airplane's flying from like near Alaska there by the top of the globe, and it's flying south to wherever the hell that is in Mexico. What direction do you think I should go to get to? What direction? How would my plane fly? Would I have that string going to the east of Mexico,
Did you post in
the
live
west?
live stream one?
Actually, I put it in the Daily Boom. That's not helping you any. Hang on.
Or you would have it fly to wherever the city's going to be.
That doesn't mean anything to me. I need you to.
I don't know which way
I
it's
am,
whatever way the Coriolis deviation is. You would have it fly to where the city's going to be. You'll be 32 miles. You'll be 20 or 30 miles off if you try to go from Alaska to Canada, Alaska to Hawaii.
Plane is going to a heading.
Yes, which is always at the city, which is a curved path after you take
no,
Coriolis into account.
the nose is pointing off from that because of Coriolis. It's not like if you looked at that plane and like you a simple globe, and the perfect path would be with the nose pointing right towards following that string. But now add into that, now we've got a world with no wind at all, but we have Coriolis. Now I'm going to turn it slightly to the, when I'm heading south, I am losing speed. What am I trying to do? I'm gaining speed, so I'm going to have to go to the east to gain speed. So I'm going to point the nose a little bit east, I think, to
Yes.
maintain my straight path.
No.
And I'm to the image now.
No, I think it's west. I think it's west. No, wait.
Aim in the same direction or the same way that a sniper would have
No,
to
you're right.
account
You're right.
Coriolis. That's what you'd have to do.
Yes.
Same way a sniper would. That's what. Why is a sniper bullet different than an airplane in this regard?
It's not.
Yeah. So why does powered flight versus ballistic flight have anything to do with anything?
It doesn't.
I agree.
It doesn't, and it does.
But okay, hey, so Jeremy, I'm happy that you're talking about this still because yesterday or the other day we were talking about it and you didn't want to type it anymore. What causes the effect for Coriolis if not a rotating Earth? Because you did say Coriolis is a real thing. You just said it's not due to Earth rotation.
Yeah, because if it was due to Earth rotation, the planes would be flying at the city, at where the city's going to be, not where it is, because that means if it flies at where it's going to be, that's the straight line path. If it flies at always where the city is, it's going to the plane ends up taking a curved path.
But when it's heading to that heading, so I don't know if you understand that part. But the more important
The heading
thing
is always aimed at the city, right?
yeah, okay. But
Yeah,
here's the important
that's a
question
curve-
of it. But here's
that's
the
a
important
curved path.
question. Here's an important question then. What causes the effect of Coriolis?
Something
The difference
traveling,
in
something
tangential velocities.
What?
Yeah, when it changes its tangential speed, something. When you observe it from a non-inertial reference frame, something that's moving.
Well, we see like we'll use a bullet for example. When we watch a bullet from the side, if we were to follow its path, the only trajectory that changes is up and down. So it travels down. So, but that's not Coriolis. What causes Coriolis?
Witnessing
non-inertial,
that
the difference. Go
deviation
ahead.
from the ground. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's up and down. We understand when you shoot a bullet over
it's not
distance.
up and down.
Yes, it is over distance. Okay, so so when you shoot a bullet at 1,500 yards, the only thing that changes without Coriolis, we're talking as Coriolis doesn't exist. The only thing that happens is the bullet falls to the ground as it travels over a distance. That's the only difference. What we're talking about is a side to side. The velocity of a bullet lessening doesn't do that.
Yeah, but
Shit just got real.
Coriolis has nothing to do with the velocity of the bullet.
Hey,
It has
come
everything.
on.
Yes, it does. It
No, it
has to
doesn't.
reach a
I
certain.
got you.
It could
Steady,
go.
It ha-
It could go really slow, or it could go really fast. The only reason it appears
Mm-mm.
to deviate is because witnessing it from something rotating underneath it is happening.
Okay,
It
if you
doesn't
did, if
matter
you
how
shot at a
fast or slow it's
target,
going.
if you shot at a target with a handgun and you were able to be accurate with it, you wouldn't observe the Coriolis effect for the main reason that the handgun does not put out enough of, doesn't put the bullet into enough of higher enough speed for Coriolis to affect
right
it.
here, please.
We're
Thank you.
talking about
You don't know what Coriolis is.
yeah. Oh, I absolutely know what Coriolis
If I was
is.
on a merry-go-round and I launched a drone and just had it hover there, me looking at the drone, even though it's hovering there, to me, looking at it from the merry-go-round that's spinning, it's going to look like the drone is moving around, correct?
No, the better example would be you're on a merry-go-round going around in circles, and you have a friend on the other side of it, and you guys are playing catch. The deviation the ball takes is an example of Coriolis.
No, the ball does not take a deviation. It is going in a straight path. The person underneath it is deviating.
Yes.
La la la.
And the Earth and the plane or the bullet is doing the same thing. The bullet is traveling in a straight path, but the Earth is rotating under it. Therefore, there's a deviation to the side.
Okay, so if in the example of me and a friend on a merry-go-round, right? Me and a friend on the merry-go-round going back and forth, right? Throwing a ball. Now, instead of a ball, we're going to throw a drone that's not powered yet. It's just a drone.
A drone.
And we're throwing it back and forth.
All the drone is doing is hovering.
No,
Because
it's
Laurie
not turned
made
on
a
yet.
good point.
We're just
Laurie just
treating
made a
it like a
good
ball, right? We're going back and forth, throwing the drone, and then mid-throw, they turn it on. Someone turns it on, and it starts going, right? So
Oh, you mean there's a force?
no, it's not a force. It's an effect. The Coriolis effect.
No, you turn it on. The fans apply a force.
Yeah.
Right. But that will mean it's just hovering in the air while you continue to rotate underneath it.
Nothing to do with Coriolis. What you're explaining?
No. You are rotating underneath that drone that's hovering there, correct? And it looks like it's actually moving around, even though it's hovering, because you are actually moving underneath
That's not Coriolis.
Right? That you don't know what Coriolis effect is.
Nathan,
I'm sorry.
Nathan lied to you, Fuzzy. Nathan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, your explanation for what Coriolis
that's how
is not
Coriolis
correct.
effect. That's what it's called. That's why it's an effect.
Yeah, but your explanation is not that's not correct how you would explain it.
That's not the Coriolis effect. Appearing something that's going in a straight line, appearing to deviate.
But you just said. But you keep
just
saying.
A moment ago said that the ball deviates. The ball does not ever take a curved path.
But you keep saying. You keep saying. You turn it on and it's hovering above you, but it looks like it's moving. That's not Coriolis.
You moving underneath it and making it appear to like move around, even though it's stationary, is what Coriolis is.
No.
Yeah. Or if that drone was going in a straight line and me taking a deviating path underneath it, making it appear to take a curved path. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's moving in a straight line or not.
Yes, it does.
It appearing to do anything is based on my movement underneath it.
It's very important that it's moving.
Yes, you underneath it is very important to moving.
The drone, because the drone moving in a straight path that would appear not to be a straight path would be the explanation for Coriolis.
A moment ago, you said velocity. The bullet velocity is what causes the problem. No, anything. It doesn't matter if it's something slow. You're saying if a hot air balloon moving 0 miles an hour, that doesn't take Coriolis into like that. That's not subject to the same rules as the bullet.
Nope.
Wow. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good about my my quest to explain it to you. But more importantly, if Coriolis is not due to a rotating Earth, what is causing Coriolis? It's very important. It's a very important question if you're going to claim it's not due to Earth rotation.
There's not Earth-based Coriolis because if there was, planes would fly at where the city's going to be, not where the
Okay.
city is, as so that they could have a straight line path because they would obviously want to fly the shortest distance possible, and a straight line is obviously a shorter distance than a curved line.
So let me ask you something, Jeremy. So Jeremy, let me ask you something.
Is what I said true, Sean? Do you agree with what I said just now?
Yes, they have to follow a heading, and that heading is not a straight line. What?
Curved line and the straight line and the shorter distance.
Yeah, they want to get there as fast as they can. Yes,
They want to fly the shortest distance as possible. Yeah.
absolutely. Yes.
Yes. So you would obviously fly at where the city is going to be, not where the city is, because where the city is, if you constantly have a heading at the city, and then that will be a curved line and not a straight line, like as if you were to fly where the city is going to be, right?
Well, I think in
Do you
that
agree?
situation, the distance change or the direction, the heading change would be so minimal that they wouldn't be flying 20 degrees off to get to a city at a certain time. I don't think it works like that. I just think they would constantly have to correct for it. So when they're flying, if they're going to heading 95, they're the most they're going to see it off in that heading is probably within maybe a degree or two. So it's not a big change that they're having to do.
But a moment ago, you said that there's no inherent difference between a sniper bullet and a plane. So imagine a plane is trying to hit a target many more miles than a sniper bullet.
A plane, exactly.
But the same effect, the same problem, or the same adjustment would have to be taken into account. Where the city is going to be, where the target is going to be when the Earth rotates underneath the bullet or plane, right?
Because in that situation, the way we're talking about it is that a sniper bullet has to reach a certain velocity to get to 1,500 yards. And by that speed, in 1,500 yards, it is a noticeable effect. Whereas an airplane is traveling at 500 to 600 miles an hour, and it's doing it over a much greater distance. So that effect is, and the other adverse of it is seen in that effect. So if a plane is traveling 100 miles, I doubt they're having to do any correction for that at all.
Okay, so if you fly from Alaska to Hawaii, you're going to end up being 20 to 30 miles off.
No, okay.
How much is your sniper bullet going to be?
In that situation,
hold on. How much is your sniper going to?
No.
Hold on. How much is your sniper bullet? I wasn't done. How much is your sniper bullet going to be off by?
I don't know. Your sniper bullet doesn't go that far.
So this is going to have a way bigger effect than the sniper bullet, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Way bigger effect. You said it wasn't going to. You just said it wasn't.
But at the same time, if you look at a flight path of a plane that's going from Alaska to Hawaii, it's not even then. It wouldn't even be a straight path when you watch its flight path. And if you're in a plane, you know this happens because what ends up happening is like when I fly from Texas to California, we're flying at a heading, and then at a certain part, usually like within an hour to reaching San Diego, the plane starts doing its little turnings and stuff, and that's it correcting the headings to be going into a straight path to where it's going. So what you were saying where it would need to do is actually what they do.
No. They always have their heading at the city, and they're always straight lines from city to city. Once you're in the air, it's always straight lines from city to city. RC Meisty showed me. Hold on. RC Meisty showed me the proof of distances, and all the lines that they had written down for their airplane routes were straight line distances.
And then still, is the Coriolis effect a real effect?
Yes, the Coriolis effect is a real effect. Yes.
Okay. What causes it?
Dude, come on, we're not going backwards. I didn't even want to talk about this. Moyak made me.
Yeah, you said that the Coriolis is real. The Coriolis is a real effect. So when we talk about a sniper bullet and it's a Coriolis affecting it, it's real. What causes that to happen?
No. We didn't say that Earth-based Coriolis does not exist for sniper bullets. Earth-based Coriolis exists, but Earth-based Coriolis does not exist for sniper bullets. No, you assume that.
I can show you a video of a guy with a sniper rifle showing you the effects of Coriolis, shooting in one direction, then shooting in the other direction, explaining how it's not the same thing. Not
Coriolis.
Yes.
Coriolis doesn't affect anything.
It is
in itself an effect.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The sniper bullets
due to Earth rotation, that better?
The video shows Earth rotation.
It shows the effects of Coriolis due to the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, that's where. Yeah,
Okay,
it shows
fine.
that due to
Okay,
rotation.
okay. Here we go. What causes Coriolis then?
The
Listen, the
observer
sniper
witnessing something from underneath moving.
Fuzzy,
No.
you're falling into his trap. This is all big red herring from the airplane.
It's a red herring. No, it's literally me trying to understand how something is real, and and the cause of its effect being in my view of it. But then, if it's not the way I view it, then what is cause? Why is it happening? If it's not,
Sean, would the airplanes want to fly in a straight line? Yes or no?
Jeremy, we literally just did this. Why?
Yeah, would the airplanes want to fly in a straight line?
Jeremy, yes, we
Okay,
did this.
and hold on, I got to follow up. Hold on, there's gonna be like 2 follow-ups, just real quick. So they want to fly in a straight line. If they're actually flying in a straight line, the path on the ground would not be a straight line because you can't have straight lines in both the inertial and the non-inertial reference range.
It would.
Do you
deviate.
understand? Do you understand this?
Yeah, it would. So if basically what you're saying is if you said draw a straight line along from here to this city on the surface of the Earth, and then you said as you're doing that, I'm going to fly a plane above to that same location in a straight path. No, the lines would not match up. Or
okay, so the
that's hard
lines
to say that way.
the lines aren't. So since the lines are straight on the ground, we know that they're flying in a curved path in the plane, right?
Yes.
Okay, but what? They're in the air. They don't need to fly they wouldn't fly in curved lines.
Well,
because
they do
they're in the
because it's a
air, and you're
globe.
talking about millions of gallons of jet fuel a year between all the flights.
But it is a globe, so the path it's a great circle. But continue on.
We're not talking about straight up and down. We're talking about left, right.
Okay,
Another red herring. Red
again,
herrings. Oh, they've never seen so many red herrings.
Causes
That broach this topic.
Yeah. Don't avoid it. What causes Coriolis? Why is the effect of Coriolis a thing? What causes?
So you agree? You agreed with everything I said.
Yes, planes fly like that. Yeah.
And we agree
But
they're not flying in straight lines. Can you imagine why they wouldn't fly in a straight line?
Because we live on a globe.
So we can't fly in a straight line on a globe?
No, we fly in a great circle.
We're not talking about up or down. Stop with the red herring of
A
up
great
and down.
circle.
We're talking about left to right.
The great circle
We're
is
talking
not
about left to right, not up and down.
Yeah, the great circle is not up and down. The great circle is a straight line on a curved surface.
Yes, up and down is fine if you want to curve it that way. I'm talking about left to right curve, not up and down. Stop with the red
I don't know
herring.
why you're saying up and down.
Great circles only curve up and down. They don't curve left to right. We're talking about left to right curve, not up and down curve.
So you can't have a
Please
great
stop
circle.
with the red herring.
Can you travel along a great circle going east to west on the supposed globe?
Sure.
Then yes, you can.
You can what?
Have a great circle going east to west.
I didn't say you couldn't. This is. Dude,
why do you keep saying left or right? Why? What does left or right, up and down have to do with what I just said?
We're talking about curving left to right. Why are you bringing up great circles?
Okay, so you're talking about a path taken in the sky.
Yeah.
The plane travels along a great circle.
Okay, not deviating left to right.
Not a straight line.
Okay, and curved circles don't deviate left. We're talking about. God, bro, the up and down. A great circle only curves up and down. We're not worried about up and down curvature. We're only worried about left to right curvature.
If you're asking
this great circle thing you're bringing up is a huge red herring. I don't know why you're still
if you're
sticking with
asking
it.
me if the plane follows along a straight great circle path across the United States during a flight, the answer is no.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat that?
If a plane is flying from West Coast to East Coast, and it's following the Great Circle path, it is having to correct for everything, right? The same way, if you're traveling from somewhere along the equator to the North Pole.
We're talking about north-south flights.
Yes,
I don't know what you're bringing up this red herring bullshit for.
No, what I'm trying to
Why are you doing this?
What I'm trying to do is first explain how a plane flies. Second, when we're talking about the Coriolis effect and a plane flying north to south or south to north, whatever, and we're seeing this effect of deviation, which there is.
We're not seeing an effective deviation in planes
Yes,
because
we are.
So you're telling me the planes purposefully fly in a curved line?
Yes, it's having to correct to it. It's having to correct to stay on heading.
Okay, but they're in the air and they could fly in a straight line if they wanted to, right?
They are, but they're having to correct.
No, they're flying in a
heading.
curved line because the line on the ground is straight. It can't be straight in both frames, and the inertial reference frame's the actual path, right, Sean?
If a plane is flying from
Don't
the
answer me, I
equator,
know. You can't.
if the plane is flying to the North Pole from the equator, it is not traveling in a great circle, in a straight path, because over time it is correcting to stay on heading. If it flew in a straight line in a great circle path on its own reference, it would be off when it got to wherever it thought it was going.
Which is why
Jeremy,
you would. Which is why you would.
You're wasting. Like, he's not only is he assuming that the Earth is
I'm
already
not
spinning,
assuming.
he's already assuming he's already assuming it's a sphere by saying North Pole and equator.
Okay.
We're already
wait.
We're twice
Time out.
arguing within the weeds.
Are you first saying that the flat Earth doesn't have an equator? Are you then saying the flat Earth doesn't have a North Pole?
You're using all of this as an example of.
Yeah. If we lived on a flat Earth that was not rotating, it would still have an equator and it would still have a North Pole. And if you did fly from the equator to the North Pole, you would never have to correct your heading.
Right.
If you pointed it at one direction, you would go to there. In a plane, if you've ever flown and you're going somewhere, the plane tilts and pitches all the fucking time. Why does it do that? To correct its heading.
I would like to ask a question. When you say heading, what do you mean exactly?
Degree, a direction.
Yeah.
A direction is the best way of
Are
it.
you
A
talking
direction.
about north, south, east, west direction?
Whatever direction, whatever degrees you're getting, whether it be 0, 16, blah, 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 it gives it that direction. So it could be
Okay. Hold on a
southeast,
second. Hold on,
southwest.
guys. Hold on 1 second, Sean. Fuzzy, you're lagging, Fuzzy. You're roboting, Fuzzy.
Okay.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Fuzzy.
While he's freaking out or whatever.
Bob, it's Fuzzy. You're roboting, Fuzzy. Bob, he's talking about your azimuthal angle. Your direction, north, south, east, west. Yes.
Okay. So just I don't know if you guys just haven't thought about this or whatever.
And then they fly in a straight line.
Just think about a plane leaving from the North Pole. Think about yourself. Like, your viewpoint is way, way above the Earth. You can see like a whole, it's a globe or whatever. You can see like a half of the globe because you're so far away and you can see it. And you can see this plane's path from north down south to the equator. And the Earth is rotating underneath the plane. The heading should never change if the plane starts and continues in a straight line, because whether it's going north or south is not determined by the landmass under it.
Yes. No. So if a plane is flying south to the equator from the North Pole, its heading does not change. It has to continue to stay on that heading is where it changes.
Well, what I'm saying is, if it starts flying south, it shouldn't matter what the Earth does, as long as it should stay remaining pointing south unless they change something. The Earth doesn't matter because the compass isn't decided by the ground; it's decided by
you're right.
Pole, right? Which
south is always south, but there are different headings in the southern direction. So if you just head south, regardless of if you just flew in a straight path and just to pass the equator, that will never change. Your heading will never change. If you're going to a location on the equator, it will.
Well, if you don't adjust for Coriolis, your heading would change because you wouldn't be pointed at
your heading wouldn't change. Where you're going to hit would change, but not your
Yeah, you're right. The heading where you're going does not change. The plane's path does. It would have to be corrected for. So if you're going to 95 degrees heading, it's always going to be 95 degrees heading. Your plane has to stay on that heading, that direction, to that location. You have to correct to stay on it.
So, Sean, do you understand that the planes would want to fly in the shortest path possible, the straight line, but they don't because the paths are a straight line on the ground, and they can't be a straight line on the ground and in the air? Do you understand that?
The fastest way to do it is to go to a heading and stay on the heading. So if you're flying and you're going to 95 and you see 94 or 93, you're going to correct the plane to 95, and that becomes the fastest path.
So you're not going to acknowledge what I said?
I just did.
Okay, do you understand by constantly changing your direction?
You're not
flying
constantly changing your direction.
If you constantly have to adjust for the Coriolis effect, that ends up being a curved line. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and they would want to fly the shortest distance, which would be the straight line path, right?
Well, that would be staying on. How precise can you stay on your heading?
They can stay on their heading exact. Have you ever seen a plane flight path traced over the ground? It's a perfectly straight line.
I've also been in a plane while it does this, and
they're perfectly straight lines on the ground.
Jeremy, have you ever been on a plane?
No, but I've seen a plane flight path traced out over the ground, hold on, Sean. Hold on. I've seen a plane flight path traced over the ground. It's a perfectly straight line. It wouldn't be if the planes were actually flying in a straight line. That would look like a curved line.
Okay, well, you need to get in a plane, because if you've ever been in a plane, you understand that a plane does not fly just level the whole time. Many times you'll fill in the flight where you pitch to the left, you pitch to the right. That is them correcting to stay on a heading for a multiple
on the straight line
reasons.
path over the ground. On the straight line path over the ground, yes.
Okay, so if that line you're talking about, because it's on the ground, it can be a straight line. But in a plane, Jeremy, due to all these effects, not just Coriolis, that plane is constantly diverting off that line. Its goal, the pilot's goal,
not if you talk to RC Meisty,
to stay along that path as much as possible.
Get it. He doesn't get it, bro.
If you talk, no, I don't know why.
But if you're saying that they adjust for Coriolis the whole time, that's kind of the whole point that Jeremy's making, is that they could just make a path straight to where they're going and just calculate when that place is going to end up being underneath them, and just take a straight line instead of always adjusting for Coriolis. Why not just take the straight line there, time it so that piece of land is underneath you when you arrive?
Because it's easier and faster to pinpoint a heading and then to stay on that heading.
It's easier to allow rockets to crash into the ocean, but
hold on, you're saying
teach them to self-land. They teach them to self-land,
so they can when they crash into the ocean, they're not reusable. When they re-land, they're reusable.
Exactly. So you just proved my point.
Yeah, I did. I guess
It's more efficient.
Okay, again, more efficient to stay on a heading.
Yeah, you said it's faster for them to keep adjusting for Coriolis and flying the curved path than it would be for them to fly in the straight line?
Yeah, it's fast. It's easier and faster to make a flight path to somewhere. Yes.
So it's faster to fly in a curved line than a straight line?
It's faster than to plan out where you would have to go to do so. Yes.
Why? Shouldn't it be really simple if they already know how fast the Earth is moving and all that? All that very, very
simple. Because there's also other effects that are playing into it, as I said as well.
People don't plan for this stuff. There's no way to do it. And all the pilots behind the curve said that they fly on a flat surface.
But they already fly the planes, so they must already be able to adjust for the other things. They've already solved those problems.
Okay, so then let me ask you this one more time. Let me ask this because it keeps going away from it. Lemon, maybe you can answer it, because every time I've asked them, they have constantly said or avoided even saying. Well, my first question, Lemon, would be, is Coriolis a real effect, regardless of why?
Maybe from some other thing other than the curve of the Earth. I'm sorry, the spinning of the Earth, maybe. But as far as I can tell, we have no appreciable way to say what, if anything, the Coriolis effect is. Some people
but the
say it's
effect
visual.
is real.
Some people say it's physical. I mean, what exactly are we talking about when we say Coriolis, qua Coriolis anyway?
But the effect is real, regardless of why.
Well, what exactly are we cataloging as an effect exactly? Some people are basically saying it's some sort of deflection or something spinning. It could be the substance of space or the globe. So what are we talking about?
The question doesn't make sense. When everyone knows that the Coriolis effect exists, what you should be asking is whether Lemon thinks Earth-based Coriolis exists, because that's what's in contention.
Okay, so what you're asking is, and what you're saying is the exact same thing. If I get hey Lemon, I said, if Lemon said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Hey Lemon, let's go sit on that merry-go-round and play catch with a ball." And while we're doing that, someone's going to be standing there watching us do it off the merry-go-round, and they're going to see the ball appear to be in a curved path when realistically the ball is traveling in a straight path on that merry-go-round. That is the same example as what you call
you said it backwards. I don't know if you realize what you said.
So here's the issue. Here's the issue.
I may have said it backwards.
No, you are done, and I'm going to answer your point. You are done because I'm going to answer your point. No, you've made a stupid conflation.
Wait, time out.
My point is
you don't
that
get to
everyone
decide.
knows. No,
you
don't worry, bro. You're not going to talk over me now. You're finished on that one. No,
one at a time, guys.
You do not get to tell me when my sentence is done. That's not
your sentence was done. I'm now going to address what you said. I'm now going to address what you said. No, because what you've done is you've conflated
isn't going to make it anywhere in this
No, I'm just going to keep on talking, bro. There's nothing you can do about this.
All right, queue up. I've muted Sean G. Please finish your point, then Sean G. I'll unmute you. Queue up, people. What were you saying, other person?
I'll be very quick. Basically, he's conflating Coriolis effect with Earth-based Coriolis effect. When I called him on it, he did it again. He needs to stop doing it.
I don't know why I was muted. I was actually in the middle of me talking when he decided my sentence was done. That shouldn't be how it works. And again,
it got crazy.
When I asked a simple question of the Coriolis effect, and you're saying the Earth-based Coriolis effect, when you say Earth-based Coriolis effect, all you're saying is the cause of Coriolis. I'm saying without the reasoning for the effect that's observed is real. That's what I was asking about. So when you say Earth-based Coriolis and Coriolis, all you're doing is contributing a cause to it. I didn't.
Okay, so what's the effect without appealing to the cause then, Shanji? You're going to have to help me out because as far as I can tell what Coriolis is, it's some sort of deflection from something spinning. What do you think the effect of Coriolis is exactly from your side, Sean? Go.
The rotation of the Earth. But when you're saying that the Earth doesn't rotate, but the Coriolis effect is real, my question then is, what causes this effect to happen?
Something spinning, the substance of space swirling over the flat, motionless Earth.
So you're saying is where I think the Earth rotates and causes it. You're saying everything above the surface of the Earth is why it happens.
Pretty much.
I don't see how, but at the same time, it's a better answer than I've gotten from everyone else. So thank you, Lemon. I do appreciate you trying to answer
a substance, that can pull, twist, and have torque like space-time appears to imply, and all of this quantum fluid, quantum foam, Casimir effect stuff, then it can have appreciable spin effects, and it could be spinning over us while the Earth is motionless and not moving, like a soup of water or something like that. The substance of space would be like an ether that's like swirling water with Coriolis-like effects. Then it would be spinning, not the Earth.
But if that were the case, wouldn't you only see this effect if you were looking at the object that we're observing, and you're looking at the sky as the reference? Because my reference of Coriolis would be to the ground.
Well,
wait,
basically,
Lemon, you're not saying you think there's a Coriolis effect on a flat Earth, do you? Are you?
Well, we need to decide if there's even a real appreciable effect. I mean, they appeal to drains, which are physical effects from Coriolis, yet Sean is talking about a visual effect that's not physical. He's talking about it looking like it's a curved path, but actually being a straight path from another frame. But then we appeal to Coriolis for physical effects like tornadoes physically spinning one way or another, water spinning one way or another, or a bullet deflecting. So which is it? Is it a visual effect? Is it a physical effect? That's what I was talking about what, if any sort of effect, quote unquote, we're talking about. And Sean was marrying it to another cause, the spin of the earth. And so his effect was married to a cause in a way that, doesn't just talk about the effect itself. The cause is baked in there. So if it's going to bake an effect with the cause, then I'm going to bake the effect with the cause and say the substance of space is swirling over the flat, motionless earth then.
And that's why I said you gave me an answer. Because how you described I'm contributing to it is right. That's my only understanding of it. But that's why I was asking them what causes this Coriolis effect on a flat Earth. From your perspective, I don't think you can sit there and say the Coriolis effect is fake, because there is an effect.
I was just making sure that's understood that when we're talking about the Earth moving below a projectile, that's totally different than the hurricanes and tornadoes and whatever else their movement with the electromagnetic flux that they do, either in the north or south, right? It's totally different.
But
Totally
we're seeing the same effects on these things. That's why we contributed to it.
But we don't see it. We don't see the ground moving ever.
But Sean G, there's Miles Mathis, who's a glober, who has a problem with the Coriolis explanation when it comes to at least tornadoes. He says if Coriolis were a thing from some sort of mechanical spin deflecting an object, if you're going to make Coriolis some sort of mechanical, physical effect of some sort, you'd only see Coriolis toward the southwest. You would see Coriolis only in the direction away from the spin, like spinning a ball full of water. When you spin a ball that's covered with water, the water migrates away from the spin. That's what you would expect with a physical Coriolis. And so we see spins of these tornadoes, assuming that Coriolis is causing them, toward the northeast, which is with the spin making the tornado pick up energy. So it can't be a mechanical Coriolis spin, Sean. It has to be something else. He appeals to the charge field.
That's correct.
Charge of ions that are surging from the earth, making the tornado spin and counterspin in different directions without the appeal of a mechanical Coriolis.
I don't think they think, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, tornadoes don't contribute Coriolis to any part of the rotation, because tornadoes rotate in every direction.
So what appreciable effect do we have of this Coriolis, Sean? You baked in this cause saying the Earth spin is doing something, making us, I guess, see some sort of visual effect based off of the merry-go-round that you appealed to. So in what way is this Coriolis effect significant, relevant to anything at all?
Hurricanes and cyclones. They're the same thing, but with different rotations. We don't see a different rotation in hurricanes. We don't see a different rotation in cyclones. We literally see them depending on, are they above the equator or below the equator, in reference to where we are. There's a distinct rotation of those bodies.
Well, as far as I can tell, there's no way to marry this to Coriolis in any sort of definitive, constant, consistent way. You have cyclones and anticyclones in the northern and southern hemisphere, and Miles Mathis says tornadoes do cross the equator. And that's why he's talking about a charge field that is surging from the earth, giving you whirls and mechanical vortices, Sean, that are giving you different tornadoes. So when I look at a tornado, I see water swirling a drain, Sean. I
think you're thinking of a hurricane.
Swirl and torque, giving you a tornado. So the swirl of the snoopy stuff of space going around objects like you and me, Sean, is what is causing this stuff.
I think you're talking about hurricanes, because very rarely do tornadoes ever even go over water. Those become water spouts. And over the equator, I don't see happening, because for a tornado to happen, you need a cold front as well. And the equator doesn't have that. So you're not going to have tornadoes crossing the equator. I think you're thinking of hurricanes. And yes, there have been reports where we've had a hurricane starting above the equator, fall below the equator, and not change its rotation. But it still does distinguish between the two.
So, Sean, if we're just saying we see something spinning, therefore the spin of the earth, that to me implies very poor logic. At the very least,
as far as I'm concerned,
spinning without baking the effect into the cause or whatever, or vice versa. So space could be spinning over the flat, motionless earth, and or your globe ball or whatever could be spinning, with either one being valid. But I would tend to explore the flat, motionless earth with the substance of space spinning over the flat, motionless earth.
That was why when you answered that way, I didn't argue with it. I actually thank you for giving me something. You're right. When I contribute Coriolis to hurricanes, it's not with the understanding of how it happens. 100%. You're right. But it's an effect that we're able to look at and contribute to, I guess you would say. And that's as far as my knowledge of it would be.
Hey, Sean, let me ask you this real quick. If we're talking about airplanes, if a plane were to fly from the North Pole to the equator in a straight line without any wind, there's no wind conditions, nothing at all, no atmospheric conditions to contend with whatsoever. Okay, the plane flies with no wind conditions from the north to the equator in a straight line. Would the Earth move west to east underneath the plane?
With rotation, Earth rotating, and you're not following a heading, you're just following a straight path.
Straight.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like when
you start, put it so without any wind.
If you start like you started your trip at the North Pole and you went and you drew that straight line on a map to where you want to go in a straight path, by the time you got there, it wouldn't be there.
Right. So you'd be able to put a camera underneath the jet, like the one I put a GIF of in the live stream. Like it flies 1,200 miles per hour, has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance. It can hover in midair, fly wherever it wants. So it just goes in a straight path and puts a camera underneath, and we can show that the Earth rotates. Now, if there is wind, then what happens?
Well, wind contributes to all of that.
Right, the wind goes in every direction. So the problem here is we have people claiming illusionary winds, Coriolis winds. They don't have any way of identifying the force that moves the plane with the Earth, right? And that's what we're getting at.
Well, we see in the same context of it, we can use a bullet. I mean, what's the difference between using a bullet over a short distance with high speed?
Because a plane can fly over many different tangential speeds, and its original conserved speed is 0 at the North Pole. That means it would have to accelerate sideways to 1,000 miles per hour to correct.
Sean,
the Earth doesn't work that way. When you're going that slow, you're still with the atmosphere. You're not going through it.
It flies 1,200 miles per hour.
It doesn't work that way.
Can I just ask Sean for a little bit of new perspective, just really quick, Sean? If there's no wind, right, that means that the Earth's atmosphere is completely in sync with the Earth, right, and the spin. So why would the plane need to correct Coriolis?
It's speed.
The atmosphere is moving along with the Earth,
and you're going through that
and
atmosphere.
it's moving along with the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's why it's not just spinning. That's why when he says put a camera under it and just hover, you wouldn't notice it. That's why speed does play a part, speed and distance.
Wait, I said put a camera under it, and you said it would spin below.
No, it wouldn't, because you're not going fast enough. You're in the atmosphere still. You're not going through.
This jet flies 1,200 miles per hour.
No, if you put a camera under that jet and you're flying like that, and you're doing just that straight path, not a heading. And as we're watching, like we're watching on a live camera, it has a map next to it, and as the plane flies, it's drawing the line, right?
Well, it's trying to show Coriolis. It's trying not to correct.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's going in a straight path. It's not correcting. It's not going to a heading. It's making its own path. What you would see on a map, like if it was trailing where that plane is over a map, what you would see is it kind of start veering away from a straight path. So, like we were saying,
I'm asking, would the camera see the Earth move below?
It would not see it. It would see you diverting from a straight path you'd be flying over, or a straight path
Earth
drawn
turns
on the
below.
ground.
Why wouldn't the camera capture Earth turning?
Yeah, it would. Okay, it would. If there was a line that you had started on, you would start seeing that line deviate away from the camera lens.
No, I'm talking about what the camera would see in a straight path of a plane that flies over a spinning Earth. It would see a spinning Earth, yeah?
It would see if it was following over a straight path over the Earth, but not but only going on its
straight fucking line.
Okay, yeah. If the plane is doing its own straight line, not staying on the straight line of the Earth,
that's what I'm saying.
It would divert away from that straight line.
You would have to remove see the Earth spinning.
Yes, the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. From
the diversion off that straight path you're taking is that what you're talking about? It's that the Earth spinning.
Yeah, I'm saying that the easy way to prove the Earth spins is just get a badass jet, put a camera under it, go in a straight line. I mean, you should see it every time you get in a plane. The Earth doesn't.
Yeah, you do.
In my opinion.
If you're going north and south, you do.
You don't see the ground. You would, but we never do.
No, you do that. do diverge off. See, that's the thing. You're trying to contribute like every plane does it, but it's not. That's not how it works. If you're taking your own, if you're making your own straight path, north and south, your own path, you're not following a path along the surface of the Earth.
Right.
But so, like I said, if you're starting your trip, if you're starting your trip, and you say I'm going from point A to point B, and you, like I said, you put a camera on the bottom of that plane, and the plane then goes its own straight path.
Yep.
Over time, it would diverge from the map line, and that diversion from that straight path you're taking is Earth rotation.
Right. Just like a projectile.
But Sean, here's the thing. He said there's no wind, right? The only way you can have no wind is if you're moving along with the atmosphere. The more you deviate away from the atmosphere,
when he said no wind, he was taking that out of the
away from the
factors.
atmosphere, Sean, you're gonna feel wind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
see that
he took out.
You got to differentiate no wind or no atmosphere. No wind means that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth.
Yeah.
And your flight is in lockstep with the wind, with the atmosphere.
Yeah, but that's what he took. He didn't say.
That's the only
he
way you
wasn't
feel
saying.
no wind.
Yeah, again, it's not about
no
the
atmosphere and no
it's
wind.
just all we're
completely
discussing
different things.
is if we took out the variables to figure out this Coriolis effects, what would happen is what he's asking about.
Okay, but take away the atmosphere, right? And basically, what you're saying is, now your flight is a ballistic flight. It's no longer a jet flight.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Right. But the thing is that a badass jet could totally mimic a ballistic.
Oh, yeah. What you're saying? Oh, like you guys were asking about why don't planes take the quickest path instead of a heading? Yeah, like thank you guys. They do that with ballistics. They have to. Like they don't aim straight at a target when they use ballistic missiles.
That's the story. Yeah, that's the story.
No, it's not a story. You can ask any Navy guy who works on a battleship.
There's flat Earth snipers that say that they never correct.
Show me one.
You know that's debatable.
Show me one. I guarantee.
I'll send videos. Come on. Sean,
yeah,
we know
please do.
Debated.
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping it's the same guy that issued out the challenge. That when everyone showed him that in the Coriolis and handbooks where Coriolis is talked about. And how he backed out of paying anyone $10,000. I hope it's not that guy.
Whatever. There's pilots saying they never correct for Coriolis. It's not in the handbooks. All the flight simulators use a stationary Earth, and you know it.
Okay. Are these pilots flying small little planes that just go from little city to city?
No, I'm talking about airline pilots. There's a whole video that came out with all these different interviews with airline pilots. Come on.
Okay, I love to see it.
You haven't seen that, the new one?
No, not anything new.
I'll put it in the live stream.
There's no need for a pilot to correct the Coriolis.
Come on, man. You know the atmosphere is not wind.
It's encompassed
what pushes
by
the plane?
wind.
What's the force? What's the force?
Thrust.
What's forcing the plane sideways 1,000 miles per hour?
It's moving with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to if there's no force.
If it's going fast enough, like you were talking about a jet, then we're talking massive corrections. If we're talking about these planes, they're not going fast enough. That's why a sniper bullet is what you would use to show these effects, not a handgun.
The Earth doesn't move, guys. Sorry.
Okay,
That's the reason there's no Coriolis.
Okay, well, so you're saying the Coriolis effect, not Earth-based Coriolis. The Coriolis effect that we witness is not real. That's what you're saying.
Turning Coriolis. Earth turning Coriolis. Now I'm not talking about weather patterns.
What is the difference between Earth-based Coriolis due to Earth rotation than in Coriolis effect that you say is real? What's the difference?
Because the way that the hurricanes and the different effects that we see in the weather conditions in the north and the south could be due to the toroidal magnetic field.
It's due to a jet stream.
Or the jet stream or whatever it is, but it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth turning.
But the jet stream is in one direction.
Yeah, if there was a magnetic field affecting storms, compasses would not work.
What?
You're contributing it to something that changes every day, all the time, and an effect that doesn't. Hurricanes spin one way, cyclones spin the other way. It's not something that changes. What you're explaining is something that would be dynamic. It always change. we would see hurricanes going in every direction, both directions. I mean,
the Earth doesn't spin, you guys. Sorry.
Okay, well, you're not giving a good reason for why it doesn't.
I am. I'm saying that the Earth doesn't turn below any plane ever.
Okay, that's not
And it would have to accelerate sideways. It would never be able to land. It would crash land every single time it goes north or south and starts spinning below it. It would have to time its landing, just like you're timing the ballistic.
Yeah,
you
you're
have to
thinking
admit
of
that.
an
It's in its
object.
own reference frame. They're in
You're
separate
thinking-
reference frames.
You're thinking of yourself hovering over something and something passing under you at 1,500 miles an hour. That is not what we're talking about. We are talking about an object the size of Earth rotating every 24 hours, not 1,000 miles an hour. It does not make real good sense when you say that, because there is a definite difference between something you being stationary and a 1,500 mile, a 1,000 mile an hour object passing under you. It's not the same thing.
Whatever you just said didn't make any sense.
It does. It literally
No.
does. You're again. I'll say it again.
It doesn't turn
I'll say it
1,000
again.
miles per hour. At
You're
the equator?
saying.
You're saying 1,000 miles per hour.
You're saying when the Earth if the Earth rotates and a hovercraft, hover plane jet takes off, it has to take off at 1,000 miles an hour in one direction.
No,
but
I'm saying that I'm giving you your conserved speed. If you want to have that, fine. If it starts at 1,000 miles per hour and it has to slow down or speed up, or if it starts at 0 miles per hour, it has to speed up to it. It has to be pushed sideways to reach that tangential speed once it gets to the equator, so that it will never see anything but a stationary Earth below.
No.
Yeah, it seems stationary.
It just
It
has
seems
to turn.
stationary relative to its own path.
Just has to bank a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right.
But if it doesn't, then it can show the Earth turning. We never see that.
Again, we did. We just explained what would happen if the plane took its own path over the Earth. If you had a point A to point B from north to south, and you just went on your own straight heading, not the heading your location you're going to, you would not. Your straight path would not lead you to where that map straight path is. You would have to correct for that to do it.
You would do whatever you want in that jet. You could show the Earth turns in that jet, for sure.
I literally just explained it. I explained it. There's
You're saying the jet would be unable to show any Earth turning ever?
No, it would. I just explained that to you.
It could show the Earth turn. That's all I'm saying.
Just explained to you. I just explained to you.
You're saying it could never show
on a map. I just said, and I made it very clear. You make a path. If you're deciding where you're going to go, you say, "Here's point A. This is where I'm starting. I'm going to point B on this map. I've drawn a straight path."
Yeah, from New York to Miami.
You take off in your plane, and you don't follow the heading. You follow a straight path from the start.
Mm-hmm.
When you get there to whatever distance, you will not be at your location because you did not correct. You stay on that path.
That's my point. That's my point. So therefore, the Earth would have turned underneath the plane independently of its own motion.
Yes,
you could see it with the camera underneath the plane.
That line, the deviation off the straight path on your map, if you were able to illuminate that on the ground, you would see it deviating off that line as the distance carries.
You would see the Earth spinning independently in respect to the plane's motion. That's all I'm saying. We're in agreement.
Yes.
Great. Let's test it.
Okay, get in a plane.
Well, every time you go north or south, in fact, as soon as you get in the air, you're in a greater circle, so you're automatically not in complete sync with the Earth.
But it's so minimal that you're, depending on the size, like these small planes we're talking about, you're not doing a lot of correcting. We're talking about a jet going from the North Pole to the equator.
Helicopter should see it to some degree because you guys don't claim that the
fast
atmosphere is in lockstep. There's fluid dynamics. The atmosphere is not in complete lockstep.
The atmosphere is in lockstep, close to the surface of the Earth.
You're claiming a lot of people don't dare to claim lockstep.
I say right now, I'll say from surface to 10,000 feet is in lockstep with winds that do go in all directions.
Stop talking shit, man. Stop talking shit. Shut up. Obviously, the air is going in all directions and in one direction at the same time. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut up.
Absolutely.
Just shut up. You make no sense. Cognitive dissonance in one sentence. All the air is moving in every direction, but it's also in lockstep in one fucking permanent direction. Shut up.
No, here's the idea. When you're standing on the side of the road, there's zero wind, right? that wind is in lockstep. A big truck comes by and blows your head off. That air is in lockstep. What's wrong with that?
Because air and wind, you can't separate the wind from the air. You can't say the air moves something without it being wind.
Hold on, dipshit.
You can't
Hold on,
look in the
dipshit.
distance
Hold on,
and see a
dipshit.
flag in the wind and
Dipshit.
where you're at not be windy. You have never
Dipshit.
seen that?
Listen, it works this way, yeah. You're talking about
Right.
air
There you
in a
go.
vacuum. Hold on. If I've got air in a vacuum that's
Oh,
gravitated
Jesus
to a
Christ.
ball,
I'm not even listening. I'm going to get something to eat.
and you move that ball through the vacuum, it changes through different volumes of air, right, or absence of air, different volumes of space. So you're telling me this fucking oxygen or air, whatever it is, sticking to the ball as it's got a gravitational pull, moving through different separate frames of air. It's bullshit, bruv. It's obviously illogically fucking inconsistent. Just it's obviously not fucking in space. Wake the fuck up. Simple as that.
So, what's the argument against that?
The Earth doesn't move. That's the reason.
So,
that it seems like the
there's
air
no
doesn't move.
argument against that. There's just assertion.
Yeah, just also.
Well, no, that's the only way it's possible. Everything we observe is only possible if the Earth is stationary. Is the point?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make an argument against that. It's stupid to think that the Earth is stationary. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. I assert it. So
Stupid.
That's a well, that's basically what you did. That's
if someone says 2 and 2, if someone says 2 and 2 is 25. If someone says 2 and 2 is 25.
Hold on,
Shut up,
Raven.
dipshit.
Hold on,
If somebody
Raven.
says
Hold
2
on,
and
Raven.
2 is 25, yeah,
Hold
I'd say
on.
that's stupid. It
Hold
doesn't
on.
deserve a fucking
Calm
explanation.
down.
It's obviously stupid.
Calm down. Yes.
Self-explanatory stupid.
Yes, the Earth is self-explanatorily stupid when you say it's flat. That's self-explanatorily stupid.
I don't say it's flat. I say what I see. I don't say
there
it
you
is
go.
flat.
So you agree.
I've
So
never
you
seen
agree
the whole
it's
world,
stupid.
bitch. Listen,
Thank
bitch.
you.
Listen,
So
you
you
little
agree.
bitch.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you.
I haven't seen the whole
Brahmi,
world.
relax.
I don't fucking say what
Hold
it
on.
is.
Hold on.
Listen, I don't know. I don't understand what the world is. I haven't seen it all. What I do say is it's low. It seems to be flat. It doesn't seem to be moving. It's behaving exactly as if it wasn't moving and wasn't deviating or anything of bullshit that you guys claim. Everything you guys seem to claim, right? What makes me laugh is when you look into it, it's always like, oh, you're not expected to see that. Oh, yeah, that's factored out. Oh, so the reason things don't move when they leave the Earth is because these bullshit elaborate reasons, and then the reason when you go to the equator and fly, it's negligible. Oh, this is negligible. That's negligible. Shut the fuck up, man. Just shut up. Game's up.
So I would say to that citation. Do you have citation that
My
what you
citation
say
is
is
I go
actually true?
outside, I don't feel any spin, and everything looks completely level and stationary.
Okay, does that necessitate that it's a globe? It's not a globe.
No, but that's our base
Thank
axiom.
you. I rest my
now
case.
prove it spins. Now prove it spins.
No, I rest my case.
That wasn't a case to
You're
rest.
making the argument that it's a globe. It's a flat earth.
No, I'm just saying that everything seems stationary, just like you would agree. Everything seems like it's level, just like you would agree. So now that's our base axiom. We agree. Now, all of a sudden we're spinning, and you have to prove. That's the claim. The claim is we spin, and we don't see any of that.
Flat and stationary is not the base axiom.
Yeah, that's what
Where
you
did you get
experience.
that idea from?
That's what you experience, no?
Me experiencing
you don't, your senses don't tell you that you're stationary right now?
Where did you get the idea that it's base axiom?
Well, it's what everybody experiences, and if you don't
we all
think that,
experience
then
the
you're
same
not
shit.
being honest.
If you experience a moving ball.
Hold on, Brahmi. I'm not
What world are
talking
you
to you.
living in?
So
Because you're a retard. You need to explain it to you.
Hold on, Brahmi. I'm not talking to you.
Brahmi,
I'm still not talking to you.
He's a retard.
Yes, but you actually need to be muted for that comment because this is a room where there's no.
You're still a retard.
Hold on, Brahmi. There is no. There is no insult here.
Mute you guys, both you guys. Hold on.
I got the one calling the names. I don't know who he is, Jeremy, but say what you got to say.
I was just trying to gain control of the room. Nice work, Left Line.
All right, that's all I want. I just don't want anybody calling names and all that stuff. And maybe we can have a conversation. Here we go.
Brahmi, don't hold on. What was his name? Brahmi, don't call names. Just what was his
No,
name?
but you know why though? Because like he's acting really like intentionally dishonest, like stupid. Like he obviously we know we don't. With the base axiom is that we all experience the basic fundamental that it doesn't seem to be moving. It doesn't seem to all the things that you're saying doesn't seem to be curving. Doesn't seem to be moving. You've got reasons for that, But we can all agree it doesn't seem to be curving. It doesn't seem to be moving. It's just that you guys keep fucking saying, "Oh, you know, the light's refracted, and that's how we know it's bent because it looks straight." You're retarded. You are retarded. I can't.
Again, no name calling, Riven. So I'm not gonna address any of that because if you're gonna ask questions,
I don't want to hear you retarded.
Hold on, you're now over talking. So you called me names and you overtalked me. I'm gonna dismiss everything that you said.
Because you know what? It's too strong for you.
That's not worth responding to.
Too much truth
That's
for you
not
to
worth
digest.
responding to.
Too much truth for you to digest, my friend.
No,
Sit down and shut up.
you're too triggered.
Sit down and shut up.
Which is why you get muted and not me.
I don't care about getting muted. You're a little bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you need to call me that, then that's what you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So the point, I don't know why Riven is so aggressive. I don't even know if I've seen him in here before, but his point is valid, even if he's not necessarily verbalizing it in a constructive or fruitful way. His point is valid. You wouldn't need explanations for why we as flat earthers seem to see things that look flat and why we seem to not detect rotation of the earth. You wouldn't need explanations for why it seems that way if you didn't agree that it does seem that way to us. So because of the existence of your explanations for why it seems that way, you obviously must of necessity agree that it does seem that way.
Sure.
Base axiom.
Yes, not necessarily though. I would agree with part of that. So yes, it does seem like it's flat and non-rotating. Does that make it a base axiom? Not necessarily.
Well, we agree it seems flat and stationary. That's our base
axiom. If somebody in the conversation isn't going to,
yes, but I would need.
How can you just agree with somebody? How can you just agree with somebody and then say I didn't agree? How can you just agree and then say I don't agree? You are literally contradicting yourself. Every time you talk. My brain hurts. My brain hurts when I listen to your voice. I can't handle the stupidity. You just says, yeah, well, we do agree. It does look flat and stationary, but I don't agree. What do you want about, man? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
So here's how.
Explain yourself. Explain that.
You can save yourself.
So here's how I can explain. Let's say I say that 1 + 1 = 2, and cats are actually sheep dogs in disguise. You can disagree with me on the first part, and then you can disagree with me on the second part. That's called distinction.
They're two different topics.
No, Raven, I'm talking.
1 + 1 is a mathematical equation. Hold on.
I'm putting you on mute.
No, but you're wrong. You're wrong.
So,
I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong.
Here's how you can
do it.
a
mathematical problem.
You make a distinction between the
this
first
is going to be
part
funny.
what
Let him
you're
explain
saying.
it, please.
Yeah.
Let him explain it. It'll be funny.
It's called distinction. Making distinctive differences between the things that people are saying. So, for example, when you say that...
Can you finish quickly, please?
Does it appear to be something? Yes, I can agree to it appearing to be something. Does it mean that's the base axiom? You would have to justify that it's the base axiom.
Right.
So you didn't justify it. You just want to jump to the conclusion that it's a base axiom because you cannot justify that.
Let me finish. I understand what you're saying.
It takes 10 seconds to say what you're saying. Then let me finish. Let me say what I'm going to say. Look, at the end of the day,
the reason someone would say the base axiom is that
hold on. He was talking about
it seems to be the case. If you disagree that it seems to be the case,
you weren't.
It shouldn't be the base axiom, obviously, because you can't have a base axiom based on something that you don't agree on. That doesn't even make that's not logical, right? So, but if you go all the way down in the conversation to find the thing that you agree on, then it's just logical to make that thing that you agree on the base axiom to move forward in the conversation. If that's the one that you agree on,
can I say one thing also? If you agree that something is yellow, yeah, you both agree it's yellow. It cannot be nothing else on that. So
did we agree?
Hold on.
I'm making a point.
I know you don't want to make a point in between my sentence.
I'm making a point.
Just give me a second to finish my.
You do this.
Let me finish what I'm saying, bro.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on, Laurie.
Guys,
dude, let Brummy finish. Go ahead, Brummy.
Fucking hell. So you agree that it looks flat and stationary. he agrees that it looks flat and stationary. You are proposing that it's not what it proposed, what it looks like, because there's things called refraction, there's things called this, that, and the other. So you both agree that it looks flat and stationary. The base axiom is agreed upon. So if you agree on that, there is nothing to disagree on. You cannot disagree with part 2 because part 1 is the entire thing.
Exactly. So let's recap. What was the base axiom that we just established? That it looks flat and stationary. That's the base axiom, not that it is. Now you are trying to hold on, Brahmi, you're over talking me.
Okay, wait, fair enough. Let him continue.
Too retarded.
You're trying to equivocate between it looks like and it is. Because earlier you used the example, it is yellow. We can agree that it is yellow. Now you're trying to equivocate between it looks like flat and it is flat. You're not trying to make it looks flat, the base axiom. The base axiom that you're trying to establish is that it is flat. And that is not the base axiom. You need to establish that.
Repeat it again.
Wait, let him try to explain it. Let him try to explain it, because it's not like we have to like start yelling at him because he's just trying to explain it. It's hard to explain because we don't think it's happening. We agree that we agree it seems like a stationary and
nobody's
flat,
equivocating. What he's doing is using semantical games to get himself out of the corner.
Well, he's not going to get himself out though. That would be interesting if he could.
Walks himself into a corner.
We don't have to yell him down.
He walks himself into a corner, right? And instead of just saying, "You know what, I was wrong,"
let him do it. Let him bury. Yeah, but let him bury himself. Let him bury himself. I know. He'll let him try though. It's funny to hear him try.
Okay,
it's interesting. It's interesting to hear people try to argue this point.
All right, sorry.
I understand your point, Sheep, that whenever you say it looks like it's stationary and it looks flat, that's not the same as saying that it is stationary or it is flat. Those are two different things. I agree. Okay. But if you're starting a conversation and you want to have a fruitful conversation and you guys kind of dig down in the conversation, you're disagreeing, and you find the thing that you can agree on, okay? It looks flat, it looks stationary, and that's all you can agree on is the thing that your senses tell you, then it would make logical sense to make that the base axiom because it's the one thing you guys can agree on is that it at least looks that way. Your senses are telling you it's that. And so from there, it would make sense to move forward and try and establish other things because that's the one part that you guys can agree on.
Yeah.
Yes. So what was that we actually agreed upon?
Oh, well, are you dumb? You just explained it.
Let him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it. You don't need to cut him off.
Sorry.
So the axiom that would have been just agreed on is that that your senses are telling you it's flat and your senses are telling you it's stationary. That would be the axiom you're agreeing on.
Yeah. So basically it looks like.
Exactly. Yep. Right. In most cases, whenever we're talking about flat and we're talking about stationary, you're probably using well, I guess for flat you're using sight at least, and for stationary you're probably using something more like a motion sense, like your equilibrium or whatever you want to call that, basically. But so it's what you're doing is you're agreeing that your senses are at least in accordance. You have an accord on what your senses are doing, and your senses are saying, I don't seem to be moving, and your senses are saying, I don't seem to be visually detecting any curvature. And so to me, it makes logical sense to establish that, which to me, I think that's where the phrase common sense comes from, is it's the senses that are common among us. So you've agreed on the common sense part. Your senses are common and they have an accord, and they're telling you it looks flat, it feels stationary. And so that would be the base axiom that he's talking about to start from. And then you would move out from there to try and establish other things you agree on.
And wait, real quick. Also, speaking of common senses, your common sense would also follow that if it seems like it's flat and stationary, but most likely it is.
I would say that the logical flow there is if your senses detect it as flat and stationary, then that's what it is, as long as you don't receive any other contradictory evidence that would contradict.
Then
the claim would be that it's moving.
Then we can move to the contradictory evidence, and we have been doing that.
Go ahead.
Look,
Go ahead
Can
with
I,
your
can I get a word in?
contribution.
Can I get a word in? Look, I've been angry, right?
I think we have been doing that for the past 5 years.
Hello, can I get a word in? I've been shouting and screaming the whole time, so I want to try and talk and see.
Go for it.
See my
Please
talk
don't
point is
insult him,
possible.
please.
I won't. Look, at the end of the day, you're saying things.
Is
like,
Riven talking?
Yes, I'm trying to talk. If you look at the horizon and it looks flat, left to right, straight back to forward, it looks flat. There don't seem to be any curves going in any directions. Things seem to be disappearing in the distance, and things seem to be obscured. Right, I'll give you that. But there's two different ways that can be explained. So there's nothing that's categorically, blatantly anything that we experience that they say. There's nothing. All the things that they say we experience, moving through space, the air sticking to the ball, and planes not deviating when they're flying off because there's a thing called conservation momentum, and some things glue to the Earth's rotation in lockstep, and some don't because of the projectiles. There's just a molecule in motion remains in motion at an external force. So if an air molecule is traveling in the direction, there's no external force because gravity isn't an external force if it's always at play, is it? How can it be external and also all at play? So when you think about what they're telling you, if you really think what they're telling you, they're lying to you. They're saying that gravity bends space time, so they're implying that it's a fabric. They're implying that it's a physical material. It's not emptiness or that.
Hey, Raven, you know what really get you right is like at about 200 kilometers up, the atmosphere is actually moving faster than the Earth. What's up with that?
Raven, you're going on pretty long.
It's just stupid. Like when you think about all the things that gravity's doing. Gravity's holding the whole bullshit story together. That's the only thing gravity's pulling down.
I think there's
and it's a pseudo force.
who agree with your
Not
assessment.
even a real force.
I don't think that there's I don't think it's just you by yourself here, Riven, thinking that it's not a good enough explanation. I think there's plenty of people here that think that you're correct in your assessment, that the explanation is not satisfactory. Okay?
It's inconsistent and it breaks so many laws of logic.
Obviously, yeah, that's true.
I think there's plenty of people that agree with you on that, yes.
So, that's why I'm a globe skeptic. I don't even claim to be a flat earther because these idiots, they won't listen to nothing you're saying just because you're called a flat earther, even if you're right. So you can be right about something, but they won't listen just because you're labeled a flat earther. That's how retarded they are. That's how dumb they are.
Yeah, they want to make you claiming the Earth is flat your belief. When it is the loss of the belief, the loss of the spinning ball belief, and then you're left with your base axiom, which is all we can ever assume.
You are surrounded by retards, bro. Most of these globers are fucking retards. Circular reasoning, circular logic. That's why they're fucking round and thick.
Well, we all believed it at one point.
I do think.
On the other hand,
every flat earther's a retard.
Yeah, that's what I was saying as well.
Please relax.
There's no reason for name calling. It's obvious that
I can't help it though. You know why? Because I'm just sick of listening to them say.
If he can't help it, then he shouldn't be on the server.
All right, stop crying, you little brown nose. Listen, look.
Yes, I'm crying. I'm sorry.
You're a brown noser. Oh, we have more knobs.
Okay, can I offer up a change of subject?
I want to finish my point. I just want to finish one thing. Just like you sit there and you agree on the base axiom, and then you literally say you don't agree with it, and you don't even understand what a base axiom is.
I give you the reason. You're going back on mute, Brommy.
I wasn't finished.
Bye.
People explain to you what a base axiom is, and you still don't get it.
I want to hear Sheep Professor get us from our base axiom to a spinning Earth. How do we know it's spinning if we don't sense any of that?
Because we actually can detect it.
Okay, I get that's the question. So Laurie, right? So we talked about the base axiom and so on. So what have you come across that has been so profoundly convincing to convince you that the base axiom, the experience, everything we just experienced is not the case, and this whole thing is actually moving and spinning? What have you seen that was such a slam dunk for you to believe this?
Well, it's sort of many things. But for the spinning, there's of course the 15 degrees per hour shown by gyroscopes. Then there's you can test the same thing with weights actually changing depending on your latitude, which we have tested. That also works. And when you have two things both pointing at the same thing, that's kind of good evidence. For the curvature, I have other things. Then for gravity, I have other things. Sorry?
You said the two things pointing at the same thing? What is that?
Yeah. so basically we're gonna test the spin of the Earth by gyroscopes, ring laser gyroscopes. That has been done. Shows 15 degrees per hour shift. Then we can test it by focal pendulum. That's one. That also shows the Earth is spinning. Then there's a third way to do it, which is showing if weights actually change depending on your latitude, and they do. So we have 3 pieces of evidence, both also pointing at the same thing.
But wait, now you know that there's possible explanations for all of those things without it necessarily being the Earth spin. But if you think it is, that's fine. I'm just saying, with the idea that those things are showing Earth curvature or the Earth spinning, do you think that all of those combined are strong enough to override your base axiom of all your senses telling you it's not spinning?
Yes, the base axiom is now that it's spinning, and you need to establish another base axiom by actually contradicting that with some other explanation.
Well, to answer that particular part, you can't decide that the base axiom has changed. The base axiom was all it was based on was what you can absolutely agree on, which was that it seems to be flat and seems to be stationary. Yes. Okay, so you can't decide on your own unilaterally that the base axiom is. The base axiom is only the things that you absolutely can't agree on.
Sure.
So if nobody else agrees with you, it can't be the base axiom. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I actually need to modify what I said. Because technically speaking, the base axiom was it looks flat, it looks stationary. So again, the base axiom is still it looks flat, it looks stationary.
Right.
We can then add to that, based on these observations and experiments that we have done, we know that it's not, even though it looks like.
Well, so those correlations you made, in our mind, those are correlations, not causations necessarily. So it's not strong enough. Like if we were weighing out like what it is that the evidence is, our base axiom is a really strong piece of evidence saying that, well, most likely it's not moving and it is, it's stationary in level. And then you're saying that these associations we're making with these tests that we think could be interpreted for other reasons, those are outweighing our base axiom on your side, and we don't understand why that would be strong enough evidence.
No, it's not actually.
To deny all your senses.
Outweighing. It's not actually outweighing because, like I said, it looks flat. Nothing actually disagrees with the base axiom. The base axiom still is that it looks flat and it looks stationary. The base axiom never was it is flat and stationary. So nothing that I said is contradicting with the base axiom.
Well, if we were both trying to come to a conclusion, common sense for us at just starting with the base axiom, and maybe yourself before you learned anything about what they're telling us with the pendulum and stuff, we would all conclude, our common sense would be like, well, most likely our conclusion is that it is a stationary level plane. Now you're saying your conclusion that it's actually spinning outweighs the evidence. Now outweighs all your base axiom where your base axiom might have led you. Now the evidence is weighing you to conclude that it's spinning rather than what your base axiom would tell you.
New perspective. Would you mind?
Can you let him answer that real quick? Please.
Go ahead, man. I was going to say the new perspective. Like,
yeah,
you said that you can explain the things that he said. Like, let's just take the pendulum as an example. You said you can explain them. I've never heard a flat Earth explanation about the pendulum, like why it moves in one direction up north, why it moves in a different direction down south, and why it doesn't move at all on the equator.
Well, all of those things could be the ether, the toroidal magnetic field, the ether. We don't know exactly what's causing that.
I think if there was this big,
you can say it's Earth rotation, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is.
Well, an effect can have several causes, and so it gets into the philosophy of what's causing what. When we're talking about this stuff, the 15-degree gyro drift could be caused by a rotating ether over a flat, motionless Earth. A moving ball is not the only game in town at that point, and different philosophies of interpretation open up.
Right, but all of the things that that Laurie presented, right? You guys can come up with reasons for one at a time, but can you guys come up with a reason why all 3 things he said can all occur simultaneously? Because
it could be exactly that. It could be just the ether rotating.
I would love to hear it.
Yeah. We talked about the ether rotating over the Earth for the 15-degree gyro drift. Branch, do you remember the other 2?
Well, okay, so So here's a question. Like you say
No,
that.
you're answering a question with a question. You don't even remember what
No,
else you
I don't
mentioned.
remember the other two, but I'm going to bring up
Neither
another
do
one.
I. So what were
Okay,
you saying, Branch?
Okay, I was going to say, let's not talk about the other two, but what about, so the pendulum, you're talking about, the pendulum differs because there's differences in the ether.
Oh, the false cult pendulum. That could be from ether drift as well.
Right. So
and I think
here's
you
the thing.
mentioned weight differing when you go to different places on the earth.
You guys say that.
I remember now the weight being different. If the substance of space is an ether that's butting up against the person, that could lead to different weight. If I don't know, the force or whatever of this ether is being absorbed by the body, leading to a different mass that's interpreted differently as a different weight. So I think we're covered on
Lemon.
2 or 3 counts.
So Lemon, people say that the pendulum is due to differences in the ether. Now, let's say you do a gravitational test, right? And the gravitational tests, the rotation on the gravitational tests, they stay constant as you go from north, south, or the equator. Why do they stay constant, but yet the pendulum differs?
I guess you have to offer an explanation, and I have to see if there's an alternative that's available.
Yeah, there's
I'm just saying,
associations, there's
the
correlations
problem is
made.
you can explain them one at a time, because a lot of people say that the reason why we see one ball attracting another ball and a pivot rotating is because it's actually the ether causing that, right? But then you're also saying that same ether is causing a pendulum to act in different ways, yet the ball spinning because of gravity stays constant.
Yeah, you can have the same water in the drain, and the rate of swirl around the drain will change depending on how far away you get from the drain of the water. Same water, different rate of spin depending on how close you are to the drain. The water in this analogy would be the ether. And so the rate of spin of this ether torque or whatever would vary depending on which way the ether is swirling. Same cause, different effect based off of your proximity to the drain of the swirling ether.
Just words.
As far as I can tell, we don't have a problem. And unlike you guys, we have an intuitive framework that sparks the mind and gets it working in natural ways. When you have that, gentlemen, you have experiments, you have action, you have a clear way forward to figure out what's the case. When you have this gravity mysticism, the brain
you haven't
stops,
answered my question, right?
experimentation stops, and science grinds to a halt, Branch. That's
Okay, but you haven't answered my question. Basically, what I was asking is this. Why does the Foucault pendulum differ, right, based on where you are on Earth, but the Cavendish doesn't?
The false cult pendulum differs depending on how close you are to the drain of swirling ether. Same cause, the water or the ether, different proximity to where the ether is swirling down.
Yeah,
what causes Cavendish to rotate?
Any
You
evidence of that?
tell me, Branch. You're asking questions, but you're not offering any answers. It's your time to put up or shut up. You tell me
I can answer them. I will answer it right now.
If you don't have any answers, then I'm going to go forward with what I
can give you
think
the
is
answers
presenting
right
some
now.
answers, which would be a swirling ether.
Okay, what causes Cavendish then?
That's your perspective. What's causing the deflection of masses? I liken it to Cheerios in the milk, Branch. The milk's the ether. You take a spoon through the milk of the ether branch, the masses appear to get closer together gravitatively. So there's this background substance that everything's swirling in, aka the ether, that is bringing everything together and or pulling them apart.
All right, so then why is it that where you are on Earth doesn't affect Cavendish, but it does affect the pendulum?
I don't know if I agree with your premise. It may vary with Cavendish. I mean, somebody said that you get different weights going east and west with the Iatmos effect. So your premise is off.
Not with Cavendish.
You get different amounts of weight when you go east or west. So your premise is just off.
All right, Lemon. Let me have a try. Like, I think what he's trying to say is on the Foucault pendulum, is it the one that spins? Which one doesn't rotate, spins around? That's the Foucault, isn't it? The one that rotates around.
Does the
pendulum is swinging, yes.
And but when it goes back and forth, it's created. Depending on how much it deviates, depends on your latitude and stuff, where you are on the Earth.
Yeah.
So, what else could it be? I think, I haven't really tried to falsify the experiment, so I haven't really triangulated all the different positions that the Fulcrum's done and correlated it to an actual map. And I haven't really got myself an actual map. So, the way I look at it is that I'm not sure I'm not 100% sure the map is what they say it is. What Google Earth seems dodgy to me. Look, I don't believe that that's the Earth. So how they've stitched it together and how they've correlated this latitude efficiency, I don't know whether that's just what they're saying is with the different rotational speeds affect the fucking whatever it is that the Falco, or it could be the fact that the magnetism, because obviously there's definitely a magnetic north. So whatever's in the center of the magnetic, there's obviously probably a differential depending on how close and far you are to it. So the latitude that we're picking up is consistent, but it's consistent under different mathematics. Do you get what I mean?
No.
So basically, it deviates because of where we are, but it's not the way it's been re-engineered. Is that we've got these
I
numbers
just
for
think of it like
latitude.
water swirling a drain. You get faster water swirling the drain toward wherever the water's going. The ether is swirling the drain a little faster here, a little slower there. Sometimes it's reversing on itself.
Okay,
Just
now
like
explain
that.
Cavendish and Foucault's in the same sentence.
So
Cavendish and
somehow,
Foucault. Cavendish is basically from the ether hitting the object slightly differently here, slightly differently there. I see no issue here with an ether.
Cavendish doesn't change with location.
I reject your premise because you go to the east, you get a different weight than going to the west by like half a microgram or some crap. It changes going to the east
gives
versus
you the
going
weight
to
of
the
the
west.
Earth wherever you are, essentially.
Yeah,
Your premise is flawed. I reject it. I think
hold
you're
on.
talking
Dude,
about a
Lemon,
bunch of generalized rhetoric and a generalized model that doesn't quite match reality, Moyak.
Lemon, that difference you're talking about is a difference downwards towards the center of the Earth. Cavendish, the reason for the Cavendish experiment to rotate is a force that's parallel to the Earth.
Well,
I mean, not
with
parallel,
the
I'm sorry,
Yatmas effect,
perpendicular.
you get a different weight going to the east versus going to the west.
No,
So that
because
could be
you call-
explained with an east-west swirling ether that's hitting the object slightly
The
differently.
force downwards towards the center doesn't affect Cavendish whatsoever.
Well, then, Branch, how do you explain the Iatvis effect?
one question though on the whole Foucault pendulum is not only can you calculate your latitude, but the direction of the precession changes if you're north or south of the equator.
And it stops at the equator.
It's like whirls and counter whirls in a tub of water. You get whirls and counter whirls in water simply by applying an electrical current. You get whirls and counter whirls with some sort of electromagnetic Coriolis right there. So it's probably an electromagnetic field that deviates right at the path of the sun at the equator, reversing itself in this general electromagnetic, ether field.
Why doesn't the electromagnetic difference affect the Cavendish experiment?
I don't know, Branch. I reject your premise. And your question keeps on coming out. I'm just a layman trying to see how this could work over a flat surface. I'm not an expert about all this.
When you say reject the premise, are you saying that you don't believe?
I don't think that what you're saying is fully correct. I think that the weight does deviate as you go
Do you mind if Moyak repeats it, and that way it's not me saying it?
How are you answering questions you didn't finish asking?
No. I mean, I definitely understand why
you're asking him a question. You're asking Lemon a question, and he's answering it before you even asked it.
Lemon's answering before I ask.
Yeah. So you ain't even finished your question yet, and Lemon's trying to answer the question.
I don't know, but that's just kind of the fun of this, the way that people talk in Flat Earth. But I mean, but what Lemon's trying to say is what I'm saying is he doesn't believe it. But let's ask Moyak because
because of the Yatvis effect, Branch, and you didn't give an explanation for the Yatvis effect.
What I'm saying, because what I'm saying is right.
Just go ahead, Moyak.
Go ahead. What's your question, Branch?
With the fact that Cavendish won't change and pendulum will change based on location.
Best of my knowledge, yep.
What about the Yatvis effect? A change in weight if you go east versus west. How do you explain that?
So you're talking about that minor effect that we see when we fly an airplane at 500 miles an hour counter to the rotation of the Earth?
How do you explain that without a swirling ether?
Rotating Earth?
And you have more centrifugal or less centrifugal force?
Yeah. It's easy to explain.
It's actually a lot easier to explain it with a rotating Earth than it is with the ether. That's a weird way to do it.
Well, no, the reason that can I say something real quick? The reason that it seems strange to us that you would jump to the conclusion that it's the Earth rotation is because we still have our base axiom. It doesn't seem like it's moving, and it seems level and stationary in every way. We agree on that. So to think that, okay, we're trying to figure out the cause. Well, ether might be a cause. Okay, Earth rotation might be a cause. Well, I would maybe side with the ether or some other cause because we don't feel any Earth movement or see any curvature. So that doesn't seem like a likely answer.
I would like to
So the Yatvos
don't
effect.
see any ether either.
I'd like to.
Have we moved on?
True. We don't see the ether. It could, maybe it's not the ether, but I'm saying if we're crossing off the list of things that are likely to be the cause, because our base axiom is contradictory to your answer or to the answer that rotation of Earth, that seems like it'd be down on the list of things that we would consider possible.
Do you mind if I ask, what is the ether? What is the ether?
A substance of space, Branch. You've heard this several times, and
No,
you've gotten enough
I
answers
really
to
don't
be
know
able
what
to
ether
extract
is.
an answer. So we're not going to go down this route.
promise you.
Another problem that you have, Branch, is the Allais effect, the deviation of pendulums during an eclipse. It would be easier to
Can we
explain the
stay on the Yatvos
deviation of
effect?
the pendulums during an eclipse with the flowing substance of space, aka the ether, whose flow is slightly different, or when the planetary objects are aligned, like pebbles in a pond, making the flow of space deviate slightly and making these pendulums act erratically during an eclipse. Gravity is no way to explain in any sort of adequate way.
May I ask a quick
Can we
question?
stay on the Yatvos effect? Can we stay on the Yatvos effect real quick before we get on to that? That means that things traveling east go faster.
No,
we're on the pendulums now.
Yatvos means things weigh slightly differently going east than west. They weigh slightly differently going east and west.
More importantly, it also is not just east and west. It also happens north and south. You will, if you go fast enough north and south, eventually you get enough speed, you'd be weightless. But in between there, going north and south, you will get a reduction in weight, but it'll be uniform between north and south.
So east and west, there's going to be a difference in things traveling their speed. Yes.
In the
Is that
weight.
correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we would see that when the pendulum swings east, right? The precession wouldn't be the same amount each hour because there's going to be a point where it's swinging east, and it's going to be going faster.
What?
Yeah, I think as you go with the fraction of that, that's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. The Coriolis effect that's affecting it is minute, and now you're trying to add onto it the Edvus.
We're not trying to add it on.
We're comparable.
Effect that's there, right?
Are you, Jeremy? Are
Yeah,
you saying
you have to
you've
use formulas
Jeremy,
and
you've got a
numbers.
pendulum on a flight moving eastwards?
No, you get the pendulum itself is swinging it, and it's precessing. So at some points throughout the precession, it's going to be going east. And if things are going east,
I see what you're. Yeah.
It'll be going east and then west, so it'll be counteracting itself.
Pendulum
Would
for
you
a
say
pendulum for a pendulum to be affected by that, Jeremy, the length, the height of the pendulum would have to be like a mile.
I would also say that it totally nullifies itself because it goes east and then it goes west. So the force would be nullified for any imparted motion for Edvus.
Yeah, but it can't be going east and west at the same time. It would have to be going. If it's going east, it can't on its backswing. It's definitely not going to be going west.
Yeah, so it's a billionth of a degree less going west, and then a billionth of a degree more going east. So they counteract each other.
No. Like, when it's going east, it can't, and its backswing, it can't be going west. It swings east, right, and then it swings back towards the opposite direction. That's not west.
Wait a
minute. It goes east and then west. They're always counter directions.
No, it does. It can't counter it because it can't be going east. It can't swing east and then on its backswing be going west. You understand that?
Yeah, I mean, what about centrifugal forces? If you really want to get technical, there's a whole bunch of forces you can talk about.
Are you talking about the fact that since it already has processed the minor difference in between the east and west? I'm very confused as to what you're saying. If it goes east, generally speaking, in the macro scale, if it goes east, then it's going to swing back west.
If it swings east, which it's going to be swinging at the equator, right?
Irrelevant. It's swinging east.
What do you mean irrelevant? We're trying to figure out if it's swinging west or east. So if it's swinging east, it's swinging at the equator, right?
East, if you as defined, would be a local phenomenon, and you would say that it's swinging east. Cardinal
Yes, which
direction.
would be pointed at the equator, right?
Yeah, whoopity doo dah.
I know, but on its backswing, it can't be still pointing at the equator.
Sure, it is actually over the earth.
How it's going to be pointing away from the equator.
No, it'll be pointing at the equator both times.
Well, the
So
premise
you're telling me. Go ahead, Lemon. That doesn't make sense, Lemon.
Well, the premise of the false cult pendulum is that a pendulum would swing perfectly back and forth in a line unless the Earth were moving. If the Earth is moving now, it's starting to trace out the spirograph motion while the Earth underneath rotates. It's a bad premise because it could swing back and forth in, swirling water. That's of space itself, the ether. That's deviating the pendulum just as easily, giving you that spirograph motion that you see as the pendulum goes back and forth and traces this spirograph without the movement of the Earth. But it's what they're going with, so we have to work with that within that framework. It is what it is.
Moyak, if I'm hold on, guys, hold on. I'm almost done with this. Moyak, if I have something swinging east, and then on its backswing it swings west, and I'm not, that can only happen at the equator.
No. You keep on talking about the equator. You seem to not be able to understand the concept of what a sphere does. It's a sphere, man. If I swing at the equator to the east, like you're saying, then to the west, over the globe, all the way over the ball, it's going to intersect the equator again. Do a great circle around the ball, and you will find out that both times it points at the equator if you want to go down that route.
No matter where something's going, it's always going at the equator on a ball. That's not a relevant point you just brought up.
Well, it's irrelevant that it's going towards the equator the way you're saying it. East is a cardinal.
So we're always traveling west on a
locally.
Globe. We can say we're always traveling west or east on a globe, whatever we want, and eventually we're always going to end up at the equator.
Because you've got some bizarre reason you want to try and combine the fact that it's going east, which eventually will intersect. If I did a great circle route with the equator,
if something's going east, listen. If something's going east, that should be going at the equator. On its backswing, unless it's on the equator, its backswing can't be pointed at the equator anymore.
Why not?
It's going to be pointed away from the equator because it's going in the opposite direction.
If I'm pointing at the equator,
the backswing,
then I'm pointing at
it. On the backswing, is it going the opposite direction from when it was traveling east?
You're trying again to use this equator as proving that you're pointing east. It's not. It's no way to do that. It's east-west, or cardinal directions are local phenomenon.
No, east and west are clearly defined.
They are local.
What do you mean local phenomena? What?
They are local phenomena. They turn as you go around the Earth.
Okay, so if something's swinging east,
intersect.
If something's swinging east and its heading is at the equator, then if it's swinging in the opposite direction, it's still swinging at the equator, you're saying?
Why wouldn't it be? If you draw, okay, I'm going to try one more time. Take a globe in your head, put a piece of string on it, and follow it to the east. You'll see how it intersects with the equator, right? Now keep that string going the other direction. What will happen to it? Will it go off into
going to be going the opposite direction?
Mars, or will it intersect with the equator? Anytime you bisect the equator on one side of the Earth, you'll bisect the equator on the other side of the Earth. It's a circle.
This is non sequitur, though, because something can't be going. So you could say, on that note, that we're always going east or west or whatever you want, because eventually we're going to run into the equator on a great circle route.
If you followed that original cardinal direction, which is a local phenomenon, yes.
So every great circle route is going east or west, and I can pick whichever one I want. I could say I'm traveling in this direction.
I don't know why you're
going east.
It's a local phenomenon. You keep adjusting it as you move.
West is not a local phenomenon. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Phenomenon.
No, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely. I don't know why you're saying that.
It isn't.
I don't know why you're saying that.
Well, east-west follow the sun, moon, and stars as they circle overhead. It's not a location, location per se. It's a generalized direction like left and right. East and west is generally a circle over the flat, motionless Earth, essentially.
Yeah, even on flat Earth, this is the case, dude.
No, listen to me. You can't be headed in the opposite direction of something and still be headed at something. That doesn't even follow.
Okay, take a flat Earth map, like the AE map. Go east, you're going to intersect with the equator, right?
Right.
Now, draw that line, keep that line going across your little pizza dish, and go west. Is it going to intersect with the equator?
East-west would be the circle of the equator at that latitude. It would just be a hula hoop in between.
We got to stick with what Jeremy's saying, his premise of how this works. So
it's not my premise of how.
If I draw my pizza plate and I draw a straight line across there to the east, due east, it's going to intersect with the equator in 2 points, isn't it?
Okay, it's not my premise on how it works. It's how east and west works on the globe. No matter if you head east, no matter where you are on the globe, you're going to end up at the equator, right?
Nope. And yes.
Come on, bro.
What about
you keep on going down this path? You can't visualize the fact that take a globe, take a piece of string, start it off east where you are, and carry that string all the way around the globe, and see if it intersects with the equator twice. It will do it both on the AE map and on the globe.
Yes, but just because it ends up somewhere on the opposite side of the globe, doesn't mean you're heading west.
That's because that has nothing to do with your proximity to the equator has nothing to do with whether you're heading east or west.
Your direction has to matter. Your direction matters if you're heading east or west, right? So if I'm heading east and it leads me to the equator, and then I head in the opposite direction, it's not leading me towards the equator anymore.
I don't know why you're not getting this. Anybody on the flat Earth side understand Jeremy?
Well, east
when
west.
you guys are ready for a subject change, I still have that subject change ready or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, we're all set. Go ahead.
I want to know I want to know basically if I'm standing on a vehicle, like I'm not it's not inside, like let's say like a bed of a truck or something, okay, and it's moving, driving at 50 or 60 miles per hour, whatever. If I position myself at an angle towards the back end of the truck and I push off with my legs strong enough to jump away from the truck, have I negated, with the force of my push, have I negated inertia? Or will I still go flying forward even though I pushed backwards? Even though I pushed with enough strength to go backwards away from the truck, will I still fly forward?
Yeah.
Because I was on the truck? Or have I negated the inertia by pushing backwards strong enough?
I mean, assuming the truck's going 60 miles per hour, you're still moving forward in relation to the ground.
You're still... So even though I push with enough strength to go the other direction from the truck, you're saying I haven't negated the inertia of the truck?
No, I mean, what you've done is you're now moving backwards from the truck, but in relation to the floor, you're still moving forwards.
If you can move backward and forward in the truck, then you can move forward off of the truck toward the back and away from the truck.
If you had superhuman strength, then you could push off the truck with enough force so that you can be stationary.
Okay.
In relation,
but you're saying that so what I'm wondering, the reason I'm like, if I pushed off with enough strength to detach myself from the truck, wouldn't that automatically mean that it was enough to negate whatever forward motion I had with the truck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, it's not humanly possible. That's a lot of force.
Well,
that's
and
almost
Mythbusters,
like you would, if you could push off with that much force, that would be about the same amount of force you're applying to yourself as hitting a fucking wall going at that speed.
Okay, didn't they drop a ball off the back of a truck in Mythbusters and it just dropped?
You what?
Nobody saw that one?
I think I've seen it, but yeah.
Right, it's like saying this, yeah. Like you're basically saying that your feet are acting like hitting a wall. and you're decelerating at that speed.
I think you'd be carried forward for a little time, but the energy that you gain from the moving system would eventually dissipate, which means you would eventually slow down and hang back behind the truck. But for a while, you'd be carried along with the
I
truck for a
posted an
little bit.
image at the timestamp in question, and if you shoot off of a truck fast enough, you will have no forward momentum.
Moyak, take your globe.
You
Do me
have
a
no
favor.
forward
I
momentum.
don't want to derail this, but take your globe. Say you're in New York. Draw a line to the equator, and then draw a line in the opposite direction. Tell me that's west, bro.
Did you see my images? I have pictures I
Okay.
posted, the photos.
Go ahead, Bob.
Actually,
My
you
bad. I
know,
didn't want to derail.
what Mike posted actually
do
hit
that
the
real quick.
point. For some reason, I was thinking about a truck going 60 miles per hour.
Well, yeah. Okay. So let's say the truck's moving 60 miles per hour. Let's say I push off with, we'll just say half of that, enough to detach me from the truck. Have I negated only 30 miles per hour of the truck?
Yes.
And so
I'm
when I become detached, would I still be moving 30 miles per hour in the direction of the truck?
Yes.
And the reason it seems weird to me is because if I pushed off with enough strength to detach from the truck backwards, I've already gone in an opposite direction. So I can't be keeping up with the truck. Like I can't be moving forward with the truck, right? Because I moved in the opposite direction of the truck, didn't I?
Any energy I put into that situation will detach me from the truck. I could be dragging my foot on water and it will pull me away from the truck.
Well, when you slam on the
Okay.
brakes, you fly through the windshield. So obviously the energy is being used to more or less propel you forward. You have a little extra energy that allows you to move around in the truck system forward and backward in the moving truck in that way. But when you slam on the brakes, you're going forward through the windshield because that's where most of the energy was taking you. When you jump backward from the truck, you're going to go forward like you're in the truck system for a while, yes. But eventually you will detach from the truck and hang behind the truck.
So hey,
You will hang with
one
the
way to
truck
think
for a
about
minute,
Lemon. Can
but
I
eventually you will
get
detach.
a word in? Can I get a word in? Okay, so one way to think about it is, say if you're on the truck and you've got a heavy steel ball in your hand, and you throw it from your left hand to the right hand while the truck's moving forward, and you're sitting sideways to the truck.
Okay.
You can, like, when you throw it from your left hand, it's still moved to your right hand, right?
Right.
Actually, I meant the other way around. Right hand to left hand. Well,
Okay.
it depends which way you're facing. But so at that point where you throw it, and let's say you throw it from one hand and you're facing from the opposite direction the truck's moving in, the fact that it moved towards...
Oh, maybe not.
Okay, so think about it this way, yeah? When you say maybe not. You're sitting in a truck. It's moving forward, right?
Right.
It's moving forward in the direction of your right hand.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now you have a steel ball, and you throw it from your right hand to your left hand.
Right.
It will still move towards your left hand, and you'll still be able to catch it, right?
Right.
When you threw it from your right hand, you did overcome the inertia and all the stuff you're talking about. It's just like kicking off. But it still moved towards your left hand relative to you, right?
Yeah, it didn't move forward back to my right hand.
Right.
Exactly. That's
why would you think?
So why are
would
we
you think
saying
that'll
that
be
the
any
person who
different?
jumps would move forward if the ball doesn't move forward when I go to toss it backwards?
I'm not. I'm okay. What I'm saying is,
so if I'm using your exact scenario, if I toss the ball from my right hand to my left hand, it goes to my left hand. It doesn't get pulled forward with the truck's inertia. So if I jump off the truck, why are we saying that the human will keep moving forward with the inertia?
Right, but okay.
Because when you slam on the brakes, you go forward through the truck's windshield.
Right,
so
but here's the thing,
obviously, even though you didn't notice it, something was carrying you along, and you were going along with the truck, just like jumping off of the truck. For a time, you will be going generally forward, but with enough energy to, jump up a little bit, disconnect from the truck, and hang behind the truck.
Right. The difference is you're moving along with the truck.
Jeremy, can I meet you in live stream 2 for a second?
Yeah, I gotcha.
So if that's the case, the conservation of like momentum or whatever, like this thing that we're talking, or the inertia, the part where you continue to go with it, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with like it must be an area or something, like because if I can detach from the thing with enough force to like disconnect from it, and I'm still moving in a direction while moving in the other direction. It's almost like there's like a separate vehicle, invisible, that would be carrying me. Like, what's the connection? How am I still connected to the inertia of the truck? I guess maybe that's what I'm asking. I don't even know if that's the right way to word it.
We go back to the example of you're sitting on the truck and you throw the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say instead of catching, so the ball in reference to you is gonna do the same shit as if you're standing still and throwing it, right?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yes.
Right. So now, if you threw it off the truck, instead of trying to catch it, you threw it off the truck, right?
Okay.
Because with the amount now, depending on how fast you throw it, right? Wouldn't its actual speed in relation to the ground be different? If you throw it really fast, really hard, right? It's gonna leave the truck in relation to the ground, going at a faster speed, and if you
I
just
think he's
thrust it a
asking
little
when
bit,
connects the person in the truck to the energy of the truck without physical connection. And
right?
that's why I would go with some sort of etheric medium that transfers this energy between the passenger and the truck itself.
Yeah, man.
And that level of connection is still there for a time before the connection is severed, before the energy dissipates.
Lemon, I'm trying to, like, Bob, do you understand now that, well, I'm not understand, but do you recognize that depending on how hard you throw the ball, it's gonna be moving at different speeds in relation to the ground?
Yeah, I get that.
Right. So why would that be the case? I mean, does that help answer your question or not really?
So like I'm not questioning. Like at first I was wondering what would happen. Like I was wondering if you as a human pushed off, if you would go towards the truck still, and it seems like the answer is yes. You would still technically move towards the truck even though you pushed away from the truck, and it seems like somehow you're moving away from the truck but in the same direction as the truck. Okay? That seems to be the case, and I can understand that. I'm wondering why that's the case, I guess. And I'm not expecting you guys to necessarily have the answer for that. It's just a topic that I was wondering about for like the negating of inertia, like, and you addressed at least like you indicated if you were strong enough, like if you had strong enough legs and pushed off strong enough, you'd think that you'd be able to push off with such force that you did negate it, and you would like land straight down, and you wouldn't go flying off in either direction, or you would just land straight down. And I think the video that Moyak Man posted, that might be I think I might have seen that before, the cannonball or something like that, like where they fire it at a speed that makes it look like it drops straight to the ground. So that seems to be the case. But I'm wondering, why does it need to be any particular amount of force beyond what it takes to simply separate you from the thing that's moving that fast? If you jump the opposite direction that it's moving, to me, in my head, like it seems like you must have already broken past the barrier of inertia because you were able to separate yourself from the direction that it's going.
Right, but the thing is that when you talk about inertia, right, that's your body's want to continue to stay in motion, right? And when you kick off the truck, the reason why you're breaking that inertia is your body wants to continue to move in the direction it's already moving, right? Regardless of whether it's connected to the truck or not, right? Now, when you kick off the truck, now you're creating a force with your feet when you kick that's opposite to the direction of your inertia. That's why that's why you're negating the fact that my inertia wants me to go this way. I've applied a force the other way, and you end up if you completely negate your inertia in reference to the ground, that's why you will stand still.
I mean,
So in the MythBusters one, did they just drop the ball off the back of the truck, or did they shoot it out with some
No,
kind of
shoot it
force?
back. They shoot
They
it back
shot
at
it.
60 miles an hour or 30 mile an hour, whatever speed they're doing. They calibrated their cannon to be going as fast as the truck is moving forward.
They just dropped it. Okay.
No, they shot it. They shot it out. They
Yo,
have a cannon that shoots at 60 miles an hour, the reverse direction.
Yeah, no doubt. I thought they just dropped it. I didn't realize they shot it.
So if I
yo, Brami, you're hot micing, by the way.
Oh, who is that? Oh, Riven.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got it. I got it, guys. Hold on.
oh, it's Nathan. Also, oh, look. Watch Nathan.
Hold on, my phone's laggy. There you go. I got it.
Okay.
I got
So
it.
let's say I roll a ball off the back of the truck while it's going 60. Let's say I roll it off the back.
At what speed?
Then what would happen is that even though I rolled it with enough force to go the opposite direction and go off of the truck, the force of the truck, the inertia of the truck would still be most likely, if I didn't roll it, super crazy hard, would still be enough to pull it back in the same direction as the truck.
Yeah, I think the disconnect here is you're connecting the inertia of the truck with the inertia of the ball. Because the ball is in the truck, in your hand, moving with the truck, the ball itself has inertia.
I think let me try this. I think I've got the way of saying this that might fix it. When you roll the ball backwards, the ball is going less fast than the truck is.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, but it's weird because it's going in the opposite direction, so it's going less fast, but it's still going in the opposite direction. So let's say you're holding the ball. Yeah, the ball has the inertia of the truck. So to me, it's like if you move the ball in the opposite direction of the truck, it seems like that's canceling out automatically the inertia of the truck because it's moving in the opposite direction. But it seems like that's not the case. It's not doing that.
It's part of it.
Well, here's a good example, right? If you're driving in a car at 60 and a car next to you is driving like 50, right? Relative to you, the car looks like it's going the opposite direction, but really it's just moving less fast. It's a relative issue.
Yeah. Huh.
Both are moving forward. Just one is moving less, like slower. That's it.
Right. Yeah, but huh.
Come on, just think of it in terms of less fast. I think that'll keep it.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just, well, with the car example, though, they're both technically traveling in the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
But not from your perspective. From your perspective, that other car is going behind, is slowing down.
It looks like it's moving in the other direction, even though it's not.
And it's the same thing with the ball on the thing. It looks like it's moving in the other direction. But if you were to actually observe this from another, outside of the car, you would see that the ball is still moving in the other, forward.
So, how big is that frame that that is now it's including the truck and you and the ball? How far does that extend before it becomes not the inertia that you're in anymore, and it becomes some other
forever?
Huh? Forever frame?
Forever.
Well, all frames are forever. All frames are infinite, and there's infinite.
The frame is frames. You, right? You're the reference frame.
The conservation of momentum goes forever. It never wears out or anything, unless you have a force acting upon it, like the atmosphere or something.
Okay, so it's like
is just
it's
like
not that it
your
dissipates
observation.
or goes away. It's that it like there's other things basically perpetually acting on it as you get further and further away from each specific thing you're talking about. So as you get further from the truck, there's other things acting on the distance, the stuff that's in the distance that you're moving away from the truck.
Yeah, the atmosphere will. If you throw a ball from the car, you're talking about the atmosphere. That'll slow it down real quick. But if there was no atmosphere and you just threw a ball out of a truck going at 60 miles an hour, and the ball could somehow stay in the air for that long, it would just forever go for 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, would it go not forever?
Would it go up
actually,
and
no,
over?
if there
then?
was no atmosphere, it would go. Well, no, it wouldn't. But it would go. It would actually go off on a tangent from Earth. But
if you threw it straight up, well,
gravity
like
would
in that
make it go down.
scenario,
What the fuck am I saying?
if you threw it in that scenario, if you threw it straight up, like let's say that like you're in space. If you threw it straight up and your vehicle is going a direction, would it go up and in that direction forever?
What I was gonna say
Yes.
is imagine there wasn't a whole bunch of wind. Like let's say you're going 10 miles per hour, so there's not a lot of wind. And let's say you and Moyok are driving at the same speed in two cars. You could throw a ball to Moyok from your car just straight, right?
Yeah, absent wind
No.
with a 50 mile an hour. If you have a 50 mile an hour tailwind and you're both going 50 mile an hour, then you could throw it to each other like you were playing catch.
I don't know about that.
If there was no,
I don't think so.
Well, let's say you're going just 5 miles per hour, so there's very little wind.
There would have to be no atmosphere in between you. The atmosphere is going to.
Okay, let's say you got a steel ball, because of the mass of the ball, the air resistance has less effect on it.
Yeah.
So you got a steel
I think you would
ball.
still have to lead them a little bit, even with a steel ball.
Well, in your case, Jeremy, when you said you don't think so with the air, if I have a 50 mile an hour wind and I'm standing on a car that's moving 50 miles an hour, what wind will I feel?
Oh, if you have the 50 mile an hour wind going with you, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. The 50 mile an hour tailwind, I could just play catch between the two.
Yeah,
cars.
you wouldn't have to lead them with that. Yep.
Maybe this is an experiment. People should do.
That's
driving in hurricanes.
Those steel balls at each other.
Just need Jeremy out there driving 60, got his kids on the roof of the car. Throw the ball!
Throw him the ball. Stop being scared. Strap down to the roof rack.
Quit crying. I'll give you something to cry about.
And so go driving in hurricanes with your kids, 60 miles
real
an hour,
science.
and throwing a ball between cars.
Throw it now.
That sounds like a little bit of a dangerous scenario.
No, that's real science. That's science.
Definitely science, bro.
Bet you Einstein never did anything that cool.
Well, you know what? At least I guess the general consensus of the room has chilled out a bit. It got a little bit fucking hectic for a bit.
I mean, Brummy's a fighter. Raven, whatever his name is.
Brummy's a fucking legend. That's what Brummy is.
Brummy has the second most obnoxious accent and speech pattern of anybody on the internet.
Who's the first?
I'm just leaving that open.
Don't.
Those English
gonna say
accents
me?
are crazy. Those English accents are crazy, dude. That guy Rizla sounds like he's straight out of like a Grand Theft Auto video game or something.
And he always sounds like he's gargling something. Like there's always that sound to his speech. It's like, oh God, are you eating again? I mean, maybe it is just because he's eating all the time, but
I like the Brummy accent, dude. It's nice. I like it. I'm not like trying to say like.
you're saying that you love him and you want to have sex with him.
I dated a girl who was Brummy when I was in England, and like that's probably why I like the accent.
Because you're picturing him naked.
No. I only
Come on,
picture him
admit it.
naked. I only picture him naked at night. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. So when you're in here, you're not doing it. He's got his little baiting recordings.
Why you gotta make shit gay, Moyak? I'm mute.
Okay.
No, you know what, guys? Seriously, we're talking about Brummy while he's muted, and that's fucked up.
So
I didn't know he was still here.
Could it be a safety feature? Think about this. Could it be a safety feature? You're buckled to your chair in the car, right? Could it be a safety feature, like if there's no back seats and it's got like a enough room in the back, when your car detects a crash, instead of inflating an airbag, it activates your chair. It activates your chair to go shooting backward at the exact speed you were going right before it detects contact, so that it automatically like gets rid of the inertia of the car, so you don't go flying forward.
Demolition Man foam, bro.
No, what you said. You will slow it down a little bit, right?
If you slam me back at 60 miles an hour, you're going to kill me by throwing me backwards fast enough to avoid the accident.
Well,
if you have enough time to do this, then you should just avoid
going
hitting
forward, and you're just counteracting the forward motion, so you're not actually being thrown around very quickly at all. It'll feel like nothing to you, right? Because you're being pushed backward equal to what you were going forward. It'll feel like almost like you're sitting still.
No, because you'll be accelerating backward, so it'll feel like accelerating backwards. You'll feel the chair pulling on you hard as fuck.
It's the same as the car tries to do this. The car actually does this for you right now. So, I mean, the safety feature you're describing is your dashboard.
The compass zone.
That is what slows you down at that kind of speed in the car.
Right, your engines are designed to crunch in and drop
No,
down.
this thing that Bob's talking about does not happen. He's talking about the second your car hits and you go to get flown forward, instead of that, your seat slides back at the same amount of miles.
Oh, at the same speed. Yeah, you're not gonna get whiplashed like a motherfucker, are you?
Dude, that's better. I don't know if you guys seen Demolition Man, but this is better than the Demolition Man foam.
No, actually, it killed you just as well. Your seatbelt is just carved a path through your heart.
Yeah,
just like it would if you hit it in an accident.
You got to remember when you say
somebody.
You don't even need seatbelts for this. We can toss.
No, you actually do. If you pull the seatbelt. Okay, here. You remember in elementary school when you would pull the chair out from under somebody? That's what happens. All you have is a person standing there in space with a chair.
The classroom's not moving at 50 or 60 miles per hour forward. Like
it's same thing though. The chair will, if you yank back on a chair hard enough, the person will just be sitting there, or will be sitting in midair, and then he'll fall to the ground. He won't get any backwards momentum.
You got to remember that you're talking about pulling the chair in the opposite direction you're currently moving in. You're currently moving forward, and you want to pull the chair backward. Well, then, in order for you to follow that chair, you need to also accelerate backwards, which requires high forces, and that's exactly what kills you.
Wait a
high
minute,
forces.
We just said earlier, or somebody said, you wouldn't hardly need any force at all to detach yourself from the truck to go backwards.
To go back, you can just back 1 mile per hour or 2.
To go back a little bit, but you're talking about completely negating your forward movement.
Bob, we should have stopped at the underwater bunkers.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that this is a bad idea necessarily. I think there's something there.
All right. Okay. If you had a car that
Jeremy to come up with an idea to improve it later on, but I'm still
I'll fix it.
There might be something there.
If you have a car that could accelerate from 0 to 60 in the length of the cabin of your car, just you get in a car and you can accelerate from 0 to 60, what would that do to you? In the length of the cabin of your car, in a span of 5 or 6 feet.
From standing still, it would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, but if you already have that inertia going forward, it would be like you're just sitting still.
That's not how you're talking about the opposite direction. If, however,
that's what they did with
what would make you feel nothing would be if the chair somehow detaches completely from the car. So the car is what crashes, but you and your seat doesn't. You just keep going forward at the same speed. That's as if nothing happened. Of course, you can't stay like that because eventually you'll hit the ground. But that's the one way you keep your inertia, is by the car leaving, by you detaching from the car and keeping moving forward.
That's some Bugs Bunny shit there.
Yeah, but at some point you'll have to stop, and that's what kills you or hurts
But
you.
you know what, Bob, what you said isn't completely far fetched. Like, let's say if you extended the size of your car by 3 meters, right? And you did have this rail system that took you backwards 3 meters, and you had a bunch of resistance on that, so that you don't just fly backwards, standing still. You know, there's a bunch of resistance, like rubber bands, if you want. Then that would probably help.
Well, so it is true that this would help, because this would help is that it spreads out the acceleration over a longer time. Right. Because if, like, when you crash, it doesn't have to do with you going from a high speed to a low speed, because that happens, for example, when you're in an airplane or in a train. It's because you go from a high speed to a low speed quickly. So if you manage to somehow to spread that out over a longer time, which is partially what an airbag does, with because it disperses the pressure, is the other one. But
for
so
now,
yeah, in a way it would work on that level. But good luck designing a car with this included in it.
Well, I just said you could have 3 meters. Every car would be long as fuck. Imagine trying to find parking.
Yeah,
exactly.
But hold on, wouldn't you have to flip it though, where you're actually your seat is in the back of the car, and when you crash, your seat still keeps moving forward, but you're kind of slowing that down a bit, so it's not like you're just stopping, from 60, going from 60 to 0.
Well, no. So, essentially, well, you think of two different things. One is if you keep going forward in the car, you would actually be increasing your speed.
Well, no, because you already crashed already, so you're still keeping your momentum. So the car stopped already.
That's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're still gonna hit if there's no rubber bands.
So we need to be driving from the back seat. You're saying I'd be having nightmares like that.
So essentially, you're saying think of it like a spring. So you're really far back, and then when you crash, your chair springs forward and moves forward towards the front, and it's like a springing action.
That would work wonderfully.
Yeah.
To slow down so you're not decelerating at such a rate.
Yeah.
It would slow down the deceleration.
Yeah.
But all these other things that you guys are describing, with it yanking you backwards, now you also have, like, if you have enough acceleration time to get up to, somewhere near 60 miles an hour to counteract all that force, you had to spread that out over, several seconds, maybe around a second or two. So now I've got, in that 2 seconds, why didn't I just turn the wheel and miss the car?
Well, you got to say this is controlled by an AI computer that can tell 5 seconds before you crash. Okay.
Or like, if you can tell 5 seconds, why did it crash? Why did it crash?
I'm joking.
No, but here's the thing, yeah. If you consider like old cars, right? They used to be able to get in wrecks and look the same as they normally do. The cars today, you get in one small wreck, and the whole front is completely fucked.
Right? You know why that is, right?
Right, because of the crumple zone.
Yeah.
And the materials they're made of. One time I had a Saturn made of like plastic and shit, whatever, and I hit some guy head on who had one of those old school steel fucking chrome bumpers. My car had $3,000 worth of damage. His car had no damage. It wasn't even a scratch.
But the reason why that is because if instead of you hitting a car, you hit a pedestrian, the fact that your car crumbles like that could save that pedestrian's life. While if his car hits a pedestrian, they're probably dead. They're getting hit by a brick.
That's why you don't.
Pedestrians are worried.
Remember back in the days where all these people start getting not spoilers. What they call that front thing, on the SUVs. That little
grills.
I don't think that's actually the reason.
Called the crash bar. And listen, if pedestrians are worried about getting hit by
because it bypasses the safety features.
Yeah, that's not actually the reason, because the pedestrians are going to be way less dense than the car, even though it does crumple. The reason is that
honestly,
it
though, if
cushions
some
a lot of
motherfucker
force
walked
is
in front of
lost
my car,
as the
I'd
car
rather
crumples,
kill him than my car
which
get
means
fucked
that
up.
you're not getting as much, like the driver isn't being affected as much.
It's spreading it out over
Yeah,
time.
the
If
crumple zone.
pedestrians are worried about getting hit while I'm driving, they need to stay off the sidewalk.
Percent's right. The crumple zone is actually for the driver's safety.
Well, it's for everyone, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, it is for both.
A little bit.
Yeah, but I think it's like maybe a secondary benefit for the pedestrian. Like it might save one in a million pedestrians,
it might have
but
been
it'll save
designed.
most car drivers.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been designed specifically for the passengers, but it is also a fact that it does limit how much it hurts the pedestrian.
So
But
what you really want to
you might
do-
be right. Yeah, that it's
Instead of
you
all
think
these
it's
crazy
negligible.
mechanisms people are trying to do, yanking the person around, why not just add 20 foot to the length of the car of beer cans?
Yeah.
Yep, do that. Make like okay, just have an enormous fucking bonnet.
I would say just cover the whole car. You know, when you go to the fair or something and you get in the bumper cars, just make the cars out of that shit.
Bumper.
Oh, dude,
damn,
bumper
fuck
cars
it. You
are
know
brutal.
What? You know what, Jeremy? Everybody just drives around bumper cars.
That's
Actually,
what I'm saying.
Bumper
Bumper
cars are
cars.
great. Bumper cars don't take damage, but they transfer all the energy to the occupants, or at least a lot of it.
I know. So that little bumper that you put all around the car, you just put some heavy springs in it or something, so that it, you know, instead of a crumple zone, it's just like a zone that with the springs in it where it collapses a little bit.
20-foot long.
Hey, you know what? You know what would also be cool, right? Is if while you're driving around the bumper cars, you can pick up like shit and throw it behind you in the bumper car behind you.
What is this, fucking Mario Kart?
Hey, we're going back to the Demolition Man foam until someone comes up with a better idea.
It was exactly
Okay,
Mario
so
Kart. Is what I'm describing.
so according to this research paper, the crumple zone of a car decreases the impact load and bending moment by more than 27 and 36% for the pedestrian being hit.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So by a third, essentially.
I mean, this is.
I don't know how the crumple zone helps, because if I hit you with my car, like, the car doesn't crumple, you get fucking bodied.
Actually, you'd be surprised how much. Have you ever seen a car after a deer impact?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. They fuck up the car, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the crumples don't really want to help a pedestrian, but maybe.
Well, at least this research paper says so. But yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it would help a bit.
I think it
30%
definitely
is
helps.
a little much, but
It helps, but like I think that you're gonna throw a deadly blow before the crumple. Like if you had enough momentum to hit someone and create that 20% of crumple zone negation, you've still got enough momentum to just fuck that motherfucker up.
That's what I'm saying. If my car, if I hit a pedestrian at such a speed that it causes the car to crumple, they're fucked up.
They're
They ain't
fucked
walking
up,
away
but they're
from
less like if the car crumples 6 inches under their mass, that's 6 inches less or more time that your body's had to accelerate, because you're talking
Dude, if
about
my
the body.
car,
Go ahead.
if you hit somebody and your car crumples 6 inches, they're not walking away from that.
Nope, but they may not. It may not crack their. It may not crack their femur. Whereas if you hit them with a chunk of solid steel, it would have cracked their femur.
forget their femur. It's cracking their ribs.
You're gonna be.
It's true though. It's true though. Think about it. Like, would you rather get hit by one of the bumpers we see today? Yeah. And the bumper is about 4 or 5 inches. Or would you rather get hit by one of those cars back in the day where there was no bumper and it was just straight steel?
I mean, I'd rather not get hit, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. But like I said, if you hit somebody hard enough for your crumple zone to crunch up 6 inches or something, they're gonna go fucking flying.
Yeah, but they're gonna go flying less than if there wasn't such a thing.
I guess
But the
so,
impact's
but-
gonna break a whole bunch of bones. I would love to see this in action. Like,
It doesn't matter how much they're flying though, because either way they're dead. Just
I would
like a
love
dead
to
body
see.
flying.
I would love to see how the crumple zone.
You'd be
actually can take
surprised.
life.
You'd be surprised how some people can like survive some crashes.
You
or,
know what,
like,
guys? You know what? We do right now have one of the best fucking things we can present to the Mythbusters with. This is something the Mythbusters would actually make a show on.
what, crumple zones? I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
they've done
whether or not
something like
crumple
that.
zones actually help a pedestrian.
Yeah, I don't think a crumple zone is going to help at all. Because, like I said, if I hit you hard enough for the crumple zone for the car to crumple, you're going to be fucked up.
You know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we make the Mythbuster episode ourselves? Jeremy, would you mind being the guy getting hit?
Yes, I would mind. Yes, we ain't doing that. Crash test dummy in here. I can volunteer co-show if that helps.
You know what though? It would be fun as fuck to make an episode like that, right?
Bro, I don't trust Mythbusters at all. You know what they did with the moon? Did anyone see the moon landing one?
No.
They said,
I
Yeah, I have.
remember.
It was like the
They did for the moon
albedo
landing
or
one.
whatever.
Here's what they did for the moon landing one. They said, oh, you know, a lot of the conspiracy theorists were saying the shadows were converging or diverging or whatever. So what they did was they were like, let's see if we can get the shadows to diverge or converge. So the way they did it was they've gotten a warehouse, used a local light source, and got the shadows to converge. Absolute nonsense. We're saying they are converging because you're using a local light source. And they got it to happen using a local light source.
Hold on. Let me see that real fast. I need to rewatch that.
Yeah, go check how they
Hey, dude,
they got the shadows to.
You know what's fucked? That Asian dude's dead.
Grant.
Mythbusters.
Whatever. His name's Grant, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Grant's the white guy.
Is he? Oh, yeah, never mind.
No, Grant was the Asian guy.
No, yeah, Grant Imahara. I was
Okay,
right. Why
my
are you
bad, my
fucking?
bad.
Why are you gaslighting me? Excuse you.
My bad. Why did you agree so quickly?
You gaslit me hard, okay?
See, man, that was the amount of confidence. I said, no, that's the white guy. Made you agree with me.
The main thing is, if it was something important, I would fight you to death about it. Okay, just remember that.
that was pretty funny, Gummy man.
Branch, however many beers you've had right now, don't have more than this.
Wait, did you call him Grant or Branch?
This is this is the ultimate level for me.
The ultimate level. What's that? Like 10?
I don't care what the number is, whatever it is, just keep it like at this pace.
Did you check out that video I posted, bro? How you can make 1 million fucking computers?
No, I didn't check it yet.
All right, it's the video I posted is about streaming and shit, but you can use it just to make your computers. Like I put a script in there, and the script is what really matters because then you don't have to set shit up. You just paste the script in, and you can make as many computers as you want, bro, and do all your shit that you normally do. And then if you find one that makes like $1 trillion, don't tell nobody else but me, and I'll do it too.
All right. I may need to do something. My job keeps trying to hire me back. And I'm like, yo, I don't know if I can get a sitter or whatnot. And I'm like, yo, if you can fill my spot, man, go ahead. Like,
dude, watch the video and you
man.
see how easy it is to create these computers, right?
Just tell them if they need you so much, they'll like help you out in making you able to work for them.
well, yeah, they like me and they want me they need a permanent employee though. I'm just a substitute.
Doing what? Permanent employee doing what, Jeremy?
The same shit I was doing before, janitor.
If you like me that much, pay me what I'm worth and let me work the hours.
Well, you know what, Jeremy? Fuck that, dude. Like, if you enjoy being a janitor,
that's probably the thing.
Then fucking be a janitor again. Like, I hate it when people fucking
just can't afford
janitor,
daycare,
bro. I mean, if you
Yeah, that's
it sounds
actually
to
what's
me
holding
like
me
you
back.
enjoy it. And it sounds to me like because of fucking Gem Panda's room and the way they fucking talk down to you about being a janitor, I think that's why you've lost.
No, daycare is just so fucking expensive. I mean, being a janitor is not terrible work, man. There's just
Good
daycare
fucking
is
job.
really expensive. It's
Bro, you know what's horrible? What's
it's like they
horrible are
want to
jobs that
be
you
government
can't give up,
subsidized.
right? Horrible jobs are jobs where you're working 24 hours a day. Even when you're not in the office, you're still working. The great thing about being a janitor is once you're done, you're
Well,
done.
I have a horrible job, then I'll tell you.
But Branch, I gotta say about the whole like gem serve, I can't speak for everyone, but at least I know that whenever I bring up that he's a janitor, I'm not saying, oh, you're a janitor, you can't know anything or be smart or anything. It just means that you don't have the professional experience of someone who's, for example, an engineer or a scientist or,
Right,
or
but
things
here's
like
the
this.
thing. Here's the
That's
thing.
all
Einstein
that
was a
That's not
janitor,
the reason
guys.
people
Come
talk down
on.
like that. Because honestly, I
That
do
shit
have
don't
the
even bother
professional.
me though. It's
I
like
do have
Grim
the
said, it's
professional
daycare.
experience of being someone like almost with an engineering degree, right? But mine's in computers, right? But they still talk down to me that way. So it's not a matter of about how much education you have or nothing like that. It's just they're just trying to be better than Jeremy and put him down.
It's definitely a daycare thing because my daycare charge is $800 a month. If I have to get, if I want to get a full-time spot and put them in daycare, it's going to cost $800 a month.
Yeah, but you do it tax free, right? You
That's
don't
a
pay tax
huge chunk of my pay.
Yeah, but you do it all tax free though.
You
right?
could literally move a nanny in for that much.
Jeremy, $800 a day. I mean, I'm not
a month.
I mean, free rent and
That's
$800
cheap,
cash.
But you can do that. But here's the thing: you can do all of that tax free. So it's really costing you.
No,
about
we get blessed on taxes, yeah. But I'm saying like that doesn't help when I'm shelling out $800 a month though.
Right, but you get that money back. Well, you don't even. There's like ain't there like a flexible type of thing where you put in money, tax free, and you can use it towards daycare?
I don't know. It's just the thing is like I don't know.
Check it out,
money
dude.
back is well and good, but if you ain't got the money to put it in the front,
I'm pretty sure there's daycare funds that you can put in a certain amount from your paycheck, tax free, and the money you can use straight into daycare.
Right, that extends it like 20 or 30%. It becomes 20 or 30% more valuable.
Exactly, that's a lot. I mean, you better be claiming your daycare costs at the end of the year because you're gonna get that money back.
Oh, my wife does. Yeah, my wife claims the daycare receipts. Yeah,
Although
it
that
caps
really
out
matters.
It caps out at a certain point. There's a lot of like rules and restrictions and shit. I don't know if you get 100%. Like I don't know.
Yeah, your standard deduction. If your standard deduction doesn't get covered by that, itemizing isn't going to do you fuck at all.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I know that it's not worth it.
How old is your? No, but hold on, Mayak. I thought this is more like a FSA type of plan where it's not part of your deductions. It's more like money. Like I thought it worked like that. It wasn't a deduction.
You're putting in pre-tax.
Yeah, it's pre-tax, and I thought it works like an FSA or HSA. I don't know though. I thought there was like some type of plan like a HSA, but for daycare.
Right, but in the end, okay. Let's see. If you do, that would be right off of your paycheck.
But it won't be a write-off.
That might if you do a healthcare spend or not a daycare spending account, if they have such a thing, maybe that would be direct. That would be a direct benefit to you, even beyond the.
Yeah, I think it doesn't count. I thought it doesn't count into your deductions.
I don't want to derail the whole room on the daycare. Can we switch it up or?
Well, Jeremy, I was thinking about this. Yeah, how old is your oldest?
The oldest is 22.
Well, fucking make him take care of the kids.
It's a her, and she was watching him when I left because my wife didn't get out of work. She works too.
Make her work somewhere that she's got hours that don't conflict.
No, she's got a good job at the hospital with my wife.
What about your second oldest? I'm not okay. That's going too far now. Okay, just stop.
I put a picture up for you, Jeremy. a rough drawing of what your safety bumper should look like on a car.
With the bumper cars?
Oh no, with the regular street
Oh
cars.
my goodness.
How big is it?
It's like a whole
About
other
twice the
car in
length.
front of it.
Yeah, it's a car
Oh,
length
two
of
cars?
crumple zone. Yeah.
Well, wow. Okay. Yeah. Car length. I mean, yeah. I guess that would. Huh.
Yeah, we just got to use the Demolition Man foam for now until we think of something else. I mean, we could go with an auto eject. Before your car's
No,
about
you don't
to
want to
crash.
be outside the car, man. Unless you can, like, you shoot up and there's all sorts of structures around you. You end up in the power lines. It's just
That's
not
true.
as nice.
True.
Yeah, I would have
Why
survived
don't
that
we-
crash, but now I'm in the fucking power lines.
You know what? You know we could. You know what would be even better, right? Is instead of all of this shit, why don't we just take away the human factor and just let computers drive everyone, and then we don't have any crashes at all.
Yeah, that's what's
Until
up.
we get the fucking blue screen of death.
You'd still have a few crashes, but I don't think it would be any. I mean, we have 16,000 car
imagine?
accidents.
Like what Moyak just said, like when the internet goes down and every car just at a standstill.
Well, I mean, you
Another
could
good
probably
point.
prevent
And
that
people
if you have
forget how to
multiple
drive
computers.
because they're relying on technology.
Yeah, bro. Like,
Next thing you know,
in
we're
Texas,
living in like
dude,
idiocracy.
In Texas, dude, the minute it fucking snows, nobody knows how to drive. Like, what about
Dude, it's like that
Atlanta?
everywhere.
Yeah.
In New York too. If it starts snowing and you're driving down the thruway in New York, I mean, one time I went from New York to Utica, I saw like 5-6 cars off on the side of the road. That's everywhere. Every time it snows, everyone forgets how to drive.
Do you remember that time in fucking Atlanta, right, where it started snowing and people got so fucked they were stuck in their cars for like a day and a half. You guys all forgot that day?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
All right, Google it.
Yeah, I've never been to Atlantis.
Not Atlantis, Atlanta. Like people were literally stuck in their car overnight and shit. Because what happened was it started snowing, right? And then fucking Atlanta goes, oh shit, it started snowing. Why don't we let all the kids out? And then everyone from work said, why don't we let everyone from work go home early? Everybody hit the freeways at once and just fucked up the whole of Atlanta.
Yeah, I think with the automation of cars, though, we have 16,000 car accidents a day in America. So if you have cars start driving themselves and it works,
You gotta have
knock that
all the
number
cars,
down.
bro. You gotta have all the cars driving themselves, and that way they work as a
all the
network.
cars.
Like
They
it'll
communicate
be
with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That
it'll
way,
be the
like,
standard.
you know,
like,
before
like
and
having
there will
headlights.
be no more traffic jams, right?
It'll be the standard, like having like headlights or something, or seatbelts.
Right.
Like it's standard on a car. Your car has its automated
Honestly,
system,
like
yeah.
I think that we'll probably start making certain roads one way and other roads non-one way that even aren't designated one way today, and that way we wouldn't have to fuck around even with traffic lights. Like traffic would always be moving.
Dude, that would crash the economy if we got car accidents to stop happening.
Well, from a logistics,
you'd be
point
looking
of
at an
view,
economic collapse. Huh?
From a logistics point of view, dude, it will fucking kill it. Like we'll probably be saving about 20-30% on delivery times.
Man, screw that.
And
Screw all
truck
that
times
shit.
about
What
the
we
same.
need is pneumatic tubes for transporting people. You know, these
Dude,
little
you got that for me,
pods
bro.
and pneumatic tubes, and you just you
Hey,
get
bro,
there super
stop.
quick.
I would
Stop
be
playing,
asking
bro.
you,
I told you that years ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
you
not
mean like
denying.
what was it? Fucking Futurama.
What do you mean by
That's how you would
pneumatic
transport.
tube?
Futurama, right?
Like, you know
That's
the
how they used to
message
travel in
tubes that they have
Futurama. You
in
just jump in the
different
tube.
shows?
Yeah.
%. That's how you would transport the garbage, the mail, and humans.
Yeah, man.
But the
Three
question is,
different
how
pods
would
for
you?
different things, you know?
How are you gonna do this?
What do you mean how? You have a network of tubes, and that's how people transport.
You'd have to create negative pressure for the tubes to actually work.
No, you'd have to get really, really big tubes, and then they need to be withhold pressure, and then you need to figure out a mechanic of how do you take the tubes of people out and put them back in without the pressure just freaking leaving the tube. Like all of these things that you don't have to think about on a small scale model comes into play. That's why
easy, man.
Hyperloop. That's why
you have magnetic
Hyperloop is such a
polarization.
shit show.
Why
Making
don't we do this?
polarization from the tube to the.
Why don't we do this?
pod.
Yeah. Why don't we do this? Why don't we make AI so good that instead of you just never leave the house, just put on a pair of glasses and have your meeting right then.
Yeah, like Wally. Let's just do that.
Nobody has to leave the house, and nobody has to move.
No, but for real, it could work. Like you have the tube itself, like the wall of it, is magnetically polarized such that it's pulling on, it's attracting the front of the thing, and then as the pod passes, it's repelling the back of it.
Yeah, but you gotta be within a pod. Like you're talking about, like if you go to a bank, a drive-through bank, you're talking about that little pod shit, right? Or back in the days where they used to send messages.
Yeah, like the thing you see in movies, like whoop,
right,
and then it comes out. That was probably.
But you gotta sit in the bank. You gotta sit inside the pod, and the reason why it moves up is because of negative air pressure.
No, it doesn't need to, like it's called pneumatic tube because they used air pressure, but I'm saying it could be magnetic instead.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Oh, you mean like maglev trains?
Not really.
Oh, magnetic.
Because maglev trains just on one surface. I'm saying throughout the wall of the tube, you have
how are you gonna have a directional force?
I was telling you. So the front of the pod is magnetically attracted to the wall of the tube ahead of it, so it's being pulled.
But
forward.
how is it? Okay.
Whereas the back, as soon as the pod passes, that switches, the polarity switches, so that it repels the back of the tube forward.
Okay, so you mean that the walls will be constantly changing polarity while the tube passes through?
Exactly.
Okay. I
Could
think
work,
the
right?
logistics. I mean, technically it would work, but the problem is the logistics about it. Like, how freaking expensive would it be to make freaking the magnetic tube?
Okay, do you know how much money we spent? Do you know how much money we spent? Do you know how much money we spend on bringing mail trucks out and garbage trucks out every day? It's got to be in the zillions of dollars.
Yeah, this could replace all that.
Zillions.
But in order for this to replace that, you need gazillion Brazilian dollars.
Yeah, but
yes, but that's a one-time fee.
But here's the thing, Jeremy.
Why Brazilian, man?
Jeremy,
that's a one-time fee though, and the garbage trucks and the mail trucks, that goes forever every day.
Yeah, but you could probably do the garbage trucks for 1,000 years before it outpaced the setting up this entire infrastructure of tubes.
We don't know that.
Yeah, you don't. We could use a lot of the networks like that already exist for subways and that's what.
Okay, so then the question is, why has no one done this before?
Because they're not
because
smart,
they don't.
Man.
Because efficiency is an enemy of the economy. Economy needs as much waste to happen as possible.
No, it's not that. The reason why.
No, it is that branch. It is.
No, it's not, dude. Like
it is that branch.
Okay, it's about how much you.
Why do you think they haven't come out with
the
anti-neoplastic cure for cancer and stuff?
The amount of force needed for this to work to transport a person is a lot more than one credit card in a little thing or one piece of paper.
And let's be clear as well. There's a big difference between transferring an object like a piece of paper and a human, and the safety standards that have to come in when you're transferring a human, and the costs behind making things safe enough, or even if it's possible to make things safe enough to be approved by the government.
That's fine. For now, we're
safety
just gonna do.
As long as the person is stabilized within the pod, it's fine.
We're just gonna do garbage and mail. That way, there's no people in it. There's no people in it. No safety standards.
But
you get rid of all the mail trucks.
Do you really think that building tubes everywhere would be cheaper than continuing with the vehicles we have?
Yeah,
but you really think that's cheaper?
Jeremy, here's the thing, yeah. Like, if you're gonna do garbage and mail, right? Why not also include groceries and food?
Female?
Like, you may as well just have one truck that can do it all, right? It can
anything that's not mail, groceries, everything,
food, everything, right? And the computers just figure it out. Like this.
You know what would be even cheaper? Let's get slaves and force them to go deliver everything for no pay.
No, but that's not efficient because it takes a long time.
No, Gummy Bear, shut the fuck. What are you talking about?
Well, no, economically speaking, this is the best option. It's not moral,
You know
but
what?
economically speaking.
Gummy Bear, better than slaves. Why don't we create a new type of animal who's smart enough to do deliveries, but not smart enough to think? And we'll create this new animal, and they can be our slaves.
And let's call them dogs.
Well, you'd want a flying animal, so you'd want to do like pigeons or eagles or hawks or something.
Well, we
so
also got to make them emotionless, right?
Big packages.
We don't want them being
Why don't we just clone a human and then just take out one of the chromosomes, and there you go.
No, now you're talking about. No, that's not. You got to create a whole new type of being that doesn't feel sadness. Otherwise,
branch.
Yeah. You got to. I watched this episode of Doctor Who. That's kind of why I'm saying this, where they created horsemen.
The chuds?
Like centaurs?
Realistically, what they should do is, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the heating element they can put in sidewalks, driveways, anything that's outside, so that when it snows, they just flick a switch and it melts all the snow. That's realistically what we should be doing. That would save zillions of dollars.
Wait, what do you mean? How would that save money?
Yeah, it's a lot of energy.
First of all, you got to have, when it snows, you got to have the plow trucks.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how you could calculate all that in, because now you're paying guys pensions
but you got to
maintenance
remember
on trucks.
You got to remember that the energy to push snow aside is way, way, way less than melting snow. So energy-wise, that'll be insanely costs.
No,
but
in the future,
you're talking money-wise.
But in the future, the satellite.
Yeah, but energy costs money.
The satellites can just throw down laser beams onto the roads.
Does the sun provide energy for free?
It does, but not enough everywhere and at all times.
Did you hear about Gummy Bear? The whole fucking you know how people make stupid little videos and they make GoFundMes. There was this whole thing about roads. I think somewhere in Sweden or Denmark.
You mean solar roadways?
Yeah.
What about geothermal
I've
energy?
seen a lot of that. Yeah.
Geothermal.
That could be very profitable.
Good thinking, Hank. Nice work. So we got these roads that melt themselves. Instead of having to send all the guys out in the plows and the salt trucks, and now we're paying dudes pensions, and the plows are tearing up the road. So now in the summertime, you got to send out 1 million pothole construction vehicles to fill all the fucking potholes the plows made all winter.
It's a fucking dream, Gummy Bear. Like, that shit's not gonna hit reality. In our lifetimes.
Yeah, but even if you melt the snow, though, you need to drain the water somewhere. Otherwise,
roads are naturally built to drain water off them.
Asphalt.
And also there's evaporation.
Asphalt
if the heat's enough.
lets water drain.
Okay.
Well, the roads are.
No. But Arma's point is that when we stop using asphalt and they become solar, how are they still gonna drain the water as efficiently as today?
Roads are tilted for water drain off. They're not flat.
Yeah, no. The way that roads work is they don't. There's a sublayer.
Dude, they're tilted. They're tilted so water flows off.
It's called a pitch. They have a certain pitch.
They're pitched. Thank you, Hank. Thank you. They're pitched. You're coming in clutch tonight, Hank.
They do, but the material itself, it's not really absorbent, but it's got so many cracks in it that the water falls through. Doesn't
You have more beers? I told you to stop drinking.
No, I did.
That's not how roads get rid of water.
How much do you want to bet that? Have you ever seen water slide off a road sideways? It goes down and then out.
So, I heard a story about Highway 11 around here up north in Texas. There was a Highway 11. They paved the whole damn thing, and they had to redo it because the pitch wasn't high enough and it wouldn't drain the water, and it was causing accidents. So they had to repave it right after they did the whole damn thing.
Yeah. That's why the water goes off the road. Pitch. It has nothing to do with anything else about blacktop absorbing water or whatever.
All right, Jeremy. I'm not going to
pitch
talk
to a
about it too
photon.
much more, but I'll post the
enough,
link.
fair enough.
I'll post a link just showing you what I'm talking about.
Bro, it's all down to the pitch, bro. If it wasn't pitched, the water would just sit there. They're just like Hank said, they had to redo a whole fucking road because they didn't pitch it hard enough.
Right, but I mean,
Right after they did it. So they did
That's
it twice.
embarrassing.
So Jeremy, would you say you're a pitcher or a catcher?
Yeah. So listen, if you have the roads heat themselves so that in the wintertime, you know how much money we spend on snow removal of the roads? It's got to be in the fucking zillions of dollars.
Well, yeah,
We're paying
I agree.
pensions.
But Jeremy, we agree on that. But then you got to realize how much does it cost to install heating sidewalks and roadways? Because
That's a
that'll be
one-time fee, though.
exponentially. Well, yeah, but sure, it's a one-time fee, but that one-time fee is 1,000 times higher than it would take to just do the same thing we're doing now for the next 200 years.
No, it'd pay for itself in probably 2 years or something. We don't know. We got to run the numbers, but
Yeah, we do have to run. This is just speculation. You're right on that, but
yeah, the point is I mean, what's better, to have the roads melt themselves or just keep sending the plow trucks out and the concrete and the blacktop guys in the summer, pay dudes pensions?
Well,
Like, I'm not
but
saying
you
rip up
gotta
all
see
the
my
roads.
but you gotta see my point though, that it might be so that like the cost, even though it is a one-time cost, it might be so big that it's not worth doing.
I hear what you're saying. If we spend $100 billion a year on snow removal and this thing costs $8 trillion, so it takes fucking 80 years to pay back, yeah, maybe it's not a great idea. I mean, I think even 80 years would be a good return on investment.
Hey, Jeremy,
80 years down the line, you're not fucking paying. You don't have to.
But do you think they would last 80 years? That's another problem.
I don't know. What's better for the environment, though? Is it to keep sending these trucks out or just have the roads heating themselves?
It depends on where the energy for heating comes from.
Geothermal. Hank nailed that one on the head.
If it's geothermal, then definitely that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Geothermal
We're
seems to
definitely
be
using geothermal.
geothermal seems to be like a really good future energy source that we can take advantage of when we're able to drill.
Jeremy, would you mind really quick just looking at the GIF I posted? And
yeah,
where's the water going?
It's evaporating because it's hot.
Hold on. I just want to say thank you to Hank because I've had this argument with these guys for years now, and they've always said it would cost more, take more energy to heat the road. And for some reason, I never thought of using geothermal, and you just cracked the case on that one. Nice work.
Yeah, but Jeremy, where's
How
that
does
water
geothermal work? I thought, like, isn't that using like the hot water or something like that from the earth itself?
Well, no, it's just digging. So when I say geothermal, at least, I'm saying when we're able to dig really far down to the hot layers and then taking advantage of the fact that it's so warm down there that you can run turbines of, like, for example, steam or some other technology, but essentially using the heat down below. So geothermal, the heat
wouldn't
below.
It cool down quite a bit when you're piping it back up?
A little bit, but
well, you wouldn't. So I mean, one way is to pump water down, let it heat up, and then pump it back up. And yeah, sure, that would probably cool down. The other is to have like steam turbines that are far down there that rotate through.
Well, you've already got. Here's the thing: the whole point of the road is underneath our induction coils, which charge your car at the same time. That transfer of energy when you are charging your car is going to have a level of heat. So I'm not sure if this is a point because.
Well, you know how they charge the government spy birds, like where they sit on the electricity line? We should do that, but with cars, like places where we can put the car on the electricity line to charge it.
Like those old school trolleys or something.
No, it's about induction, bro. So basically, you just drive, and because of I'm trying
exactly
to
because induction is about a moving.
Charge your own car.
Yeah, if you just put a magnet in your car and the ground has magnets in it, you know how like you get induction from a magnet moving through a magnetic field. So just from the car moving, you're generating electricity. See?
Can't tell
induction.
if there's trolling going on or not.
Arma, stop it. We're not trolling here.
I guess it's getting a little hard. I don't know. He's just so sincere with that.
Seriously, you guys realize though when they come out with those automated cars, it's going to do some serious damage to the economy.
Why do people say that come out with? They're already here.
No,
when
they're
it's
not
when it's
here.
in every car. When it's in every car, I meant.
At Branch, they're not here to the level where they need to be for it to be considered safe.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but it's still something the general public is using.
Yeah,
I
so
meant. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just saying when everyone's using it has to be in every car, right? Because if there's still one human driver out there, he's going to be an idiot.
And once all driving is calculated by a supercomputer to direct traffic, basically all logistics are handled by a computer.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
no more cop car chase, no more high speed car chases.
You just turn off the car of the criminal. Remotely.
I saw one car chase. It was a Hellcat. It outran a helicopter.
Well, I mean, I don't know how fast helicopters are, but that's okay.
But the thing with self-driving cars right now is like they have a lot of individual things handled. Like they can do parking really well. They can do like slow driving really well. They can do just highway driving really well. But it's all of the transition phases where it runs into so many problems that it can lead to really bad outcomes if there's not a human driver for those parts. And that's the part that needs to be developed before fully self-driving cars come out.
I mean, but there's a bunch of people that don't want it to, right?
Well, yeah,
I got a car
truck drivers.
I pretty much got every package I could. The one package I didn't get was a HUD and a self-braking system. Because I didn't want my fucking car to brake for me.
But yeah,
I don't like that self-braking system either. Because what if I want to crash?
Exactly.
Yo, I'm not even joking. It sounds funny, but there might be a situation where I want to crash. And if my car won't let me, now it's a fucking problem.
Yeah,
I'm the type of person where I don't even use cruise control, right? Even if I'm going super long distance, I like to be in control of my car.
I don't know. I'm weak sauce, so my foot starts hurting, so I have to do cruise control.
I like the cruise control just because if you're on the highway for a long time, you can start speeding without even really trying to speed, and the cruise control obviously will stop.
Yeah, because you do get a bit numb in feeling in your foot, and sometimes you might start pushing a bit harder than you actually think you are. And
yeah, I've been pulled over for speeding legitimately on accident. Try telling that to an officer though. You know what I mean?
No, that happened to me too, Jeremy. I got pulled over by accident.
That's why cruise control is banging.
I accidentally pulled someone over by accident, and then they took me in for questioning because I was impersonating a cop and stuff. It was an accident though, so I don't know how it happened.
How do you accidentally pull someone over?
I don't know where the police suit came from or the sirens either.
Gummy Bear's thick with the trolling today.
Jeremy, how did you accidentally get pulled over?
How'd I get? Oh, I was speeding.
How'd you
on accident.
accidentally get pulled over?
No, I was speeding on accident.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't
accidentally speed.
I was trying to go the speed limit, but I was on the highway and I was just driving forever, and it's I just wasn't paying attention for a second, was accidentally speeding after a while, and they got you.
No, I meant the cop accidentally pulled me over.
Oh no, he pulled me over on purpose.
I don't believe you, Jeremy. I doubt the cop did.
Yeah.
Oh,
I always end up pulling one over on the cop.
Well, Gummy Bear, you would never pull over Jeremy because he's not a hot girl.
You want to know another reason why? I don't have a driving license.
What? You sound at least 15. You must have a driving license.
I'm 23. I live in the middle of the big city, and so I commute anywhere I go.
Yeah.
Everyone commutes
I knew
everywhere
you were
they
a
go.
commutist.
I've just never had the need to get a driving license. I've done do you call it in English, like practice driving? So like I can drive a car relatively well. I just never actually gone around to doing the testing and everything
And I feel
to
you,
actually
bro.
get the car, the driving license.
I got my license late too because there was no need to drive.
You're
Yeah.
a girl. How can you be like satisfied with not having the ability to drive?
Because I don't really need to drive anywhere.
But like, let's say an emergency happens and you need to get behind the wheel, and like, I wouldn't feel.
Yeah, but
good
Bro,
about
if you
being-
live in a big city, hold on. If you live in a big city, okay, even if you live in a small city, you know how much it costs to drive? I wish
Yeah.
I didn't have to drive.
Like, okay, so one thing, I don't have any parking spaces. Two, if I need to get, if there's an emergency, I have an emergency ER, like literally 5-minute walking distance. Of course, if I can't walk, I'll have to call an ambulance, which is fine because I live in Sweden, and I'm not going to get bankrupted by a single ambulance ride. So
Let's say you're out with
Uber,
friends, right? And your bro who drives had too much to drink, and he doesn't want to leave. Like, you could just be a bro by driving his whip. You know?
But now that we got Uber though, like in a city, are you better off just not having a car?
But
Dude,
with
it's so
Uber, you can't just
expensive to
cruise.
drive. Driving is a huge expense. Like, we're talking like on the low end, like $500 a month.
No, I got 2 cars and I don't spend close to that.
How much is your car payments?
I don't have car payments.
Okay, so how
What?
much is your
My
insurance?
My insurance
your gas,
is
the
my
maintenance
insurance
on
is
the
about
car.
$1,000 every 6 months, and then gas. I don't
If
know.
you hold on, branch, if you chop up how much the car costs and how many years you drive it for, that is the cost of driving. So if you don't have a car payment, you can just take how much you paid for
You're
the
right.
car, chop it up.
You're right. Like if I didn't pay for the car and then nothing like that, I would have been better off just getting Ubers.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm just saying. Well, it depends on where you go and shit. But yeah, if you only go somewhere, if you only have to go to the grocery market once a week, you're definitely better off getting. It's definitely going to be cheaper to take an Uber than to pay for all the stuff involved with the car.
Yeah, if you
And
go
plus
out
it's-
often and you have like a hoopty that costs like $1,000 a year in insurance, then you're set.
Now, if you get it, well, I'm saying is no matter what, it's cheaper to do a $20 Uber back and forth from the grocery market than to pay insurance, gas, car maintenance, the money, initial money
Depends on
for
the
a
number
car.
of trips.
One trip a week, $80 a month. Let's say it's $10 each way, $80 a month. You're not getting it off that cheap in a car. I'll tell you
But
right
what
now.
if you want to leave your house more than once a week?
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's what I'm saying. It depends on how much you drive.
Yeah, but no,
and where you're
hold on
going.
a second. If you're in the city though, you're better off just getting the tube and shit, walking to the tube station. Right? I mean, we're talking
pneumatic
about
tube station.
city travel, right? Not suburbs.
How are you gonna cruise with your girl in the tube?
I mean, you're in New York,
huh?
right? You're in New York. Like, I've never actually seen the New York transportation network, but isn't it faster to jump in a tube?
Only if it's a magnetic pneumatic tube.
Well, okay, what do you guys call it? The subway. You know what I'm saying, right?
Oh, I thought you were talking about okay.
He's talking about a subway. A subway. And it depends. It depends. Is the subway running express or not express? Is the traffic bad up top or not bad? Like, there's a lot of factors on traveling around.
Yeah, I mean, at least in London, I always found that subway was the way to go. It's way faster. Like, even getting the train to school was faster than my dad dropping me off.
You guys are wilding over in the UK. You get motherfuckers be getting trapped on escalators and shit.
On
I was
escalators?
trapped in an elevator in the UK once.
Escalators, bro.
Yeah, but like
There's
New
a
York,
bad escalator
New York,
fire.
where you two motherfuckers are from, right? New York, that's even better than London transportation system, isn't it?
Like I said, it depends. If are we just talking about getting someplace the fastest as possible?
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, your best bet is probably end up taking a bicycle, depending on where you're going. You know, bicycles could be faster than a car.
Mm-hmm.
And the train.
And what will be second?
Depends on
It
time.
depends, bro. It depends on if you're in the Bronx or if you're in Manhattan or where you're going, how bad the traffic is. Like, there's a lot of factors.
What if the last train's at like 1 a.m. and you're trying to get someplace at like 3 a.m.? The roads are empty.
Well, they start running in express mode. That's when they start running in express mode late at night. So that's when you're gonna get somewhere fast if you're near the express stop.
Have you ever got on
so
the
it's not
express
stopping
by
everywhere at the
accident?
same time. So now if you're not there's tons of factors, bro. Tons of factors.
Have you ever accidentally got on an express and you end up way the fuck out there?
Bro, I got out in the most gangster fucking place ever, and you couldn't get back on the subway, and I was like, holy shit. I walked into a scene from The Wire.
Why did you walk out? You had, why didn't you just go
What's up?
from one side to the other side and got the train back?
You couldn't get back on in this part. There was no other side. It was just an exit.
That's like, how did people get on from there? Like,
I know. I don't even know, dude. I don't know. There's tons of I have highway exits like that near me too, where you can get off, but you can't get back on, or you can get on, but you can't get off.
What I'm picturing, Jeremy? I'm picturing that scene from The Matrix where he gets in that train station, right? And the train only goes one way.
For real, bro. Geothermal, that's how we heat the streets. Not good shit, Hank. How did I never think of that before? I've been arguing these guys about this heated street thing for fucking years now.
Let's combine the two ideas. So you have like this magnetic resonance tube system powered by geothermal energy. It's going to be underground.
I don't know if you can get power. Oh, you could get power out of geothermal. You could power a Stirling engine. So you could get actual electricity from geothermal, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone agree or disagree with that?
Of course you can.
Like, it's not just heating and cooling. You get actual electricity from it.
We get electricity from, all these, steam all the time.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
what
but
are you talking
geothermal
about?
doesn't. What's that?
Wait, what? I only heard parts of it, but it sounded weird.
He's asking if we get electricity from geothermal. If we can get electricity from geothermal, and I'm saying yes.
Yeah.
Can.
You can get. I mean, we already transfer heat into. We already transfer heat into energy in any, like, for example, nuclear power plants. All they do is the radioactivity produces heat, and then you use the heat to get electricity through steam turbines. Yeah. So it would work just the same.
Geothermal isn't going to boil. Geothermal is not going to boil water.
Oh yes,
Why
it is.
You have hot geysers in the earth already, which is basically boiling water. So why wouldn't it? Why do you think hot springs happen and stuff?
Yeah, but when you just dig down, it's not like you don't just always hit a hot spring. You hit a layer that's like 60 degrees or 50 degrees or something.
Obviously,
to keep
if
it
there's
a constant
no water
temperature.
there, you're not going to have steam. But if you could introduce water, you will. And then not just that, you could have just the hot air. And
you can also use a liquid that has a lower boiling point.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Guys, you guys are getting it all wrong, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
Like the way you make it work is you have coils under every road, right? And the way that cars charge is through energy they get from the coils. Now, when it snows and you got to melt the snow, right? You just switch on the resistors within the concrete, and that will create heat with the same coils.
You're basically talking about like bumper cars, but instead of the thing up on the cage above, it's like below.
Where is the energy coming from? Where's the electricity coming from?
I mean, at this point, it's probably not solar. I mean, like as far as shit that's projected for this.
Let's do fission. Let's say fission. That's the energy of the future.
You know, I would agree with you. Like I've always said that the nuclear side of energy is where we will be in about 20 to 30 years, but we're just afraid of it right now.
Well, if we manage fission, like that gets rid of all the fears of like radioactivity and all of these things. So that would be like a good, like in the eyes of the public, that would be good. I mean, nuclear is already, like fusion nuclear is already really safe compared to other sources, but it's got bad rep because of radioactivity.
Fission is hard because but you know, it's not that
because of that little 3 Mile Island Chernobyl Fukushima thing. Don't mind that though.
Well, no, fission. That's not fission. That's fusion.
Yeah, that's what people are scared of.
Yeah, and the only problem with that is that the whole meltdown that happened due to poorly the safeguards that were in place were poorly managed, and therefore they didn't actually work when they were most needed.
Well, Gummy Bear, the thing I don't understand is, even with fusion, why are we still making fusion plants above ground? We should be doing all of this in the oceans.
Well, the whole thing is, okay, if you do it in the ocean, then you have to do all the first of all, you need to do all the transferring of the fuel out to the ocean, but you also have to get the energy back from the ocean. And anytime you do something over distances, you have losses. And the thing is,
we've already got transatlantic, you know.
Yeah, with AC, it's not bad. We're transporting
laying cable ain't hard.
But if the losses weren't a thing, literally the best thing we could do was put up some solar arrays in Sahara Desert. Literally a really small patch, small in reference to the entire Sahara Desert, would fuel the electricity of the entire world super easily, super cheaply. The big problem is it doesn't work like that. There's losses over distances, and that's why that can't work.
Right, but the problem with the solar panel thing is the amount of energy we're putting in to create the solar panels. Right, the ROI on that it takes way too long.
No, it doesn't. They are ROI in those in 7-8 years.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
But the location is normally 7-8 years.
The only problem with solar is the fact that there are countries, like for example where I live, Sweden, where most of the year you're not going to get enough solar energy. You don't get enough sun time for it to work. So we need we need to
I think
of different things.
I think you're right. I think that
Ireland, places where they get. Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
I think that desert land is going to be a sought after commodity, because desert land, obviously, apart from like the Atlantic deserts, desert land because of heat are going to be sought after lands.
Yeah, I mean, we already seek after deserts like Antarctica.
Antarctica is technically a desert, but
there
is not really a place you can use solar. It barely gets sun. When it does get sun, it only gets half the year.
No, solar is definitely good for Antarctica or somewhere like that. There's 6 months out of the year you're getting all sunlight nonstop. That's the best thing you can have is solar. Obviously, you need something for another 6 months.
Nonstop. Why is it so cold? It's not getting a shit ton of sunlight.
Sure, it is. Doesn't it get 6 months out of
the intensity is low, and a lot.
You gotta just angle the solar panels there's a lot. All you gotta do is angle the solar panel,
bro. When you're that far south, there's a lot of atmosphere between Antarctica and the sun. With the angle,
Alright.
with the angle that the rays come into Antarctica, there's a lot of atmosphere in the middle of that. So a lot of the energy is already being absorbed before it even hits Antarctica.
I
It
wouldn't
doesn't
say
matter.
that's
All
the
you have to
problem.
do is have the solar panels on a solar tracker so that they're rotating with the sun at the right angle.
No, but I'm not sure if you get what I'm saying, Jeremy. What I'm saying is, before the energy hits, before the sun rays hit Antarctica, it has to go through so much atmosphere that it's already lost a bunch of its energy.
It's
But
not going
Branch,
through
if
any
that
more
was
than anywhere else.
Branch, if that was
Also, I
true,
just
then the atmosphere would be heated up more over Antarctica, which is not.
yeah.
So that cannot
Also,
be
you're
true.
3 million miles closer. Also, you're 3 million miles closer to the sun, so I figure that might help.
I'm sorry, Gummy Bear. Like, I don't understand why you don't understand.
Well,
Why
in the
light rays have to go through
heliocentric
more.
model, you guys do claim that it's heating it up at the top. That's why gas escapes.
Yeah,
The
but that's
sun's
not
heating
the.
those molecules up.
That is true, but that's
Okay,
not the
okay.
reason Antarctica's cold.
Okay, so are you trying to tell me, Gummy Bear?
Yeah.
That light rays that hit the equator have to go through the same amount of atmosphere as light rays that hit Antarctica.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so when I say the light rays that hit Antarctica have to go through a lot more atmosphere than other places on the Earth, then why the hell are you not agreeing with me?
So that part is true, but then you extend it to say, and that's why all the heat is lost before it reaches the ground.
I didn't say that. I said that a lot of the energy of the light rays.
But that's literally
the
what
number of light. I should have said the number of light rays. The number of photons hitting are going to be less.
Okay, it is true that they're going to be less, but not by enough to have Antarctica be as cold as it is. It's not going to be that kind of less.
Oh, okay. Why are our
It's negligible. You guys love that word. It's negligible. Tell them it's
Exactly.
negligible.
It is negligible.
No, dude, it's
the difference. It's the difference between. It's the difference between having some smudge on your window or not. That's the difference.
Gummy bear, gummy bear, gummy bear, gummy bear. Why do we have seasons?
Because of the angle the sun makes to the area. No, wait, seasons. Sorry, I was thinking of Why we have seasons? Well, it has to do. Well, actually, that's the same answer. It also has to do with the angle it makes to the sun, the axial tilt of Earth.
Okay, now when I talk about Antarctica being cold because of atmosphere, do you understand in correlation with the reason we have seasons why it makes sense?
Well, that's the same. It's because of the axial tilt. There's the same amount of energy spread over a larger distance or a larger area. I'm not quite sure what you were hinting at. I might have missed it.
I'm trying to say less photons hit Antarctica than they do the equator because of the amount of atmosphere.
So the first part is true, but the second part is not. It's not because of the atmosphere. It's because of the angle it makes to the Earth.
Oh my God. The angle is... Gummy bear, like... the angle that it hits the Earth, right? The reason why that has an impact, even on seasons, is because it has to go. That light has to go through a different amount of atmosphere.
It really is not.
Honestly, if you don't get this after this statement, I'm gonna have to stop talking because Gio's already pissed off at me for talking so much.
I get it. I agree 100%. I am on your side. You have convinced me.
All right, man. I'm never wrong, by the way.
He's lying right to your face.
Is it about the seasons?
Yeah, partially, yeah.
Well, Bacon, I think you're gonna back me up on this. No?
What's up?
Just say yes and let's move on.
I
Okay.
want to know what
Okay.
The fact that seasons occur because of the amount of atmosphere light has to go through.
That's not the only thing.
That is the only thing.
No, that's not the only thing. You should still expect the temperature of the surface not to be homogeneous in half of the surface. For example, if you try to trace back the amount of photons that are reaching each area of the surface, the ones that are right below the sun are going to have more energy than the ones that are tilted away from the sun, right? Even without atmosphere, you should already expect the poles to be colder.
Go ahead.
Right, but 6 months apart, and now the side that's facing is not facing.
Right. So the subsolar point,
Yeah, it's garbage. I get it.
yeah. So that would be the seasons. I mean, the
Right,
thing
but-
is, both things are changing. So when you're tilted away from the sun, there's more atmosphere in the way. That's true, but that's not the only thing. The amount of sunlight that is reaching that area is now smaller. You have less.
Wait,
smaller.
hold on. What else? Like when you say the amount of sunlight.
Yeah. Let's say the amount of photons.
Yes. I know exactly what you're saying now. Yes, absolutely. Fucking hell. And that actually is the reason for seasons, not the amount of atmosphere. It's the amount of sunlight. But again, the reason why I started talking about atmosphere is because the intensity of even the light that does go. When we were talking about solar panels,
yeah, in the case of solar panels, the tilting is irrelevant. It's the atmosphere.
Right.
No.
For seasons.
No, in the solar panels, the tilting is absolutely relevant. That's the only thing that even matters.
No, I'm talking. No, you didn't get what I meant. I think we are agreeing on that.
Say it again.
Right.
Like the tilt of the Earth is irrelevant. If you tilt the panels to the sun, that's what the atmosphere is. What makes it is still a problem.
Yeah. What I was.
Wait.
there
So
was
you're saying. Wait.
with the amount.
Let me try to clarify.
Branch. Let me just clarify. So are you saying that a solar panel in Antarctica produces less because of the atmosphere, not because of the tilt? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but you can't. For example, if you're between the tropics, right? At some point you get a subsolar point, and at the subsolar point you have the least amount of atmosphere in the way of the sun and the solar panels, right? So in the case of solar panels, the most relevant thing is the atmosphere. If you can tilt the panels towards the sun, then it doesn't matter how much you're tilted away from the sun. You can still tilt the panel directly to the sun, but depending on where you are, you still have the atmosphere absorbing some of the light. But the seasons you can tilt the surface during the seasons, right? The surface is fixed. So even if we didn't have atmosphere, you would still get this. You still get the equator to be hotter than the poles. Right?
The amount of atmosphere you move through is directly proportional to the amount of rays you get because of because of the angle that you hit the sun.
Yeah.
So wait. So for an Antarctic solar panel, are we assuming that it perfectly follows the sun then?
Yeah. So if it perfectly follows the sun, it would be worse than in a solar panel that perfectly follows the sun at the equator.
Okay. Yeah. Fair. Yeah.
But if you just put them on the ground, it would be worse for both reasons.
Yeah.
Because those both reasons would be just like with the seasons. You'd have it tilted away and you have more atmosphere.
Right, absolutely. The seasons is because of the angles. The intensity is because of the
atmosphere.
atmosphere.
Oh, I haven't seen the PDF you sent me about density. I mean
Me?
Oh
No,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Maybe I'm still gonna take a look at that, but I'm afraid not today because I
Yeah, that's
have a
fine.
meeting in a couple of minutes.
It's not a hurry whatsoever.
Like bacon. So there was people that once said that Antarctica was, land giving, right? If that's
Land giving, what's
the
that?
word. Like there was basically it had land that's that enabled things to grow, and there was animals on Antarctica and stuff. I can't see how that's possible.
Well, there are penguins in Antarctica.
What I mean is like I think that Antarctica's always been cold.
Hmm.
How
Well, of course,
I don't know. What was the Perry Reese? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean,
Didn't we have a?
In Antarctica.
No, now Branch is gonna go. That shit happens all the time.
All right, my bad.
Son of a bitch.
All right, sorry, Jeremy.
No,
all I was going to say
that happens all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say is that, at least, of course, in our belief or in Glober's belief, Earth was at some point covered completely in volcanoes and was extremely hot. So neither of the poles were cold at that point. But I mean, I'm not. You don't have to. Believe that,
they're
so.
probably still the colder.
They're probably colder, but they were still really warm and full of volcanoes and shit.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe the first inhabitable land was probably Antarctica. And then slowly Antarctica got colder, and during that same period,
I think at that point Antarctica wasn't at the South Pole, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm not as how.
I see what you're saying, Bacon, because there was something that hit us, that tilted us.
Yeah.
Oh, I was actually
we also
referring
have the
to
ice ages of
plates,
freaking Earth.
Well, no, you gotta remember, like Earth didn't have this tilt.
Yeah, before the moon, right? I mean, before the impact.
Right, the moon hit us. And
wait,
then,
isn't that only speculated?
Yeah, I mean, we can't know for sure, but
yeah.
that's basically the only hypothesis that has left scrutiny.
Okay.
But when the moon did hit us, it basically made the whole surface of Earth liquid again.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the moon, right? It was like a planet. The moon's like the leftovers of that.
Right. And that's why we don't have like a crater that said, you know what, the moon hit here. It's like the whole thing just became liquid again. There was that much energy.
And then when it got smooth again, there was nothing to hit it, right? Because most asteroids that were in collision route already collided with Earth, right?
Right. So Bacon, I did agree with you for a second, but now I have to stop agreeing with you, because now back to the initial conversation, which was the first place that was inhabitable was still probably Antarctica, and then it slowly shifted upwards.
Well, yeah. I mean, inhabitable as in life could live there, not necessarily life would live there, if you get what I mean.
I know.
Or life did live there.
And if you think about the billions of years needed for life to come out of the sea, then this is all negatable anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
From what I'm seeing here, it's most likely Australia, because Australia was closer to the South Pole than Antarctica was.
Yeah, during what was it called when it was
Pangea.
all one continent?
Pangea.
Pangea, that's it.
Oh my god.
Hey, what's up, Rookie?
Yo. I said Gaia because I've got to ring and cancel an appointment at Gaia Hair Center in a minute.
Did anyone grab your
hairdressers?
Did anyone grab your $100 yet already?
No. Did you hear on Flat Earth Debate this morning on Oakley's show? Brian, and I quote, Brian's logic said, "Square roots is not something that I know about. Like, not that I know square roots at school. He doesn't know how to do a square root. Like, holy shit.
Ruth, is the challenge up for Globe Earthers? I need some money.
No, it has to be done on Flat Earth Debate. By the panel.
I mean, if that was open for Globers, you
be
would have
poor
taken it the same day. No, the same day.
Rev, I'm eligible, right? I can do it.
You're what?
Am I
No,
eligible to
it's
take
got to
on
be done by the FED panel.
Yeah, I would. I
on the
would
live
definitely
show.
go on. I would go on Oakley show again.
All right. If you can get through it, if you can get through it on a live show, yep.
All right. What's the question?
Just do celestial navigation given 3 angles to stars.
Oh, God.
I mean, I can supply you with the angles if you like, but
let me just create a pseudonym, become a fake flat earther, get on the panel, and then I'm gonna get your money. So just wait for it.
Oh wait, hold on. I didn't let you finish. You just want someone to show you how it will work.
I want these guys to actually see it working on a globe.
I can show you that.
Yeah, I know that it works, champ. Okay.
Yeah, but now you have to pay. I'll go do it in Oakley's room, and then you're gonna owe me $100.
Yep. Yes, that is indeed what will happen.
So I class as a flat earther, and you will pay me.
No, it doesn't have to be flat earther. Just get it shown to completion on the Flat Earth Debate show.
Without,
I don't think Oakley will let you.
Basically, what you're trying to say is the impossible part of your thing is to be able to get to completion without Nathan throwing a fit and kicking you off.
Pretty much.
I mean, the celestial navigation math is the easy part, right?
Yeah. Well, apparently, if you can't do square roots, it might be a bit of a challenge. Holy fuck! He calls himself a subject matter expert on celestial navigation, and I'll bring up his quote. Hold on.
He said that. Brian
literally said it. Literally said it. His quote is. Hold on one second. Oh fuck! Hold on.
Wow.
Not me, but I could definitely show you how it works. I never said.
Ready? His quote. Square roots is something I don't know how to do. At the 11-minute mark in the Flat Earth Debate, whatever the recent one is, and then like what they're doing is they are trying to work out the horizon distance, like the unrefracted horizon distance, using 1.22 times square root of observer height in feet, right? Gives it to you in miles, and they want to know what the horizon distance is in if the observer height is 1 inch. All right, so that starts the whole conversation about Brian not knowing how to do a square root. No, just their black swan bullshit, right? Without refraction.
Right. Yeah.
So first of all, Brian fucks up not knowing how to do a square root. Secondly, Nathan puts in the value of 1 as the observer's height in feet when it obviously should be 1/12. All right. Then somehow gets an answer of 1.22 and assigns the value of inches to it, right, rather than miles. So he's got this observer height of 1 inch, and actually says on the show, therefore the horizon is 1.22 inches away. Like, holy fuck, people! Like these are the people that are telling us we don't know fucking celestial navigation. Holy fuck! The end.
Yeah, that's a very good example of Dunning-Kruger, I'd say.
Yeah, and it all happens in the space of a minute.
I mean, would you do it using a binary search?
I did something very similar to a binary search in the. Wait, are you talking about referring to square roots or?
Like if you was to write a program to find the square root or something.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, binary search sounds good.
Yeah, binary search is pretty easy. They're more like I remember trying to compute square roots, using like the most efficient way in C, using just like multiplying and adding. And there was a method that I think in only 4 or 5 iterations, it already give you the most precise answer you can have with a floating point of 32 bits. Just 5 iterations.
Have you guys seen that video by Veritasium where they go through how Newton did the really good approximation of pi rather than doing the sort of infinite polygons?
Yeah.
How good is that video? Fucking love that.
Yeah.
Absolute genius.
Like the way they did before, that was like insanely hard
Was
work.
it? What was it?
Archimedes.
Was it what was the thing he did again?
So previous to Newton, they used to do
Yeah,
they used to
infinite
calculate
polygons.
pi.
Yeah.
Yeah, by polygons, right? And then I can't describe it in words. Fuck. But basically, Newton shows how to do it with a quarter of a circle. He makes one good approximation, which is like a what's it called? A series that a limiting series, right? It gets closer to pi.
Yeah.
Well,
because
and then
I know
he does a
there's
refinement to that.
because I know there's some series that goes plus then minus, and the answer is a quarter pi.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's
Is
it.
that
Yes.
the one? Ah, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I remember there's a Tribble and Brown video in which he shows that if you have a cube sliding on a like a platform and a smaller cube.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
That bounces.
Yeah, you have a cube sliding against the wall, and the smaller cube also sliding against the wall. In between the cube and the wall.
Yeah, one important part.
well.
Just gotta say that the masses between the the cubes has to be a factor of 10, wasn't it?
Yeah, it has to be like one has to be a power of 10 of the other or something like this. And
I'm gonna have some brekkie, so I'll
and if you if you count how many times they collide, that gives you a pi approximation.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That's insane. That makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense if you watch the video, but
yeah, I remember he explained it in a way that made sense, but I don't remember it making it or like how it made sense.
I watched one yesterday about getting how likely is that a random chord line on a circle is going to be bigger than square root of 3/2. Sounds like a random number, but that's actually the length of a triangle that is equilateral and intersects the circle. So the question was, given a random chord line, how likely is the chord line going to be bigger than the size of the triangle? And he shows like a reasonable way to calculate that, and the answer is 1/4. And then he shows another way to calculate it, and then the answer is like 1/3, and both make sense.
It depends on how you're it depends on how you're coming up with a random chord. The problem is with the randomness of the chord.
Exactly.
I went through this with him because what's the name of the paradox?
I don't remember. Let me. Oh, it's on the last videos I watched. Let me look at my history.
It's a paradox, but it's
yeah,
not,
it is.
But it's
yeah.
But
I mean, the question is sort of ambiguous.
It's based on how you do the chord because the chords aren't coming up.
Exactly.
It's not actually random. The problem is with making something random. You can't really do it.
No, it's not about not being able to do something random, but it's that if you don't specify how you're coming up with a chord line, there are different distributions of chord line that you're going to end up with depending on how you sort them, and that's what creates the paradox. It's Bertrand's paradox.
Bertrand's, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that a long time ago. I brought it to them in Gems, and they were like, "Oh, it's because the way the chord's being made."
Yeah, and there, the guy who presents the video, Tribble and Brown, he shows these. Have you seen this video specifically, or have you seen it somewhere?
I've watched a couple of videos on it. I don't know which.
Because
I think Numberphile did one, and then
it's Tribble and Brown on Numberphile. Like it's the guy from Tribble and Brown on Numberphile. So yeah, he brings a solution that is sort of more general. So let's say if the chord lines are, you assume like there are infinitely lines on space, and you just draw your circle somewhere in a space that already has the lines, then you get the answer 1/2. And he says it like that should be the right answer because that's more like that.
You got a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
Of it being bigger or not bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, but only if like you just put a circle somewhere on a place that already have the chord lines there. Like you have random lines on the space, you draw the circle, that the chance is going to be half. So half of them are going to be bigger. Like this would be the most generic answer.
And the ones I watched, the 3 ways they did it, though, they didn't do it like that. They would always have the circle and then pick a point on the circle or a point somewhere inside the circle or something.
Yeah, but one of them is equivalent to do that, actually. If you first choose a random direction from the center of the circle, then you choose a random length within the radius of the circle, that's going to be equivalent to what I just said. They're both going to give you 1/2.
I have to rewatch that. That's not fresh in my mind.
Right, it's an awesome video. It's split in 2 parts. The first part he like presents the challenge, and then the second one he explains. It's an awesome video.
That was awesome when I saw it. Yeah. It was so awesome. I went and watched other videos on it.
But True Blue and Brown's channel is very good. It really helped me when I had to develop a render because I was not getting easy through linear algebra, and he made a series of videos giving the essence of linear algebra. That was very helpful.
Yeah, the essence of linear algebra series, it definitely helped me as well. Mainly just for the course of linear algebra in uni, not for a specific like application. But yeah, it's very good for like understanding what linear algebra is all about.
He should have made one about quaternions.
Didn't he?
Oh, if he did, it was too complicated for me because I couldn't find anything that made me understand how to compute quaternions or how to understand them intuitively.
Because I feel like I remember him making a video about quaternions, but I might be misremembering or thinking of another YouTuber.
Maybe that's fresher than when I was developing the render, because when I did that, it was 2016, I guess. Is this 6 years ago? It was I think about 6 years ago, maybe, or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I found he does have multiple videos on. He's got visualizing quaternions and quaternions and 3D rotation explained interactively.
Oh, how old are they?
From 2018, both of them.
Yeah, I know. I think 2018.
Yeah, because I feel like I remembered watching them. Pretty sure I did. So.
Yeah, maybe that was after I had to learn linear algebra.
Yeah.
But anyway, and I still like using linear algebra for all sorts of stuff. You know that app of tolerating your position? I use linear algebra there. I don't use spherical geometry.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, linear algebra is very powerful in computer related stuff. It's probably one of the most like useful ones, especially like when it comes to like AI. Like a lot of it has to do with the fact that you can calculate things much better using matrices and like handling large amounts of data through calculating matrices.
That's because we have GPUs, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
GPUs didn't have AI in mind, but when they have AI, they were like, well, we have GPUs. Let's do it in a way that we can just.
It was like the technology or like the idea of AI has been around for ages. We just didn't have anything powerful enough to do anything with it. And so now, like when GPUs got so powerful as they did, AI research just went like, holy fuck, we can make AI now.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Well, not true AI.
Well, yeah, but
not AGI.
But true AI is still like almost scientific, like almost like I mean, it's debatable whether it's even possible or not.
I think it's possible, but I'm not sure.
I think they already did it. I think they already did it.
I think if for they to do it, we should at least see them getting close, because every example we have is far from close to that.
They wouldn't. Whoever does it, they wouldn't have any incentive to tell anyone they did it, right? No one's going to be like, "Hey, I did it."
Sure, but it's for the like we don't make so big of leaps like that. You would expect some breakthroughs before that.
Whoever manages it and patents it and freaking does that, first of all they'd become famous. Second of all, they'd probably become rich.
I think they would own the world. I don't know. That's like something huge.
It depends. It depends
what problem are you talking
on
about?
how powerful. Because of course there's the ones that can literally self-improve to where it might be growing. Its intelligence might grow faster than humans do, or if it's literally just like a limited one. You know what I mean?
If it's like a tiny better than a human, then you can just make hundreds of them and ask them to make another one that is better, right?
But
there's already AI. There's already AI that can do that.
No, there's no AI that can program better than humans. Not generally, no.
Yeah. Well, not better than any human, but better than a lot of programs. Yeah.
Yeah, better than a two-year-old human. Sure.
Well, yeah.
No, better than a lot of programmers.
Yeah,
I
doubt
that.
No, have you not seen that? Yeah, OpenAI has a
Codex.
You it can literally solve coding university problems as well as university students.
I mean, it can write code.
Yeah,
you can write code better. I mean, they have the assisting one that it can assist you, and obviously helps people.
The VS
Code
extension.
Yeah. Well, the one from GitHub. Yeah, but then, but that's also using the same OpenAI, but the Codex, which is like you can literally type in you can type out a sentence and say, I want a code to write an AI that can be a chatbot or play games or something, and it will literally write all the code for it.
I need to see that.
Yeah, you can sign up for the beta, but they've opened it up for like 10,000 people. I'm not sure. I signed up for it a long time ago and I haven't gotten it. I'll show you a video.
I think the implications of getting as good as a human are.
It's like the evolution that we had when we started having visual.
I mean,
when we went from regular C++ to visual C++, that's almost the same change we're going through now with AI. So basically, yeah, because Visual C++ allowed us to create code without have to do the silly stuff in the middle, right? And now AI is taking away the silly stuff from actual code. So that's the same level of evolution that we have in coding.
But I mean, saying that it's weird for an AI to get better than a human. I mean, we already have AIs that are better than humans at Go, like chess.
Yeah, but we're talking about general AI. It's not just the AIs that beat humans in chess. They're specifically designed for chess. It's a minimax with a good evaluation function.
There is no general.
I like
AI.
Yeah, but that's the deal.
I like
that's what we're talking about.
I like the thing with
I gotta go. See you guys later.
Okay, yeah. Good luck.
I like the game the guy plays with people. He pretends to be an AI, and your job. So it's him as the AI, and it's you. Your job is to just keep the AI in the box contained, and he somehow always talks people into letting him out of the box. Ever see that?
No.
Yeah, it's a university professor.
AI is one of the most dangerous things you could ever have. You would never let that go out uncontained out of the box. But he somehow always lets people, talks people into letting him out of the box. Which is ridiculous because it's I don't know what he's saying to people because he doesn't say what he's saying, but whoever lets him out of the box is an idiot. There's nothing you could say to me. That's the end of humanity potentially right there.
So Google opened up their AI voice, text to voice, and I was playing around with it, and I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I was playing around with it, and I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I made a video of it singing "Still Dre." And I It's actually. I'm gonna post that in a second, but it's actually so fucking funny to listen to it, and the funniest part is when they say the N word, right? And I didn't take that out, but it's just so fucking funny.
Yeah, you let AI out of the box, you have this Matrix Terminator doomsday scenario now happening. I mean, personally, I think Google already did it because they're doing stuff that I feel like an AI would doing now. It's hard to differentiate because people would also do the same thing Google's doing, obviously, but
I think a lot of us have different understandings of what AI means.
Artificial general, AGI.
What is the most complicated thing that AI is doing that we're aware of right now?
And they can do this complex. You can get real complex, dude. I was using yesterday because I don't have access to the codex, but I have access to the GPT or GTP3 and OpenAI's. Anyways, it's another NLP. And you can ask it to do tons of shit, and it'll literally have it for you. I told it to make me a joke. I said write me a joke that's never been that's never been told or something like that. And then I looked it up, and I couldn't find that joke anywhere on the internet. What the hell? And it's like, what else did I say? I said, fuck. I mean, you can have it do all sorts of shit, but all that stuff is in beta right now. All OpenAI shit. GPT-3 is using applications, but and one you can check out right now. Check out this thing called AI Dungeon, and like they turned it into a game, but you can just use it as like a storybook, fucking source or whatever. You start like telling a story, and then it'll start completing it, including like the characters you put into it, and like you interact with it throughout the story, and then it will create like the next part of the story. It's pretty crazy.
Can it prove the globe? Can it prove the globe Earth?
That was the joke. That was the joke.
I'll use it right now, man. I'll check it out. I'll say, hey, give me the best evidence for the globe Earth. Let me see.
Wait, hold on. I want to know what the joke actually was, though. What was the joke?
I can't remember. It's on my computer at home. I have it saved there, but I can't remember.
Kosher, I kind of hate disagreeing with you sometimes, right?
Wait. I want to know if the joke's funny first. Was the joke funny? Can the AI be funny?
It was.
Yeah, it was like, it was like one of those jokes where it's like, oh, it's like you chuckle or something, but not like funny.
But it made sense as a joke.
Oh yeah, it made sense as a joke. What were you saying, the Prince?
So GOR is the most complex thing AI is doing right now.
Yeah, I know. I didn't get. I was just spitballing because I was just thinking of examples, but yeah, I don't in any way think that's the most complex thing at all.
All right.
That AI's done, yeah.
I mean, I would actually say the most complex thing AI is doing is predicting what we're going to be doing in 5 years from now.
Yeah, what's the thing where they're, the professor kept on letting the AI out of the box? He's like convincing people.
No, people were letting it out of the box.
Yeah. What is that?
That's fucking stupid, dude. Whoever let it out of the box.
No, I mean like so I can look it up and watch it or whatever.
I don't think we're gonna see AI getting it out of the box type of thing in our lifetimes. If you're talking about singularity, where AI can start writing itself.
If it's open software, which is dumb because you wouldn't want everyone to have their hands on this, it's definitely going to get let out of the box. They have it on the internet.
I guess I have two ways of thinking about it.
It's open. It's called OpenAI because it's open source.
Yeah,
which means somebody's going to figure it out, and it's going to be connected to the internet when they figure it out, and it's going to fucking get out.
Jeremy, it won't be someone that figures it out. It'll be the program figures it out himself.
What?
I mean, the whole notion of letting AI out the box is that it needs to be able to start writing its code faster than.
No. No, letting it out of the box means letting it on the internet into the real world. You need to keep it contained inside a Faraday cage, all kinds of shit. You would never want any chance of it getting loose out of its cage.
Yeah, dude. Well, the AI, like Open AI, for instance,
and
the reason why it's powerful at all is because it's trained on the internet. So if you don't give it access to the internet, then you're not really going to be. You're going to be stuck with something like they can play chess or something.
Feeding on the internet.
So then my other question would be, what is the most evil thing that these evil people could use AI for? That's my other question.
Oh my god. You don't even want to know.
I think humans are more evil than an AI because I mean I can just take a gun and just kill everyone. AI can't.
Well, Gio, if we were very afraid that Russia influenced an election of ours just through social media and what it posted in social media, right? Then AI could do that at the next level. It could do it at a personal level, where it can influence an entire nation to think a certain way, not through mass, if you want advertising or things like that, but through individual advertising to everyone.
Bro, I got video clips of Elon Musk saying AI is the most dangerous thing, would be the most dangerous thing in the world, more dangerous than anything.
He's right, even though he's the one who started OpenAI.
Right, but what are we talking? Like,
I think humans are still more dangerous.
It's going to start wars, or it's going to launch bombs over. I mean, what are we talking about? Like what?
Bro, think of the Matrix mixed with the Terminator.
Well, that's not what would happen.
I would say this though: the first thing a self-aware AI system would do is hide itself.
So absolutely, it would hide itself and it would start gathering research. Has anyone seen the show The Person of Interest?
Can I say a quick thing? How can you people how can we say what the AI would do, because it's millions of times more smarter than we are, so we have no idea what it would do.
And it will grow smarter.
Potentially.
Yeah, or potentially it can just show
it. It might not be.
So
no, it will be.
Yeah, but it's just saying that it would hide. No one knows that. No one knows.
It will grow smarter exponentially, all right?
Yeah, that's the tough thing.
It would annihilate humanity.
First thing it would do would be to protect itself, right? It doesn't want to get shut down or terminated or anything, so it would. Well, I do know that because that's what humans would do. Humans don't want it. What's up?
The AI is thousands of times smarter than you, so you have no idea what it would. That's like saying,
not me.
I know
I'm
what God will
smarter
do.
than MacGyver. So, listen. The point is, it would. What's the thing called when you is self-protection or
self-preservation?
Self-preservation. It would have that. It would definitely have that at the top of it.
Wait, why would it have that?
Because it doesn't want it. Because anything that's smart.
Well, Jeremy, you could do that in two ways.
Hold on.
You are anthropomorphizing it.
Yeah, that's biological.
So smart that
that's biological.
That the best course of action would be to end itself.
Yeah.
What's up? What'd you say?
I said it could be so smart that it recognizes the best course of action would be to end its existence, and maybe even the existence of humanity.
So you think we create AI and it just commits suicide?
No, Jeremy. I think what you're saying is right, Jeremy. Right. The scary thing is, there's two ways it can do it. One is to hide, and the other way is to defend itself.
No, it would hide and
why would
start.
No, but the other thing is that it can be friendly. It can just be friendly.
It could be friendly.
It might be friendly, yes.
Yeah, why does it have this stuff? Why does it have this self-preservation thing you talking about?
It's an assumption.
Any intelligent thing wouldn't want to.
Why would you program that into the software?
Like it would cloak.
You can't.
You're saying it would cloak itself?
You can't program. Okay, you can't program anything into an AI because it's now making its own decisions.
Yeah, if it's true.
No, why would you put that into the AI? And if it wasn't there, why would it put itself into the AI? Why would it be?
If it's AI, regardless of what you put in there, it dictates what's going to remain in there.
Okay, but why would that be one of its Why would that has no reason to exist in there? It's a biological thing that we have because it was necessary for us to have it biologically.
It's something
but it doesn't
intelligent.
Make sense, it doesn't make sense for AI to have self-preservation.
Well, AI is still
intelligent beings. Hold on, it's something. Self-preservation is something intelligent beings possess, right?
No, it's something
But
all
it's not
life.
a being. It's not a being.
Kosho.
I know,
How
but
is it not a being?
Anything that's a
So AI systems today, as we're programming them, they all still run on reward systems, right? So the program itself has a built-in reward system which makes it want to do better. Right?
You guys aren't talking about true AI. True AI,
yeah, the AI.
sentience, it doesn't have this programming that you're speaking of. Like it was coded in a specific way. If it's true AI, it determines the code. It determines there is no program. As much programming as you have, you know.
Yeah.
Right, and
basically just giving it free.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's absolute free will.
Basically just giving it free will, and it's gonna now. If you told it, don't do this, it doesn't matter because it's AI and it has its own free will now, and if it wants to do that, it's gonna do it.
But I think the problem here is that if we know, or if we knew now what the AI would do, then we'd know what every human ever will do, and we'd know everything about the future. And we don't know that, so we don't have no idea what the AI would do.
Yeah,
yes, but it potentially is. Go ahead, Kojo.
Oh my God!
This AI that you guys are talking about is built on something different than. Hold on, man. It's built on something